Rumble. 2 Brahma Sea Realm. 8 Meridians. Monks were so scared they wanted to pee their pants. This mount is extremely violent. The crowd was shocked again. How can an enlightened monk with such high cultivation use such a ferocious mount? It's really unimaginable. Lu Zhao jumped onto Bian's back. Zhao Yanhe hugged Zhao Yu and jumped up easily as well. Bian roared. Its 4 hooves stomped hard, flying out of the sacred altar. The legendary mount has flown away. To catch up, you must use great divine power techniques. But the great divine power techniques consume a lot of vital energy. Even people with high cultivation can only use it a few times. Everyone looked enviously at Bilan flying out of the sacred altar square as fast as the wind. The pressure on the sacred altar suddenly disappeared. Zhengyi Dao and Jingming Dao cultivators shook their heads and sighed, not knowing what to do. One of them pointed at the few baldies and shouted loudly, "We must not let these bald donkeys go. Imprison them." The third seat of the Fiend Temple, Duan Jing, said coldly, "Imprison them? Isn't that too advantageous for them?" The baldies asked in horror. "What do you mean?" Duan Jing smiled strangely and said, "Of course, we must pull up the roots and eliminate future troubles." Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao cultivators looked at Duanjing in shock. They always claimed to be righteous, so they looked down on doing this kind of thing, but the Fiend Temple didn't care. For some reason, the righteous cultivators were silent at the same time, as if tacitly agreeing. Screams rang out. "My Buddha is merciful! Don't kill me, benefactor! Put down your knife and I will be your ox or your horse!" "No, no, no!" Lu Zhao thought to himself. The anger of the Fiend Temple, when the Brahma voice invaded their dreams, must be vented on these monks. When Lu Zhao controlled Bian to skim past the buildings of the sacred altar, a figure walked out from behind a building. It was Jiang Aijian. His mood was extremely complicated. His expression was vivid and rich. He watched Bian flying away, muttering, "This is not in line with common sense. His cultivation is clearly only in the middle stage of the awakening realm. How can he be a Buddhist master?" Jiang Aijian touched his chin, extremely tangled in his heart. "Should I chase after him? Will I be crushed into powder with one move?" Anyway, he is a Buddhist master. He probably won't kill people at will, right? Well, old Mr. is a good person. This problem is not big. He raised his head, and there was no trace of Binyan anymore. He didn't even know which direction it flew in. Jiang Aijian looked dull, walking around in place. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Lu Zhao didn't fly towards Golden Court Mountain, but returned to Runan City. Although he successfully found Zhao Yue, there were still many things he had to find out. When he returned to Runan City, Lu Zhao took back Bian. A legendary mount like Bian is too ostentatious. Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhe took Zhao Yue back to the hotel. As soon as he entered, the shopkeeper was more excited than seeing his own parents, and immediately rushed in front of Lu Zhao and knelt down, kowtowing, "My lord, you finally came back. If you don't come back, I won't be able to keep my head on my neck." Lu Zhao said suspiciously, "What do you mean? That officer said you were a person from the palace? I had a conflict with you before. That's a great crime." "It's fine." Lu Zhao waved his hand, signaling Zhao Yan'er to take Zhao Yu back to her room. He didn't need to haggle with an innkeeper. Just as he was about to head up the stairs, Lu Zhao turned back and casually asked, "Have you found the culprit yet?" Zheng Gui shook his head. "How could a government official tell such important things to a nobody like me? Listen to me, I really don't know." Lu Zhao nodded, stroking his beard as he went upstairs. After the incident at the sacred altar, Jiang Aijian, the sword fanatic Chen Wenji, and the experts from the Jingming Dao could be ruled out. They were too busy fighting each other. It couldn't have been them. So, that only leaves 2 people. His second disciple, the sword devil Yu Shangrong, and Luo Zong's Luo Changqing. Lu Zong's Luo Changqing is so far away in the southern Daiyan, and he'd have to set off early to get here. It's unlikely. Lu Zhao stopped, looking towards the corner where Zhuo Ping was killed yesterday. His second disciple, the sword devil Yu Shangrong, was only a few dozen meters away. "Master," Zhao Yan'er's voice came. "What is it?" "Senior sister's awake." Lu Zhu nodded, his face serious as he went upstairs. "You unfilial disciple, what a good disciple you are to me." Lu Zhu Mao, with his aged face, entered the room. Zhao Yu had indeed woken up, but she looked very weak, lying still on the bed. Even moving a little seemed to take a lot of effort. Her cultivation was sealed, and she'd been tortured by the chanting of the Fan Yin, so it was a miracle she wasn't dead. It was only thanks to her not bad cultivation base that she had managed to survive until now. Lu Zhao walked to the table and slowly sat down, his eyes glancing over Zhao Yu. Loyalty 10. Prieft. Just as I thought. Seeing her master sitting in front of her, Zhao Yue was so scared that her face turned pale. She kowtowed repeatedly. Master, disciple knows she's wrong, disciple knows she's guilty. After a long while, Lu Zhao finally waved his hand and said indifferently, Enough. Who captured you? The girl was still sticking her butt in the air, not daring to lift her head. After a while she finally reported. Disciple only knows that it was an expert from the Jingming Dao. His cultivation was extremely high, almost the same as Master's. No, he's still a bit weaker than Master, Zhao Yue said softly, almost saying the wrong thing, causing her to shake her head like a child who had just made a mistake, without a trace of the arrogance of a demonic cultivator. The Jingming Dao of Jinting Mountain has 3 true experts. One is sect leader Mo Yi, rumored to have the cultivation of a 7-leaf nascent divinity realms. The second is First Elder Pan Li Tian, said to have gone into hiding long ago. No one knows where he's gone. Some say Pan Li Tian's cultivation is even higher than the sect leaders, but whether that's true or not can't be verified. The third is Second Elder Yu Hongyi, the strongest female cultivator of the Jingming Dao. Zhao Yu, I've said it before, I will never forgive those who betray the sect. Do you remember hearing this? Zhao Yu trembled all over, shaking her head repeatedly. Master, disciple is wronged. Disciple absolutely has no intention of betraying you. That day, after finishing the mission, Disciple wanted to return home to worship her parents. On the way, Disciple encountered an expert from the Jingming Dao. Bang! Lu Zhao slammed his hand on the table, scaring Zhao Yu half to death. You still dare to lie? Lu Zhao turned his head, his deep eyes looking at Zhao Yu. Under Lu Zhao's gaze, Zhao Yu wilted and could only confess the truth one by one. Disciple went to Yanyu Palace. Junior sister Tiang Xin wanted to harm Master, but Disciple, did not agree. Lu Zhao said nothing, just continuing to wait silently for her to reveal everything. Zhao Yu said, Disciple returning home is true, it's just that. Lu Zhao's voice sounded in her heart. Yu wavered. How could she dare to argue? She could only swallow all her grievances and humiliation. Even if she noticed that Master was completely different from before, she still didn't dare to hope that she would get lucky. Disciple knows she was wrong. Disciple should never have believed Ye Tiangxin's slanders. Lu Zhao's voice became calm. If you had no intention of betraying, how could you be swayed by others? Zhao Yu seemed to think of something, and she hurriedly said, Yi Tiangxin set up a formation near Qingyang Mountain. Master treats Disciple well. How dare Disciple wish to harm Master? That day, I would rather not have gone than to bear the crime of betraying my Master and destroying my ancestors. Every word Disciple said is true. If there is even half a lie, Disciple is willing to suffer any punishment. Lu Zhao recalled the situation of the battle that day, when Ye Tiangxin led the cultivators to besiege him. When he opened the 9-leaf avatar, he didn't detect Zhao Yu's presence at all. Zhao Yu was prostrating on the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. As for punishing Zhao Yu, he would decide. When he returned to Jinting Mountain, Lu Zhu remembered what happened in the last 2 days, and then asked, Who sealed your cultivation? Zhao Yu replied, Disciple only knows that the person came from the palace, and did not see his appearance. Someone from the palace. The recent events are all related to someone from the palace. From the investigation of the kidnapping of the Wang Fugi family, with palace people disguised as the mansion's manager, to the palace experts sealing Zhao Yu's cultivation, all signs indicate that the palace is particularly concerned about the demon celestial pavilion. After Disciple was captured, the people from the Jingming Dao imprisoned Disciple in the sacred altar. Zhao Yu's face was full of grievances as she raised her head. Lu Zhao's voice was still very dignified. Zhao Yu didn't dare to resist. Summoning up all her courage to raise her head, she originally thought that her master would punish her, but, unexpectedly, Lu Zhao's gaze was on the space between her eyebrows, that eerie golden lotus. It looked enchantingly dazzling under the sunlight, but it seemed gloomy and dim inside the room. Witchcraft? Hearing these two words, Zhao Yu jumped, and so did Zhao Yanhe. The world of Dayan has all kinds of cultivation methods. The top ones are Taoism and Buddhism. The second is Confucianism, which is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. The rest are unorthodox cultivation schools. Witchcraft is one of them, and it is extremely evil, not as beneficial to cultivators as Taoist cultivation methods, so it gradually came into conflict with righteous people, leading to its decline, and fewer people practiced witchcraft. Xiao Yanhe was surprised. Unexpectedly, there are witchcraft practicing experts in the palace. Zhao Yu earnestly pleaded, "Please, master, dissolve the forbidden spell on disciple." The degree of sincerity has indeed increased, Zhao Yue. I have said before, if there is any treachery, I will definitely not forgive it easily. Disciple is willing to accept punishment. I know how to punish you, Yan'er. Send a letter to your senior brother. Send Zhao Yu back, and carry out the punishment. Yes, respectfully sending off master. Then, Yan'er helped Zhao Yu up, and the old woman said softly, "I knew senior sister wasn't like Ye Tiangxin," Zhao Yue replied. "If master hadn't taken me away from the sacred altar, I'm afraid that no matter what I said, I would have been at fault." Zhao Yan'er said, "It's nothing that senior sister doesn't know. Master displayed great divine power on the sacred altar. What righteous sects dare to stink? The Masha sect, and all were beaten to a pulp. Junior sister was also there, old woman." Xiao Yanhe didn't mention falling asleep at all and spoke loudly. "Of course there are many annoying liars who just mutter and mutter like flies buzzing in my ear. It's so annoying," Zhao Yue sighed. "Alas, junior sister still pities me." As soon as Lu Zhao left the room, he saw the soldiers in charge of Zhuo Ping's murder case appearing. The one in the lead quickly knelt down. "Great master, we have finally found you." Lu Zhu was puzzled. "You're looking for me?" He had nothing to do with Zhuo Ping's case. Why were these soldiers looking for him? "This humble one was instructed by his superiors to invite you to the general's mansion in Nancheng, no time." Lu Zhao spat out two words indifferently and turned to go back to his room. Bang! The door closed. The soldier suddenly realized. How could he ask the great master to go meet the general? Wouldn't that be confusing superiors and inferiors? He hurriedly admitted his mistake. This humble one knows his mistake. How could this humble one dare to make the great master travel and tire himself? Lu Zhao ignored him. It was clear that news about the royal token had spread to the general's mansion of Runan City. In about half a day, the people in the palace would also know. Then, would that expert who attacked Zhao Yue dare to show up? After the trip to the sacred altar, Lu Zhao was indeed a little tired, but his mind was still very clear. Lu Zhao opened the system panel. Name: Lu Zhao. He hadn't paid attention to the system notifications during the fight, so he didn't know how he'd earned all those merit points. Lu Zhao checked the quest log. At the bottom, there was a record of completed quests, including 1,000 points for bringing Zhao Yu back, 1,000 points for killing the monk Kong Xuan, 200 points for teaching Zhao Yu. The rest were from Beyond, trampling those cultivators who dared to block its path. Beyond can also earn merit points. That's a pleasant surprise. Still, accumulating merit points isn't easy at all. He's still over 500 points short of being able to buy the 4-symbol skyscraping avatar. Dealing with Kong Xuan cost him 1 damage immunity card and 1 one-hit kill card. If you don't include the quest rewards, it's like he didn't even make a profit. Luckily, he didn't use too many item cards. If the target he killed was any weaker, he'd have lost big time. This also shows that even if item cards are heaven-defying, they can't be used carelessly. He has 2 one-hit kill cards and 2 damage immunity cards left, so he needs to be frugal. Lu Zhao remembered when the Brahma voice invaded his dream. The heavenly writing showed an extremely special resistance effect, eliminating all the effects of the Brahma voice on him. Could this be the extraordinary power that the heavenly writing was talking about? Lu Zhao tried to mobilize it, but he could only mobilize the origin energy in his body, the type of energy commonly used by cultivators. He had no idea how to use the extraordinary power of the heavenly writing. Being able to completely eliminate the effects of a group chanting the Brahma voice in a dream, this extraordinary power isn't just strong, it's crazy strong. He looked at the system panel. Merit points or heavenly writing? Which should he choose? Or should he wait for another round of rewards? Bad luck. Some pressure. Dares not. Lu Xiao didn't plan to buy more item cards. His current cultivation realm is too low. The function of this body is fully capable of accepting higher realm. No. He must quickly upgrade the avatar to increase his cultivation. Item cards are heaven-defying, but in the end they are external forces. Continuing like this, he felt like he was walking on thin ice every moment. Lu Zhu opened the heavenly writing interface, and sure enough, he found that the content on the heavenly writing had changed, and many of the chicken scratch-like symbols had decreased significantly. This heavenly writing is really interesting. Whether he understands it or not, he'll just try to read it. Just like when he was in school and had to memorize poems of the Tang Dynasty. He didn't need to understand them, just memorize them, and later he would be able to comprehend their essence. After what happened at the Holy Altar, Lu Xiao decided to spend more time cultivating the heavenly writing. With that thought, he began to immerse himself in comprehending it. As dusk approached, hurried footsteps outside the door woke Lu Xiao from his state of immersed comprehension. Master, General Zhao requests an audience. A voice came from outside. Lu Xiao closed the heavenly writing interface. Without opening the door, he sat in the room and said indifferently, "What is it?" This time it was General Zhao who spoke, his voice very robust. "Zhao Shuo of Runan City wishes to meet the old senior once. I wonder if it is convenient for the old senior." Before Lu Xiao could speak, Zhao Yanhe appeared in the corridor and kicked the pet away. "Too noisy, not convenient." General Zhao cupped his fist. "You are Zhao Yanhe." Zhao Yanhe put her hands on her hips and said, "My grandpa is tired. You think you can meet him just because you want to." The general was speechless with this girl. The shopkeeper naturally knew that this girl was a divine court realm expert and didn't dare to criticize, only whispering, "Miss, this is General Zhao of Rushinen City." Zhao Yanhe still remained calm and said, "I don't care if he's some Zhao general. Even if the emperor came, I wouldn't agree." Zhao Shuo was slightly startled. This rash girl really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, a calf not afraid of tigers. Lu Zhao's voice rang out, "Let him in." Lu Zhao hadn't originally intended to meet this person, but considering the imperial token and all sorts of things related to the people in the palace, he wanted to get some information from this guy. Yes. The door opened, and Zhao Yanhe ran to stand beside Lu Zhao, perfectly docile. When Zhao Shuo saw Lu Zhao's appearance, he was startled for a moment, but still kept the smile on his face, bowing and saying, "Zhao Shuo of Rujianan City greets the old senior." Lu Zhao's expression was calm, and he didn't reply to him. Zhao Shuo said embarrassedly, "Old senior, please don't be angry. I offended you before." Lu Zhao said calmly, "Get to the point. Enough with the preamble." All the words Zhao Shuo had prepared in his head were choked back by these three words. "I heard that the imperial token is in the hands of the old senior?" Lu Zhao didn't answer. This question was of no value to him. Zhao Shuo continued, "Many years ago this token was personally managed by His Majesty the Emperor and could be used to mobilize the capital garrison. Anyone who sees this token must treat it as if they were seeing His Majesty." Later the token was lost. Lu Zhao repeated, "Get to the point. All this beating around the bush is nonsense." Zhao Shuo was completely embarrassed. "In that case, Zhao will be frank." He paused for a moment and then said, "Please, old senior, hand over the token." After saying this, he secretly glanced at the old senior, afraid he would be unhappy. Lu Zhao asked, "You want this token?" Zhao certainly doesn't have the guts. The old senior can manage the imperial token for so many years, so he must not be an ordinary person. "Zhao has also been entrusted by a great figure in the palace," Lu Zhao said sternly. "Who?" This, Zhao Shuo hesitated for a moment, and then replied frankly, "Zhao doesn't know who exactly, but this person is a cultivation expert in the palace. Working according to the Holy Majesty's wishes, Zhao cannot but comply. Things have become quite clear. If he wants to get the token from me, he'll have to come get it himself." Why does the old senior have to do this? Zhao guesses that the old senior's cultivation is extraordinary, but for a token, to offend a great figure in the palace. Lu Zhao slowly stood up, one hand behind his back and one hand stroking his beard. Zhao Shuo thought that the old senior had seen the light, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "There's hope?" Suddenly, Lu Zhu turned his head and waved his hand. "See him out." Zhao Shuo was silenced. After a while, Zhao Shuo wanted to say something more, but Xiao Yanhair was waving her small fists, threateningly saying, "Get out! This girl's temper is really hot-tempered. How is she so different from her grandpa? No, this old senior's temper is also very eccentric." Zhao Shuo had no choice but to leave the room. Just as he stepped out of the door, Lu Zhuo suddenly asked a question. "Who is Zhuo Ping?" Zhao Shuo was shocked. He turned his head and glanced at the shopkeeper waiting outside the door, not replying. Downstairs, a man suddenly came up with a long sword in his arms, smiling and saying, "Of course, he's also a person in the palace." Jiang Aijian raised his hand and made a heart shape, smiling brightly and saying, "Old senior, we meet again." Lu Zhao hadn't seen his face, but as soon as he heard the voice he knew who had come. Loving the sword to the bone, seeing the sword as life, Jiang Aijian, indeed Jiang Aijian, with his sword in his arms, smiled and appeared in front of everyone. Lu Zhao was also very curious how this guy escaped from the attack range of Brahma Voice Dream Invasion, and how he found this place. This guy is really persistent, but he's also an interesting person, not simple. Jiang Aijian glanced at Zhao Shuo, and the general politely greeted him. "Greetings, General Zhao." Zhao Shuo just nodded. He was still fuming inside, so how could he have a good face for a stranger? When Jiang Aijian came before Lu Zhao, he became serious. "Aijian pays respects to master." Xiao Yan'er rolled her eyes and said, "Your skin is so thick." Jiang Aijian chuckled. "You won't survive long if you care too much about face." Zhao Shu tried to pull Jiang Aijian aside, but before he could even grab him properly, Jiang Aijian slipped away like an eel. "It's embarrassing for General Zhao to be so pushy." Zhao Shu's expression stiffened as he said, "This friend, what did you call the old mister just now?" Jiang Aijian replied, "Master, so what?" Even though Jiang Aijian thought this official was a bit slow on the uptake, he didn't want to offend him, so he spoke directly. Jiang Aijian observed Zhao Shuo and clicked his tongue, saying, "You're an official, yet you've been talking to the master for so long and still don't know he's a Buddhist high monk?" His tone was very calm, and didn't sound mocking at all. Lu Juju stroked his beard. "He's talking about Jiang Aijian. This old man happens to have something to ask you, master. Please ask." Jiang Aijuju was all ears, ready to share whatever he knew. Jiang Aijuju grinned and said, "What a coincidence." Just then, a guard came up to Zhao Shu and whispered something in his ear. Zhao Shuo's expression changed rapidly, and then he adopted an extremely humble attitude, coming before Lu Zhao and bowing. "So it's a Buddhist high monk." Zhao was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. "Please forgive me, master." Now things were getting out of hand. His identity was getting more and more misunderstood. Lu Zhao didn't want to be any kind of Buddhist high monk, but this wasn't disadvantageous to him, so Lu Zhao was too lazy to explain. Master used the power of one person to resolve the crisis at the sacred altar. Repelling Da Kongzi and Biyu Xuan, Zhao was extremely grateful. Runan City was Zhao Shuo's territory, and he wouldn't get any rewards if something happened there. He had heard about the events at the sacred altar, but he originally thought it was just a grand event to ease the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths, so he hadn't paid attention. Now, thinking back, he was scared. Such a small, grand event actually had so many experts appearing. Lu Zhou didn't care about these things and looked at Jiang Aijian. "You are indeed cunning," Jiang Aijian chuckled. "Just trying to survive, master, you flatter me." This time he didn't dare to mention buying back that azure treasure sword anymore. Lu Zhao asked, "Is Zhuo Ping also someone from the palace?" Jiang Aijian winked at Zhao Shuo. "That's right. General Zhao is too. With his rank he can come into contact with all kinds of people in the palace, can't he?" Zhao Shuo didn't know what to say. "Damn it, you're selling information and making me confirm it?" Zhao Shuo honestly said, "To be precise, Zhuo Ping follows the orders of a big shot in the Lonely Palace." Lu Zhao nodded. Whether it was true or not wasn't important anymore. Now he could be sure that someone in the palace wanted to oppose the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Fei from the western regions was the most suspicious, but it was also possible that someone was deliberately using her to sow discord. But talking about these things now was too far off. There were many experts in the imperial palace, and Lu Juhao didn't want to risk himself for a witchcraft restriction. It was enough to clarify this matter. Right now, he had to find a way to accumulate merit points to improve his cultivation. Lu Zhao asked Jiang Aijian, "Do you cultivate the evasion art?" Jiang Aijian's expression froze as if someone had seen through his secrets. He smiled awkwardly. "Master's knowledge is vast. I admire you." Just as everyone was discussing, a soldier ran over and shouted, "Urgent report! General Zhao! The Eastern Front reports that the 4 devils of the Evil Sky Pavilion have left Golden Court Mountain and are heading towards Yuma Province." Zhao Shuo frowned immediately upon hearing this. Useless. Spouting secret matters so loudly, afraid it's not exposed enough. Jiang Aijian nodded knowingly and said, "I've long heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4th devil, Ming Shiyin, is cunning and deceitful, a vile person who knows how to read the room, always two-faced." Xiao Yanche's eyes lit up when she heard this, saying, "So he's that bad? Tell me, what's the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple like?" Jiang Aijian stroked his chin as if he knew very well. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple is not bad. He entered the sect the latest but is the fastest to improve his cultivation. Considered a monstrous genius in the cultivation world, but unfortunately, Xiao Yanhe urged impatiently. "Unfortunately what? Hurry up and tell me." "This little devil doesn't have much life experience, often acts without restraint, and has a strange temper. It's a pity she joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. She's bound to be the devil who causes the greatest disaster in the world in the future." Hearing these words, Xiao Yanhe glared at Jiang Aijian with murderous intent. She was about to roll up her sleeves and give him a beating. Jiang Aijian was startled. "Hey, what are you glaring at me for, little girl?" Lu Zhao saw that Xiao Yanhe was about to go crazy and bite someone, so he said, "Let's stop here. I'm a bit tired after a busy day." Xiao Yanhe snorted softly and decided to let him off. Zhao Shu cupped his fist and said to Lu Zhao, "Once the devils of the Evil Sky Pavilion come down the mountain, they will definitely commit atrocities. I will inform the righteous sects to be on guard against them." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier downstairs said, General, that devil kidnapped many young girls when he arrived in Qing Province." Zhao Shuo's mouth twitched repeatedly. Damn it, Zhao must excuse himself. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he had caused trouble in Qing Province and not in Runan City. But what if he came to Runan City? Lu Zhao frowned, feeling even more suspicious. Ming Xinyin had been very obedient and well-behaved during this period. Could he really be doing such evil things? Received news of killing a bandit, earning 10 merit points. Bandit, and not kidnapping, little Yanner. Aye. Sword laughed. Zhao General, please wait. Zhao Shuo asked doubtfully. What's the matter? The Matian Pavilion's 4 devils are clearly heading towards Yu Zhao, and it is highly likely that he will come to Ruinan City. Zhao Shuo's eyes widened. How do you know? Jiang Aijian raised his finger and pointed to his head, smiling. The saintess in the sacred altar prosperous ceremony is the 5th disciple of the Matian Pavilion. The people of the Matian Pavilion were robbed, and the old devil sent someone to chase after them. Do you still need to think about it? Jiang Aijian crossed his arms and said with a smile, General Zhao, the 4th devil has a high level of cultivation. The last time he left the mountain, he was a powerhouse in the half-step Yuanshen realm. It has been so long, he should have already cultivated the 100 Tribulations Dongming Dharma body. Who can stop him? Zhao Shuo frowned tightly. It is indeed a chaotic time. And the next thing is more troublesome than the previous thing, Jiang Aijian said. There is a Buddhist master here. Why don't you ask the master to help? Do you want to abandon the near and seek the far to help you? When Zhao Shuo heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. A friend's word awakened the person in the dream. He turned around and said to Lu Zhuo with great respect and sincerity, begging the master to help Runan City overcome this calamity, capture the devil, and bring blessings to the people of Runan City. Little Yanner didn't know what to say when she heard this. But little Yanner knew she shouldn't laugh. Although she really wanted to laugh, she still tried her best to restrain herself, occasionally peeking at her master. Lu Zhao remained calm, not knowing what he was thinking. He kept stroking his beard in his head. Lu Zhao was also very depressed. Could it be that he has to raise the flag of rebellion and crusade against his own disciples now? But then again, Ming Shiyin killed bandits, not kidnapped young girls. Little Yan Care tilted her head to look at her master, thinking, Master never had the habit of stroking his beard before. Why does he always stroke it now? Seeing that old master didn't answer, Zhao Shuo repeated again, begging the master to take action. Lu Zhao said indifferently, This old man has his own plans, Yanshare. See the guests out. Little Xiao Yanshare nodded, skipping over to Zhao Shuo, gesturing for him to get lost. Goodbye. Zhao Shuo had no choice but to leave. Everything that had happened, in Zhao Shuo's words, had said one thing. People had a bad impression of the Matian Pavilion, and no matter what they did, they would feel that they were doing evil. Jiang Aijian spoke. Master, master! The girl Xiao Yanhair warmed up her hands and feet and said, It's your turn, come here. Lu Zhao sat down and looked at him. Jiang Aijian smiled and ran over. I know the master is not the kind of person who doesn't like to contact others. Lu Zhao looked at him with his old eyes. This old man has been on the mountain all year round, living in seclusion. If you are willing to wait to become this old man's eyes and ears, this old man will definitely not treat you badly. Trying to show more friendliness, he didn't want to scare this guy away. Once he was afraid his guts would be very small. Jiang Aijian laughed at himself. Master, don't be kidding. You are a Buddhist master. You don't need eyes and ears like me. Lu Zhao asked again. You don't agree? Lu Zhao's attitude stunned him. As if he didn't agree, the two sides would never have any contact in the future. Jiang Aijian pondered and touched his chin. Master, with your identity and status, you should give me some rewards, right? You're not letting me do it for nothing, right? Lu Zhao recalled the secret chamber in the Evil Sky Pavilion had quite a few swords he hadn't even dared to appraise yet. They shouldn't be bad at all, especially that big saber. It could definitely hold its own against famous swords, maybe even a heavenly grade weapon. Lu Zhao casually asked, Want to try a saber? Jiang Aijian was caught off guard for a moment. Forget it. Lu Zhao stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly said, This old man's sword already has an owner. However, if you can become my eyes and ears, I'll definitely have a good sword for you. Hearing about a good sword, Jiang Aijian's eyes lit up. How good? As good as the Shuxiang twin swords of Chengjiao? Jiang Aijian immediately slapped his thigh, then raised his hand. Deal. He decisively agreed to this transaction. Lu Zhao was speechless inside, but on the surface, he remained calm. Jiang Aijian was in an excellent mood. He had collected many good swords in his life, all kinds of shapes and styles, all kinds of grades. But heavenly grade weapons were usually treasures reserved for those with good fortune. Gathering information was his forte. This was nothing difficult. Jiang Aijian kept looking left and right in Lu Zhao's room. Master, where are you hiding that she-devil? Lu Zhao angrily scolded him. Scram! Zhao Yanhair laughed when she saw her master scolding Jiang Aijian. I'm scramming right now. Jiang Aijian left his contact information and departed. Stepping out of the inn, he stretched wearily, feeling his spirits were good today. Suddenly he remembered a question. How long does he have to be an informant? Crap, looks like I've been tricked. Should he go back and ask for clarification, or would he get beat up? Inside Lu Zhao's room, Xiao Yanhair said with dissatisfaction. That guy's face is seriously thick, Lu Zhao calmly replied. This person is useful. Seeing that her master looked tired, Xiao Yanhair bowed. This disciple takes her leave. Lu Zhao didn't sleep. He opened the system interface. In the shop, nothing had changed in the avatars section. Only the 4 quadrants traverse was available for purchase. In each realm of cultivation, apart from comprehending the heavenly book, one could only improve step by step. There was no way to cultivate beyond one's level. Let's see if there's anything new in weapons and cultivation methods. At his thought, the weapons and cultivation methods section appeared before his eyes, still red, indicating it couldn't be purchased. Lu Zhao thought, maybe it's because my cultivation is still too low. It's not time to use these cultivation methods and weapons. Thinking about it, Ji Tiandao started accepting disciples when he was at his peak. But Lu Zhao was still very cautious, determined not to repeat his mistakes. Wait a minute, was it because his lifespan reached its limit and his cultivation declined that Ji Tiandao died in the end? Now that Lu Zhao can reverse time, will he not be afraid of this anymore? But the question is, what would happen if he kept using reversal cards? Would he go back into his mother's womb? Lu Zhao raised his eyebrow. If that were the case, wouldn't it be the same as wanting his life? If that's the case, He'd rather not use the reversal cards. If he used one every time he got a year older, wouldn't that mean he could have eternal life? This logic was flawless. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao's mood improved greatly. He opened the heavenly book interface and continued to comprehend it. Time slowly passed, and before he knew it, it was the next morning. Cock-a-doodle-doo. It's morning. Lu Zhao didn't know when he had fallen asleep. This feeling was very similar to falling asleep while reading a book in his previous life. Just as he was about to get out of bed, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Master, you must help us. Zhao Shuo was so anxious that his voice changed. That evil sky pavilion devil has come to Runan City and is now harming the common folk. Lu Zhao coldly said through the door. Just ignore him. He won't do evil things. Ming Shiyin knew that his master had a task for him. If he still dared to do evil things, he would be incredibly bold. Master, your jokes aren't funny at all. That devil hung 2 heads on the city gate before entering the city, and the common folk dare not enter or leave the city anymore. That devil has extremely high cultivation. His speed and agility are unmatched by ordinary people. This entire Runan city is afraid that only Master can suppress him. Lu Zhao shook his head, got out of bed, and felt that his body was moving much better than before. While Lu Zhao was brushing his teeth, Zhao Shuo continued to say, Master, I beg you to take action. I plead to Master. On behalf of the common folk of Runan City. Lu Zhao remained silent and indifferent. From outside, Xiao Yanir's voice rang out. Baldy, what are you doing in front of my master's room so early in the morning? You believe I can snap your head off? Lu Zhao then opened the door and stepped outside, coldly uttering a single word, let's go. Then he glanced to the side. Master Zhao Yanher and Zhao Yu appeared. Zhao Yu had changed clothes. Today, she was wearing a white and red outfit, looking completely different from when she was on the holy altar. Lu Zhao waved his hand. Let's go. The name Zhao Shuo stammered. Master. Zhao Yanher was also curious. What about me? Lu Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and walked downstairs. Come along, yes. Zhao Shuo was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurried to follow. The 3 master and disciples then stopped by a breakfast shop, Bao No, and each ordered 5 bowls of thin porridge. The bald Zhao Shuo looked at Lu Zhao, thinking to himself, it's very obvious that the master has agreed to take action. After returning to the mansion yesterday, Zhao Shuo had heard his subordinates recount everything that had happened at the holy altar in detail. He was convinced that this master had broken De Kong's bewilderment into dreams, defeated the monk Kong Xuan himself, and subdued that she-devil. So at this moment, he only felt extreme reverence for Lu Zhao, not daring to delay, and immediately relayed the news that the high monk of the Buddhist sect possessed the royal token to the palace, notifying the important figures that he could not retrieve the token. Zhao Shuo turned his head to glance at Zhao Yanyer and Zhao Yue, secretly speculating that the woman with the golden lotus mark on her forehead was probably the she-devil of the evil sky pavilion. He thought for a moment and then nodded. The great master's cultivation is profound. With him here, even if the 4 fiends of the evil sky pavilion come, there will be someone to stem the tide. Wu Zhu shouted. Full check, please. Zhao Shuo knew his time had come. Master, let me get it. The guy Jiang Aijian next to him stood up happily and said, General Zhao, please pay for my table while you're at it. Then he turned to Lu Zhao and said, Master, I'll go with you. Zhao Shuo suspiciously said, This brother, we're going to catch a devil, aren't you afraid? At this time, the shopkeeper counted the money and said, Not enough. Zhao Shuo turned back and said to the shopkeeper, What's so much? Are you trying to break my bones? Give the customers a break when doing business. Jiang Aijian turned his face around, grinning, and said, Afraid, scared to death, but with the great master here, there definitely won't be anything to worry about. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and asked, Got any new information? Although Jiang Aijian was cunning and thick-skinned, he was extremely proficient in gathering information. Lu Zhao didn't care how he did it, as long as there were good results. Jiang Aijian jumped onto the carriage, looking ahead, but whispered, People from the palace have arrived? Lu Zhao said nothing, calmly stroking his beard. The Zhao Shu chased after him in a panic. "Wait for me," Jiang Aijian continued to inform. "The events at the Holy Altar were orchestrated by people in the palace. The Great Master disrupted their plans, so he'll probably receive a lot of complaints. But the Great Master's cultivation is profound. No matter how much they complain, they can't attack a high monk of the Buddhist sect." Lu Zhao, Zhao Yanher, and Zhao Yu nodded at the same time. The carriage sped up, rushing forward. Jiang Aijian looked around and said, "The fourth fiend, Ming Shiyin, cultivates the Qing Mu heart method. This cultivation method is extremely tricky. People of the same stage find it difficult to stop him. Later, when the Great Master meets him, you absolutely must not hold back. Just use one move to subdue him, and don't give him a chance to escape," Lu Zhao said calmly. "You seem to know the Evil Sky Pavilion very well." Jiang Aijian wore a confident expression and said, "I wouldn't dare to deceive you, Grandmaster. The first time Ji Tiandao was surrounded and attacked by the 10 great experts," he pointed at himself, "I was also present at the scene." Having said that, Jiang Aijian revealed an admiring expression. That battle was truly one of a kind. 10 great experts. Half were 6-leaf nascent souls, half were 7-leaf nascent souls. Yet they failed to capture Ji Tiandao, an 8-leaf nascent soul. Hearing these words, Lu Zhu's heart slightly trembled. But on the surface, he remained as calm as before. This information was already in Lu Zhu's mind, but he didn't expect Jiang Aijian to have witnessed that battle firsthand. It lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and they barely managed to force a draw. The old devil Ji Tiandao was injured, Jiang Aijian mumbled as he recounted. "Even now I still can't figure out why." A month later, the 10 great experts were utterly defeated in their second siege of Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhao didn't respond to this topic and asked, "Are you very afraid of him?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Aijian sighed. "Ever since I witnessed that great battle, I vowed to stay as far away from this person as possible. He is extremely terrifying. Such a heaven-defying person shouldn't exist in this world." Poofed, ha ha. Zhao Yanher couldn't hold it in and covered her mouth, bursting into laughter. She was rolling around with laughter. Jiang Aijian wasn't surprised, as he had been ridiculed by this little girl many times, so he simply ignored her. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, gaped in astonishment, unsure whether to laugh or not. After a moment, Zhao Shuo's voice rang out, "Stop the carriage!" The carriage came to a complete halt. Jiang Aijian jumped out of the carriage, and Lu Zhou also got out. When he saw the chaotic scene before him and the heads hanging on the city walls, he was stunned, saying, "How ruthless!" He looked up at the bloody heads hanging there. Zhao Shuo clenched his fist and frowned, saying, "The devil must be nearby. I've contacted several Divine Tribunal Realm cultivators to search for his location, and we should have news soon." Lu Zhao said, "Is it you dying again as a bandit? This isn't important." Zhao Shuo righteously said, "As long as we can capture that devil, I'm willing to pay any price." Lu Zhao turned his head to look at Zhao Shuo, shook his head, and felt that further explanation would be meaningless. A soldier then presented a sword. "General, your sword of justice." Suddenly in the sky, several cultivators flew past overhead. A wildly mocking laugh echoed, "You think you can catch me? Dream on. The Evil Sky Pavilion's devil is escaping." Jiang Aijian was about to turn and run when Lu Zhao pulled him back. "No need to be afraid, the devil is here." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. I'm not scared." Jiang Aijian scratched his head. The wild laughter continued to echo. A man in white robes with flowing black hair and eerie eyes was flying low and fast, occasionally laughing mockingly and provoking the cultivators chasing behind him. "Come on, come here and chase me, chase me, chase me." Zhao Shuo's eyes widened, and he drew his sword, piaft. Zhao Shuo raised his voice and said, "Grandmaster, the safety of the people of Runan City is entrusted to you." Jiang Aijian saw Zhao Shuo draw the sword of justice, and his aura surged, and he praised, "General Zhao, a fine sword." Lu Zhao calmly looked at Ming Shiyin rushing towards them, and the 4 or 5 cultivators chasing behind him, his face remaining expressionless. Jiang Aijian didn't seem too conflicted either. With the Grandmaster holding down the fort, he wasn't too panicked. It's just that he usually prefers to observe from the corner, and this was the first time he was openly standing to watch. Ha ha ha. Ming Xinyan's laughter grew closer and closer. "I'm tired of playing. I'm not playing with you anymore." Whoosh! His figure shot away like lightning. From a distance of several hundred meters, he instantly flew above the crowd. Nascent divinity realm, Jiang Aijian startled, reminding them. Too fast. Only a nascent divinity realm can unleash such speed. Jiang Aijian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Even though they were both early-stage nascent divinity realm experts, he felt that the people from the evil sky pavilion were much more powerful than him. The crowd looked up at Ming Shiyin, who was rapidly approaching. Zhao Shuo shouted loudly, "You evil sky pavilion scum, meet your death!" The long sword in his hand was thrown into the air, and violent qi swirled around it. Jiang Aijian cheered. "General Zhao, a fine sword!" Zhao Shuo yelled. "The strongest attack of the Sword of Justice. Strike west." Zhao Shu launched a sword strike towards Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped, turned his eyes towards Zhao Shuo, and laughed loudly. With a wave of his palm, boom! The long sword shattered into pieces. "Such tricks are useless against me. Where are you?" The triumphant Ming Shiyin suddenly froze. "Huh, doesn't that old man look like Master?" Zhao Shu was frightened and retreated backward. He thought he had angered the devil and caught Ming Xiyin's attention, so he quickly turned back to stand next to Lu Jiao. "This is that devil who kills without blinking an eye." Jiang Aijian panicked. "Not good, the devil is coming down," Ming Xiyin shouted. "Master?" Jiang Aijian trembled and wondered. "Master?" Jiang Aijian turned his head to look at the Grandmaster. Why is the Grandmaster so calm? Little Yan Shi, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Aijian's expression. Lu Jiao calmly stroked his beard, not paying any attention at all. It would be one thing if other disciples didn't recognize him. After all, the reversal card had made him much younger. But how could Ming Shiyin not recognize him? Ming Shiyin raised his eyebrows. Then his expression drastically changed, and he hurriedly dispersed the qi throughout his body. Ming Shiyin's descent to the ground shocked everyone. He immediately ran towards the crowd, then quickly knelt down on the ground. "Disciple greets master." Jiang Aijian was dumbfounded. Zhao Shuo was also confused, not understanding what was happening. Lu Zhu waved his hand. "Stand up." Ming Shiyin revealed a flattering smile. The arrogant and fierce demeanor he had just displayed completely vanished without a trace. Ming Shiyin cautiously asked, "Weren't we supposed to meet at Yunlai Inn, master? Why are you here?" Before Lu Jiao could open his mouth, Zhao Shuo's eyes widened, and he stumbled backward, stuttering. You! Little Yanner angrily said, You what? You've insulted my master 5 or 7 times with your nonsense. See if I don't rip out your tongue." Jiang Aijian's jaw dropped. Now things are bad. Is it still too late to run? Before he could do anything, the young man had been caught by little Yanner with a bright smile. Zhao Shuo's panicked expression caught Ming Xiyin's attention. And being the clever person he was, he immediately understood, standing in front of Lu Jiao. "Master, do you need me to kill this person?" Jiang Aijian felt a chill run down his spine and took a step back. Little Yanker excitedly reported, "Master, this shameless guy wants to run." Jiang Aijian waved his hands repeatedly. "I regret it. I'm guilty. My eyes were blind and couldn't see Mount Tai. Please, great ones, treat me like a fart and let me go, okay?" Little Yanner felt extremely gratified. "Your face is so thick. Let me see how my master teaches you a lesson." Ming Xinyin turned around, looking at Jiang Aijian with suspicion, and asked, "Master, do you need me to kill this person? Can't he think of anything other than killing people?" Everyone's eyes were glued to Lu Jiao. He remained unfazed, glanced at Ming Xinyin, and slowly said, "No need to make such a fuss." Ming Xinyin bowed deeply. "Your disciple understands, master." Lu Jiao asked, "There are rumors saying you've been kidnapping young ladies. Is there any truth to that?" Ming Xinyin knelt down again and kowtowed repeatedly. "This disciple is innocent. They were captured by bandits, and I just happened to be passing by and rescued them." The young man continued, raising his hand to swear. "This disciple is acting on behalf of the heavens, upholding justice, and doing good deeds." He deliberately shouted the 8 words "acting on behalf of the heavens, upholding justice" at the top of his lungs. The people nearby frowned. Jiang Aijian was speechless. A devil from the wicked demon heaven pavilion doing good deeds? "Yeah, right, I'll believe that when pigs fly," Ming Xinyin continued. "If master doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate. A simple inquiry will clear things up." "Get up," Lu Jiao said. not really caring about those matters. Whether he does good deeds or not isn't important. As long as he doesn't cause a ruckus everywhere like before, stirring up trouble, that's enough. Not every time will there be a powerful master to clean up after him. Lu Zhao looked at Zhao Shu. General Zhao! Zhao Shu's whole body flinched. He felt himself trembling uncontrollably. This was the most powerful devil in the world. Would this stop him? Lu Zhao's gaze was profound, making Zhao Shuo's heart tremble. Let's drop this matter here, what do you say? Just then, the Shenting realm cultivators who had been chasing Ming Shiyin earlier arrived. Being one realm lower, their pursuit speed was much slower. General Zhao, perfect timing. Where is the Buddhist monk? They assumed the Buddhist monk would be wearing a kasaya, bald-headed, with a white beard. So they didn't notice the only old man, Lu Ju, standing in the crowd. Zhao Shu coughed and whispered, "Retreat! Retreat!" The Shenting realm cultivators were stunned. No way! We've chased him for so long to stop that devil. How can we just let them go? Jiang Aijian wanted to cry, seeing these reckless Shenting realm cultivators. He felt he was just as foolish as them before. Ming Shiyin bowed and said, "Master, these people don't appreciate a polite invitation, so they want a toast by force. I ask Master to allow me to teach them a lesson." The 5 Shenting realm cultivators' eyes widened. In reality, they had only been half-heartedly chasing him. With their cultivation levels, how could they dare truly fight him to the death, even if Ming Xinyin's cultivation hadn't reached the nascent divinity realm? Now the devil they'd been chasing all day was calling an old man master. Did they even need to guess who this old man was? The 5 men looked even more nervous than Zhao Shuo. Sweat poured down their faces. Lu Zhao shook his head. A small punishment will suffice. This disciple obeys. As Ming Shiyin raised his head, Zhao Shuo was the first to flee, running for his life. The other 5 also desperately ran away. Ming Shiyin took 30 meters in one step, leaving after images as he chased them. The scene finally quieted down. Jiang Aijian seized the chance to run away quickly. Lu Zhao turned, looked at Jiang Aijian, and patted his shoulder like a grandpa comforting his grandson. "Don't be nervous. Don't rush." "Well, Grandmaster, no. Senior Ji," Jiang Aijian swallowed, his whole body leaning away involuntarily. "About that, can I take it back? Am I that scary?" Lu Zhao clearly remembered Jiang Aijian once saying that the person he feared the most was Ji Tiandao. Jiang Aijian thought one thing but answered another. No. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "I've always valued promises. Similarly, I hate people who break their word the most." Jiang Aijian sobbed. "But you didn't clearly state your identity," Lu Zhao retorted. "Did you ask me?" From beginning to end, he hadn't admitted his identity as the senior monk. Jiang Aijian carefully recalled, and it seemed he really hadn't. "I've been tricked. Sigh, what unlucky 8 lifetimes. One careless step, and I've boarded a pirate ship. Even if I escape now, just thinking about having to live in hiding, fearing being caught again, makes me uncomfortable." A moment later, Ming Shiyin returned, cupping his hands to Lu Zhao. "Master." Lu Zhao nodded and said, "Take Zhao Yu back and confine her to the Bihu cave for repentance." This disciple obeys. Ming Shiyin approached Zhao Yanhe and looked at Zhao Yue. When he saw the golden lotus mark on her forehead, he showed a look of surprise. "It's indeed witchcraft," Zhao Yanhe said. "Senior brother, 5th senior sister's cultivation has been sealed. If Master hadn't arrived in time..." Quote. She didn't finish her sentence. Jiang Aijian overheard and thought, after all this time it turns out the boss came to save his disciple? What a punishment for the female devil. We were overthinking it. Lu Zhao waved his hand, and Baizine descended from the sky. Seeing the legendary mount appear, Jiang Aijian's eyes widened. He wasn't as passionate about mounts as he was about swords, but he understood how difficult it was to have 2 legendary mounts, worthy of the master of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, worthy of the #1 devil who dominates the world. Ming Shiyin asked in disbelief, "Master, are you letting me ride Bai Zi back?" Lu Zhao waved his hand. "Go!" Ming Shiyin was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. "Thank you, Master." Zhao Yue bowed low and said to Lu Zhuao, "This disciple knows she has made a great mistake. Upon returning to Jinting Mountain, this disciple will definitely repent. The two climbed onto Baizi's back and left. Xiao Yanjie came to Lu Zhao's side and asked, "Master, where are we going now?" Lu Zhao flicked her forehead and scolded, "This master has important matters to attend to." Yes. Lu Zhujiao turned his head and looked at Jiang Aijian, who was forcing a smile. He didn't say anything, just looked calmly at Jiang Aijian, who continued to force a smile. Just then, Lu Zhao shook his head helplessly and said, "What a pity." Zhao Yanhe shook her head, not understanding. "Master, what do you regret? This person is very clever and very careful." Lu Zhao said coldly to Jiang Aijian, "If he didn't appear here, where would he go?" Jiang Aijian suddenly realized and quickly flew into the sky, observing the surroundings. Unfortunately, he didn't spot anyone. Afterward, he landed and said to Lu Zhao, "Senior, do you mean someone from the palace is watching us?" Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "This old man is just speculating." Jiang Aijian grinned. "What do you think?" Lu Zhao continued to stroke his beard and told Jiang Aijian, "You still won't admit it." Jiang Aijian was secretly shocked, looking at Lu Zhao in disbelief. His heart skipped a beat, and his legs went weak. Jiang Aijian forced a smile. "Senior Ji, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Lu Zhao pointed directly at him and said, "You are from the palace?" He said it in a declarative tone, not a question, because he was certain of Jiang Aijian's identity. Jiang Aijian's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He forced a stiff smile. "How could I be from the palace?" Lu Zhao didn't bother refuting him. Jiang Aijian was a smart person, so he didn't need to say much. He knew what the monks of Dakong Temple wanted to do. He knew what would happen at the grand ceremony, and he knew that Zhuo Ping was from the palace. Most importantly, on the carriage he had said, "People from the palace have arrived." This old man knows the matters of the holy altar like the back of his hand, and even knows the schemes of the people in the palace. Lu Zhao let Ming Xiyin ride Bai Zhe away, while he stayed behind. But that expert from the palace never showed up, obviously recognizing his identity and not daring to get involved. This was enough to prove that someone had been constantly sending them information. News about that devil woman, Zhao Yu, is spreading like wildfire. Especially after Jiang Aijian found out Lu Zhao is the master of the Dark Hall, he totally freaked out, messing up the palace's plans. He was panicking. All signs pointed to Jiang Aijian being a palace insider. Lu Zhao just coolly said, "My stance has always been clear. You're a smart guy. You get what I'm saying, right?" Lu Zhao was feeling himself like, "Damn, I'm smooth," and little Zhao Yanxue was just fawning, "Master, you're so smart." Jiang Aijian got serious, like, beating around the bush, trying to fish in troubled waters. It's just wasting our time. He sighed. "Senior Ji, you've got good eyes." Lu Zhao just stood there with his hands behind his back, saying nothing. Jiang Aijian continued, "But you only guessed half right, old senior. I did come from the palace, but that's in the past. I left that place a long time ago. Too much drama in that palace. Not my style." He sighed again, not even trying to be funny this time. In the palace, it's either everyone's at each other's throats, or everyone's lying and scheming. Old senior, you believe me, right? He probably felt ridiculous telling all this to Lu Zhao, since he is known as a devil. Lu Zhao gave a non-committal reply. "This old man will make his own judgments." Jiang Aijian shook his head like, "Whatever, everyone's got their own thing. I like the outside world. Being free and easy, no strings attached. Some of my buddies like staying in the palace. When we have time, we'll drink and admire flowers, and they'll casually drop some palace gossip." And just like that, things started making sense. I mean, how else would a loose cultivator like Jiang Aijian know the palace's plans inside and out? Sadly, some of my friends wanted out too late, some are still power-hungry, and some, well, they're dead. Lu Zhao chimed in. "Their life and death has nothing to do with me." Jiang Aijian nodded. "True, palace life is way more complicated than out here, old senior. Now that you know my background, does our deal still stand?" Jiang Aijian took a deep breath, asking super carefully. Jiang Aijian values his life. He was totally on guard while saying that, expecting Lu Zhao might just make a move. Lu Zhao just calmly shook his head. "Go ahead and try me. Dude's trapped on this pirate ship now, no getting off." Jiang Aijian was internally facepalming. Ugh, the truth hurts. But if anyone else knew, my head would be on the chopping block. "This old man doesn't care about that," Lu Zhao said. Jiang Aijian, you're so good at staying alive, what do you need my help for? Lu Xiao turned to face him. As long as you don't go against the Dark Hall, I don't care what you do. Special talents deserve more freedom. Then, Lu Xiao continued. You come from the palace, so you should be familiar with the Dark Hall's style. Jiang Aijian nodded and sighed. Alright, fine. What about that nice sword you promised me, old senior? Of course you'll get it. Jiang Aijian hugged his sword and snapped his fingers. Alright, it's settled then. Lu Xiao nodded, satisfied. He casually waved his sleeve, and his mount, Bian, trotted over all majestic. I don't care about the palace's issues, but their infighting better not involve the Dark Hall. Jiang Aijian froze, just blankly staring. Xiao Yanhair stuck her tongue out at Jiang Aijian and made a face. Hear that? If you don't, we'll beat you to death. NYA, NYA, NYA. Jiang Aijian was sweating bullets, not daring to say a word. Bian took to the skies, zooming back to the Dark Hall like lightning. Only then did Jiang Aijian collapse to the ground. What he didn't expect was that the old senior didn't ask anything about the palace. It's probably for the best. There are a lot of things he can't tell. On the way back to Dark Hall, Lu Zhu checks the system panel. Accumulated merit points, 500. Recruiting an informant gained an additional 500 merit points. Not bad. After all, this is a win-win collaboration. Someone like Jiang Aijian isn't suitable as a subordinate to be ordered around. Master, are we really not going to the divine capital? Zhao Yannier whispered. Lu Zhao scolded. You only know how to play around. You're so annoying, Zhao Yannier muttered. Master, that Jiang Aijian isn't trustworthy. As your master, I know that he is in service of some big shot in the palace. How could he be willing to work for me? Xiao Yannier was thinking. Then Lu Zhao scolded her. Still, Lu Zhu was a little pleased. For Zhao Yanhair to think that much was already a huge improvement from before. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fierce Tiger Gang, 7th brother, your intelligence network spans the whole world, and the information you collect is always reliable, Zhu Honggong said. But is the news from the Holy Altar wrong? How could there be a Buddhist monk? At most, Grand Kong Temple's Kong Xuan is just a fourth-leaf nascent soul realm. How could he take Zhao Yu away in front of the orthodox and demonic sects? I don't believe it no matter what. The one sitting squarely on the throne is not Shiwang Zhu Honggong, who makes people's names scared, but the leader of the Darknet, Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai calmly replied, It wasn't Kong Xuan. He was killed by a Buddhist monk. Zhu Honggong was shocked. Kong Xuan is dead. How could that be? Zhu Honggong jumped up, scattering the game pieces everywhere. Sorry, brother, didn't mean to. It's all right, Si Wuyai said. My intelligence network is always reliable. But those bald donkeys from Grand Kong Temple used a hypnotic chanting technique that made it impossible for my men to get close. They could only watch from afar. But from their descriptions, whoever used the Great Vajra Wheelhand Seal must be a high-ranking Buddhist monk. Zhu Honggong scratched his head. Kong Xuan died at the hands of his own people. That sounds a little absurd to me. Just as the two were discussing the matter, a cultivator dressed in dark robes rushed in and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the sect leader, sword fanatic Chen Wenji has been killed by the Sword Devil Senior. Si Wuyai wasn't surprised. All right, I know. Zhu Honggong's jaw dropped. Sect leader, I have another matter to report. Speak. Ren Buping, sect leader of the Devil Slaughter sect, has emerged from seclusion. Si Wuyai suddenly stood up, staring straight ahead. Did he break through? This subordinate doesn't know. Any movements from the demonic blood sect? No movements as of yet. Will report immediately if anything changes. Understood. In recent years, the demonic blood sect has been expanding its influence. Many experts have joined, making them even more powerful. Si Wuyai has known this for a while. There are rumors about the demonic blood sect leader Ren Buping being in seclusion to cultivate, claiming his cultivation is improving daily. But who knows what's really true? The demonic blood sect's expansion is affecting the dark web and even the Yuming sect. That's why he planted spies there, to observe Ren Buping's every move. It's not just Ren Buping who's in seclusion. Kong Yuan of the Great Emptiness Temple, Luo Jingkong, the former sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, and Cheng Jian, a Confucian expert who failed to besiege Golden Court Mountain, are all in seclusion, hoping to break through. But things are different now. Great cultivators are appearing without breakthroughs. If Ren Buping breaks through, What will he do? Continue expanding or seek revenge on the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Si Wuyai turned to look at Zhu Honggong. Eighth, what are you thinking about? Zhu Honggong put on a profound expression, as if seriously contemplating. I was wondering, is that Buddhist monk who used the great Vajra wheel hand seal someone sent to help Master? Our Master has always looked down on teaming up, but things are different now, it's possible. Speaking of which, Si Wuyai changed the subject. Oh, and it seems the Demon Heaven Pavilion has some new additions. Old Eighth's eyes lit up. Master took in more disciples. Not really disciples, just expanding the workforce. Also, the barrier around Golden Court Mountain has been restored, but I don't know why. We'll talk about other matters when his time of tribulation arrives. Zhu Honggong immediately deflated. Expanding the workforce? Seventh senior brother? Should we go back to the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Si Wuyai didn't answer, just calmly stared at Old Eighth, making Zhu Honggong tremble and shut his mouth. Alas, the awkward junior brothers in the secret chamber of Demon Heaven Pavilion on Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhao checked his merit points, 0 points. This trip to the Holy Altar didn't yield much merit. 5,000 points. Barely enough to buy the 4-symbol skyscraping Dharma body. He could directly increase his cultivation, but the question is, should he use all his merit points to buy the Dharma body? Doesn't feel worth it. Lu Zhao calculated in his mind. His luck with the lottery was even worse than last time. He spent 66 luck points and only got a reversal card. Of course, sometimes he could win right away, but his merit points were just enough for 5,000 points. He didn't have enough for even one lottery draw, so he should be cautious. Golden Court Mountain is very safe now, and he can gradually earn merit points. Lu Zhao decided to increase his cultivation first. Item cards are only suitable for one-on-one battles anyway. He was lucky to succeed on this trip to the Holy Altar. In a normal situation, who would give you a chance for a one-on-one fight? To be more cautious, he chose not to draw the lottery. Lu Zhou decided to buy the 4-symbol skyscraping Dharma body. Ding! Acquired the 4-symbol skyscraping Dharma body. The system's prompt sounded. The previous Dharma body he was using, the 3 flowers gather on crown, immediately disappeared, replaced by the 4-symbol skyscraping. He felt the vital energy in his body being guided by the new Dharma body, becoming as turbulent as a great flood, rushing into his dantian and qi. The vital energy in his body rapidly expanded, easily breaking through the barrier of the intermediate knowing self stage, entering the peak knowing self stage. Immediately after, his dantian and qi were replenished again, becoming full. Humans standing in heaven and earth are like containers, and how much vital energy they can hold is determined by the capacity of the container. Meridians and the dantian qi are the most crucial points, determining the strength of a cultivator. But Lu Zhao wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was the most powerful devil in the world. His dantian and meridians had been transformed and tempered long ago. When the replenished vital energy entered his dantian qi, it surged like the Yellow River, unstoppable. His cultivation began to skyrocket. Lu Zhao sat cross-legged, extremely focused on raising his realm, not daring to be careless in the slightest. At the same time, he also understood that when he initially obtained the system, his cultivation was already at the 9th level of body tempering, tendon and bone training. The heavenly Dapio had already done all of that, so he didn't need to train it. Reaching the 5 apertures of profound connection and the knowing self stage was almost entirely training of willpower. The vast ocean stage required opening the 8 extraordinary meridians, which the heavenly Tao had also completed long ago. In other words, his current cultivation advancement was entirely determined by the level of his Dharma body and the amount of vital energy contained within his body. He didn't have to worry about not being able to open the 8 extraordinary meridians. As long as his Dharma body and vital energy were sufficient, he could advance to the vast ocean stage. 8 Extraordinary Meridians Heavenly Book, Lu Zhuoju murmured. The Heavenly Book. He didn't know why, but he felt that cultivating the Heavenly Book at this moment would make it easier to calm his mind and spirit, easier to discard distractions. The Heavenly Book interface opened, and those obscure characters came into view. After Ming Xiyin locked Zhao Yu in the cave to reflect on her mistakes, he had been guarding the cave, pacing back and forth. Zhao Yue entered the cave and saw Ye Tiangxin with her snow-white hair, her face and skin also incredibly white, which frightened her, Ming Xiyin explained. Junior sister Tiangxin's cultivation was abolished by Master. Without cultivation her body's functions will weaken, so she has become like this. Zhao Yu was secretly terrified. Abolished her cultivation. Such a severe punishment. She suddenly felt very fortunate. Fortunate that she still had her cultivation. Zhao Yun wasn't as steadfast and courageous as Ye Tiangxin. She felt that without cultivation, it was no different from being dead. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel emotional. Fortunately, she didn't make such a big mistake as junior sister Ye Tiangxin. Junior sister Zhao Yu, it is already extremely fortunate that you were able to return safely from Master's hands this time. Master told me to lock you here to reflect on your mistakes. Don't blame me, your senior brother. Zhao Yu nodded and said, Junior sister is grateful to senior brother. How could I blame senior brother? Compared to their master, who was always erratic, she preferred to interact with senior brother. At least she wouldn't have to be constantly on edge, afraid that saying the wrong thing would lead to being beaten or punished. At this time, Ye Tiangxin reluctantly raised her head. She was very tired, looking towards Zhao Yue. Although she was very weak now, a hint of surprise still appeared in her eyes. Witchcraft? Ming Shiyin nodded and said, It is indeed witchcraft. Junior sister Tiangxin has been wandering outside for several years, and seems to have gained quite a bit of knowledge. Ye Tiangxin laughed sadly. Witchcraft that binds cultivators is difficult to undo. It's no different from being a cultivator who had their cultivation abolished like me, haha. I have this outcome, now it's Zhao Yu's turn. Who will be next? Zhao Yu felt puzzled and asked, Junior sister, things have come to this. Why do you still hate Master so much? She saw that Ye Tiangxin's face was frighteningly white as a sheet of paper. Ming Shiyin helplessly shook his head. Junior sister Tiangxin, are you really willing to spend your whole life in this cave, reflecting on your mistakes? To put it bluntly, if you don't turn back, you will never be able to leave this place. In your current state, everyone might as well consider you dead. Ming Shiyin shook his head. Stubborn. Outside, there was a sudden resonance of vital energy. Ming Shiyin frowned. Be good and reflect on your mistakes inside. I will come to visit you every day. Zhao Yue nodded and said, Farewell, senior brother, and thank you for your guidance. Zhao Yue gained 100 merit points, and her loyalty increased by 5%. Ming Shiyin stepped outside, suspiciously looking towards the source of the resonance. Demon Heaven Pavilion? Although the range of the vital energy resonance is very small, but he could still sense someone activating their meridians within the Demon Sky Pavilion. How could a cultivator from the Pranava Ocean Realm sneak into Golden Court Mountain? Ming Shiyin was confused. Either way, how could the Demon Sky Pavilion let some riffraff sneak in? They've got some nerve. Let me see how I clean you up. 30 yards in one step, he left behind trails of afterimages. Seriously. The Demon Sky Pavilion is on Golden Court Mountain. It's not a place for any Tom, Dick, or Harry to be mucking about. What kind of image is that? If Master blames him, he's screwed. Last time, when the barrier around Golden Court Mountain was destroyed, allowing Zhu Jifeng to sneak in and ambush Master, he was already lucky enough to avoid punishment. But if something like this happens again, even Ming Shiyin feels like blowing his top. Senior brother number 4 just happened to be passing by the back mountain. Zhu Jifeng was, after all, once the most senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a cultivator of the Divine Tribunal realm, and one of the prominent figures in the cultivation world. Seeing this strange phenomenon at the Demon Sky Pavilion and spotting Ming Shiyin passing by, he couldn't help but ask. Ming Shiyin roared, Get lost! I'll deal with you later! Zhu Jifeng jumped back. The sonic waves from the energy almost made his ears fall off, forcing him to retreat several steps. Then he stood there dumbfounded. Demonic. A demonic cultivator. Doesn't the Demon Sky Pavilion have even one normal person? As Ming Shiyin entered the Demon Sky Pavilion, he saw Zhao Yancher strolling in the courtyard and rushed over. Little junior sister, did you see any cultivators from outside sneaking into the Demon Sky Pavilion? Zhao Yancher said, puzzled. Nope. What's wrong, senior brother? Ming Shinyin's figure flickered, darting back and forth through the pavilion, his speed as fast as a ghost, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Zhao Yanher's eyes went blurry. She seemed to find it fun, and clapped her hands. Master's Azure Wood spell is so amazing. Whoosh! Ming Shiyin flashed in front of Zhao Yanher. all the other afterimages vanishing instantly. He looked at Zhao Yanhe sincerely. "Really, you didn't see anything? Really didn't see anything?" Zhao Yanhe poked her 2 index fingers together, looking at her senior brother with a blank expression. "Where's Master?" "Resting." Zhao Yanhe pointed towards the secret chamber. Although it was called a secret chamber, it was also where Lu Zhao rested, where he ate, drank, and lived his daily life within the Demon Sky Pavilion. Ming Xinyin looked suspiciously at the secret chamber, then took a step forward. Zhao Yanhe stopped Ming Xinyin. "Senior brother, Master said no one is allowed to disturb him." Ming Xinyin raised his hand, signaling her to be quiet, whispering, "I'm just taking a peek." As he spoke, he cautiously approached the secret chamber. He was convinced that the source of the aura originated from the secret chamber. Could it be that the thief sneaked into Maester's secret chamber while Maester wasn't there? Or is there something else going on? He tiptoed forward. At the same time, Lu Zhao was focusing all his attention on improving his cultivation. Inside the secret chamber, it was quiet and still. The aura that had erupted just now caused his energy to flow through all 8 extraordinary meridians. But what Lu Zhao found strange was that although all 8 meridians had been opened during Ji Tiandao's time, he felt that after the energy passed through the 8 meridians, its power was greatly reduced, like the drainage ditches had been completely dug. But the energy was only equal to a bucket of water. According to the usual cultivation sequence, first you open the Ren and Du meridians, then the Chang meridian, Dai meridian, Yangwei meridian, Yinwei meridian, Yangqiao meridian, and Yinqiao meridian. You need enough energy to unlock the 8 meridians, and the more meridians you open, the higher your cultivation level will be. Lu Zhao was the opposite. The level of his Dharma body was too low to limit the amount of energy in his body. A second-level Pranava ocean realm could cultivate the 5 elements initial stage. A 4th level could cultivate 6 combos, Liu separation, and an 8th level Pranava ocean realm could cultivate 7-star soul shift. In this realm, he needed 3 different Dharma bodies, and their strength was worlds apart. Moreover, Lu Ju's Dharma body was currently only 4 images. Lu Juju didn't stop cultivating, but continued to comprehend the celestial book. Just like usual, whenever he concentrated all his attention on it, he would be immersed in it, unable to restrain himself. It was obviously a very boring thing. He couldn't understand it no matter how hard he looked, but he enjoyed this feeling very much. Soon after, that faint, clear feeling reappeared from the Dantian, ran into the 8 extraordinary meridians, spread throughout his body, and his heart was as calm as water, and his mind was extremely clear. "You, Master?" Ming Xinyin's voice suddenly came from the side. Ming Xinyin had arrived in front of the secret chamber, peeking through the crack, wanting to see what was going on. But the door of the secret chamber could not be compared with the ordinary door of the common people. It was airtight, so Ming Xinyin couldn't see anything. So he had to try calling out. Immediately, a loud, deep shout came from the secret chamber, and a wave of energy mixed with extremely powerful sonic waves surged out. Boom! Ming Xinyin was blown away by a wave of sound, his face full of horror. With his cultivation of the nascent divinity realm, he was actually knocked back by a wave of sound, and he didn't even have time to react. Xiao Yanhe looked in surprise as her senior brother flew in the air for a full 10 meters before falling with a thud. Ming Xiyin wanted to crash into the railing. "Holy moly, stop!" Zhu Honggong shouted. "Senior brother number 4, don't crash. The railing will break." Ming Xiyin mobilized his energy to stop forcefully. Ming Xiyin repeatedly kowtowed. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple suspected that someone had invaded Golden Court Mountain. "Please forgive me, Master." The Demon Sky Pavilion was completely silent. Lu Zhu was surprised by the sound wave just now. He could feel that the sound wave was very strong. But this was not something that a cultivator who had just stepped into the Pranava Ocean realm like him could produce. The Pranava Ocean realm was 2 realms lower than the nascent divinity realm. How could he knock down Ming Xiyin? Was this kid acting? Lu Zhao slowly stood up. Even more suspicious in his heart, Ming Xiyin knelt on the ground, occasionally looking up at the secret chamber. He was surprised that his master was so powerful and confused as to why his master had not yet come out, and at the same time he was also using his spiritual sense to check the surrounding environment. There were no enemies sneaking in, nor was there any other movement. It was really strange. Just as he was wondering, the sound of a mechanism operating came. Whir! The stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Lu Zhao put his hands behind his back and walked out slowly, his face still as expressionless as ever. Ming Xinyin quickly said in a loud voice, "Master's power is unmatched. Disciple could not resist one move of your sound attack." Xiao Yanhe ran over to support. Master, you're out." Lu Zhao's eyes looked at Ming Xinyin. Fourth child, Ming Xinyin, cupping his fist. Yes. There were hidden daggers in Lu Zhao's words. Not bad acting. Hearing this, Ming Xinyin was dumbfounded. What do you mean, not bad acting? Lu Zhao said calmly. Since you like acting so much, go to the cave to face the wall and repent for 3 days. Ming Xinyin was confused and quickly explained. Every word your disciple said was the truth, I didn't pretend. Lu Zhao said blandly. Are you questioning your teacher? Does a master need a reason to punish a disciple? No need. It's perfectly justified. Ming Xinyin obediently went to receive his punishment, even tying himself up with a rope. This disciple wouldn't dare. This disciple accepts the punishment and will go reflect on his mistakes immediately. Lu Zhao originally thought this lesson would earn him merit points, but the system didn't even bother to acknowledge it. Dissatisfied. Next time, I'll punish you even more severely. Ming Xinyin couldn't help but shake his head as he entered the reflection cave, sighing inwardly. I thought Master was different now, but it seems I was just overthinking things. Master is still the same as before. Unpredictable and moody. With a quick move, he dashed into the reflection cave, which was freezing cold and very uncomfortable. Was my performance good? Ming Xinyin scratched his head under his blanket, still puzzled. He saw Zhao Yu hiding in a corner, shivering. Zhao Yu had no cultivation. How could she withstand the cold here? Ming Xinyin pushed the earlier incident out of his mind and said to Zhao Yu, Junior sister, don't blame senior brother for not being able to help you. Senior brother visiting me is already very kind. How would I dare ask senior brother to take action? Zhao Yu finished speaking and turned to look at Ye Tiangxin, worried that junior sister Tiangxin wouldn't be able to endure any longer. Ye Tiangxin hung her head low, appearing utterly listless from being locked in the cave for so long, her whole body in a daze, nearly completely unconscious. Although her cultivation had been abolished by Master, she still had her foundation. The reflection cave, no matter how cold, shouldn't be able to kill her. Ming Xinyin was suspicious. He darted quickly toward Ye Tiangxin. As soon as he helped Ye Tiangxin up, he was startled, almost pushing her away, because he discovered that Ye Tiangxin's skin was extremely pale, as white jade. And her hair was much more silver than the last time he visited. Without cultivation, bodily functions would weaken, but not to this extent. What had happened? Zhao Yue asked. Fourth senior brother, what's wrong with junior sister Tiangxin? Ming Xinyin frowned. In any case, this is definitely not normal. I'm not sure. I've never seen a situation like this. It's not like she's injured, nor is it a consequence of having her cultivation abolished. Take a look. Ming Xinyin stepped aside to allow Zhao Yu to observe. Ye Tiangxin's skin didn't have any wrinkles, and was still very smooth and supple, just as white jade. As for why she was unconscious, he wasn't sure. Junior sister Zhao Yue, take care of her, okay? I'm going to plead with Master. Zhao Yue worried. Senior brother, junior sister Tiangxin committed a grave mistake. What if Master is heartless and doesn't care about her anymore? What should we do? She felt that Ye Tiangxin's condition wasn't just from having her cultivation abolished. The situation was critical. Ming Xinyin had no choice but to leave the reflection cave himself to beg for forgiveness. He saw the female cultivators of the Yanyu Palace busy outside and called out, Prepare a stretcher! The female cultivators were curious. Fourth young master, what do you need a stretcher for? Just do it. Why ask so much? Ming Xinyin didn't have time to explain to them. His soft shout made the female cultivators a little nervous. Air out my blankets for me. I'll come to your room to get them tonight. During this time, the female cultivators of the Yanyu Palace, besides cleaning and repairing the buildings of Golden Court Mountain every day, all resided in the West Pavilion. Although the temperaments of the demonic heads of the Demon Sky Pavilion were all strange, it was still much better than losing their lives. Of course, Ming Xinyin's orders were obeyed. Before long, Ming Xinyin arrived at the main hall of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Seeing that Master and Xiao Yanhe were still there eating melon, he quickened his pace, Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow. This fourth one really isn't convinced. Ming Xinyan didn't think much and directly knelt down, saying, "Master, junior sister Tiangxin is in trouble." He didn't say anything else besides this. Ming Xinyan banged his head, breaking the melon, but didn't beg or speak ill of her. He only obediently knelt there, waiting for Master's reply. Ming Xinyan didn't know what Master was really thinking. Did he want to torture her so she'd rather be dead? Or did he just want to take this opportunity to severely punish her? If it was the former, no matter how much he begged, there would be no result. But if it was the latter, she would still have hope of survival. Without knowing Maester's attitude, Ming Xinyan didn't dare to plead rashly. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "Has she thought things through during this time?" This matter was extremely vexing in Ming Xinyan's heart. He often visited Ye Tiangxin in the reflection cave, but she was more stubborn than he expected. As for thinking things through or not, she didn't even consider turning back. Xiao Yanjie just stood to the side, watching and not daring to say anything. Lu Zhao shook his head. He once again searched his mind for things related to Ye Tiangxin, but unfortunately he still didn't gain anything. Lu Zhao didn't make a decision immediately, but left the Demon Sky Pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Yanjie quickly helped Ming Xinyan up. Fourth senior brother, quickly get up. Seeing this, Ming Xinyan was overjoyed and hurriedly followed behind. When they arrived at the back mountain, Lu Zhu saw that the female cultivators of the Yanyu Palace had gathered together with a stretcher. When they saw him, they all knelt down at the same time. What are these idiot Yanyu Palace people doing? Lu Zhuzhao ignored them and walked straight toward the reflection cave. The others had no choice but to get up and follow him. Seeing that Lu Zhao really went to the reflection cave, the Yanyu Palace female cultivators knelt down again, begging him for forgiveness. Before Lu Zhuzhao could speak, Ming Xinyan said in a deep voice, "Don't cause any more trouble. 3 or 4 of you stay here, the rest of you go do what you need to do." Yes. Originally, he wanted to tell them to get lost, but Master was here, so he didn't dare cause any trouble. Lu Zhao entered the cave, with Xiao Yanhe closely following behind. Disciple greets Master. Zhao Yue endured the cold and knelt down to salute. Lu Zhao waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to kneel, and then walked toward the corner of the cave. Ye Tiangxin leaned against the icy cold stone wall, her head tilted to one side, her silver hair covering her face. He couldn't see her expression, but Lu Zhao could still see the problem from her shoulders, her skin as white jade. Lu Zhao pushed her hair aside. When he saw the features on her face, he frowned, while Xiao Yan'er gasped and covered her mouth, taking a step back. She had never seen such a face before. Xiao Yan'er asked in shock, "What happened to senior sister?" Lu Zhao only frowned and wasn't startled. His expression was very calm, as if he had known this day would come. In fact, from the first time he saw Ye Tiangxin, Lu Zhao was even more surprised than now, but at that time, he didn't have time to think much. When he first met Ye Tiangxin, he only felt that she was as pure as a lotus growing in a swamp, untainted by the mud around it. But more importantly, the system's information about her was completely different from everyone else's. Name: Ye Tiangxin. Race: white citizen. Cultivation: abolished nascent soul realm. Hatred: 40%. The level of hatred had decreased quite a bit, but the focus wasn't on that, it was on the race part. From the first time he met her, Lu Zhao had seen through Ye Tiangxin's secret. White citizen, silver hair, skin as white jade. These were the characteristics of the white citizen kingdom. Lu Zhao had long known her identity, but the missing memories prevented him from obtaining any information about her background. So he had no choice but to temporarily lock her in the reflection cave to atone for her sins. Ming Xinyan clasped his hands again. "Master," Lu Zhao appeared indifferent. "No need to worry, she won't die. Lock her in the South Pavilion. I have some words to ask her." Yes, Ming Xinyan was overjoyed. They hurriedly called 2 female cultivators from the moon-reflecting sect to help Ye Tiangxin to the South Pavilion. Only Zhao Yue remained alone in the cave. Lu Zhao's gaze swept over her brow, seeing the golden lotus still there, and he called out, "Zhao Yue, disciple is here." Lu Zhu said, "This is the Demon Sky Pavilion, and the only place where you can survive. This witchcraft seal not only seals your cultivation, but can also reveal your location. Disciple begs Master to show mercy and undo the witchcraft seal." "You think this old man can undo this seal?" Well, Zhao Yue thought for a moment, then said, "Disciple doesn't know." Lu Zhao waved his sleeve and left. "When you've thought it through, mention the witchcraft again." He saw that Zhao Yu's loyalty was only around 30%, which was clearly far from meeting the requirements for loyalty. Moreover, this was Lu Zhao's first contact with this thing called witchcraft. Killing people was much easier. He could use a lethal strike card, but even a Dao tool card was helpless when it came to undoing witchcraft. With Zhao Yu's mind still unstable, temporarily imprisoning her in the reflecting wall cave to repent was the best method. Leaving the cave, Lu Zhao headed towards the South Pavilion, which was the former residence of the 9 disciples. Xiao Yanhe and Ming Xinyin hurriedly followed. "Master, why did senior sister Tiangxin become like that?" Lu Zhao didn't answer Xiao Yanche's question, but simply waved his hand, entering the room alone. The others didn't dare to enter, and could only wait outside. Duan Musheng, hearing the news, rushed over. "How's senior sister's condition?" Ming Xinyin shook his head. "Not good." Duan Musheng frowned. "Fourth, what exactly happened?" The group looked at Ming Xinyin. Ming Xinyin sighed. "I only know that 6th senior sister was brought back by Master from Yulong village south of the Crossing Heaven River, and has lived on the mountain since she was young." Ming Xinyin didn't dare to say much about matters related to Master, lest he offend Master and suffer the consequences. At this moment, Pan Zhong interjected. "The area south of the Crossing Heaven River of Great Yan is the territory of the Cloud Heaven Luo 3 sects." Mentioning the Cloud Heaven Luo 3 sects, the expressions of the crowd seemed unnatural. Xiao Yanhe didn't have as many concerns, and asked in a low voice, "Fourth senior brother, senior sister, I don't understand anything." Ming Xinyin said, "All under heaven belongs to the emperor. In the past, foreign races appeared at the Crossing Heaven River, and cultivators often went there to cause trouble without end. Not long after Master brought 6th senior sister back here, Yulong village disappeared." Duan Musheng frowned. Could it be that Master made a move? Ming Xinyin was startled. Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice came from inside the room. "Have you gossiped enough?" Duan Musheng and Ming Xinyin's hearts jumped to their throats. "We're done for." Lu Zhao's voice rang out, neither heavy nor light. "Shut your mouths for 3 days. And then enter the reflecting wall cave for 3 days." The two of them couldn't cry. Ming Xinyin glared at Duan Musheng repeatedly. The others naturally didn't dare to utter a word, not even daring to breathe heavily. Not afraid of opponents as strong as gods, only afraid of teammates as stupid as pigs. The two had no choice but to bow painfully and say, "Disciple accepts the punishment." Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong were both arrogant young men in the past, but since joining Golden Court Mountain, they had been transformed into humble and obedient people. "Want to gossip? Gotta pay the price, man." Inside the room, Ye Tiangxin left the reflecting wall cave, her consciousness gradually recovering a little. But since her cultivation was crippled, she had not received any treatment. It was already very difficult for her to hold on until now. Ye Tiangxin groggily opened her eyes. When she clearly saw everything in front of her, she saw Master standing before her, and she instinctively shrank back. Lu Zhao didn't know what to say. Of his 9 disciples, other than Xiao Yanyer, every single one of them feared him like a tiger. Master, Ye Tiangxin couldn't believe that Master would have someone bring her back to the room. Lu Zhao remained indifferent, shaking his head and saying, "This old man doesn't have a disciple like you," Ye Tiangxin called out Master instinctively. Realizing that she had spoken wrongly, she quickly raised her head and stubbornly said, "That I have ended up like this today is all my own fault." Lu Zhu said, "Your own fault?" Ye Tiangxin choked, unable to speak. She didn't dare to use harsh words of criticism to reply to him, for she feared implicating her sisters of the moon-reflecting sect. The room was silent. After a long while, Ye Tiangxin remembered what 4th senior brother had said in the reflecting wall cave. She struggled for a moment, and finally opened her mouth and said, "Old senior, you were able to kill everyone in Yulong village, so why didn't you kill me as well?" Her voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Hearing this, Lu Zhu felt strange, because there was absolutely no matter in his memories about killing everyone in Yulong village. He saw that when Ye Tiangxin said this, the hatred value, which had only been 40%, tended to increase with her emotions. It could be seen that the reason for her hatred today was precisely the matter she had just mentioned. Lu Xiao didn't dare to confirm whether he had done it in the past, but based on the memories in his mind, Ji Tiandao, although he was the most powerful devil in the world, had done many outrageous things, and often severely reprimanded and punished his disciples. He would not go so far as to indiscriminately kill innocent people. Still, that problem, a key part of his memory, was missing. Why was it missing? Was this a sequelae after transmigrating? Now, saying these words was useless. Lu Jiao could only take it step by step to find the answer. He looked towards Ye Tiangxin. Did you see it with your own eyes? Ye Tiangxin was slightly stunned, her expression a little unnatural, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "It's no different from seeing it with my own eyes." Lu Jiao shook his head and said, "Under this heaven, the ones who understand this old man the most are the 9 of you. Has this old man ever had to hide anything he's done?" Ye Tiangxin was speechless, unable to answer. "You are currently called the ancestral master of devils by the world, the most powerful in the world, and the leader of the Black Roll. Did he need to hide 1 or 2 evil deeds he had done?" Ye Tiangxin, Lu Jua once again softly called her name, causing Ye Tiangxin's heart to tremble. "If this old man finds out that you deliberately slandered this old man..." He didn't finish the rest of his words, but the meaning was very clear. Lu Jiao was no longer the Ji Tiandao of the past. Although he couldn't erase the evil deeds that Ji Tiandao had done in the past, it didn't mean he would allow others to falsely accuse him. Disciplining Ye Tiangxin obtained 100 merit points. Lu Jiao waved his sleeve and walked out of the room. He didn't mention her identity as a White Lotus member, nor did he ask anything else. Ye Tiangxin was stunned for a moment. She heard the moon-reflecting sex sisters begging for her outside. But unfortunately, Lu Zhu was unmoved and returned to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Along the way, Xiao Yanhe was apprehensive and didn't dare to say half a word until they returned to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yanhe poured tea for Master while trying to please him. "Master, please don't be angry. If you can't stand it, Disciple will kill that traitor for you." Lu Jiao wasn't angry at all, but on the contrary, his mood was very calm, and he understood many things. At least he had learned some basic information. "Yanfer, send a flying letter to Jiang Aijian." Xiao Yanhe nodded and said, "Disciple will get paper and ink. Tell him to help investigate the matter of Yulong Village at the Crossing Heaven River. Quickly investigate and send a flying letter back." After giving the order, Lu Zhao got up and entered the secret chamber, while that little girl Xiao Yanhe went outside to the courtyard, caught a carrier pigeon, and kicked it to send it flying. At first, Lu Zhao planned to continue reading the Book of Heaven, but he suddenly remembered the situation when opening the 8 extraordinary meridians in the Sea of Bitterness realm, and he felt a little troubled. Lu Zhao didn't expect that his cultivation would be bound by the previous Dharma body. He thought it would be great to directly buy a Dharma body with merit points, and he wouldn't encounter a bottleneck. Many cultivators are stuck at a bottleneck for their entire lives and cannot break through. Now it's all over. His merit points are not enough. 210 points. What can you do with that? Lottery draw. Consumed 50 merit points. Obtained. Binding cage. Quantity 3. When used, the binding cage has a 30% chance to imprison the target. Lu Zhu's eyes lit up. The system finally grew a conscience. My darn luck finally pulled through for once. Lottery draw. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for playing. Host. Luck +1. But this kind of bad feeling came again. 3 consecutive lottery draws were all. Thank you for participating in the game. His merit points were only 10 left, and his luck points were 3. Oh well, no need to draw anymore. Lu Zhu focused all his attention on the new item card. Binding cage? 30% probability? Isn't that a bit low? If the #1 devil in the world misses, how embarrassing would that be? Lu Zhu opened the Book of Heaven interface, preparing to enter a state of comprehension. Although Lu Zhu was already in the Sea of Bitterness realm, having opened the 8 extraordinary meridians, in reality, he didn't have that cultivation level. At best, he only had ditches without a water source. 4 symbols Dharma body, and the meridian limit limits the amount of origin Q absorbed into the body, and he doesn't have a faster method to earn merit points, so now the only option is to constantly comprehend the Book of Heaven. Master, I have sent a flying letter to Jiang Aijian. Xiao Yanche's voice came from outside. Lu Zhao didn't answer her. With Jiang Aijian in charge of investigating this matter, There shouldn't be any big problems. Suddenly remembering that he had to give this kid a sword, he shook his head slightly. A good sword that is not inferior to the Shushang twin swords. Not easy to find like that. Lu Zhao looked around. His eyes fell on the great saber that he used last time to slash at the rift with the nameless sword. Only now did he notice the rift on the saber, and he was secretly surprised. Was this made by the nameless sword? He took the saber off the weapon rack and inspected it. The quality of the great saber was still there. After all, this saber was still a quality product. It couldn't just be unusable just because it had a crack. Is the nameless sword that powerful? Lu Zhao didn't quite believe it. If you want to know the truth, just try it. His right hand lifted, and the nameless sword appeared in his palm. Lu Zhao didn't think twice, and casually swung the sword. The nameless sword and the great saber collided again. He checked. The nameless sword was still intact, without any damage. He checked the great saber again. Lu Zhu noticed that a small crack had appeared where the nameless sword had grazed it. He felt that the nameless sword was not a treasure, but it couldn't be that powerful. Such a perfect treasure saber was cracked with just a graze. Lu Zhu was very satisfied. So this thing is not a waste product. He waved his hand, and the nameless sword disappeared. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through in cultivation, so the power of the nameless sword had also increased. The 8 extraordinary meridians of the Sea of Bitterness realm, although weak, is still much stronger than the Qi condensation realm. Lu Xiao continued to search for weapons. All kinds of weapons were displayed on the rack, covered in dust from being stored for too long. He waved his hand, and the origin key blew away the dust. This was a spear with a strange shape, about 13 feet long. The spearhead and the shaft were both made of pure steel, and a blue dragon was carved on the long shaft, looking very beautiful. Lu Xiao picked up the spear, and it was extremely heavy, weighing hundreds of pounds. Fortunately, cultivators have cultivated their bodies, and they can all use weapons weighing hundreds of pounds like this. System prompt. Weapon collected. Overlord spear. Recommended target. Duanmu Sheng to acknowledge as master. Lu Zhao said dubiously, Duanmu Sheng? This overlord spear has a large spearhead and a large weight. Using this weapon looks very imposing. An old man like Lu Zhao is only suitable for pointing out the country with his hands, and is completely unsuitable for using this kind of weapon, and he himself prefers the nameless sword more. The nameless sword can also transform into various weapons, with much better functions and effects. Lu Zhao suddenly saw a sword standing on the ground in the corner. Usually, the things that were not noticed by Chong Lang were all treasures. He picked up the sword and pulled the sword out of its sheath. Good sword! Just after he praised it, crack! The sword broke in half. Ahem! Lu Zhao's face flushed red, and he angrily threw the treasure sword on the ground. As brittle as paper, it breaks with a touch. What kind of garbage is this? Why is it stored in the secret chamber? Lu Zhao immediately lost all interest in the remaining weapons in the room. As for Jiang Aijian, he would think about it later. Anyway, he didn't promise a time to deliver the sword. He also didn't have time to search and search. Someday he would call those unruly disciples to tidy up this place a bit. Then he returned to his original spot, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. The next morning, Xiao Yanher skipped into the evil sky pavilion. Master, that shameless guy has replied. Lu Zhao looked at her indifferently. Read! Xiao Yanher cleared her throat, imitating Jiang Aijian's whispering tone. First, the cultivation world has not been able to find out the truth about the massacre of Yulong village and the Crossing Heaven River, but there are some clues in the case files of the palace. According to the investigation results, the mastermind of this case is Ji Tiandao, also on that day. Second, preliminary investigation confirms that the file has been tampered with. Currently, the most suspected person is the Black Knight leader, Fen Xuan. The Black Knights are directly managed by the Emperor, and are the dark force of the Forbidden Army. In addition, I will give you 2 more pieces of information. One is that Rurenin City Zhao Shuo has revealed your true identity, but no one believes it. 2 is, Old Senior, don't forget my sword, ha ha ha. The first part can be considered disciplined, but in the latter part, The laughter of the immature girl Zhao Yanhe made him feel weird. That's not important. Jiang Aijian is indeed a talent, so quickly he was able to find out the information. Black Knight Fan Xuan, Lu Zhu, repeated the name in a low voice. Master, is this person very powerful? Lu Zhao didn't answer Zhao Yanhe's question. In his memories there didn't seem to be such a character. He must be an unknown person. Call Lao Si here. Yes, Zhao Yanhe vaguely went to the facing the wall cave to find her senior brother. Not long after, Ming Xinyin ran over with a flattering expression. Anything Master calls him for is a good thing. He didn't want to stay in that repentance facing the wall cave for another minute. Master, your servant greets you. Ming Xinyin performed a grand salute. Lu Zhu said indifferently. This master has a task for you. Hearing this, Ming Xinyin was overjoyed and raised his voice. Please give your orders, master, Lu Zhao asked. Do you know the Black Knight leader Fan Xuan? Too familiar. This person seems to be an official. Not much relation to the cultivation world. Go tell this person. This master wants to meet him. Lu Zhao's voice was very light, very faint. Disciple obeys. Ming Xinyin respectfully accepted the order, his whole body refreshed, his eyes shining. I like this mission. Ming Xinyin immediately rushed out of Golden Court Mountain like an arrow. As soon as he left, Xiao Yanhe saw another flying messenger bird appear above Demon Heaven Pavilion. Xiao Yanhe waved, and the messenger bird quickly dropped a letter before darting off into the sky. Master, it's another letter from Jiang Aijian. Read it. Sorry, I ran out of paper earlier, so here's some extra intel. Fan Xuan's real name is Leng Luo, nicknamed Cold-Faced Yama, and he was the top dog on the blacklist 300 years ago. Senior should know this guy better than I do, so I won't bore you with the details. After reading the letter, Zhao Yanhe harumphed a few times, clearly annoyed. She crumpled the letter into a ball, clenched her little fist, and the darn thing instantly turned to dust. Jiang Aijian's tone always gets on my nerves. How would I know about something from 300 years ago? I'm not even 16 yet. Besides, anyone who's lived that long and is still a leader of the Black Knights must have a pretty high cultivation level. Leng Luo. Lu Zhao's mind was flooded with memories of this guy. Is he his master? Who exactly is this person? Jiang Aijian's words can't be trusted. Lu Zhao shook his head. These things don't affect Jiang Aijian's interests, so there's no reason for him to lie. Where's fourth child right now? At senior brother's speed, he should have left the barrier already. Lu Zhao stroked his beard slightly and nodded. 300 years ago, Leng Luo was a major devil, committing all kinds of evil deeds. He was considered one of the most cunning guys in the cultivation world, constantly robbing, burning houses, and snatching treasures everywhere. But this guy always acted alone, never teaming up with anyone. His skills alone were enough to send the entire cultivation world into chaos, and he even escaped after being besieged by thousands of cultivators. He eventually cemented his place as the top guy on the blacklist. Ji Tiandao even fought this guy, and the two were evenly matched. Back then, Ji Tiandao hadn't reached his peak yet. After his cultivation reached its peak, Ji Tiandao began to frantically take in disciples, and Golden Court Mountain's Demon Heaven Pavilion became famous throughout the world. Ji Tiandao naturally became the top guy on the blacklist. After that, Leng Luo disappeared into thin air. He stayed hidden for hundreds of years, gradually forgotten, and removed from the cultivation world's blacklist. Anyone suspected of living over 300 years as a cultivation expert, so many young people have never even heard the name Leng Luo. 300 years ago, he was at the nascent soul realm with 1,000 tribulation moving glow 6-leaf golden lotus dharma body. Now that 300 years have passed, what is his current cultivation? Even if Leng Luo hasn't improved a bit, he's still not someone a newly advanced nascent soul realm cultivator like Ming Xinyin can handle. Send a flying letter to fourth child, telling him this guy is extremely dangerous, and to be careful, Lu Zhao said coolly. Extremely dangerous. Xiao Yanhe's eyes widened. Master, should we call fourth senior brother back? Lu Zhao shook his head. No need. After all, Ming Xinyin is a nascent soul realm expert. Also, after being tortured by Ji Tiandao for so many years, his personality has become as slippery as an eel, so he's not afraid of being caught. The last time experts from the Zhengyi Dao and the Heavenly Sword sect besieged Golden Court Mountain, even third disciple Duanmu Sheng was captured, but Ming Xinyin still escaped.
Besides, his mission now is just to deliver a message to Leng Luo, so even if that guy has set a trap, it'll be difficult to catch someone like Ming Shiyin. If Lu Zhao didn't have the power of threat and prop cards, he really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. How could Leng Luo possibly be stronger than Lu Zhao? The only thing he cared about now was whether Leng Luo, now Fan Xuan, had broken through in cultivation after 300 years. The next day, in Dongdu, also known as Shengyuan City, a cavalry unit riding war horses, wearing black armor and dark masks, slowly moved along the main road. Some commoners, seeing them, would take the initiative to avoid them, not daring to block their path. Even cultivators only dared to glance at them from afar, not even daring to stare. No one dared to mess with this black cavalry squad. The black cavalry group stopped when they arrived at the gate of Shengyuan City. Leading the team were 3 different black cavaliers, who obviously looked different from the rest. These 3 were all members of the Black Cavaliers, and were among the 4 strongest, nicknamed the 4 Knights of Darkness by others. All 4 had their own specialties and profound cultivations. As for how strong they were, no one knew. "How long until Old Third is done?" the leading black cavalier asked. "Old Third's archery skills are unparalleled. Once a target is marked by him, there's no hope for survival. Entrusting him with the task of eliminating the Shengyuan City rebels won't be difficult. The Shengyuan City mission is considered complete. When we get back to the divine capital, the 4 of us brothers will have a good drink together. I just hope the leader is satisfied." Just as he said this, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air came. With a poof sound, the arrow was embedded in the city gate, and a skull was stuck on the arrow shaft. The 3 black cavaliers were not afraid or surprised at all. They nodded with satisfaction. Old Third is indeed powerful. Such archery skills are truly unparalleled. The black cavalier team looked towards the end of the intersection, where a black cavalier with a bow and arrows on his back was riding over. He was the one who was knowledgeable in archery in the 4 Knights of Darkness. The leader of the 4 Knights said in a deep voice, "Return to the divine capital to report." Yes. The entire black cavalier team rushed out of the city gate. The sound of horses' hooves pounded into a cloud of dust, heading towards the divine capital. Just as this team passed through a forest, a gloomy, cunning laughter suddenly sounded. "Heh heh heh!" The leader of the 4 Knights immediately reined in his horse and raised his hand to signal a halt. The well-trained black cavalier team stopped immediately. Their team had a very high level of understanding, and as soon as they heard the laughter, Old Third, who was proficient in archery, jumped up, took out an arrow from his back, quickly attached it to the bow, and looked around. Once the target was found, this arrow would send the guy to the Western Paradise immediately. However, the laughter stopped, the surroundings became quiet, and the figure of the person still did not appear. "Who dares to block the road?" the leader of the Black Cavaliers asked in a deep voice. For some reason, they were people who were used to living in the dark, with their hands stained with blood, but they were made uncomfortable by the eerie laughter. "Heh heh heh heh!" The laughter came again. Old Third has caught him, listening to the sound to find the location. Whoosh! The arrow in Old Third's hand, the 4 Knights pierced through the air and shot towards the sound, piercing through one treetop after another. The arrow was covered by a powerful primeval energy, and then disappeared into the jungle without a sound. "Did it hit?" the leader asked. Only the archer knew whether his arrow hit the target. Old Third frowned and remained silent for a while, then replied, "It didn't hit. An expert, just relying on his senses, can confirm it. The opponent should be a nascent soul realm expert." The Black Cavalier team behind the 4 Knights moved slightly, changing formation. "Heh heh heh heh!" That laughter came again. At the same time, a voice full of sarcasm and jesting rose up. "Not bad archery skills," a Black Knight shouted. "Who are you?" That voice continued to echo. "I am a disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion on Golden Court Mountain. Where is the Black Knight leader Fan Xuan?" The 4 Knights exchanged glances. Though they wore masks, they could still see the surprise in each other's eyes. Under this heaven, who hasn't heard of the Demon Heaven Pavilion? "So it's a friend from the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Friend, haha." The voice grew increasingly arrogant, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. The surrounding trees began to grow at an extremely bizarre rate. "Where is Fan Xuan?" The owner of this voice was none other than the 4th disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Ming Shiyin. Ming Xinyin wasn't just smart, he was also extremely cunning.
This was a forest. He could unleash the full power of the Azure Wood Heart method. Even a nascent Soul Realm cultivator with a six-leaf body might not be able to catch him here. He was the king. The leader is in the divine capital. Oh, may I ask what business you have with our leader?
Ming Xinyin was extremely annoyed. He'd eavesdropped and found out that the Black Knights would be coming to Eastern Capital on a mission, so he'd waited here all day, only to run into these 4 knights and a bunch of low-level goons. I seem to recall giving you 3 days.
The Demon Heaven Pavilion wants to see Fan Xuan, or else you'll end up like this tree. A tall, green tree suddenly swayed and crashed toward the Black Knight squad. The Black Knights were an elite force and immediately scattered backward. The 4 knights also released their protective chi. Bang!
The giant tree collapsed in front of the Black Knight group, then shattered into pieces.
The lead Black Knight looked at the scene before him, then glanced at the 3rd knight floating in the forest. The 3rd knight landed back on his horse. "I will relay your words to the leader," the voice echoed in the dense forest. The Black Knight group followed the small path and sped toward the divine capital. Before long, the forest returned to silence.
Ming Xinyin stepped out from behind a large tree. He watched the Black Knight group disappear into the distance. These 4 are already so strong, how could Fan Xuan be weak? Master, oh master, what den of thieves did you provoke this time? The cultivation of these 4 was already approaching the nascent soul realm.
The other Black Knights also had divine court realm cultivation. If you didn't count the senior and second senior brothers of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, this Black Knight squad was almost comparable to the Demon Heaven Pavilion itself. With such strength and cultivation, there's no way they were nameless in the cultivation world.
Fan Xuan,
just what kind of saint are you? Ming Xinyin suddenly became curious. He lightly stepped on the ground, and his whole body leaped up like a swallow, dashing into the forest.
The Azure Wood Heart method was strongest in nature. Ming Xinyin's figure was like lightning, flying through the air, disappearing without a trace in an instant.
The Black Knights, upon returning to the divine capital, didn't enter the city. Instead, they went around the city, continuing north. The Imperial Guards guarded the capital, and the Black Knights were secretly carrying out a mission, so they couldn't openly return to their base.
They weren't in the city anyway. Only a few important figures in the palace knew their exact location. At the Black Knight headquarters, the 4 great experts entered the main hall together. Your Excellency, your subordinate, was fortunate enough to not fail his mission, and led the Black Knights to punish the traitor Xiang Yuan. The other 3 knelt on one knee, cupping their fists. At your service, very good. Do you have anything else to report? Yes. On the way back, your subordinate encountered a demonic cultivator from the Demon Heaven Pavilion. The Demon Heaven Pavilion asked your subordinate to relay a message to you. The 4 Black Knights exchanged glances. The leader paused for a moment, then continued. The Demon Heaven Pavilion requests a meeting with you within 3 days. He conveyed Ming Xinyin's words more gently, afraid of offending their leader. Fan Xuan wasn't angered by this. He slowly turned to the table and sat down cross-legged.
He also wore a mask, and even his head was completely covered so his face wasn't visible. After a moment of silence, Fan Xuan said in a low voice, "It is destined in my fate that I must face this tribulation."
Your Excellency, the Demon Heaven Pavilion's infamy has spread throughout the cultivation world for hundreds of years. They've cultivated the 9 evil disciples who shake the world. The demonic ancestor Jitian Dao has unfathomable cultivation. Your subordinate thinks it's better for you to confront the Demon Heaven Pavilion head-on.
Fan Xuan slowly raised his hand. I received a secret order from the palace. The Demon Heaven Pavilion has been disrupting the plans of someone in the palace. Hearing this, the 4 Black Knights were shocked. If their masks hadn't concealed their expressions, their faces would probably be filled with surprise at this moment. Your Excellency, you want to become enemies with the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Fan Xuan shook his head, his voice hoarse. Back when I topped the blacklist, there wasn't even a Demon Heaven Pavilion yet. It's rumored that Jitian Dao of the Demon Heaven Pavilion has an 8-leaf golden lotus body. With that kind of strength, it's not surprising that he defeated the top 10 experts.
The 4 subordinates lowered their heads,
listening quietly. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xuan said, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Demon Heaven Pavilion. A strong enemy like that should be avoided if possible. The 4 Black Knights breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid their leader would lose his temper. Although the overall strength of the Black Knights was very strong, if they had to confront Ji Tiandao, it would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. And what was the point of being impulsive? Just wait for Ji Tiandao's great calamity to arrive, and then destroying the Demon Heaven Pavilion would be as easy as flipping a hand, right? But then Fan Xuan changed his tone, saying calmly, "But the palace has given an order, and I cannot disobey it. If the Demon Heaven Pavilion wants to meet me, then so be it." The 4 of them exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that someone in the palace had actually ordered the Black Knights to negotiate with the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Was this really just a coincidence? They were Fan Xuan's confidants, and of course knew his true identity. Fan Xuan was younger than Ji Tiandao and was a prodigy in the cultivation world. When he topped the blacklist, the Demon Heaven Pavilion didn't even exist yet. The two had once fought to a draw, but later, for some unknown reason, Ji Tiandao's cultivation advanced rapidly, and he founded the Demon Heaven Pavilion. They didn't know how deep Fan Xuan's cultivation was, but they could confirm one thing. It didn't exceed 8 leaves. Your Excellency, with Ji Tiandao's age, at most, he'll die in 10 years. There's no need for you to meet him now. I agree. The 4 of them cupped their hands simultaneously. Fan Xuan looked at the 4 of them, but he wasn't angry. These were his most trusted subordinates, and the 4 people who respected him the most. After a moment of silence, Fan Xuan said in a deep voice, "I can wait. The Black Knights can wait. Even the Emperor can wait. But Great Yan cannot wait." The 4 of them were confused. Seeing that they were about to say something, Fan Xuan waved his hand and said, "3 days later, you will come with me to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. This is not up for discussion." Ding! Ming Xinyin completed the mission, earning 300 merit points. When he heard the system notification, Lu Jiao wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he was very satisfied. Apart from those evil disciples who had left the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the rest were all intelligent people. The only thing they lacked was that they had been suppressed by Ji Tiandao for too long, making it difficult for their cultivation to improve. But this situation would soon change. Lu Jiao sensed that the outside world was wary of Ji Tiandao's powerful cultivation and didn't dare to take any action against the Demon Heaven Pavilion lightly. But as time went on, the number of those who would test the waters like the last few times would continue to increase. The great calamity of lifespan was a truth believed by everyone in the cultivation world. As Lu Jiao was pondering, Xiao Yanshare's voice suddenly chimed in. "Master, it's been a whole day and we still haven't heard back from 4th Senior Brother. Do you think he didn't get my flying letter?" Xiao Yanshare prattled on as she walked up to Lu Jiao. "It's fine. Ming Xinyin has completed his task. As long as he doesn't go looking for death and stir up trouble everywhere, he should be able to return safely." Xiao Yanhare then asked, "Master, do you think Senior Brother will die? Just now I asked that blockhead, and he said that the Black Knight leader, Fan Xuan, is extremely dangerous. No one knows his true identity. When that blockhead Pan Zhang said 4th Senior Brother was going to die, I taught him a lesson," Xiao Yanshare said. "Taught him a lesson?" Lu Jiao clearly remembered the last time he saw Pan Zhang's face. It was bruised and battered, Xiao Yanshare quietly said. "I only taught him a tiny little lesson, okay?" Lu Jiao shook his head. "When are you going to get rid of this habit of hitting people at the slightest provocation?" He raised his hand and flicked her forehead. "You're becoming more and more unruly. Disciple was wrong." Boom! Just as the two were talking, a loud explosion suddenly came from the back of the mountain. Lu Zhuku frowned. "Golden Court Mountain has a protective barrier. Who dares to cause trouble here?" While he was still wondering, he saw Pan Zhang rushing over. Before even reaching Lu Jiao, Pan Zhang cupped his hands and said, "Th, 3rd Sir, Duan Musheng broke through. Duan Musheng broke through to the nascent soul realm." Seeing the black-clothed guy with bandages all over his face, Lu Jiao asked, "You are?" "Greetings, Pavilion Master. I am Pan Zhang, courtesy name, I fell." Xiao Yanhare was overjoyed to hear that Duan Musheng had broken through. "That's great!" Xiao Yanhare clapped her hands. Lu Jiao looked up, glared at Xiao Yanhare, and scolded in a low voice. "You're the only one who's carefree. You don't even know how to work hard to catch up with your senior brothers." Xiao Yanhare stuck out her tongue and said, I know.
Although Lu Zhao didn't show it, he was very satisfied in his heart. This disciple, Duanmu Sheng, may not be as smart as Ming Shiyin, but his heart is upright. Ever since he stepped down from the 10 great experts, Duanmu Sheng's loyalty has remained stable, never wavering. Compared to wicked disciples like Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yue, Lu Zhao appreciated Duanmu Sheng even more. In terms of cultivation, Duanmu Sheng was better than Ming Shiyin, but during the previous battle at Golden Court Mountain, Ming Shiyin had a stroke of good luck in the midst of misfortune, and broke through the Azure Wood Sutra.
Although Duanmu Sheng broke through to the realm later, it was reasonable. In fact, he wasn't too worried about Xiao Yanjie's cultivation. She was the last to enter the sect, but her cultivation progressed the fastest. Even the Heavenly Sword sect's eldest disciple, Zhu Jifeng, was ashamed to compare. Not long after, Duanmu Sheng, full of energy, stepped into the hall. He still had chains on his body, constantly making clanging sounds. Behind him were Zhu Jifeng, full of admiration and longing.
Pan Zhong was the same. Since the two joined Golden Court Mountain,
although they were often bullied by the disciples, they were generally satisfied with their current state. At least, they could focus on cultivating every day, without worrying about the power struggles.
Wasn't the original purpose of embarking on the path of cultivation to become stronger?
Duanmu Sheng stepped into the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, respectfully knelt down and said, "Disciple is fortunate enough to break through to the nascent soul realm, successfully condensing the 100 tribulations knowing divinity Dharma body."
Lu Zhao looked pleased, gently stroked his beard, nodded, and said,
"Breaking through is a good thing. The path of cultivation is long. You must not be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. You must work harder."
These words completely carried the demeanor of a true educator and elder. This broke Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng's perception of this world's #1 great devil. "Thank you for your teachings, master. Disciple will keep them in mind." Duanmu Sheng sincerely kowtowed. His loyalty increased by 1. It could be seen that the more difficult it became to increase loyalty later on. Lu Zhao suddenly remembered the Azure Tyrant's spear, Kangyi. Its designated owner was Duanmu Sheng. Thinking carefully, it made sense.
Duanmu Sheng cultivated the Heavenly One technique, including both swordsmanship and spearmanship, and his personality was upright and fierce, making him more suitable for the Tyrant spear than a sword. Spears and swords had the same effect. All rivers flowed into the sea. If Duanmu Sheng's cultivation could become stronger, it would be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao stood up and said, "You wait here for me, I'll be back in a bit." Disciple obeys. Lu Zhao returned to the secret chamber,
casually picked up the Azure Tyrant spear, spun it in the air, and then obediently landed in his palm. The coiling dragon pattern on the spear made the Tyrant spear look even more majestic. Lu Zhuao left the secret chamber and returned to the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Before he even arrived, he threw the Tyrant spear in his hand out. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked, thinking that Lu Zhao was going to punish his disciple, and no one dared to stop him. Duanmu Sheng was also startled, and raised his arms full of chains to block. Sparks flew, boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and the Tyrant spear shook and flew back. Seeing this, Duanmu Sheng raised his hand to grab the spear shaft. With just one look, he couldn't help but admire. What a good weapon!
"I bestow the Tyrant spear to you. Use it well. Don't let down my expectations." Duanmu Sheng was overjoyed when he heard this.
He carefully placed the Tyrant spear down and respectfully kowtowed to Lu Zhao. "Thank you, master, for bestowing this weapon." Xiao Yanjie, Zhu Jifeng, and Pan Zhong only understood what was happening at this time, and were green with envy. Azure Tyrant spear successfully recognizes its owner, activating heavenly grade, rewarding 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhao understood that weapons had to find a suitable owner to fully activate their grade. If others forcefully seized them for use, they would not achieve such a high effect.
Now that the Tyrant spear had reached the heavenly grade, Duanmu Sheng could break these cold iron chains himself. Moreover, Lu Zhao was rewarded handsomely. After Ji Tiandao died, how many of those weapons that hadn't disappeared were left?
After all, he had quite a few disciples to divide them among.
"Sure enough, master. I want one too."
Xiao Yanjie immediately ran over. Fortunately, Lu Zhao had already thought of a way to deal with her. "Your cultivation is still low. Don't be reckless. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime.
How could a divine court realm cultivator protect their weapon? Although it was said to be very difficult to refine a heavenly grade weapon, that didn't diminish the greed of other powerful cultivators. This kind of robbery was very common in the cultivation world. Zhao Yanhe reluctantly nodded.
Duan Musheng got a good weapon, loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it, and liked it more and more. The more he looked at it, he glanced around, wanting to find someone to spar with. I certainly can't find master, so there's only Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng left. You two, does third sir have any orders?
How about we practice spears? The two looked blank. I'll wait for you at the back of the mountain. Duan Musheng cupped his hands to Lu Zhao again. Master, disciple will go practice with the weapon to become proficient. Please excuse me. Go! Lu Zhao waved his hand. Han Zhong and Zhu Jifeng's faces were as long as bitter gourds. They reluctantly took difficult steps towards the back of the evil sky pavilion. After the three left, a messenger bird flew into the main hall. Zhao Yanhe immediately received the flying letter brought by the bird. Master, it's fourth senior brother's flying letter. Let me read it to you. Zhao Yanhe opened the letter and read in a low voice. Master, disciple has told the Black Knights. The Black Knights will set off for the evil sky pavilion in a few days. Disciple will accompany them along the way to observe their every move. After reading it, Zhao Yanhe said with slight surprise, This Fan Xuan really dares to come. Master, don't be soft-hearted when the time comes. Just kill him with one slap. If I slap him to death, who will unravel the truth about the Yulong village massacre for me? Lu Zhao was calm on the surface, but he was suspicious in his heart.
Fan Xuan, aka Leng Luo, was always a cunning coward. Kinda like Jiang Aijian, but Jiang Aijian's got a lively personality, while Fan Xuan's just full of schemes. No way a guy like that would fall for some trick and run headfirst into the evil sky pavilion, right? Plus, Fan Xuan ain't stronger than 8 leaves, so where does he get the guts?
Even if Lu Zhao wanted to break through to the 9-leaf Golden Lotus realm and went full power mode, no one would believe he's a 9-leaf. Yaname, how's Ye Tiangxin doing these last couple days? Her skin's still scary pale, but otherwise, she's alright. Zhao Yanhe replied. Lu Zhao nodded, slowly got up, then turned and went into the secret chamber. Farewell, master, before Fan Xuan gets here. Lu Zhao needs all the trump cards he can get to keep this guy in check. This is about the truth behind the Yulong village massacre. And maybe about his own lost memories too. Inside the secret chamber, Lu Zhao opened the system interface. A total of 17,000 merit points. He's kinda lost interest in the reversal cards. Right now, he cares more about making a name for himself in the cultivation world. Gotta go with the lucky draw. Update. Disciple Ming Shiyin killed 2 Black Knights on the way back, gaining 200 merit points. Update. Killed 2 Black Knights, gaining 200 merit points. Lu Zhao thought, that Ming Shiyin just can't give me a break. Once you're told, just come back already, and he even wants to bicker with Fan Xuan's men. If he pisses him off and gets killed, don't blame anyone else. Ming Shiyin's still pretty far from the evil sky pavilion. Even if Lu Zhao was at his peak, using his great divine power technique to get to him would take a while. The cultivation world's a dangerous place after all. If Ming Shiyin can escape the Black Knights, at least he'll have a chance to protect himself in the Great Flame. Still, Lu Zhao hopes nothing bad happens to him. His disciples might be unruly, but as long as they put in the effort, they'll make it someday. Lu Zhao's still counting on them to help him earn more merit points. In the system interface, he's racked up 17,000 merit points. 2 fatal strike cards are enough for now. The binding cage card has a low probability. I have to replenish with 2 more. Lu Zhao opened the item interface and saw that the binding cage card was indeed lit up, costing 200 merit points each. So he bought 3. 6 binding cage cards should be enough. And then, the lucky draw. If he hits a golden body, that'd be awesome. Just 2 draws, no more. 2 days later, Lu Zhu woke up from his state of comprehending the heavenly book. After studying the heavenly book for a long time, Lu Zhu seemed to have found a clue. Every time he comprehends the heavenly book, his mental state gets a lot better. But after certain situations, that state goes away. Like those 2 times just now. Once when he faced the Buddhist chanting entering his dreams, and once when his 4th disciple, Ming Shiyin, got close to the secret chamber and got yelled at. A special force can get rid of the Buddhist chanting, and can also push back Ming Shiyin. Could it be that comprehending the heavenly book lets you build up some amazing power? For now, that's the most logical answer. Lu Zhao closed the heavenly book interface. Comprehending it for 2 days straight has left him a little dazed. Master, fourth senior brother's back. Zhao Yanche's voice called out. Got it? Lu Zhao left the secret chamber and went into the main hall. He saw Ming Shiyin kneeling in the hall, covered in dust, looking a mess. Good thing his loyalty hasn't dropped. Way better than before, disciple greets master, Ming Shiyin said loudly on purpose.
Get up and talk, Lu Zhao said, walking over with his hands clasped behind his back. Where are the Black Knights? Lu Zhao asked. The Black Knights set off early. They're less than 10 miles from Golden Court Mountain. They'll be here soon, Ming Shiyin replied. That fast, Zhao Yanyer exclaimed. Surprised, Ming Shiyin grinned awkwardly.
Lu Zhuhao stroked his beard and went up to him, sized him up a bit, and then said casually, You sure are bold.
Hearing those words, Ming Shiyin knelt down instinctively. Oh crap, master's about to blow up. Brown nosing ain't gonna work this time.
Fan Shuwen's power is a mystery. You just stepped into the nascent divinity realm, and you've got the guts to mess with him. Got a death wish, Lu Zhu said in a low, scolding voice.
Disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple was worried he wouldn't come, so I messed with some of his guys. I didn't mean to kill anyone, but those Black Knights chased me relentlessly. I had no choice but to hide in the woods and take care of them, Ming Shiyin explained. Idiot. Lu Zhao coolly judged his actions. If Fan Shuen really wanted to get rid of you, he could do it himself. Why would he give you a chance to run? Ming Shiyin heard that, and finally got scared. He asked quietly. Is Fan Shuen really that strong? Xiao Yanhe chimed in. His real name's Leng Luo. Didn't master send you a flying letter? Didn't you get it? Ming Shiyin sat on the ground looking blank. He'd never heard of Fan Shuen, but he definitely knew the name Leng Luo. Back then, Leng Luo was a huge deal. If master hadn't suddenly shown up out of nowhere and scared everyone witless, and if his 9 disciples hadn't shaken the world, Leng Luo would have stayed at the top of the blacklist for a long time. He's a super strong cultivator and a master of schemes. He actually killed Black Knights right under the nose of a powerhouse like that. How could Ming Shiyin not be scared? Why didn't Fan Shuen do it himself? While he was thinking, a female cultivator from Moonfall Sect came in. She said, Sect Master, Fan Shuen is outside Golden Court Mountain, requesting an audience. He's here. Lu Zhao looked out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ming Shiyin scrambled up, becoming super obedient. Master, how about I chase him away? Meet him another time, Ming Shiyin asked cautiously. Master's already old, after all. Even if he can suppress Fan Shuen, he probably doesn't want to deal with such a strong opponent every day. Lu Zhao waved his hand, saying calmly, Let him come up. Disciple will go meet him. Ming Shiyin didn't even bother to tidy himself up. He just went straight out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yanhe laughed. Master, I'll go too. Lu Zhao didn't stop her. Fan Shuen had reached the foot of the mountain. He's a smart guy. He wouldn't be stupid enough to attack his disciples. Outside the barrier of Golden Court Mountain, more than 10 imposing Black Knights stood in a row. Leading the group was Fan Shuen, followed by the 4 great Black Knights, his closest subordinates. Fan Shuen looked at the barrier of Golden Court Mountain, glowing faintly, and said in a hoarse voice, I didn't expect Golden Court Mountain to have such a strong formation. A Black Knight behind him said. They say the Golden Court Mountain barrier can't be broken even by 10 nascent divinity experts attacking together. This formation really is incredibly strong, Fan Shuen nodded slightly, saying calmly. Later, the 4 of you will follow me up the mountain. The rest of you will stay here and await orders. Understood. Just then, a figure shot up the stairs incredibly fast, with lightning speed. It was Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin stopped a short distance from the barrier, his eyes sweeping over them. So these are the Black Knights I met in the woods last time. The leader's wearing black armor and a black tiger mask, and he's built like a tank. Is this the legendary Leng Luo? So scary. Ming Shiyin didn't dare to be careless, and he bowed to him, saying, My master invites you. Fan Shuen looked at him, slowly replying, The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4th disciple, Ming Shiyin. Out of respect for your master, I won't hold you accountable for killing my 4 Black Knights. Seeing you're so magnanimous, I'm truly ashamed. But I was just trying to protect myself, you know?
It's their fault for chasing me relentlessly, Ming Xinyin said. A black knight behind Fan Xuan coldly said, "Isn't it because you sneaked into the Black Knight camp first? I was afraid of delaying the notification. If my master blames us, I can't take responsibility. I don't need to introduce my master's status, right?"
Ming Xinyin kept mentioning his master, so they didn't dare to say anything more.
Fan Xuan raised his hand, signaling his subordinates not to interrupt. He then said indifferently, "Since your master invited me, how could I refuse? Lead the way." This Ben Zuo way of addressing oneself really suits someone with power. But Ming Xinyin still preferred someone like Zuo Xinchen. At least, Zuo Xinchen would call him fourth mister, which sounded much nicer.
Too bad Zuo Xinchen bit the dust already.
"My master instructed that you go on your own." Ming Xinyin walked to the barrier and gently waved his hand. A hole appeared in the barrier.
Interesting, Fan Xuan nodded. Fan Xuan took the lead and stepped inside, and the 4 great black knights followed. As the last of the 4 knights stepped in, he stopped as he passed Ming Xinyin and said, "Fourth disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, if there's a chance, I'd like to exchange a few moves."
"My master told me not to fight others casually," Ming Xinyin said without batting an eye. The black knight didn't say anything, stepping into the barrier. All 5 of them wore masks, so their expressions couldn't be seen. They left their black horses at the foot of the mountain and walked up the steps leading to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Halfway up, Fan Xuan suddenly stopped and said calmly, "Who's lurking around?" A shadow flashed among the trees.
Xiao Yanhair stood on a large branch and said,
"Ugly?" She said ugly, not scary. "Big brother, this Evil Sky Pavilion is disrespectful to us. Should we?" Ming Xinyin helplessly shook his head and said, "My junior sister is always like this. Please don't be angry." Fan Xuan held up his hand, stopping his subordinate from speaking, and replied to Ming Xinyin, "It's nothing." Then, they continued to climb the mountain. He could tolerate Ming Xinyin killing 4 black knights. If he got angry just because someone said insulting words, how could he hold the position of Black Knight leader? Back when he topped the black rankings, countless people insulted him. He didn't take any of those insults to heart, no matter how harsh they were. Years of experience had taught him to see through everything. After watching them, Xiao Yanhair stuck out her tongue and made a face at Ming Xinyin before flying to the top of the mountain. Only she could freely fly back and forth from the foot to the top of the mountain without any restrictions. Who told her that their master doted on her the most? A moment later, everyone reached the Evil Sky Pavilion and slowly entered the main hall.
Ming Xinyin looked around and noticed that Zhao Yue and Ye Tiangxin were also present, but they looked tired sitting in chairs. In addition, Zhu Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and Duan Musheng were standing to the left of Fan Xuan. Fan Xuan stood with one hand behind his back, his spine straight. His 4 subordinates stood in 2 rows behind him. The main hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on the 5 people. Fan Xuan looked at the old man sitting in the master's seat. Their eyes met for a moment, and Fan Xuan felt doubt. There were rumors that Ji Tiandao's life-threatening tribulation was approaching. Cultivators only had 1,000 years of lifespan, and in just a few more years, he would disappear between heaven and earth.
Fan Xuan could sense the aura of life much stronger than others.
The old man, famous throughout the world before him, only had about 10 years of life left.
As for his cultivation level, he couldn't sense it. If he tried to probe it by force, it would be considered a provocation. Fan Xuan pays his respects to Senior Ji. Fan Xuan spoke first. Neither arrogant nor humble, neither fast nor slow. The 4 subordinates simultaneously clasped their hands.
Lu Zhao couldn't see their expressions, and Lu Zhao's face was also very calm, showing no joy or anger.
The 2 words Ben Zuo had a very clear intention, it's a term used by superiors, to address subordinates, looking down from a high position.
Fan Xuan sat down, clasped his hands, and said, "I heard that Senior Ji wanted to meet me. I wouldn't dare to be discourteous, so I personally led the Black Knights to ride here to the Evil Sky Pavilion at full speed. I wonder what Senior Ji wants to instruct."
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and pointed at Ye Tiangxin. "Do you recognize this person?" Fan Xuan looked through his mask at Ye Tiangxin, who was sitting in a chair with a pale face. He shook his head slightly. "I don't know." His answer was very straightforward. When Xiao Yanhair saw this, she giggled and said, "This is my master's 6th disciple, Senior sister Ye Tiangxin. Oh, Pui Pui. She's a traitor. So it's the Evil Sky Pavilion's 6th disciple. My apologies. My apologies, Fan Shuwen said softly. Lu Zhao nodded and calmly said, Do you still remember Yulong Village? Fan Shuwen sat still. The heavy armor and dark mask completely concealed his appearance, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Fan Shuwen shook his head, showing no impression. Yulong Village was too small. As the leader of the Black Knights, how could he remember such a tiny village? Senior, why are you asking about Yulong Village? Ye Tiangxin. Lu Zhao sternly called Ye Tiangxin's name.
Ye Tiangxin's heart trembled slightly. She forced herself to sit up straight and said indifferently, Yulong Village had a population of 354 people, and the entire village was massacred 150 years ago. She only said that much. After Ye Tiangxin left Golden Court Mountain, she investigated this matter, and after many twists and turns, she discovered that this matter was related to her master, Ji Tiandao, the master of the world-renowned Evil Sky Pavilion.
Fan Shuwen nodded slightly and said, So that's the case. I'm also very sorry about the massacre of Yulong Village. However, he looked at Lu Zhao. Is this the reason why Senior called me here? That's right, Lu Zhao said calmly. What does it have to do with me?
The case files kept in the palace record that the one who slaughtered Yulong Village was this old man. Though Fan Shuwen's expression couldn't be seen, his body showed some slight movement. Hard to tell if it's surprise or tension. Oh really? Fan Shuwen acted very surprised that Lu Zhao mentioned him. Everyone could clearly feel that Ye Tiangxin's expression was a bit unnatural. Black Guards are the dark division of the Great Yan royal family, so the case files in the palace naturally wouldn't record the names of the Black Guards. Fan Shuwen clasped his hands and said, It's just a pity that nowadays in the cultivation world, everyone knows that the Black Guards are the dark division of the royal family. Has the Black Guard never been to Dutian River? Lu Zhao asked. Fan Shuwen knew in advance that he would ask that. He was a smart guy. From the moment Ye Tiangxin was mentioned, he understood what Lu Zhao was getting at. Fan Shuwen smiled, his low, hoarse voice spreading throughout the Matian Pavilion. Let's put the matter of Yulong Village aside for now. I have another matter I want to discuss with you, Senior. Saying this, Fan Shuwen's attitude became respectful. The palace sends word that the Matian Pavilion's previous actions in the palace will not be scrutinized, including the matter of Ming Xinyin killing 4 Black Guards, can all be forgiven, with only one condition. He paused for a moment, looked around, and then said, That is, from now on, for 5 years, the Matian Pavilion must not interfere in the affairs of the Great Yan royal family. Inside the main hall, it was completely silent, and the disciples exchanged glances. Even Fan Shuwen's 4 trusted subordinates only now learned of their leader's mission for this trip. Luckily, the mission's content was like this. There are countless cultivators in the Great Yan world, with experts like clouds. Some experts are wary of the power in the palace, so they won't easily interfere in the internal conflicts of the royal palace. Others are recruited into the palace, becoming the power of some big shot. Fan Shuwen paused for a moment and added, The Black Guard doesn't want to be enemies with the Matian Pavilion, nor does it have the qualifications or strength to do so. These words are entirely a request from the Black Guard, hoping that you, Senior, will grant it. After saying this, he didn't continue. Everyone looked at Lu Zhao, waiting for him to speak, but Ming Xinyin was the first to burst out laughing. Did the dude who was standing here talking nonsense earlier ride a crane to the west? You want to follow his example? Fan Shuwen clasped his hands. I wouldn't dare. Luoju stroked his beard and said, Just these 2 words are enough. As soon as he said this, Fan Shuwen's heart twitched, and his whole body stiffened slightly. Are you threatening me? Although Fan Shuwen's tone was very humble, and his attitude was quite respectful, anyone with a bit of brains could hear the threatening undertones in his words. The strength of the Matian Pavilion is indeed intimidating. Whether it's Lu Ju himself or the 9 disciples, including Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shengrong, no force dares to underestimate the Matian Pavilion. What is Fan Shuwen relying on to dare say these words? Telling the Matian Pavilion not to interfere in the affairs of the royal family? What is the meaning of these words? Fan Shuwen stood up, clasped his hands, and said, Senior, if you already know my identity, why make things difficult for this junior? The name, Leng Luo, disappeared 300 years ago, and the old grudges have also vanished with it. Senior is older than me, so I should call you brother. The name on the blacklist is nothing to boast about, but instead it has become a stain on my life that I can't erase. These words are righteous and awe-inspiring, filled with moral principles that make one's scalp tingle. The one who was once at the top of the blacklist, doing so many evil things, suddenly wants to break with the past. Isn't it funny? Fan Xuan continued. As for saying that it's a threat, the Blackguard would never dare to do that. The Blackguard only obeys orders from the palace, relaying the message to you, Senior. If you refuse, I can't do anything about it. The main hall fell silent again. Ming Xinyin snorted lightly. Knowing you'd be rejected, why bother saying it in vain? Duan Musheng said straightforwardly. You tell the Matian Pavilion not to interfere in the affairs of the royal family. Following this logic, if we agree to you, if someone in the palace chops me, well, I just need to endure and not speak up. Fifth Martial Sister Zhao Yu had her cultivation sealed by someone in the palace and was sent to the altar to marry someone. Who are we supposed to find to settle the score? Who will stand up and explain the slaughter of Yulong village? Everyone glanced at Duan Musheng, not expecting that Duan Musheng, who usually doesn't know how to speak, could say such impassioned words at this time, which really surprised everyone. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Leng Luo, did you hear clearly? Meaning that he acknowledged that his disciples' words were in line with his own thoughts, which also greatly increased the confidence of the disciples. It must be known that in the past this was almost impossible. Just saying one wrong word in front of the master could bring disaster upon oneself. Fan Xuan clasped his hands and said, The will of the palace. I can't disobey either, Senior. Please don't hold it against the people in the palace. No, you don't understand. Lu Zhao stood up, put his hands behind his back, and stepped down the stairs. His simple action caused Fan Xuan to suddenly stand up, and the other four subordinates were also uneasy. Rumor has it that the devil Jitian Dao has a hot temper and is capricious. It's very likely that he'll attack someone if he doesn't like what they say. The slaughter of Yulong village. Was it an act committed by the Blackguard? Lu Zhao finally asked the question directly, his old and profound eyes staring straight at Fan Xuan, his hand holding a prop card, silently waiting for the answer. This question echoed throughout the main hall. Ye Tiangxin, who was listless and weak, widened her eyes as soon as she heard this, looking at her master and Fan Xuan, who were facing each other, in disbelief. Is there really another secret to the matter of Yulong village? For some reason, Ye Tiangxin's heart was pounding, and the atmosphere in the main hall became dry. Fan Xuan didn't answer Lu Zhao's question directly, but instead said, How can the Great Yan world allow foreign races to reside here? There are too many foreign races in Duqian River. After saying this, he glanced at Ye Tiangxin imperceptibly. These words were also indirectly an admission. He was a smart guy, understood clearly that in this situation there was no point in arguing about the truth, falsehood, right or wrong, or denying the truth. Without sufficient evidence, the Matian Pavilion wouldn't have summoned him here. His answer caused everyone to exchange glances. The case files in the palace were tampered with by you. It was me. Fan Xuan didn't deny but continued, The number of people who can access the case files in the palace is not many. Does Senior have eyes and ears in the palace? Lu Zhao suddenly turned around, ignoring his question. So you're the one who framed me. Jitian Dao did many evil things in his life, and the bad reputation caused by the 9 disciples was also attributed to him. Gradually his reputation became worse and worse. Some scheming people took the opportunity to frame Jitian Dao. One more evil thing is not considered many, one less evil thing is not considered few, though he was too lazy to explain. But Lu Zhao is not like that. Fan Xuan, hearing this, said loudly, The Blackguard only acts according to orders and is not the mastermind. Moreover, as far as I know, the 6th disciple of the Matian Pavilion is a traitor. Why should Senior go against the people in the palace for a traitor? No sooner had he said that, than Ye Tiangxin struggled to stand up. Her cultivation was gone, so she grabbed a sword from a moon-summoning sect female cultivator with the body of an ordinary person. Whoosh! A cold light flashed across the blade, and Ye Tiangxin raised the sword to stab Fan Xuan. Bang! Fan Xuan didn't even flinch. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, steady as a rock.
The sword cracked with a snap and shattered, falling to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Ye Tianxin's eyes were bloodshot as she said, unwilling, "Who's the mastermind? Who the hell is it?" A faint wave of protective energy emanated from Fan Xuan's entire body.
It pushed Ye Tianxin back into her seat.
"Senior Ji, the Black Knights don't want to be enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion. I've answered everything you've asked. As for the mastermind, forgive me, but I can't say. I've delivered the message from the palace. Senior, make your own choice." With that, he turned and walked out of the evil Sky Pavilion. The other 4 Black Knights stood up, cupped their fists, and followed him. After taking 2 steps, Fan Xuan stopped and said, "However, as a junior, let me give you 2 pieces of advice, senior. 1. It's best not to go against the people in the palace. 5 years will pass in the blink of an eye. 2. Although the Black Knights aren't as strong as the evil Sky Pavilion, we're not pushovers either. Farewell." Ever since they arrived at the mountain, the Black Knights had been suppressed by the evil Sky Pavilion. They'd never been treated like this. Dignity, face, attitude, they could all be discarded. Fan Xuan had lowered himself as much as possible. But these last few sentences made his 4 subordinates feel refreshed. The anger that had been building in their chests seemed to dissipate completely. He spoke right.
The evil Sky Pavilion may be strong, but the Black Knights are not soft persimmons.
But just as the 5 of them were about to leave the main hall, Lu Jiu stroked his beard and said, "Did this old master give you permission to leave?" Fan Xuan stopped. His heart skipped a beat. "This old master summoned you here with no intention of letting you leave." Lu Jiu waved his hand.
Duanmu Sheng and Ming Xinyin had long been itching to teach these guys a lesson. They originally thought their master would avoid trouble, since the Black Knights came from the palace, unlike that ignorant Zuo Xinchan, but unexpectedly their master was still as tough as ever. Whoosh, whoosh, Ming Xinyin and Duanmu Sheng leaped out of the main hall. Fan Xuan slowly turned around. "Are you really going to do this for one traitor?" Lu Jiu said indifferently. "This old master will punish my own traitors. It's not your turn to interfere. Then, as for the mastermind behind you, this old master will let you understand. Fan Xuan understands." He resolutely turned back to the main hall, returning to his original position. "The Dark Knights are at your command. Since the evil Sky Pavilion wants to see the Black Knight's skills, then let's grant them their wish." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 whooshing sounds rang out, and 4 golden lotus avatars appeared, 2 with 3 leaves and 2 with 2 leaves. These avatars stood towering 3 or 4 zang high, exuding a powerful aura. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the 4 avatars. Lu Jiu wasn't surprised at all. As the leader of the Black Knights, the former head of the Black ranking, how could he not have some skills? He had the courage to stand here, so naturally he had enough confidence and courage. All 4 of the Black Knights were experts in the nascent divinity realm. Fan Xuan cupped his fist and said, "This junior will say it again. We don't want to be enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion." These words were incredibly grating. It was clearly a veiled threat. He kept saying he didn't want to be enemies with the evil Sky Pavilion, but he kept targeting them everywhere, even making evil Sky Pavilion traitors like Ye Tianxin angry. Lu Jiu was thinking about how to respond. 4 nascent divinity experts, Zhao Yanjie couldn't handle them. Duanmu Sheng and Ming Xiyin could each handle 1, leaving 2, plus the leader of the Black Knights, whose cultivation was unfathomable. He could certainly choose to use a deadly strike card to take Fan Xuan's life. But the problem was, the mastermind behind the massacre of Yulong Village hadn't been asked about yet. Even if he killed him, the remaining number of item cards couldn't handle all 4 Black Knights. Just as he was pondering, "You killed our Black Knights. I want to experience a few of your moves." One of the 4 Black Knights suddenly attacked Ming Xiyin. Ming Xiyin had only just entered the nascent divinity realm, so he was immediately caught off guard and retreated repeatedly. His toes pressed against the ground, flattening his body as he flew into the air. "Don't come and help!" The Black Knight disdained ganging up on the weak. He was extremely confident, vowing to defeat Ming Xiyin alone. This was the result the 4 Black Knights had been hoping for. The 2 fought fiercely outside the main hall, getting further and further away. This was also good. Although Ming Xinyan's avatar hadn't yet bloomed, he had suppressed his nascent divinity realm for too long, so after his cultivation was promoted, his ability would explode. Just like Duanmu Sheng, real combat could make them grow quickly. With Ming Xinyan's cunning nature, even if he couldn't win, he could still run. There was no need to worry about him being in mortal danger.
Duanmu Sheng was different, he said in a deep voice. One isn't enough? Two of you come at me. The overlord's spear in his hand danced, the sound of iron chains clanging. Fan Shuwen tilted his head slightly, his eyes looking at Duanmu Sheng, a heaven-grade weapon.
The heaven-grade overlord spear in Duanmu Sheng's hand was extremely majestic, with a coiling dragon carved from the head to the tail of the spear, extremely shocking.
The powerful vital force penetrated through the overlord's spear, transforming into a terrifying protective energy that spread out, not giving the opponent a chance to choose. Duanmu Sheng attacked one of them. The Black Knight controlled his avatar and fought fiercely with him, but having a heaven-grade weapon, and not having one, was a completely different level. There was no comparison. This was basic common sense in the cultivation world.
Heaven-grade weapons could create strong gales, almost magnifying Duanmu Sheng's power and attack range several times. If a heaven-grade weapon was in the hands of someone who understood weapons, they could even use it to break the opponent's avatar. Once the avatar was lost, the cultivation gap between the nascent divinity realm experts would be eliminated. Boom boom! The overlord spear was swift and fierce, like a dragon, completely suppressing the opponent. Duanmu Sheng fought more and more vigorously,
and in just a moment, the two had fought outside the main hall.
Me too.
Another Black Knight saw that things weren't going well and immediately joined Duanmu Sheng's fight. Taking on one enemy with two, Duanmu Sheng relied on his heaven-grade weapon to fight two enemies, one two-leafed avatar and one three-leafed avatar.
Originally, he had been attacking fiercely and suppressing his opponent, but now that another enemy had appeared, the pressure suddenly increased.
The two black guards joined forces, unleashing a wave of robust gang chi.
Duanmu Sheng raised his overlord spear to block, chains swirling around it. Boom! Duanmu Sheng rapidly retreated, his feet sliding across the ground. He was enveloped in gang chi, leaving two long, narrow cracks in the earth. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene.
Was this really someone who had just stepped into the nascent soul realm?
He was practically a nascent soul powerhouse who'd been in that realm for ages. The overlord's spear was used with godlike skill. Sparks flew and shockwaves rippled, each strike transforming into hundreds of spear images. This was the terrifying power of a heaven-grade weapon, and why countless cultivators sought. Fan Shuwen couldn't help but clap in admiration. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that a disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion who hadn't even bloomed could take on two opponents at once? The remaining black guard beside him whispered, "Leader, I request permission to join the battle." Fan Shuwen raised his hand to stop him, not agreeing, then turned to look at Lu Juanzhu, who remained standing there indifferently. Four black guards were all in the nascent soul realm, and rarely showed their skills. The one sparring with Ming Xinyan was the eldest, Chen Zhonghe. The ones fighting Duanmu Sheng were the second, Yue Zhong, and the fourth, Duan Yanhong. The one who hadn't made a move was the third, Liang Jing, a master archer. He emphasized that the third was an archer, clearly implying that the third didn't engage in close combat so he could join the fight at any time. Heaven-grade weapons were extremely rare. Liang Jing wasn't so lucky, so he could only use the earth-grade godly archer bow, but with this bow in hand, as long as he aimed, he'd hit his target every time. The godly archer bow behind Liang Jing resonated with his dharma body, floating up and landing in his palm.
Fan Shuwen cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhao, "I'll say it again." Before he could finish, a resonance of origin chi echoed from outside the main hall. The crowd looked up in astonishment. Zhu Jifeng exclaimed, "Dharma body blooming." When blooming, the Dharma body would instantly expand, increasing in height and width, with chi and origin chi surging in. This third senior brother's talent is truly astonishing. He's actually blooming. During a fight, blooming meant a sudden surge in cultivation. It was at this moment that they saw Duanmu Sheng roar, the overlord spear spinning, the robes on Duanmu Sheng's body shattering, revealing his robust and powerful physique, his arms stretched taut, and gang chi exploding from his entire body. This was the explosive power released when blooming. The second and fourth black guards couldn't help but retreat. The overlord's spear slashed down, the spearhead chopping through the chains.
Clang! The chains snapped. Duanmu Sheng was like a rampaging beast, gripping the overlord's spear tightly. Witness my might, you punks! The three of them charged back into battle, the situation growing increasingly intense. Lu Zhao didn't expect Duanmu Sheng to break through in cultivation. He nodded in satisfaction. Fan Xuan waved his hand, his meaning clear. Obey orders. The third, the godly archer Lian Qing, raised his hand, drawing back the godly archer bow. Twang! The origin qi and gang qi vibrated powerfully.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard calmly and said, "This old man hates sneak attacks the most." He raised his right hand, extending his arm. In his palm he held a prop card that had shattered and was rotating counterclockwise, creating a small vortex. The surrounding origin qi was instantly absorbed by this vortex. Lu Zhao gently flicked his sleeve, sending out a palm strike, targeting the godly archer, Yi Qing. "Get out of the way!" Fan Xuan panicked. He hadn't expected Lu Zhao to strike. At this moment he thought Lu Zhao would continue to observe the situation. A massive hand seal flew forward. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. Once the Great Seal of Fearlessness appears, all beings are at peace, no longer afraid. Fan Xuan immediately felt the terror of the palm seal and hurriedly pushed Li Qing away.
Li Qing, drawing his bow, quickly flew out of the main hall. The Great Seal of Fearlessness continued to fly forward, its speed increasing.
Fan Xuan used his powerful gang qi to try to block it. What a waste. Lu Zhao shook his head. Everyone looked on, dumbfounded, unable to speak. The Great Seal of Fearlessness continued to fly towards Li Qing. This scene was extremely similar to when Lu Zhao used a single hand to crush the monk Kong Xuan in the Holy Altar Square. But there was still a difference. Crushing Kong Xuan was the Great Vajra Wheel Hand Seal, transforming from small to large, an unexpected burst of speed, while the Great Seal of Fearlessness was not only extremely large, but also extremely fast.
Li Qing, who was floating in the air, suddenly froze. His left hand gripped the godly archer bow. His right hand drew back the bowstring, forming an arrow with gang qi. His movements were as swift as flowing water, displaying his powerful strength. Unfortunately, the Great Seal of Fearlessness was unstoppable. The arrow touched the hand seal, creating only tiny ripples that vanished into nothingness, as if they had been fused by the hand seal. How could this be? Li Qing's eyes widened. His gaze, which had been full of confidence, instantly turned to fear and despair. Powerful energy, like lava from a volcano, crashed into Lian Qing. No one saw clearly how Lian Qing was defeated.
After the Great Seal of Fearlessness flew out, the massive hand seal blocked everyone's view. From behind, they only saw the Great Seal of Fearlessness crash into Lian Qing and then disappear. Where Li Qing had once floated was now empty. Nothing remained. Time seemed to have frozen. Before Fan Xuan could even unleash his Dharma body to rescue him, his most loyal and capable subordinate had been reduced to ashes.
His Gangshi dispersion had been completely ineffective. He could only watch helplessly as the hand seal crashed down, a sense of powerlessness welling up within him. This sense of powerlessness filled him with horror. The owner of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Ji Tiandao, seemed far more complex than he had thought. Fan Xuan was lost in thought, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Outside the hall, the sounds of Duanmu Sheng fighting the two black guard experts continued. Was this the true strength of the Demon Heaven Pavilion? What life expectancy crisis? What sharp decline in cultivation? A single move had defeated the nascent soul realm godly archer Li Qing. Ji Tiandao's strength was still at its peak, just like before. Master is so awesome! Zhao Yanhair clapped, breaking the silence in the hall. She pointed at Fan Xuan and said, "Master, what about him?" Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhang only felt admiration, not as much shock as Fan Xuan, because they had seen even more exaggerated scenes. When Lu Zhu was at Ji Tiandao's peak, the tea breaks he spent constantly using great divine power techniques, casually killing opponents, were far more terrifying than a single Great Seal of Fearlessness. Ye Tiangxin took a step back, her frail body making it difficult to stand straight.
and she slumped down into a chair. If it weren't for the disciples of the Moonfall sect supporting her, it was likely that no one would want to approach her. Fan Xuan's black mask didn't reveal the expression on his face, but his silence and straight spine seemed to indicate that he was extremely angry and unwilling to accept this. You killed those other black guards. I won't bother arguing about it. But anyone who dares to touch the 4 great black knights is making an enemy of me. Fan Xuan gritted out each word. Everyone could feel the shift in Fan Xuan's aura. He was calling Lu Zhu Yu now. Clearly he was pissed. Lu Zhao casually glanced at the fight going on outside the hall. Duan Musheng was getting more and more into it. The more he fought, the better he synced up with his overlord's spear. At first, the 2 black knights had the upper hand, but now they were evenly matched with Duan Musheng. It wouldn't be long before Duan Musheng took the win. As for Ming Yin, Lu Zhu wasn't worried at all. He was more worried about that poor bastard Chen Zhonghai. Golden Court Mountain was basically the Evil Sky Pavilion's turf. Usually, the master kept watch and kept his disciples in line, so they didn't dare wander off. They could only mess around on Golden Court Mountain, so they knew every nook and cranny of the mountain like the back of their hands. Ming Yin was running and fighting, clearly using his knowledge of the terrain to mess with his opponent. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and looked at Fan Xuan, saying coldly, "You really think too highly of yourself." Fan Xuan slightly cupped his fist, and his primal chi started to tremble. The others in the hall all took a step back. They knew Fan Xuan was about to make his move. Evil Sky Pavilion. If justice isn't served to Li Qing, all my Black Knight brothers, and those who care about us, won't let this go. With each word Fan Xuan spoke, his aura intensified, growing stronger and more formidable. Lu Zhao remained as calm as ever. He wasn't going to attack just yet. He wanted to see what tricks this former top dog of the black ranking had up his sleeve. What gave him the courage to stand there and brag? A buzzing sound of resonating primal chi burst forth from Fan Xuan. If the Evil Sky Pavilion's architecture wasn't so sturdy and protected by special formations, his avatar's appearance alone would have been enough to collapse the entire Evil Sky Pavilion. A massive avatar appeared in the air. 8 leaves. Zhu Jifeng frowned, secretly shocked. If they hadn't seen Lu Zhao's avatar with their own eyes, they might have been intimidated by Fan Xuan. Same as 8 leaves, but there are still levels. Ji Tiandao was already at 8 leaves 300 years ago when he took first place on the black ranking, not to mention that now he has a 9-leaf avatar. Lu Zhao kept stroking his beard. Completely disregarding Fan Xuan, he said indifferently, "Is this all you've got, you little rascal?" Fan Xuan said in a deep voice. "Centuries ago we fought to a draw. If we fight again now, although I can't win, I can still fight you to a draw." As soon as he said that, Fan Xuan's figure shot forward like a ghost, leaving behind after-images. Everyone staggered back. Fan Xuan's target was only the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhao, who was sitting still on his chair. Without a second thought, Lu Zhao slightly waved his sleeve. Whoosh! A Vajra seal appeared from Lu Zhao's sleeve, suddenly transforming into a large net in front of him. The Dao concealment technique? Lu Zhao stroked his beard. He originally thought he would have to waste an invincibility card, but the binding cage card was proving to be pretty effective. Was it going to hit with that 30% chance? Even if it didn't, it was enough to take a step back. Fan Xuan. The net revealed layers of golden light, growing larger and larger. What kind of move is that? Everyone looked on in admiration. They had never seen anything like it from the cultivation sects of Great Yan. All they could do was stare in astonishment as the net rushed forward. Fan Xuan shouted, "You think this kind of trick can stop the Dao concealment technique of an 8-leaf? Are you overestimating yourself?" Whoosh! Fan Xuan's figure flickered, dodging the huge net. 10 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Bang! Before he could reach him, the net suddenly flattened out in the air, gradually transforming into a cubic cage, growing larger and larger, emitting a glittering golden light. Then it slammed down on the main hall. Bang! Fan Xuan's Dao concealment technique slammed into the cage, trapping a nascent Divinity Realm 8-leaf. Reward: 200 merit points. Binding cage successful. Lu Zhao nodded with satisfaction. A cage. It was really a cage, not just a big net. This thing was even better than he thought. If he killed this 8-leaf, How many merit points would he get? The merit points awarded for capturing him were much less than capturing a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If this hadn't succeeded by chance, then using the binding cage card would have been a loss.
Fan Xuan slammed into the walls of the cage, but it was no use.
Coldly. I'll ask you one more time. Who is the mastermind behind the Yulong village incident? Lu Zhao asked with his hands behind his back. At the same time, the cage began to slowly tighten. The cage originally occupied the entire space between the main halls, but now it began to shrink, constantly contracting. Fan Xuan retreated, not answering Lu Zhao's question, but looked at the cage surrounding him on all sides, and said in a low voice, "You want to trap me?" Those 4 words, "You want to trap me," were full of confidence. Anyone with the cultivation of an 8-leaf nascent divinity realm would have such strong confidence.
The hexagonal cage formed a square cube, continuing to contract. Fan Xuan took 3 steps back, his hands in front of him. Lu Zhuao nodded slightly. Dao Zhuao concealment, great divine power technique. He just happened to want to test how strong the binding cage was. Whether it was strong enough to resist the great divine power technique. Fan Xuan's stance was complete. And in an instant the energy exploded. In an instant, boom! The cage shrank again. Boom, boom, boom. Countless after-images constantly collided with the walls of the cage, like an enraged wild beast ramming into all sides. The eyes of ordinary people could not keep up with his after-images. The speed was too fast. Fortunately, all of the people in the hall were powerful cultivators and could see, only not very clearly. Even so, Fan Xuan's fighting power still shocked everyone. The sound of collisions continued to echo throughout the hall. But no matter what moves he used, he could not escape from the binding cage. Lu Zhao shook his head helplessly. "You're just unlucky. You actually got hit by a 30% chance attack." Lu Zhao felt it was a bit noisy, and silently chanted. The binding cage followed his order, immediately contracting and pressing against Fan Xuan. Crack! The gray armor shattered, the mask fell off, and Fan Xuan's face was revealed. Lu Zhao glanced at him and then looked away. His appearance had been ruined, and looked a bit ferocious. People who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. 300 years ago, Fan Xuan did many evil things, and was the target of everyone who wanted to beat him up and kill him. But unfortunately the path he took was completely different. Jitian Dao, seeing his appearance now, was a bit mocking. "From beginning to end you have overestimated yourself," Lu Zhao said calmly. Fan Xuan had completely given up resisting. He felt that the binding cage was tightly imprisoning him. Not only his body, but also his cultivation. He tried to mobilize the primal qi in his danshin, but it was useless. Relying solely on the power of his body, it was even more impossible to escape from the cage. Fan Xuan unwillingly looked at Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao still maintained a calm and composed appearance, as if everything in front of him was under his control. And the truth was, it was, old senior, what do you want? Fan Xuan could not understand. The strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion was completely beyond his expectations, and what happened today had exceeded his control. Lu Zhao said calmly, "Who's the mastermind behind the Yulong village massacre?" Fan Xuan looked at the powerful old devil with disbelief. He actually offended the Black Knights and the big shots in Quan for a traitor? Fan Xuan turned his head away. Lu Zhao didn't care. "I have plenty of time." Fan Xuan coughed and said, "In 15 years, at most 15 years, who under this sky will remember Jitian Dao?" Xiao Yannier waved her little fist and retorted, "I will." Fan Xuan didn't bother to reply, just glanced at the little girl. Lu Zhao nodded slightly and said, "That's not important, old-timer. Killing me won't do any good. You join the Black Knights and disregard life and death. Even if all the Black Knights die in battle, you won't find anything out. MPH. Empty words." Lu Zhao gently shook his head, no longer paying attention to Fan Xuan. "You can join the power of the Dark Department, the Black Knights. 300 years have been enough to train their tongues. They always keep their mouths shut. Such people can't be threatened with death." Lu Zhao was in no hurry. If the world thinks he only has 10 years to live, then he'll just keep living despite them. He's got all the time in the world to prove them wrong. Outside the main hall, after Duan Musheng bloomed his lotus, he was like a different person. His aura was fierce,
His primal chi was strong and domineering. This kind of fighting style looks rough on the surface, but it hides finesse within. Every time the two Black Knights were about to touch him, Duanmu Sheng could always dodge. The battle between the three was extremely intense, and the bluestone floor outside the Mondation Pavilion's main hall was completely shattered. But that's not important.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and calmly watched the battle. The two sides were evenly matched. Seeing this, Lu Zhao said in a deep voice, "Too slow." The reminder, accompanied by a trace of primal chi, spread as a sound wave, falling into Duanmu Sheng's ears. Duanmu Sheng understood. His speed suddenly exploded. The Overlord's spear in his hand was so fast that its form couldn't be seen, leaving only after images everywhere.
The two Black Knights were shocked. The gang chi on both sides had been colliding constantly, making it almost impossible to increase speed and moves, yet Duanmu Sheng could still do it. A monster! Lu Zhuhao pointed to the battle in the arena and said to Fan Xuan, "Dimwit, you not only overestimate yourself, but also underestimate the Mosean Pavilion." Duanmu Sheng gained the upper hand again. The two Black Knights felt the pressure suddenly increase, and hundreds and thousands of spear shadows kept stabbing at them, not caring whether you have gang chi or not, and not afraid of your Dharma body protecting you. The Overlord's spear, when used to its limit, has the power to destroy Dharma bodies. Boom, boom, boom. The two Black Knights couldn't withstand it with their Dharma bodies and gradually retreated. How could this be? A nascent soul realm, at the initial Lotus stage, could actually face head-on a nascent soul second Lotus stage and a nascent soul third Lotus stage.
But Duanmu Sheng did it. Just as Duanmu Sheng was fighting like crazy, Lu Zhao glanced over and transmitted his voice.
If you don't use your strongest move now, when will you? Any strongest move can be called a grand divine ability. This kind of move consumes a lot of primal chi, so it's destined that it can't be used many times, but Duanmu Sheng looked like a machine that never runs out of primal chi, never showing any fatigue from beginning to end. His master's guidance boosted his confidence. The Overlord's spear swung his spear and sword, 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The scene of Lu Juju, demonstrating that strongest move, appeared in his mind. Heaven's embrace has flaws.
Spear shadows like dense spots of light appeared in the sky, too many to count, falling straight towards the two Black Knights. Retreat! The two Black Knights retreated quickly, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. The protective gang chi of the two Black Knights was pierced by the Overlord's spear, and the spear shadows continued to stab forward, stabbing 2 more times. The two flew out,
landing on the damaged bluestone floor with a thud.
Fresh blood spilled from their shoulders.
The two covered their wounds, their faces frightened, as they looked at Duanmu Sheng. They lost, completely lost. No conspiracy. No taking advantage of someone in trouble. He openly and honestly fought 2 against 1.
Lu Zhao remained calm, stroking his beard and nodding. Duanmu Sheng won the victory. His confidence amplified. His mood extremely excited him. He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and said, "Disciple thanks Master for the guidance, and luckily didn't disgrace his mission by defeating these two." Duanmu Sheng still gripped the Overlord's spear tightly, pointing it towards Yue Chong and Duan Yanhong in the distance, afraid that they would escape. Fan Xuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. "One left," Lu Zhao said indifferently. Fan Xuan swallowed. His previous arrogance was diminished after being hit so hard. Subordinate is incompetent. Subordinate is incompetent. Yue Chong's and Duan Yanhong's faces were filled with shame. Xiao Yanter said to the two, "What incompetent this and incompetent that? You lost to my master. You can brag about it when you go out later." Duanmu Sheng scratched his head, confused. "Huh, didn't you lose to me?" Xiao Yanher happily went to Lu Zhao and said, "Third senior brother's Dharma body bloomed his lotus, thanks to Master passing down the Overlord's spear to him." Her mentioning the Overlord's spear made others continue to yearn for the battle just now. The Overlord's spear shined too dazzlingly. The Black Knight experts, Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong, were convinced of their defeat. They encountered a monster like Duanmu Sheng, and he also had a heaven-grade weapon. Duanmu Sheng nodded. "Little junior sister is right. My heaven's embrace has flaws as far inferior to Master's. If it weren't for the Overlord's spear, I wouldn't have been able to defeat these two." Yue Cheng and Duan Yanhong struggled to look up.
Seeing Fan Xuan being trapped, their faces showed horror. The Black Knight leader has an 8th Lotus Dharma body. Why doesn't he have any resistance? They are 2nd Lotus,
3rd Lotus, and fought a great battle before finally losing. With the leader's cultivation, shouldn't he have a 3-day, 3-night battle with Jitian Dao and be evenly matched? It was also because they were focused on fighting Duan Musheng that they didn't pay attention to the movements inside the main hall. In the Moxian Pavilion, Lu Jiao was still standing calmly in the main hall, his eyes looking towards Yue Cheng and Duan Yanhong, and said calmly, "Seal their cultivation. Disciple obeys." Duan Musheng clasped his hands.
At this time, Pan Zhong suddenly stepped forward. "Please leave this kind of thing to me. I'm quite good at this." The cultivation of cultivators goes from the Dantian Qi Si through the 8 extraordinary meridians to mobilize primal qi. Ordinary methods of sealing the 8 meridians don't have much effect. Many cunning people will hide primal qi in the Dantians, and after being sealed, they can secretly unlock the 8 meridians. Lu Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. The acupoint sealing technique of the Jingming Dao is indeed unique. Being praised by Lu Zhao, Pan Zhong felt full of energy.
Yue Cheng glared and said, "The Jingming Dao, a dignified famous sect. How can there be a traitor like you?"
His words made Pan Zhong instantly furious. "Shut up, loser!" Pan Zhong's figure flashed, appearing in front of them, and performed the acupoint sealing technique.
Standing beside him was also Duan Musheng, holding the Overlord spear in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the two. Once they made any moves, he would immediately turn them into souls under his spear. After a while, Pan Zhong successfully sealed the two's cultivation. He was just a divine court realm cultivator, and he almost used up all his strength to seal a nascent soul realm expert. The primal qi in their bodies was completely gone.
Pan Zhong wiped the sweat on his face and clasped his hands. "Pavilion Master, I have sealed the 8 meridians of these 2 people. Except for me, who can unlock the seal, no one else can do anything."
Lu Jiao just waved his hand, signaling Pan Zhong to step down, and then said, "Imprison these 2 people and keep a close watch on them at all times. Even though their cultivation has been sealed, people still need to be found to watch them. Pan Zhong's confidence is good, but too much confidence becomes arrogance." "Yes." Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng stepped forward at the same time, taking the 2 away. Without cultivation, they are just fish on a chopping board.
Lu Zhujiao returned to the throne in the main hall, slowly sat down, and called out a name. Yi Tiangxin. Yi Tiangxin's whole body trembled slightly, perhaps because her body had been weak for too long. Her expression looked extremely painful. When Lu Zhao called out her name, Yi Tiangxin immediately fell from the chair to the ground, kneeling, and said excitedly, "Master! Master!"
Lu Zhao's expression was indifferent, shaking his head slightly.
He ignored her, and turned to look at Fan Zhuan. "Jerk, I gave you opportunities over and over again. If you don't cherish them, don't blame me for being heartless," Lu Zhao said calmly. Fan Zhuan barely stood up straight, the cage binding him like a golden circlet still controlling him.
"Old-timer, you don't need to waste your breath.
My skills are inferior to yours. I'm willing to accept death."
Lu Zhao shook his head.
"So this 8-leaf golden lotus willing to die to keep the palace's secrets? Is this person worth you throwing your life away?" Truthfully, at this point, Lu Zhu wasn't expecting to get the mastermind's name out of him, but a secret that can keep a powerful 8-leaf golden lotus cultivator's lips so tightly sealed definitely isn't an ordinary secret. "This needs investigating, for sure," Fan Zhuan said. "What's the point of saying more now that things have come to this?" Lu Zhao shook his head, his expression still calm. Just then, the system's notification rang out. Ming Shiyin has killed a nascent soul cultivator, earning 1,000 merit points. Hearing the notification, Lu Zhu didn't react. Then, he shook his head and said,
"Black Knight Chen Zhonghe, do you think he's alive or dead right now?" Fan Zhuan thought Lu Zhao was using psychological warfare, so he coldly tilted his head and said, "Chen Zhonghe has amazing movement techniques. Although Ming Shiyin is strong, he really shouldn't have left the main hall. The vast space is more suitable for Chen Zhonghe to show off his movement skills. You killed Li Qing. Chen Zhonghe killed Ming Shiyin. It's just karma."
"Karma my butt." Zhao Yanjie couldn't take it anymore and immediately shouted angrily, You shameless, bragging jerk! Fan Xuan laughed dryly. Little girl, the evil sky pavilion is indeed very strong, but it has narrowed your vision. Back when I roamed the world, even your master couldn't do anything to me, huh? Why are you staring like that, little girl? Zhao Yanhair's gaze shifted away from Fan Xuan, out of the main hall. Although Fan Xuan was bound and trapped in the cage, he could still turn his head to look. He saw that Duanmu Sheng, Ye Tiangxin, and the female cultivators of the Moonrise sect were also looking towards the entrance of the hall. There stood Ming Xiyin, slowly walking in, sunlight shining down on him. He looked a little disheveled and had bloodstains on him, but in his right hand he was holding a short saber. Fresh blood was dripping from the blade, falling onto the ground, drop by drop. Fan Xuan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, his heart pounding in his chest. Just as he was about to move, the tip of the Overlord's spear blocked his path. Want to die, easy? I can take you out with one strike, Duanmu Sheng warned. At this moment, Ming Xiyin walked to the middle of the main hall. He looked tired, but a victorious smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He placed the short saber on the ground and respectfully said, Disciple didn't intentionally kill Chen Zhonghe, but he had a pinnacle Earth-grade weapon on him. Disciple had no choice but to kill him to protect himself. Fan Xuan's eyelids twitched incessantly. In his heart, Chen Zhonghe was certain to win this fight. Ming Xiyin had no weapon and hadn't manifested his astrolabe, while Chen Zhonghe was the strongest of the 4 Black Knights, a peak 3-leaf golden lotus, and he had an Earth-grade weapon in his hand. Cough, 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 cough. Fan Xuan couldn't accept this fact at all. He coughed violently, the surging blood in his chest causing him unbearable pain. The female cultivators of the Moonrise sect were shocked. The evil sky pavilion was so powerful. Compared to them, the Moonrise sect was insignificantly small. Lu Zhao listened to Ming Xiyin's report and casually praised, Not bad? These few words made Ming Xiyin extremely happy. His face lit up with joy as he said, Master, this Earth-grade weapon is extremely valuable. Disciple wants to refine it, Fan Xuan said sternly. How dare you, Xiao Yanxi said. You're already in this state. How dare you still try to scare people? Chen Zhonghe is dead. Refining his weapon will make him unable to rest in peace. Ming Xiyin didn't care about such things. He requested his master's approval, wanting to refine the weapon of a dead man. As the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xuan was naturally furious. But what rights did a defeated general have to speak? If this had happened in a righteous sect, he could have insulted them a few times, but this was the evil sky pavilion. Even if Ming Xiyin skinned Chen Zhonghe alive, he couldn't say anything. Fan Xuan could only glare at these people, trying to mobilize his primal chi again, but his dantian was still as empty as before. Fan Xuan was considered knowledgeable. He knew hundreds of cultivation sects from north to south and had seen all kinds of cultivation methods and techniques, but this binding cage technique was the first time he had seen it. People often find it difficult to resist what they don't know. Lu Zhao sat upright in the main hall, observing the short saber, and calmly said, Present it. Disciple obeys. Ming Xiyin was secretly overjoyed. He offered the green treasure saber with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Lu Zhu. Then, he respectfully stepped back to the side. Heaven-grade weapons were extremely rare. Many cultivators couldn't obtain one in their entire lives. Moreover, if one's cultivation level didn't reach the nascent soul realm, they wouldn't dare to take out a heaven-grade weapon casually. Heaven-grade weapons were powerful, but it was extremely difficult to use them to fight opponents above one's level. Having an earth-grade weapon was already good. After some time, he would refine it a few more times to turn it into a heaven-grade weapon. It was extremely difficult to refine a weapon that had already been claimed. It would take dozens of years. But compared to the value of the weapon, many cultivators were willing to do it. Lu Zhao picked up the short saber and examined it for a while. The shape of the short saber wasn't very beautiful. If anything, it was quite ugly. Lu Zhao raised his left hand, and the unnamed sword silently appeared in his palm, slashing at the saber. Clang! The others were stunned, not understanding what Lu Zhu was planning to do. From their perspective, Lu Zhu seemed to be drawing his finger across the blade. But no matter what, this saber was a pinnacle earth-grade weapon.
It was a bit ridiculous to try to cut it with bare hands, but since Lu Zhu had done it, who would dare to voice their opinion? Fan Xuan said in a deep voice, "Devil, as expected of a devil, coveting the belongings of the dead. Aren't you afraid of restless nights?" Ming Yin glanced at him and said, "According to you, then everyone in the cultivation world who fights over weapons can't sleep peacefully." Fan Xuan was speechless. This kind of thing happened very often.
Lu Zhao finished inspecting the weapon and shook his head slightly. The unnamed sword collided, the void duality blades unharmed. This pinnacle Earth-grade weapon was also undamaged. Could it be that the sharpness of the unnamed sword hadn't reached the Earth-grade yet? Lu Zhao threw the short saber out. Ming Yin hurriedly caught it, his face full of joy. But just as he touched the saber, suddenly, with a shua sound, the blade cracked in two, turning into two pieces that fell to the ground. Ming Yin was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the destroyed green treasure saber. The crack was sharp and even, like a knife cutting tofu. Fan Xuan raised his eyebrows. Even Lu Zhu was surprised. He was surprised inside, but on the outside he still appeared calm and composed. This proved that the unnamed sword was stronger than a pinnacle Earth-grade weapon. So, its grade should be at the heaven grade. A heaven-grade weapon that could transform into all sorts of shapes was truly a priceless treasure. Ming Yin's face turned stiff, then turned as bitter as if he were eating a bitter gourd. He had worked so hard to obtain the weapon, only to have it broken in half by his master with his bare hands. "Master, Master, was my performance not good enough?" Lu Zhao's voice finally rang out. "Just an Earth-grade weapon. How can it be worthy of the evil sky pavilion?" Ming Yin was stunned. "Just an Earth-grade weapon. Does that mean there are even better weapons?" Xiao Yan'er laughed playfully. "Fourth senior brother, what do you see in third senior brother's hand? It's the Overlord Spear." "Very impressive, right? Third senior brother relied on this weapon to fight two opponents at once just now." Ming Yin turned to look at the Overlord Spear in Duanmu Sheng's hand. The Overlord Spear stood proudly, and the engraved coiling dragon was enough to prove that it was no ordinary weapon. Remember when the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain? Ming Yin advised Duanmu Sheng to leave, but Duanmu Sheng refused, all because of the Overlord Spear. Who knew Master would bestow such a precious weapon upon Duanmu Sheng? So unfair, so damn unfair. Compared to a heaven-grade weapon, a peak Earth-grade weapon instantly becomes trash. Maester's divine might is unmatched. This kind of garbage that can't withstand a single move from Maester is clearly trash. Ming Yin kicked the Azure Python saber aside. After cursing the weapon, Ming Yin grinned and asked, "Master, when will this disciple be granted a handy weapon too?" Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "Do your job well." Hearing this, Ming Yin was overjoyed. This meant he'd been promised a heaven-grade weapon. Although Master didn't specify when he'd give it, Master is a man of his word, saying this is practically a guarantee. Without another word, Ming Yin knelt down again, clasped his hands, and kowtowed. "Thank you, Master. This disciple will definitely continue to work hard and live up to Master's expectations." Loyalty +2. Lu Zhao nodded slightly. His loyalty was much higher than when Lu Zhou first transmigrated, and it was becoming more stable. Relying solely on force to suppress people won't get you far. Palace Master, what's wrong with you? Two female cultivators from the Moon Reflection Palace suddenly helped Ye Tiangxin up. Ye Tiangxin had inexplicably fallen into a deep coma. Xiao Yan'er quickly ran over to check and said, "She's fine. Why are you making such a fuss, scaring my master?" Ming Yin secretly choked. Every sentence from his little junior sister was, "Master, Master." He felt so inferior. Lu Zhao waved his hand and said, "Take her back to the South Pavilion and let her sober up." Disciple obeys. Xiao Yan'er took Ye Tiangxin and the two female cultivators away from the main hall of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhao also noticed that Ye Tiangxin's hatred was rapidly decreasing, clearly because the key was the Fish Dragon Village massacre. He had originally intended for Fan Xuan to come forward and clarify the matter, but Fan Xuan stubbornly refused to speak, even unto death. This only increased Lu Zhu's curiosity, and this matter was very likely related to his missing memories. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhu said indifferently, "Seal his cultivation and take him down." Disciple obeys.
Ming Xiyin grabbed Fan Xuan's shoulder. Fan Xuan, bound and controlled by the cage card, was like a chick trapped in a cage. Ming Xiyin lifted him with one hand and carried him out of the main hall. Lu Zhu wasn't sure how long the cage card could last. To be absolutely safe, he'd seal his cultivation for good measure. There's plenty of time. Lu Zhao still has methods to pry his mouth open and find out the name of the mastermind behind it.
While he was thinking, a female cultivator slowly approached and said, "Pavilion, Pavilion Master. The Black Knights below the mountain refuse to leave and are causing a ruckus. Fan Xuan has been captured, so they naturally won't leave." Thinking about it, this is related to someone within the palace, Lu Zhao said coldly. Fan Xuan will stay at the Demon Sky Pavilion. Tell those who are not involved to leave. He deliberately emphasized stay, indicating that Fan Xuan was still alive. What if they still refuse to leave?
The female cultivator looked at Lu Zhao hesitantly.
Leave it to Ming Xiyin. Yes, I'll go inform 4th senior brother immediately. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, a few hundred meters from the barrier, dozens of Black Knights stood gazing up at the Demon Sky Pavilion. Because of the barrier, they could only stand outside and worry. Some distance away from the Black Knights, in the forest, a graceful man in green robes was silently watching the scene. Behind the green-robed man, a man in green was respectfully bowing. Senior wants to take action against these people. The green-robed swordsman didn't look at the green-clad man behind him, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
Against your sect leader. I don't want to kill anyone today. I'm truly sorry. For some reason,
as soon as the green-clad man heard the words, "I'm truly sorry," he subconsciously took a step back and said awkwardly, "Sword maniac Chen Wenji has already been killed by Senior. I wonder who Senior's next target is."
The green-robed swordsman glanced at him, and the green-clad man took a few more steps back. He was extremely uneasy, fearing that this Senior would say, "Your next target is you," the green-robed swordsman said indifferently.
"Don't be afraid, I always treat people gently. Your sect leader understands this best." It's just that Senior's aura is too powerful, so this junior feels a little pressure. Please don't blame me. The green-clad man's legs were trembling. "That's good." The green-robed swordsman replied calmly, "I am very grateful for your help in delivering the information to me during this time." The green-clad man wiped the sweat from his face and breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the green-robed swordsman added, "However, if I want to kill you, I will definitely tell you in advance, friend." He paused slightly before saying the word friend. The green-clad man wanted to cry on the spot. Even before killing someone, he had to notify his opponent. The green-clad man didn't dare to reply and could only stand obediently behind him. The green-robed swordsman turned to look at the Black Knights, shook his head slightly, and sighed. "Black Knight leader Fan Xuan has been on the mountain for half a day. He probably won't be coming out."
Senior, are you not waiting anymore? The remaining ones are uninteresting." The green-robed swordsman turned around,
and in a flash he took dozens of steps, disappearing into the mountains and forests in the blink of an eye. The green-clad man almost slumped to the ground, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. This damn task is really trying to kill me.
After calming his emotions, the green-clad man observed the team in front of him.
At this moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the barrier, circled over the heads of the Black Knights, and then returned to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Ming Xiyin. No matter how well trained the Black Knights were, they had to retreat again and again under the threat of Ming Xiyin, slowly leaving Golden Court Mountain. The green-clad man nodded and muttered, "No wonder Sword Devil Senior didn't want to stay. Even 8-leaf Fan Xuan can't do anything to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Aha! The old devil's methods are truly admirable." The green-clad man's figure also flickered and disappeared into the mountains and forests. On the Demon Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhu looked at the merit points on the system interface. Only 22 M points. The merit points awarded for capturing Fan Xuan were far less than the rewards for killing a nascent Soul Realm expert, which was 5 points. Fortunately, he drew twice last time, so he'll only draw once this time. Third time's the charm. Lucky draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you, host, for participating in the game. Luck points +1.
Lu Zhao hung his head, trying to restrain the urge to continue drawing. This game is similar to chi refining. The longer you wait, the more chances you have of winning. You can't get reckless. 5 chi convergence dharmic body costs 8,000 merit points. Lu Zhao frowned. Even if he killed all of Fan Xuan's men, it wouldn't be enough. This is only 5 chi convergence. Later, he'll have to buy 6 harmonies separation dharmic body, 7 stars soul shift, 8 laws unification. These things definitely ain't gonna be cheaper than the 5 chi convergence. Lu Zhu waved his hand, and the interface vanished. It's not that difficult, but damn, it took the heavenly Tao thousands of years to reach its peak. How long have I been cultivating? Haste makes waste.
Master, disciple has locked them up. I guarantee no mishaps will occur. Master, your wisdom illuminates the world. Your benevolence is boundless. Zoom! Ming Yin ran into the main hall from a distance. Seeing Lun Zhao deep in thought, he immediately bowed and scraped, the very picture of extreme sycophancy. Perhaps because he'd gotten used to seeing it, Lun Zhao no longer found it particularly offensive. If he likes to fawn, then let him be, Lun Zhao thought. This fella made Lu Zhao feel as if he'd been possessed by the spirit of He Shen. Note: He Shen was an influential minister during the Qianlong Emperor's reign. Not only the #1 corrupt official of the Qing dynasty, but also someone with extraordinary flattery skills. What is it? Lu Zhao asked casually. Master, Fan Xuan still refuses to reveal the mastermind behind the Yulong village massacre. This disciple thinks we should. Ming Yin made a chopping motion, a smile still plastered on his face. Lu Zhao glared at him. Fan Xuan is the leader of the Black Knights. Do you think he'd let you frame him so easily? If he insists on not confessing, what do we do? Ming Yin asked doubtfully. No rush. Lu Zhao slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and stepped down the stairs. To be able to command someone like Fan Xuan, the person behind the scenes, is no simple character. Master is planning to take action against someone in the palace? Ming Yin carefully probed. Lu Zhao's expression was calm, and he didn't answer. Right now, his only source of information about the people in the palace is Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian was able to obtain the case files from the palace, which is obviously a high-level trick. But the problem is that Jiang Aijian has already left the palace. How could he casually get secret stuff like case files? Perhaps this case file was deliberately leaked by someone in the palace, so that the Demon Heaven Pavilion and the Black Knights would both become pawns in his hands, for him to use as he pleases. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao said calmly, Ming Yin, your disciple is here. I'm leaving the interrogation of Fan Xuan to you. Lu Zhao waved his hand. Ming Yin respectfully replied, your disciple will obey your orders. Your disciple will definitely interrogate him quickly and find out the mastermind behind this. After saying this, Ming Yin raised his head again. Master, Fan Xuan alone is already so powerful, plus there are 2 masters in the Black Knights. This disciple has only just entered the nascent soul realm, and doesn't even have a handy weapon yet. Do you think you should? Scram! Your disciple obeys. Ming Yin immediately shut his mouth and scurried out of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, his face as bitter as a gourd. What weapon? What heavenly grade? Remembering the destroyed Qingtuan saber, his heart ached with grief. Fourth. Hey, is someone calling me? Annoyed, Ming Yin snapped. Fourth. Come train with me for a bit, check out my Overlord Spear, Duan Musheng said as he twirled the Overlord Spear in his hand. Third senior brother. I have things to do, I can't. In the entire Demon Heaven Pavilion, only you can exchange a few moves with me. Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng are no match for me anymore. I can't train properly. Duan Musheng stepped forward and slapped his shoulder twice. Ming Yin's eyes darted around, then he said, Master told me to interrogate Fan Xuan. This matter is related to the truth of Yulong village. Why don't senior brother go find little junior sister to spar? No sooner said than done. Xiao Yanhair glided across the mid-air and landed on a nearby branch. I'm gonna tell Master you guys are bullying me. After saying that, she immediately left. Duan Musheng raised his eyebrows, sighed, and shook his head. Let's interrogate Fan Xuan later. Let's spar a bit now. He slapped Ming Yin's shoulder again. Senior brother, easy on the hands. Not long after, a one-sided beatdown could be heard from the back of the mountain. When Duanmu Sheng didn't have the Overlord Spear, he could already suppress Ming Shi Yin. Now that he has a weapon, what more needs to be said? At the same time, Lu Jiao was preparing to comprehend the heavenly book, when Xiao Yaner ran into the main hall.
Master, Jiang Aijian sent a flying letter. Read. Xiao Yaner took the letter from her leather pouch and read it aloud. Weakening the power of the Black Knights is what the people in the palace want, so old senior doesn't need to worry about the people in the palace being hostile to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Lu Jiao became suspicious.
Why would the Dark Division, which is directly managed by the Emperor, want to weaken it? Xiao Yanher continued reading. Senior wants to investigate the truth of the Yulong village massacre, but unfortunately, even I, who knows everything, am unclear about this matter. However, the mastermind is definitely not the Emperor. Reading to this, Xiao Yanher grit her teeth and made rattling sounds.
It is said that Yulong village in Dutian River has many secrets. Even now, there are occasional soldiers patrolling there. This is a top-secret file, and it cannot be investigated. In addition, please accept these two pieces of news. First, the sword maniac Chen Wenji has been killed by Yu Shengrong. See, didn't I guess it right? Those with uncertain positions die quickly.
Second, the sect leader of the demon-killing sect, Ren Buping, has left seclusion and set off for Qingyu Pool to meet Zheng Yidao.
Lastly, don't forget my sword, ha ha ha. Lu Jiao was temporarily only concerned about the affairs of Yulong village. He didn't take other matters to heart at all. Doubts arose in his heart. There are still soldiers patrolling Yulong village even now, and even Jiang Aijian calls it a top-secret file. It can be seen that the situation is much more complicated than he imagined. Heavy troops are stationed there. Seeing Master deep in thought,
Xiao Yanher hesitated as if she had something to say, but she still didn't dare to open her mouth. Lu Zhujiao raised his head, saw her hesitant expression, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Master, please don't punish me." Xiao Yanher hugged Lu Zhu's arm, acting coquettishly. If it were before, she would never have dared to do such a thing. But this also shows that Lu Zhao has influenced Xiao Yanher. At least now her courage is bigger than before. She is being taught, little by little. I just hope she doesn't go down the wrong path in the future. Lu Zhao shook his head. I'm thinking too far ahead, Xiao Yanher said excitedly. I knew Master wouldn't punish me. I want a heavenly grade weapon, just like the Overlord Spear, one that is big and imposing.
Lu Zhao reached out and flicked her forehead, rebuking.
How many times has this master told you? Your cultivation is not enough to control a heavenly grade weapon. When you enter the nascent soul realm, we'll talk about it. Really, this master has always valued his promises.
Xiao Yanher smiled and said, Yes, I will definitely break through to the nascent soul realm soon. Compared to the other disciples, Xiao Yanher's loyalty is the highest, so he often takes her with him. Lu Zhao naturally hopes that Xiao Yanher's cultivation will be improved before he recovers his cultivation. Xiao Yanher is his right-hand woman, and she is pure-hearted and doesn't have much life experience, so teaching her is also simpler than teaching those other disciples. Thinking of the matter of teaching disciples, Lu Zhao opened the task interface with a thought. His main storyline mission is still to teach these evil disciples. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shi Yin, and Zhao Yue all have a certain degree of loyalty, so teaching them is not too difficult. But as for those who have left the Demon Heaven Pavilion, teaching them is extremely difficult. Old Eight's cultivation is the weakest. There is no need to worry. This guy's reputation as an evil king is only thanks to the fame of a Demon Heaven Pavilion disciple. As for oldest Yu Zhenghai, second oldest Yu Shangrong, and seventh oldest Si Wuyai, these three give Lu Zhao quite the headache. Not only do they have heavenly grade weapons, but their cultivation is also heaven-defying. Not only that, but they can't be fought one-on-one, and each of them has a powerful gang like the Black Knights. Just thinking of this, Lu Zhao again yearned for Jitiandao's peak state card. If I had an endless supply of peak condition stat cards, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world and fear no one? Sect leader Zhu Jifeng stepped forward and clasped his hands. Mr. Lu, oh no, Ye Tiangxin has awakened and wishes to see you. Lu Zhao had confined Ye Tiangxin to the South Pavilion, and without his orders, no one dared to release her.
Not even the female cultivators of the moon-reflecting sect. With Jinting Mountain short-handed, they were put to menial tasks, which the moon-reflecting sect cultivators were happy to do. After all, working was much better than being locked up in solitary confinement.
Refused to see her, Lu Jiao said indifferently.
Yes. Zhu Jifeng cupped his fist and left.
Having received her master's promise, Xiao Yanhe suddenly became incredibly diligent and went out to cultivate.
Seeing that no one was bothering him, Lu Jiao entered a state of comprehending the heavenly writing. As dusk approached, Zhu Jifeng re-entered the main hall. Sect leader, Ye Tiangxin, says that if she can't see you, she will kneel forever. She is currently kneeling at the East Pavilion gate. Then let her kneel. Understood. After Zhu Jifeng left, Lu Zhujiao did not continue sitting in the main hall, but went into the secret chamber, entered a state of comprehension, and discarded all distracting thoughts, his mind clear. The next morning, Lu Zhao awoke from his state of comprehending the heavenly writing.
He felt refreshed and invigorated. Even more so than after a deep sleep, Lu Zhao stood up and stretched his limbs. He felt as good as new. Perhaps this was the effect of extraordinary power, but he simply didn't know how to use it. Either way, comprehending the heavenly writing was bringing increasingly obvious benefits. Sect leader. A voice came from outside the secret chamber.
What is it?
Lu Zhu asked. Activating the mechanism to open the chamber door, Ye Tiangxin has been kneeling all night. Lu Zhu waved his sleeve and said,
Ignore her, and don't report it to me again. Yes, Zhu Jifeng left again.
Punishing the evil disciple Ye Tiangxin gained 100 merit points. Lu Zhao noticed that the system notification said, punishing, not teaching.
Although the hatred value has disappeared, the loyalty value has not yet appeared. If I don't punish her thoroughly, how can I live up to my identity as the founder of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhao entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall, just as Ming Shiyin was also there, his face bruised and battered.
Lu Zhao was too lazy to ask, and only said,
How is the interrogation going?
Ming Shiyin bowed and replied,
Fan Xuan is keeping his mouth shut too tightly. If not for remembering Master's instructions, this disciple would have used torture long ago.
The Black Knights use no less torture than we do. I already expected nothing to come from the interrogation. Lu Zhao didn't think much about it, Ming Xinyin said. Then why not just kill him? There's no use in keeping him alive anyway.
Lu Zhao waved his hand. He's useful. An 8-leaf golden lotus nascent soul expert. Killing him would grant a lot of merit points, but compared to uncovering the mastermind and the secrets of Yulong Village, Lu Zhao thought the latter was more valuable.
Ming Shiyin.
This master assigns you the task of going to Yulong Village on the Du Tian River to investigate the matter. You must not act rashly. Lu Zhao's voice was very stern.
Ming Xinyin didn't secretly rejoice as before, but respectfully replied,
This disciple will obey Master's command. Lu Zhao originally intended to lend him his mount, but the mount was too flamboyant and would easily attract attention, so he decided against it. Ming Shiyin was, after all, a nascent divinity realm cultivator. Flying from Jinting Mountain to Yulong Village would only take about 4 hours.
Yulong Village has heavily guarded troops, so how did Ye Tiangxin investigate the matter? After leaving Jinting Mountain, I still have to ask this rebellious disciple. Lu Zhao shook his head, stepped down the stairs, and headed towards the South Pavilion. From a distance he could see Ye Tiangxin kneeling on the ground, right in front of the South Pavilion gate, looking extremely weak. Ye Tiangxin just lifted her eyelids and immediately perked up, kneeling on the ground to salute. Master, Master. Lu Zhao looked at her coldly and shook his head again.
This old man doesn't have a rebellious disciple like you. Lu Zhao saw the regret and remorse in Ye Tiangxin's eyes. But it was too late. Ye Tiangxin thought that her master had come to see her, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart. But Lu Zhao's voice was very indifferent. This old man has something to ask you. You only need to answer. Disciple obeys.
Ye Tiangxin originally intended to refer to herself as disciple, but she forcefully swallowed the word down.
When did you investigate the Yulong Village matter? Ye Tiangxin was slightly stunned. She originally thought that her master would lecture her, but she never expected that what her master cared about was the Yulong Village matter. Her heart was filled with all kinds of feelings. After thinking for a while, she honestly replied, 5 years after leaving Jinting Mountain. How did you find out? Case files in the palace. Some of the sisters in the moon-reflecting sect were female guards in the palace. They were familiar with the rules and terrain inside, and prepared for the intrusion. It took 5 years to obtain the case files. She spoke simply. But in reality, it took 5 years to obtain the case files, truly exhausting all her resources.
Ye Tianxin continued to say, perhaps the case of the massacre of the entire Yulong village was only a small matter in the eyes of the important figures in the palace, but all of the several hundred people in Yulong village were. Mentioning this matter again, she felt agitated.
Lu Zhao said indifferently. So, this is the reason you hold a grudge against this old man. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin's mind went blank. The 3 parts of energy and spirit she had left instantly became listless, without any vitality. Lu Zhao continued to ask, has the moon-reflecting sect ever been to the Dutian River? Yi Tianxin replied, the moon-reflecting sect has been to the Dutian River several times. People in the sect said that there were many foreign races in the Dutian River. But the moon-reflecting sect spent several years investigating and couldn't find any foreign races. From this statement, it could be heard that she didn't seem to know that she was a Bai Min.
However, according to Lu Zhao's memories, the Bai Min were not necessarily considered a foreign race, but rather a special group among the human race of Great Yan. If not, how could commoners of Bai dare to live by the Crossing Heaven River their whole lives? Clearly the palace is just using the excuse of foreign races to cover something up. Seeing his master stroke his beard thoughtfully, Ye Tianxin suddenly knelt down, her forehead touching the floor. Disciple is willing to accept punishment, begging master to severely punish me. You've seen things a bit clearer.
Lu Zhao shook his head and said gravely, of course, betraying the master and destroying the ancestors must be severely punished. But right now, the truth of the Yulong village case is still unclear. Perhaps Fan Xuan is just a pawn. If, in the end, it turns out I'm the culprit, what do you plan to do? Ye Tianxin was stunned. A sense of powerlessness washed over her. She didn't know who to trust anymore. Lock her in the South Pavilion. She's not allowed to leave a single step. Lu Zhao waved his hand.
The 2 female cultivators from the Moonwatching Palace had no choice but to nod and lead Ye Tianxin away.
Lu Zhao returned to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. The next day, Lu Zhao continued to comprehend the Heavenly Book as usual. As the time spent comprehending the Heavenly Book increased, the amount of readable text in the Heavenly Book of Man also increased, but the content was still extremely profound and difficult to understand.
After comprehending for a while, Lu Zhu felt his spirit, energy, and essence were in tip-top shape.
Lottery draw, consuming 50 merit points, thank you for participating, luck +1. Lottery draw, consuming 50 merit points, thank you for participating, luck +1. Lu Zhao shook his head. Maybe comprehending the Heavenly Book used up all his luck. He'd try the lottery another time. He couldn't afford to waste the remaining merit points. He only had one-hit kill card left anyway. In an emergency, he'd still need merit points to replenish his strength. Ming Shiyin has completed the mission of investigating the Crossing Heaven River, rewarding 100 merit points.
Hearing this notification, Lu Zhao wasn't surprised at all. Ming Shiyin was way better than everyone else when it came to executing missions. Any minute now, he should get a letter from Ming Shiyin reporting his mission success. But strangely, Lu Zhao waited 3 hours, and not a single letter showed up. The Demon Heaven Pavilion always used carrier pigeons, and their flying speed wasn't any slower than legendary mounts.
There's no way it'd still haven't arrived after 3 hours. Yan Hair. Send a letter to Jiang Aijian.
Tell him to assist in investigating the truth behind the Yulong village incident from within the palace. If he uncovers anything, he'll get a good sword, Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou had a feeling that Ming Shiyin might be in trouble, and it wasn't small trouble either. A moment later, Xiao Yanyer returned, smiling. Master, I've sent the letter to him.
Just then, Zhu Jifeng hurried into the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. Fourth senior is injured, Xiao Yanher asked in surprise. What happened to fourth senior brother? Lu Zhao was suspicious. Last time he told him to notify Fan Xuan, he killed a few Black Knights and was fine, but investigating the Yulong village incident got him into trouble.
The secrets behind this are definitely complex. Lu Zhao maintained his calm expression, stroking his beard nonchalantly. Where is he now? He's back at the foot of the mountain. Pan Zhang is helping 4th senior up. Soon after, Pan Zhang brought Ming Shiyin into the main hall. Ming Shiyin looked a bit like he did after fighting the Dark Knight Chen Zhonghe. Ming Shiyin knelt down and said, "Disciple was fortunate enough not to disgrace his mission and found some clues at the Crossing Heaven River. Speak. There are many soldiers patrolling Yulong village by the Crossing Heaven River. This has been going on for the past 10 years. Taking advantage of the night, Disciple investigated the Crossing Heaven River and made a major discovery." Ming Shiyin swallowed. "They seem to be fishing corpses out of the river." Everyone in the hall was shocked. Whether the rumors of foreign races appearing at the Crossing Heaven River are true or not is another matter. But that's not enough reason for them to fish out corpses that have been submerged for so long, let alone do it for 10 years. "Do you know the purpose of fishing out the corpses?" Lu Zhao asked. Disciple was about to continue investigating when I accidentally triggered a strange trap and had to return immediately in the night. Ming Shiyin replied weakly. Lu Zhao slowly stood up, walked down the steps, and went to Ming Shiyin's side. Ming Shiyin knelt even lower. "Disciple is useless." "Raise your head," Lu Zhao said with extreme authority. Ming Shiyin slowly raised his head. Sure enough, between Ming Shiyin's eyebrows, Lu Zhao saw a black lotus of witchcraft. Pan Zhang was closest to him, but he didn't notice this when he helped him back. He tilted his head to look and realized it was indeed witchcraft. No wonder 4th senior was ambushed. It was witchcraft. It's extremely rare for cultivators to use witchcraft in Great Yan. Who dares to harm 4th senior? Lu Zhao didn't answer his question but looked at Ming Shiyin. "There are likely traps all along the shore of the Crossing Heaven River." "Master, I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. This witchcraft only seals 60% of my cultivation. It's nothing to worry about." Being sealed with 60% of his cultivation and still making it all the way back from the Crossing Heaven River to Golden Court Mountain showed how strong Ming Xiyin's perseverance and survival abilities were. Sometimes Lu Zhao wondered, did the Heavenly Tao really choose disciples based on just those 2 lines of poetry? Everyone has such extraordinary talent and fits the poem so well, it's too much of a coincidence. Pan Zhang bowed and said, "It is witchcraft, we must dispel it quickly. Otherwise, as the witchcraft grows stronger, the cultivation will completely disappear. Then it will be even harder to dispel it." Ming Shiyin was startled when he heard Pan Zhang's words and glared at him. "Pan Zhang, don't talk nonsense." Lu Zhao raised his hand to stop Ming Shiyin and signaled for Pan Zhang to continue. Understanding, Pan Zhang continued, "I'm really not talking nonsense. When I was learning my skills at the Pure Bright sect, I saw some materials related to witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft is divided into white witchcraft and black witchcraft. If someone with malicious intentions uses witchcraft, they will completely lose their way. Back then, when I was young and arrogant, I was momentarily possessed and wanted to find information about witchcraft to quickly improve my cultivation. Unfortunately, everyone in the Pure Bright sect kept this a secret. No senior was willing to teach me witchcraft. So you chose to learn the 3 yin formula? Zhu Jifeng asked suspiciously. The Pure Bright sect elder only told me that the 3 yin formula was very suitable for my cultivation. But he didn't say that it needed to be combined with the 6 yang art. I only learned about the harmony of yin and yang after meeting Senior Ji, Pan Zhang replied. Then what? Zhu Jifeng asked. Pan Zhang continued, witchcraft is like a cultivation mark. It will slowly seep into the cultivator's meridians, constantly eroding and covering the 8 extraordinary meridians. The sealing technique of the Pure Bright sect is also based on witchcraft. Everyone nodded. No wonder Pan Zhang was confident enough to suggest sealing the Black Knight's cultivation. It turned out his confidence came from this. Therefore, the sooner you dispel the witchcraft, the better for 4th senior. 5th senior was completely sealed by witchcraft, probably because the caster was standing at close range, so the witchcraft took effect immediately. At that point, dispelling it sooner or later makes no difference, Pan Zhang said. Zhu Jifeng asked again, you understand witchcraft so well. Do you know how to dispel it? Pan Zhang nodded. I remember that one book mentioned how to dispel it. First, and the most reliable way, is for the caster to dispel it themselves. The second way is for the cultivator to enter a meditative or Taoist trance until their cultivation surpasses the caster and they can break free. But that's impossible, right?
How can you cultivate when your cultivation is sealed? So, are you saying the witchcraft on fourth child can't be undone? Pan Zhang shook his head, cupping his fist towards Lu Zhao. I'm afraid only the Pavilion Master can break this seal. Pavilion Master, Zhao Yanshare, and Zhu Jifeng both looked at Lu Zhao. The third way is for another cultivator with far greater power than the caster to forcibly separate the witchcraft. But the clash between witchcraft and primal chi would sever the meridians and cause the body to explode. So only the Pavilion Master can do it. Sounds legit. Lu Zhao felt a bit of pressure building up inside. Outwardly he remained as steady as a rock, but inwardly he was thinking, what the heck am I gonna do? Everyone's staring at him. Ming Xinyin immediately kowtowed, saying, please master, undo this restriction for your disciple. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, wondering how to handle this. If Yulong village and the Dutian River had witchcraft traps, then the others in the Evil Sky Pavilion couldn't go there carelessly. Even Ming Xinyin got hit, so the others wouldn't stand a chance. He would have to investigate the Yulong village matter himself. But as for breaking the witchcraft restriction, Lu Zhao had no freaking clue how. He couldn't exactly tell them he was only a nascent spirit realm cultivator. Duanmu Sheng, hearing the commotion, rushed over. After understanding the situation, he quickly pleaded, Master, this junior brother of mine may make mistakes, but he's been behaving lately. Please, Master, make a move. Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhang also chimed in, begging for help. If this were the old days, Ji Tiandao would have blown his top, kicking everyone out into the yard. But Ming Xinyin's recent performance had been pretty good. His loyalty wasn't as solid as Duanmu Sheng's or Zhao Yanshare's, but he was reliable when working, and could be slowly taught later. Lu Zhao pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve, saying, follow me inside. Ming Xinyin was overjoyed, quickly getting up and obediently following behind Lu Zhao like a little kid. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, watching as Ming Xinyin followed Lu Zhao into the secret chamber. With Master taking action, any witchcraft is just a trivial matter, Xiao Yanhe said with a laugh. Zhu Jifeng nodded. That's right, the Pavilion Master's cultivation is incredibly profound. Of course, he wouldn't even bat an eye at such petty witchcraft. Pan Zhang also nodded in agreement, though he didn't say anything. Duanmu Sheng glanced at the two, then suddenly said, if fourth child is hit with witchcraft, then you two will have to do for now. What do you mean? Third senior brother Pan Zhang and Zhu Jifeng asked, bewildered. The Overlord's spear in Duanmu Sheng's hand swung up. He excitedly said, let's have a spar, Pan Zhang, Zhu Jifeng. Inside the secret chamber? This was Ming Xinyin's first time inside. Not just Ming Xiyin, but none of the other disciples had even been allowed near. They all thought that their old master must keep all his good stuff in here. The secret chamber was always sealed tight, with not a crack to be seen. Master usually cultivated in there, so they never had a chance to see what was inside. So today, being allowed inside, Ming Xinyin was naturally excited, his eyes darting around. He saw various secret manuals arranged on the table, weapon racks against the wall with all sorts of blades, spears, staves, and clubs, even weapons piled up in the corners. He couldn't help but admire. Master has been around for a millennium. He's really collected some good stuff. Sit down, Lu Zhao pointed to the ground. Ming Xinyin snapped back to reality, quickly sitting cross-legged, not daring to look around anymore. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and walked behind him. 8 Meridian Nascent Spirit Realm Cultivation. Not yet with the true power of the 8 Meridian Law Body, only the 4 symbols roaming. But checking the body's condition wasn't difficult. But wanting to break the witchcraft was a pipe dream. Lu Zhao noticed Ming Xinyin sweating a lot, clearly due to the witchcraft's restrictive power acting up. It seemed the witchcraft had sealed 80% of his cultivation. Lu Zhao raised his aged hand and gently pushed it against Ming Xinyin's back. Primal chi from his hand entered Ming Xinyin's meridians. Ming Xinyin was startled. The old master's cultivation was truly profound, able to suppress nascent spirit realm primal chi to be so gentle, so as not to damage the meridians. Lu Zhao controlled the primal chi to examine the meridians, then lightly patted a few times. Poof, poof, poof. The primal chi gradually increased. Ming Xiyin was a cultivator who had long opened his 8 meridians. A little bit of primal chi moving around his meridians wouldn't cause any damage, but as soon as Lu Zhao's primal chi touched the witchcraft restriction, a force of resistance slammed back at him. Ming Xinyin raised an eyebrow, his forehead instantly drenched in sweat. Lu Zhao's primal chi sensed the witchcraft restriction. He knew this was the power of witchcraft. Lu Zhao wanted to avoid the witchcraft restriction to check another meridian, but as his primal chi tried to go around it, the witchcraft restriction suddenly attacked him as if it had a mind of its own. Could it be?
Lu Zhao withdrew his hand,
But the power of the witchcraft shot out of Ming Xiyin's body like strong chi, attacking Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao instinctively waved his sleeve. The state of understanding from comprehending the heavenly book appeared. A blue light covered his dantian, chi si, to the 8 extraordinary meridians and brain. Ju. The faint blue light pushed back the witchcraft's power without stopping. It continued to slam into Ming Xiyin. Boom! Ming Xiyin's entire body was sent flying forward by the force of the collision. At the same time, Ming Xiyin felt the bizarre witchcraft force in his body disintegrate in an instant.
1 second ago, Ming Xiyin was lamenting how fierce Master was. The next, the witchcraft restriction in his body had been shattered. He was overjoyed. Even being sent flying was worth it. Clatter! Ming Xiyin knocked over 2 weapon racks, the weapons on the racks falling to the ground with a clatter.
At the same time, in a dark room in the Great Yan Imperial Palace, the light from a dim candle in the middle of the room was blocked by a screen.
Piffed.
Behind the screen, a woman in brocade clothing was sitting cross-legged, circulating her energy. Suddenly, her face changed slightly, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She angrily gasped for breath,
Flicked her sleeve, sending everything on the table to the ground. Her face panicked as she murmured, "Someone broke my witchcraft. Who is it?" After Ming Xiyin was sent flying by Lu Zhao's sleeve wave,
Lu Zhao was also surprised. That refreshing, pleasant feeling from comprehending the heavenly book had appeared again, indeed bringing forth extraordinary power. But unfortunately, Lu Zhao hadn't found a way to control and use this power yet. But now wasn't the time to think about that.
Lu Zhao's gaze turned to Ming Xiyin.
After Ming Xiyin crashed into the weapon racks, the witchcraft restrictions in his body had all been shattered. His cultivation, originally suppressed by the witchcraft, had recovered. In an instant, primal chi surged again in his dantian and chi si, the pain in his body disappearing without a trace. Ming Xiyin stood up and knelt down, saying,
"Thank you, Master, for breaking the restriction for your disciple. Master is divinely powerful and unparalleled."
Lu Zhao gave him a cold look.
The extraordinary power of the heavenly book was indeed not simple. Unexpectedly able to counteract witchcraft. Just as Lu Zhao was thinking about how to take a step further in the process of comprehending the heavenly book, Ming Xiyin was already being drawn in by the pile of weapons beside him. He picked up the 2 items, examining them thoroughly. "Master, what are these?" "The first one is a sword, but not quite. Also a hook, but not quite. The blade is sharp, only on one side, and covered in bizarre jagged teeth. The other one looked like it's scabbard." Lu Zhao glanced at the 2 items. Weapon retrieval. Lai Bai hook. Suggested owner. Ming Xiyin. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. His secret chamber truly holds the secrets of the universe. Whether by fate or not, Ming Xiyin actually picked up this weapon. Before Lu Zhao could say anything, Ming Xiyin clapped his thigh and said, "Master, this weapon is perfect for me, from its shape to the blade, and even this scabbard.
Hee, I just love these weird, bizarre toys. This weapon is at least Earth grade. Lai Bi hook."
Ming Xiyin pointed to the tiny inscription on the hook's sheath, excitedly muttering, if he hadn't tested it yet, just judging by appearance, this weapon would indeed only be Earth grade. The Li Bai hook seemed to have been in the secret chamber for a very long time, its appearance quite ancient. However, the system suggested a target owner, so after activation it would be a heaven-grade weapon. Seeing Ming Xiyin express particular affection for the Li Bai hook, his face full of flattery, Lu Zhao shook his head slightly and set it down. Ming Xiyin first touched it, then carefully and cautiously placed the Li Bai hook on the ground. He wouldn't dare disobey his master. "You've only just entered the nascent soul realm. Your cultivation is not yet stable enough to control a heaven-grade weapon." Lu Zhao casually made up an excuse. Ming Xiyin, hearing this, was not angry at all, but rather extremely happy. This means Master will eventually bestow the Li Bai hook upon him.
Disciple obeys. Disciple will definitely stabilize his strength quickly, Ming Xinyan said. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, nodded, and waved his hand. Ming Xinyan understood, and left the secret chamber. As he walked to the door of the secret chamber, he turned his head to look at the Li Bi hook again, his eyes full of reluctance. The items in the secret chamber were too messy. Fortunately, the room was large enough, so even with many items scattered around, it didn't affect Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu waved his hand, and the Li Bi hook was immediately retrieved into his hand. Not long after, Lu Zhao stepped out of the secret chamber and entered the main hall. Duan Musheng and the others were no longer there. Ming Xiyin was rambling on about something to Xiao Yanhe, whose face was full of admiration, nodding repeatedly. Lu Zhao walked over, and the two of them, upon seeing him, hurriedly bowed and paid their respects. Master, Ming Xiyin, your Tuyu art has been resolved. But you must not be careless, disciple understands, Master. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. During this time, he hadn't planned to leave Golden Court Mountain after all. With his current cultivation, staying at the Evil Sky Pavilion, and finding ways to harvest merit points from his disciples to increase his strength, was the most stable approach. However, the truth of the matter at Yuling Village had reached a critical point, and it was closely related to the Gu's witchcraft experts. If he could find out the truth, he would catch the person who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation. More importantly for Lu Zhao, the system's task interface clearly displayed: investigate the truth of Yuling Village. Reward: 3,000 merit points. A whole 3,000 merit points. This was the highest task reward the system had ever offered, which showed the importance of the matter. Early tomorrow morning, I will personally make a trip to Yuling Village, Lu Zhou said. Xiao Yanhe, hearing that she could go out, immediately clapped her hands excitedly. Master, I want to go too! I want to go too! Ming Xiyin was stunned at first, then he realized, with Master taking action, everything will definitely be resolved smoothly. The witchcraft restriction on his body had just been lifted, so his confidence in his master was even higher than in himself. Lu Zhu, keep an eye on Black Knight. Disciple obeys. Ming Xinyan bowed and said, with disciple and third senior brother here, it will be difficult for them to escape even with wings. Lu Zhao turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped and asked, have there been any news of those traitors recently? Traitors, meaning first disciple Yu Zhenghai and second disciple Yu Shengrong. Ming Xiyin shook his head repeatedly. Recently, disciple hasn't left Golden Court Mountain at all, and knows nothing about external news. Lu Zhao stroked his chin slightly. Ever since he defeated the righteous sects twice in a row, these traitors had become much more well-behaved. After resolving the matters of Yuling Village, he had to think of a way to deal with these traitors. After entrusting these matters, Lu Zhao returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, and once again entered a state of comprehension of the heavenly writing. After using the power of the heavenly writing to restrain witchcraft, Lu Zhu had a better understanding of comprehending the heavenly writing. He opened the heavenly writing interface, and the content of the human scroll of the heavenly writing shone brightly, appearing before his eyes. This time, the incomprehensible words suddenly became full of life, making him feel much more comfortable than before. Movement originates from stillness. 10,000 paths converge. Life originates from 10, originating from thought. Wondrous actions originate from this. Lu Zhao read aloud, suddenly stopping. Damn, law sounds are ineffective against me, but they can restrain witchcraft. Could it be that the human scroll has the effect of restraining cultivation methods that bewilder people's minds? He continued reading below, and sure enough, new content appeared. To obtain wisdom and reason, one can travel in all directions. To feel every inch of land without changing one's original intention. It is very useful to destroy wisdom and reason. One can flaunt one's body while entering samadhi, such as emitting a halo of light. Then samadhi will no longer be pure. Note, samadhi is a term used in Taoism, referring to an important cultivation method, where the mind must be pure, abandoning all worldly thoughts. Lu Zhao was immersed in it, unable to restrain himself. The next morning, full of energy, Lu Zhao closed the heavenly writing interface, and left the secret chamber. Xiao Yanhe had been sitting in the main hall waiting for a long time, her face full of excitement because she was about to go out to play. Seeing her master come out, she ran over and said, Master, Master, I want to ride the Bai Zie. I don't want to sit on Bian. Lu Zhao shook his head.
"You little brat." He originally wanted to teach her a lesson, but thinking about her small request, which he could fulfill, he gave up. After all, I'm an old man who can't stand the long, bumpy road. The two of them stepped out of the evil sky pavilion. Zhao Yanhe smiled at Ming Shiyin, who was waiting outside the hall. From the forest on Golden Court Mountain, Bai Zi came treading on the clouds. Seeing the appearance of the legendary mount, Ming Shiyin was so envious that he wanted to lose his eyeballs. When will he have such a mount? Even if he were beaten and scolded by Master every day, it would be worth it. "Master, I want to sit in front." Zhao Yanhe mischievously pointed towards Bai Zi. Lu Zhao said nothing. Bai Zhen's back was very wide. Sitting in front would give a more comprehensive view. It flew extremely stably, making it very suitable for enjoying the scenery of green mountains and clear waters. After the two of them were seated firmly on Bai Zhen's back, he let out a soft cry, stepped into the air, and disappeared into the horizon. Ming Shiyin chased after it for a while, looking at it. No longer able to see Bai Zi's figure when Bai Zi was flying, Lu Zhao checked the system panel. He had 22,000 merit points left. He didn't choose to buy any more item cards because he could choose the appropriate type of card at any time when needed. For example, if he encountered an unsolvable danger, he could choose to buy a damage immunity card and then ride Bai Zi away from there. An hour later, Bai Zi began to slow down, gradually descending. "Master, have we arrived?" Zhao Yanhe hadn't had enough fun yet and didn't want to get down. Lu Zhao ignored her and controlled Bai Zi to land on the ground. Zhao Yanhe had no choice but to jump off Bai Zi's back. After retrieving Bai Zi, Lu Zhao looked at the surrounding scenery and said, "This place is not far from the Crossing Heaven River. Bai Zi is too dazzling and will attract attention. Master is so powerful you can just kill them all." Zhao Yanhe scratched her head and said doubtfully, "Too much talk," Lu Zhao calmly taught her. "What Master says is what it is." As they were taking a break, Zhao Yanhe suddenly piped up, "Master, someone's approaching. It's finally my time to shine." Several cultivators controlled their flying swords, zipping through the mountain forest. "Ji Tiandao's chasing us. Run! The fiends from the evil sky pavilion are here. Get out of the way, oog!" One righteous cultivator after another flew right over Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhe. One powerful 8 Meridians ocean divinity cultivator even flew low, giving them a heads up as he passed by. "Old man, you better hurry up and scram. That old devil Ji Tiandao is coming. Do you have a death wish?" Whoosh! The cultivators were flying so fast they disappeared into the mountains in a flash. Zhao Yanhe pouted, looking doubtful. "Master, are you chasing them?" Lu Zhao's expression remained indifferent. Why would this old man do something so boring? They're just small fries. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, quickly dismissing the whole thing. Once they were far away and things got quiet again, Zhao Yanhe said, "Master, should we chase after them and kill them all?" "Why?" Lu Zhao asked. "They were cursing people and framing you." "We should chase them down and wipe them out. We can't let them get away with this slander," Zhao Yanhe insisted. "The logic of this little devil is something else, huh?" Lu Zhao shook his head dismissively and said, "The one they're cursing is someone else entirely. Who is it?" Right at that moment, heavy footsteps thudded, shaking the ground slightly. Vague silhouettes appeared at the edge of the forest. The two of them looked towards the noise and saw a group approaching at a steady pace. An epic mount. Mounts are way more precious than flying carriages. Coming out of the forest was a huge mount, its body like a city wall, and legs as thick as pillars. This was an epic mount known as the Elephant King, boasting incredible survivability, extremely high defense, and the ability to traverse all kinds of terrain, from rugged mountain paths to rushing rivers. Its only weakness was that it couldn't fly. On the Elephant King's back was a massive carriage, like a giant palanquin, simple yet luxurious. "Elephant King," Zhao Yanche murmured. Flanking the Elephant King were 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, flying alongside. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Each step of the Elephant King covered several meters, and every footfall was a heavy thud. Lu Zhao waved his hand, signaling Zhao Yanhe to leave with him. "Let's not cross their path." "Okay." Zhao Yanhe obediently followed her master towards Yulong village. However, after just a few steps,
The young girl hovering beside the Elephant King suddenly flew over on her sword, stopping in front of Lu Jiao and Xiao Yanhe. "Hey!" The girl stood on her flying sword and shouted aggressively. Xiao Yanhe, seeing someone her own age daring to block their path, snapped, "Hey, what? Get out of the way!" Lu Jiao calmly stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on the girl. A divine court cultivator. Not bad talent, but she's still far behind Xiao Yanhe. Completely not worth wasting an item card on these boring cultivators. The girl, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Xiao Yanhe, introduced herself. "I am the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Yanhe. I'm asking you, did you see 10 cultivators running in which direction?" She dares to impersonate me. Xiao Yanhe immediately blew a fuse, not even caring about the girl's question. She couldn't hold back any longer. Xiao Yanhe stomped on the ground and shot forward like an arrow towards the girl. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them clashed. In terms of movement techniques, Xiao Yanhe's Jade Pool Qinggong is unparalleled. The imposter never expected Xiao Yanhe to attack so suddenly. Caught off guard, she stumbled backwards. Bam, bam, bam! Xiao Yanhe attacked with both fists and feet, her movements as fast as lightning, making the girl see stars. This little girl's temperament is still so fiery. Lu Jiao glanced at the Elephant King. But the people didn't seem to be doing anything. On the surface, Lu Jiao didn't show any emotions, but he was constantly watching the person on the Elephant King's back. The cultivator fighting Xiao Yanhe was a divine court cultivator. Even if everyone charged at once, Xiao Yanhe could still handle them. But the one on the Elephant King's back had at least a nascent soul cultivation base. If he made a move, Xiao Yanhe wouldn't stand a chance. But it seemed like he had no intention of interfering, and even seemed to be watching the fight with great interest. That person's attention seemed to be on Xiao Yanhe. Just as Lu Jiao was calculating, Xiao Yanhe unleashed a powerful rising kick, smack, 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 sending the young girl crashing to the ground. The fake girl landed hard, tumbling several times, looking a mess. Just as the fake girl was unwilling to get up and fight again, "Fall back!" A slow and deep voice came from the Elephant King's carriage. Lu Zhu looked towards the source of the voice. From the carriage on the Elephant King's back, an old man with white hair stepped out, his eyes deep and wrinkles covering his face. He looked a lot like Ji Tiandao when Lu Jiao first transmigrated over. 80%, at least. The only difference was that after using the reversal card, Lu Jiao had changed, looking completely different from this old man. Name: Ding Fan Kui. Race: human. Realm: nascent soul realm. Ding Fengqi put his hands behind his back, his eyes showing admiration as he looked at Xiao Yanhe, then shifted his gaze to Lu Jiao and asked, "Aren't you afraid of this, Siat?" Lu Jiao coldly replied, "Why should I be?" Ding Fengqi pointed at Xiao Yanhe. "This seat is in a good mood today. Under normal circumstances, I would have punished you for your rudeness." Xiao Yanhe couldn't help but laugh. She landed on the ground next to Lu Zhu, then pointed at Ding Fengqi standing on the Elephant King's back, and shouted loudly, "Old man, do you know who's standing in front of you?" Her eyes were fierce, implying that, "You dare to impersonate my master. See if my master doesn't beat you to death." Before Lu Jiao could speak, Ding Fengqi once again scrutinized Xiao Yanhe, his eyes showing the excitement of seeing prey, but on the surface he calmly said, "Little girl, your talent is not bad. Reaching the divine court realm, the Daoyo comprehension stage, at this age is truly rare." Xiao Yanhe stood next to Lu Jiao and stuck her tongue out, mocking the girl she had just defeated. Lu Jiao's expression was indifferent, and he didn't reply. Ding Fengqi wasn't angry, he just coldly stared at Lu Jiao. "Surely, old cultivator, you've heard of this Siat's reputation." Lu Jiao casually stroked his beard. "This old man has been in the deep mountains for a long time and doesn't know much." The people next to him looked angry. Ding Fengqi waved his hand. "No need to rush. This seat will slowly tell you." He slowly leaned over and waved his sleeve. "Please, both of you, come up to the carriage." His tone was calm, but one could hear the threat in his words. The disciples next to Ding Fengqi were a little surprised. They didn't understand why he was doing this. But they still flew towards Lu Zhu. Lu Jiao secretly wondered, "This place is very close to the Crossing Heaven River. What are they doing here? This Ding Fengqi is in the nascent soul realm and dares to impersonate this old man. Isn't he afraid of being punished by the righteous sects?
This matter is not simple, Lu Zhao asked.
You want to go to the Crossing Heaven River? As Lu Zhao spoke these words, a card with a faint glow appeared in his palm. The people around him didn't see it or sense any aura.
Ding Fangqi remained still in his inviting pose. Little did he know, this time, he was standing at the very gates of hell. This old one indeed intends to go to the vicinity of the Dutian River. The Elephant King understands how to travel. Please get on. The two subordinates also made inviting gestures. In that case, this old man won't stand on ceremony, Ding Fangqi asked. Is old Mr. also going to the vicinity of the Dutian River? Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. It seems you're quite concerned about matters regarding the Dutian River. Ding Fangqi revealed a melancholy smile, then quickly returned to a calm, even somewhat cold expression. He flicked his sleeve, and the Elephant King obeyed, lowering its front legs,
making the carriage on its back lower for easier climbing.
Ding Fangqi's two subordinates noticed Lu Zhao still addressed him as you, showing zero respect. They were pissed but couldn't do anything. Ding Fangqi stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring Lu Zhao's attitude, only focused on observing Zhao Yanhair. Lu Zhao calmly stroked his beard, looked around, then lightly jumped onto the carriage on the Elephant King's back. Zhao Yanhair was a bit reluctant at first, but seeing her master jump on, she wasn't worried anymore, and also climbed onto the Elephant King's back. With her master here, would this people dare to revolt? The carriage inside was spacious. Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhair sat on one side, observing the mountains and forests. Ding Fangqi's eyes gleamed. He sat upright on the other side, gave a command, and the Elephant King mount started walking. Each footstep shook the ground, rocking the mountains and forests. The speed was decent. Lu Zhao was satisfied. He nodded and said,
Taming an Elephant King isn't an easy feat, Ding Fangqi said indifferently.
It's just an Elephant King, nothing worth mentioning. At the back of Jinting Mountain, this old one has 10 other kinds of mounts. Zhao Yanhair rolled her eyes. Liar, keep lying. Seeing the little girl didn't believe him, Ding Fangqi still smiled and opened his mouth to speak.
Little brat, you don't believe me, Zhao Yanhair replied. I only admire my master grandpa. Ding Fangqi looked at Zhao Yanhair seriously, then looked at the female subordinate flying outside the carriage, and shook his head slightly. Lu Zhu maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, constantly stroking his beard.
The Elephant King walked for a while.
Master, there are 2 cultivators ahead who escaped earlier.
Kill,
Ding Fangqi said indifferently. Yes. The 2 flew out, and not long after, the sound of fighting came from the forest. Then after a while the 2 disciples returned, as if nothing had happened. Ding Fangqi said, Old mister, don't be alarmed. This old one does many evil deeds. But I'm also a person who distinguishes right from wrong. Lu Zhao nodded and said, This old man is also a person who distinguishes right from wrong. Ding Fangqi laughed. Unexpectedly, old mister's temperament suits this old one. At this time, the Elephant King suddenly stopped. Ahead was the Dutian River. Ding Fangqi pointed ahead and leaped down from the Elephant King.
Since Lu Zhao comprehended the heavenly scroll, he had become much more sensitive to various auras. When Ding Fangqi jumped down, he revealed an extraordinary aura,
clearly intentionally showing off. Zhao Yanhair also sensed this aura, and she huddled closer, grabbing Lu Zhao's arm. Lu Zhao remained unmoved, slowly stood up. Please, both of you. Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhair lightly jumped to the ground. Ding Fangqi clasped his hands and said, Little girl, how many years have you cultivated? More than 5 years. Mentioning this, Zhao Yanhair revealed a proud expression. 5 years into the divine court realm.
Surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure, pointing to the girl beside him. Her talent isn't bad either, but it's far behind you. Lu Zhao indifferently stroked his beard and looked at the sky. Zhao Yanhair kept rolling her eyes. How could this cheap imitation be compared to her? She turned to look at the 2 cultivators standing beside her, blinked and asked, Are you both divine court realm? The 2 of them looked arrogant. So weak. Zhao Yanhair muttered. Little brat, if it weren't for my master, someone who disrespects the great mystery sect like you would have been torn to shreds long ago. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Who's tearing who, we'll see. Zhao Yanhair continued to bicker with the fakes. Ivy. Lu Zhao shook his head, looking at Ding Fanqi. This old man's granddaughter has always been undisciplined. It's fine. The group continued to move forward, then stopped at a relatively high mound. Crossing the ditch in front of us is the Dutian River. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and looked into the distance.
Unfortunately, the scene remains, but the people are gone. Yulong village has long ceased to exist. In his memory, this place had many residents and fishermen. Unexpectedly, it had turned into a desolate small ditch today. The truth of Yulong village was probably in the hands of the officials stationed to retrieve the corpses. While he was still thinking, Ding Fanqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying with great magnanimity, "Back then, this old one rampaged at the Dutian River, fighting with many experts for 3 days and 3 nights. The appearance of the Dharma body turned this place into a small ditch," Lu Zhao said suspiciously.
This was all caused by you. It was this old one. The massacre of Yulong village on the banks of the Dutian River was recorded in the case file as led by Ji Tiandao, a branch master of the Azure Dragon Society, in front of the disciple. Go chase him down. Ding Fanqi waved his hand.
Go! Go! The subordinate flew away, disappearing in an instant. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "Azure Dragon Society." He remembered that when he went to Anyang City last time, he had encountered a branch of the Azure Dragon Society. Unexpectedly, the Dutian River also had Azure Dragon Society forces distributed so widely. How strong was their backer, the underworld sect? Ding Fanqi said proudly. The backer behind the Azure Dragon Society is the underworld sect. The sect leader of the underworld sect, Yu Zhanghai, is this old one's former great disciple. Lu Zhu nodded in his heart. Although the Azure Dragon Society were all small fries, it was still better to let these people clean up obstacles. His item cards were very valuable. The more he could save, the better.
This old one has arrived. The Azure Dragon Society will naturally collapse, Ding Fanqi said confidently. Not long after, the disciple flew back, bowed, and said,
"Master, as you expected, the people of the Azure Dragon Society were all scared away as soon as they heard the news of your arrival." "Very good." He waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue moving forward. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Crouching Dragon Dark Web, reporting to sect leader, news from the Dutian River has detected traces of old senior Ji. Si Wuyai opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and said indifferently, "The underworld sect has accurate information about this matter. No need to pay attention to it. Those who impersonate the Great Mystery Sect will be severely punished. They are fake." "Yes." The subordinate was slightly surprised.
"Remember to keep a close eye on every move the Demon Heaven Pavilion makes. Also, where is the current sect leader of the demon-killing sect?" Si Wuyai asked. "Reporting, Master. Ren Buping has arrived at the Azure Jade platform and is being secretly supported by Zhang Yuanshan, the sect leader of the Righteous Unity sect." Hearing this news, Si Wuyai chuckled. He he he. His laughter was both gentle and deep. The righteous sect colluding with the demonic path to do evil deeds. What a joke for the world to laugh at. "Reporting, Maester. This subordinate has more to report."
"Speak." Black Knight leader Fan Shuen went to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. His fate is currently unknown. Sword Devil Sr. didn't want to wait any longer for Fan Shuen, and is now also missing. This subordinate doesn't dare to follow Sword Devil Sr. Second senior brother is always humble and courteous to everyone. "You don't need to be so afraid," Si Wuyai said slowly. "This subordinate understands." He said he understood, but his heart was still trembling. What the master said sounded very untrustworthy.
"Master, there's been a lot of activity near the Crossing Heaven River lately. Do we really not need to care?" Si Wuyai was about to wave his hand dismissively.
But to prevent any accidents, he pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, keep an eye on it. As for the people in Kwa Zhengai's group, let them clean up their own mess." Master is wise. This subordinate will go and do it right away. At Crossing Heaven River, Lu Xiao's group slowly arrived at a dilapidated walled courtyard. 2 of Ding Fanqi's disciples created a gust of wind, pushing open the courtyard door, and the group stepped inside. "Master, this is the agreed-upon place. Since I came here myself today, they wouldn't dare to be impolite." Ding Fanqi nodded, and 2 disciples hurriedly found a chair and placed it in the middle of the courtyard.
Xiao Yan'er saw this and said, "Grandpa, let me go find one right away." As soon as Xiao Yan'er left, Ding Fangqiu said indifferently, Do you know why I'm not making things difficult for you?"
Oh. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. Saying nothing, Ding Fangqiu said calmly, "If I did that, that little girl would hold a grudge against me."
He's clearly trying to get his hands on Xiao Yan'er. From their conversation, Lu Zhao knew there was something fishy going on, so he remained silent. Ding Fangqiu glanced indifferently at Lu Zhao, then looked away. The disciples thought Lu Zhao was scared, and shook their heads. Xiao Yan'er found a chair, wiped it clean, and placed it behind Lu Zhao. Before they could sit for long, footsteps came from outside, seemingly more than one person. "They're here!" The courtyard door opened, and several soldiers entered, 2 soldiers carrying each coffin, about 5 or 6 in total. A strange smell came from the coffins, a foul odor. After carefully placing the coffins down, the leading soldier clasped his hands and said, "These are the ones we just fished out. This is all we have. There's an order from the palace. The retrieved corpses can't be taken away casually, so starting tomorrow our transactions are over."
"It's too late to say you want to end it now," Ding Fangqiu waved his hand. "You dare. There's nothing the Demon Heaven Pavilion doesn't dare to do."
The 3 disciples behind him immediately drew their swords and charged at the soldiers. Lu Zhao calmly retreated. 3 godly detachment realm cultivators were like wolves among sheep, swordlight flashing dazzlingly, as soldiers fell to the ground one after another. In the end, no one survived.
After killing them all, Ding Fangqiu slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at Lu Zhu, who had remained calm. "Old Mister is braver than most. I misjudged you."
Lu Zhao stroked his beard, glancing at the corpses and the 5 or 6 coffins that had just been carried in. Xiao Yan'er asked, "What's in these?"
"Human bones." Xiao Yan'er was disgusted, and stepped back. She wasn't afraid of dead people, but something fished out of the water and put in a closed coffin. How could she not be disgusted? Ding Fangqiu walked closer to a coffin, gently waving his sleeve. A surge of qi shattered the coffin lid. Lu Zhao's gaze fell into the coffin. These bones were a bit strange, quite transparent like glass, not very refined, but a bit milky white like white jade. By Min, Lu Zhao searched his memories, instantly recognizing the origin of these bones. Most of the colors of bones are like this. It is clear that what is submerged in the water is the body of the crude Min fish dragon swallowing, which is the family member of Yetiangxin. Then, why did the people in the palace order them to fish for corpses under the river? Ding Fangqiu's group searched carefully through all the coffins here, then shook their heads, seemingly not finding what they were looking for.
"These Bai Ming corpses are completely useless," Lu Zhao said indifferently. "What are these bones for?"
Ding Fangqiu's disciple said, "Old Mister, some things are better left unsaid." Lu Zhao indifferently stroked his beard. "You Demon Heaven Pavilion also know how to worry. The Demon Heaven Pavilion has always acted like this."
Xiao Yan'er muttered to herself, "It's like I don't know, you're too bad." The disciples immediately became unhappy. Ding Fangqiu waved his hand to reprimand the 3 disciples. "Enough." The 3 didn't dare argue with Xiao Yan'er. For some reason, Ding Fangqiu always protected this little girl. Ding Fangqiu said, "Take down the command token."
"Yes." Seeing the command token, Lu Zhao indifferently stroked his beard and said,
"This old man also wants to go along to broaden his knowledge. Grandpa, I want to go too. I want to go too."
Xiao Yan'er loved to play, and immediately said excitedly, of course he had to bring Xiao Yan'er along. He still needed Xiao Yan'er to deal with those godly detachment realm cultivators. Ding Fangqiu looked at Lu Zhao. "There are many witchcraft traps where the corpses are being fished, aren't you afraid?" Obviously, they weren't here for the first time, and seemed very familiar with everything here.
Xiao Yan'er grabbed her small hand and said, "There's nothing under this sky that my grandpa's afraid of."
Ding Fangqiu's gaze turned to Xiao Yan'er again, his eyes full of praise.
"That's exactly what I wanted to hear."
It would be great if this old man had an accident, and no one could be blamed. After taking the command token from the soldiers' bodies, the 2 male disciples changed their clothes, and the group left the dilapidated walled courtyard, heading towards the pier. About a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the pier where the soldiers were fishing for corpses. Besides a few boats used for fishing for corpses docked near the shore, There were no large cargo ships coming or going.
There were some soldiers patrolling on the shore. Ding Fanqi was familiar with the place, walking very calmly, reaching the entrance. 2 soldiers with spears blocked the way. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter this place. Ding Fanqi's disciple took out the command token and secretly slipped some money in. Once the money was slipped, everything went smoothly. If they were only fishing for corpses for a short period of time, it would be extremely difficult to bribe them. But these people had been doing it for 10 years straight, and even they didn't know what they were trying to fish for. What were they doing? Rocks, fish, shrimp, seaweed, everything was taken away. Doing it over and over again, everyone had become numb. Xiao Yanhe muttered, "Why not just kill their way in instead of making it so complicated?" The girl who had been defeated by Xiao Yanhe turned her head to look at her and said, "There are very strong witchcraft traps here. Someone is controlling them." Xiao Yanhe first said, "Oh," then said, "Still don't understand." The group walked very quickly, clearly not here for the first time. The warehouse is up ahead. The group avoided the soldiers guarding the area, walking around several buildings, and just as they were about to enter the warehouse, Ding Fanqi suddenly raised his hand to stop. His voice was low and powerful, as if he had discovered something. He bent down to look at the patterns on the ground. "There are cultivators who practice witchcraft." Lu Zhao's eyes swept across the ground, taking in the traces. The ground here definitely shows signs of digging, and recently at that, someone has set up traps. Witchcraft utilizes the opportune moment and the advantages of location and harmony. The practitioner borrows external forces to attack or bless others. Ding Fanqi turned to Lu Zhao and said, "Old man, you must take care of yourself." Then, turning to Xiao Yanhe, he said, "Little girl, if you're scared, stick close to this seat." Xiao Yanhe clung to Lu Zhao's arm, saying, "I'm not scared at all. Let's go." The group bypassed the trap and headed towards the large warehouse in front of them. How could a warehouse door withstand an attack from a cultivator? With a mere wave of the hand, the locked door burst open. The moment the warehouse door opened, Lu Zhao's brow furrowed. "This warehouse stretches on for yards. It's a huge storage space, stacked high with coffins. On the other side of the coffins is a pile of bones, stacked like a small mountain. Some of these bones look like the ones he saw in that dilapidated courtyard, but the rest are just ordinary bones. Yulong village was massacred. Even if all 354 people from the village were here, they couldn't form a mountain of bones like this. And they'd been fishing bodies out for 10 years, not to mention the bodies that were swept away by the water. This bone pile is definitely more than just a few hundred people, and it's not just commoners." Ding Fanqi's expression was indifferent, as if he was used to seeing dead people. As soon as he entered the warehouse, he raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth, then ordered his disciples to search. Yes. 3 disciples leaped into the piles of coffins, beginning their search. Seeing this, Lu Zhao became even more suspicious. What are they looking for? Before he could ask, Ding Fanqi leaned over and said, "These are the bones of foreign races." "Foreign races," Ding Fanqi casually said. How could the Great Yan Empire allow foreign races to reside within its borders? The Great Yan created an era of peace and prosperity, and for thousands of years, these foreign races have been restless. The crossing of the heaven-dividing river must have been stained with blood, Lu Zhao retorted. "Are they all foreign races?" Ding Fanqi glanced at Lu Zhao, letting out a low chuckle laced with sarcasm. "Just an excuse used by the people in the palace." Xiao Yanhe poked her head out and asked, "What are you looking for?" Ding Fanqi replied, "A bone. A very special bone." Xiao Yanhe's curiosity was piqued. "What's so special about it?" Ding Fanqi didn't immediately answer Xiao Yanhe's question, but instead said, "Little girl, if you become this seat's disciple, this seat is willing to impart all my knowledge to you." Xiao Yanhe frowned, glaring at Ding Fanqi. There are countless people who want to join the Devil Sky Pavilion but don't get the chance. You need to understand that. Which one of this seat's 9 disciples isn't a famous powerhouse? Not her." Xiao Yanhe pointed to the girl opening the coffins in the distance. She looked young but was actually a grown-up cultivator with the face of a child. Ding Fanqi was speechless for a moment. Seeing that Ding Fanqi had revealed his true colors, Lu Zhao wasn't surprised. "I'm afraid you can't teach her." Ding Fanqi looked down on her, placing his hands behind his back.
There's no one in this world this seat can't teach.
Lu Jiao was too lazy to argue with him. The purpose of this old man's coming here is to investigate the truth behind the massacre of Yulong village. Ding Fanqi faked being this old man to show off. I won't hold it against him for the whole journey. Ding Fanqi also had some value to show.
But what makes Lu Bizhu suspicious is that Ding Fanqi only brought 3 disciples and was able to build relationships with people here and do business for a long time. So what is his purpose? Who is supporting him behind the scenes?
After searching for a while, the 3 disciples returned, the entire warehouse in a chaotic mess. Most of the coffins in the warehouse had been overturned, and a foul smell filled the air. The female disciple said, "Master, we didn't find anything." The other 2 disciples also shook their heads. Ding Fanqi frowned and said indifferently, "Are there any other warehouses?"
The 3 disciples shook their heads again.
This warehouse is already very large, and it contains so many bones that there is still a lot of empty space. Lu Jiao raised his head to look at the sun. It was already late afternoon. He looked at the system's mission interface. Just as the group was about to leave the warehouse, hurried footsteps came from outside.
Definitely not from just one person. Ambush.
Ding Fanqi didn't even bother to look, just coldly said, "Kill, yes." The 3 disciples rushed out of the warehouse, starting a massacre. The newcomers were a group of soldiers. How could they be a match for cultivators?
Lu Jiao remembered that when Ming Shiyin came here to investigate, he encountered witchcraft traps. A place this important shouldn't have such weak defenses.
"This old man is very curious," Lu Jiao suddenly spoke.
"Humph, that special bone. What exactly is it?" Lu Jiao asked.
Ding Fanqi placed his hands behind his back and said, "Old man,
this seat has repeatedly warned you. The more you know, the more danger you're in.
This old man is old and has long seen through life and death."
Lu Jiao calmly stroked his beard. His words were true. He had died once when he transmigrated, and the troubles before him were nothing compared to when the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain.
Ding Fanqi shook his head.
The sounds of fighting outside grew more intense, and the numbers were increasing. Soon after, cultivators appeared in the sky from all directions. With more and more appearing, a sound wave spread throughout the dock. "You've fallen into our trap! Anyone who dares to break into the forbidden area must die." The sound wave wasn't too strong, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, seemingly making the situation even more complicated. Lu Jiao wasn't worried about these things. If he wanted to leave, the forces before him couldn't stop him.
Ding Fanqi glanced at Lu Jiao and then stepped outside.
Outside the warehouse, rows of soldiers holding spears stood before them, blocking their departure. Above the soldiers were many cultivators hovering in the air. The 3 disciples, after killing the soldiers in front of the warehouse, returned to stand beside Ding Fanqi. "We're surrounded. This is a trap."
Ding Fanqi placed his hands behind his back, seemingly not worried about the current situation. He was a nascent soul powerhouse. How could he fear this kind of situation? No matter how many soldiers there were, they couldn't stop a nascent soul cultivator from flying away. Ding Fanqi looked towards the cultivators floating in the air. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, and a few nascent soul. "You dare to call this a trap, little girl? Open your eyes and watch carefully." Ding Fanqi didn't turn his head. These words were clearly directed at Xiaoyang Yer. Lu Jiao continued to stroke his beard, seemingly not caring.
At the same time, Ding Fanqi's aura gradually surged. He took a step away from the warehouse. Whoosh! A 5 zang tall avatar stood tall in the sky, radiating a faint blue light that threatened the people below. Surging true energy surrounded him, and the golden lotus beneath his feet was opening petal by petal, opening a total of 4 petals. The soldiers blocking the dock and the cultivators, upon seeing this avatar, all had drastic changes in expression, simultaneously taking several steps back. But they weren't scared into running away. Instead, they looked tense, as if facing a great enemy, and retreated cautiously. Zhao Yan'er muttered, "Only 4 petals." The girl standing beside her glanced at her. "What do you even know? My master's power is unmatched. This is called concealing strength. Got it? 4 leaves are enough to deal with these guys. They only have divine court realm dharmic bodies, the highest being the 10 directions Qian Kun, with 100 tribulation. Knowing divinity cultivator here, they'll all be flat on the ground." While they were talking, Ding Fanqi's 4-leaf dharmic body scattered powerful gang qi. Clatter, clatter. The surrounding buildings near the dock trembled non-stop, making clattering sounds. The group of soldiers retreated again, and the cultivators didn't dare to be careless. A cultivator floating in the air suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't panic, everyone. Retreat slowly. News came from the palace that this guy is an impostor of Jintiandao. A great witchcraft formation was set up here yesterday.
We retreat behind the formation and wait for the experts from the palace to come and destroy this bandit.
No matter who he is, he must die for trespassing on the forbidden area. Trespassers must die. Trespassers must die," the soldiers shouted loudly, full of vigor.
Encouraged by the cultivator, the soldiers became a bit bolder and stood their ground. At this time, Lu Zhao and Zhao Yan'er were standing in front of the warehouse door. Seeing thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators appearing outside, they were also a bit surprised. Clearly, everything was a conspiracy. "This is a trap,"
Lu Zhao said indifferently. "Their actions seem to have been predicted. If it's a trap, then the thing they're looking for isn't in this warehouse. Or maybe that special bone fragment hiding some secret hasn't been found yet. So, what do we do now? Kill our way out?" Zhao Yan'er asked in a low voice. "No need." Lu Zhao stroked his beard. "If he likes to show off, let him do it." Zhao Yan'er muttered with a pout. "It's just 4 leaves. Nothing interesting."
Zhao Yan'er was used to seeing grand scenes. Seeing this low-level dharmic body, she always felt unsatisfied. It's like she rides a legendary mount every day, and now you want her to ride a low-level mount. She really looks down on it a bit. But for other cultivators, a 4-leaf golden lotus dharmic body is already a master among masters. The cultivators floating in the air kept swallowing saliva, vigilantly staring at the dharmic body. No one dared to attack a nascent divinity realm cultivator at this time. Ding Fangkui's 3 disciples looked admiringly. The female disciple looked at Zhao Yan'er contemptuously. "Little girl, don't think you were lucky enough to win against me just now, and look down on others. With your skills, you can't even withstand one move from my master." Zhao Yan'er replied softly. Defeated opponent.
She wanted to attack, but the current situation was tense, so she had to grit her teeth and let it go. If they really fought, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Ding Fangqi didn't have time to protect his disciple at this time.
The gang chi surrounding the 4-leaf dharmic body gradually emitted a faint glow, forming gang seals that flew forward. Taoist Dharma seals, Lu Zhao said calmly.
Unexpectedly, Ding Fangqi cultivated Taoist Dharma seals. Taoist Dharma seals and Zen Buddhist Dharma seals are different. Zen Buddhist Dharma seals rely on the golden body to bless power, mobilizing the yuan qi in the body, condensing qi into gang, forming the powerful force of Buddhism, while Taoist Dharma seals mobilize the yuan qi in the heavens and earth to increase the attack range. Both types of Dharma seals complement each other, learning from each other to become stronger, so there's no longer a clear distinction.
Countless Dharma seals shot towards the group of soldiers and cultivators. Puff, 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 all the soldiers touched by the Dharma seals were sent flying away. Some cultivators, sensing something was wrong, turned around and ran.
Retreat. Don't fight him. Buy time. Prepare to activate the witchcraft formation. Many cultivators stood far away, their cultivation only enough to barely resist the suppressing force from the 4-leaf dharmic body, completely unable to fight back. Ding Fangqi's Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers Dharma seal sent hundreds of soldiers flying in an instant, like a great flood that had just swept through. Cries of agony rang out continuously, and the remaining soldiers retreated far, far away.
Ding Fangqi raised his voice and said, "If I want to leave, who dares to stop me?" This isn't Ding Fangqi's first time here. He also knows there are many witchcraft traps around. If he continues to delay until the experts from the palace arrive, he won't be able to leave. His voice carried a powerful sound wave, spreading out from Ding Fangqi as the center. Everyone standing at the corpse fishing dock could hear it very clearly. Houses, buildings, and ships trembled from the sound wave. The soldiers continued to retreat. Everyone retreat quickly. Rumble. The soldiers immediately retreated without hesitation. Instead of dying in vain, it was better to retreat to save their lives. Their mission was to protect those witchcraft traps and wait for the experts from the palace to arrive. Ding Fangqi's face darkened. He tapped his toes and leaped into the air. The huge dharmic body, 5 zang tall, floated behind him. The reason why the nascent divinity realm is so terrifying is because of the 100 tribulation, knowing divinity,
Dharmic body. Once the dharmic body appears, it will suppress the entire scene. When Ding Fangqi jumped into the air, the gang qi around the dharmic body shot out in all directions, as if wanting to overturn mountains and seas.
Swish! Swish! The Dharma seals flew out like flower petals.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded slightly. His Dharma seals have achieved some success. Is this considered some success?
Zhao Yanhair only cultivates the Grand Purity Jade Scroll. She doesn't understand much about the cultivation methods of other sects.
Lu Zhao slowly said. Taoist Dharma seals lead the Yuan Qi of the outside world, creating Gang Qi. The dharmic body of a great cultivator can also condense Qi into Gang, while Zen seals mainly use one's own Qi to strike out as long imprints. So, which is more powerful, Dharma seals or Zen seals? Zhao Yanhair asked curiously. Lu Zhao nodded slightly.
It's good that Zhao Yanhair is curious.
We'll teach her slowly, and she'll definitely succeed in the future.
Each has its advantages and disadvantages. You can't say which is more powerful than the other. Zhao Yanhair nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Di Yanhair rewarded with 100 merit points. Ding Fangqi's 3 disciples standing beside him were secretly shocked.
The old gentleman is knowledgeable. Master really uses Taoist Dharma seals. The female disciple looked at the Dharma seals flying all over the sky with awe. But Taoist Dharma seals also have hand seals. There are 12 seals in total. The higher the cultivation, the more powerful the hand seals, not inferior to Zen seals at all.
Lu Zhao didn't bother to look at her.
The younger generation is still young, their knowledge is not deep enough, and they don't know how to humbly ask for guidance. Then just ignore her and let her be a frog at the bottom of a well for the rest of her life. At the same time, Ding Fangqi's Dharma seals danced in the sky like butterflies. Those soldiers who couldn't avoid them, and the Langqi cultivators in the low sky, were all sent flying. Cultivators with cultivation below the congealing consciousness realm vomited blood and died on the spot.
The ocean crossing realm cultivators fell to the ground in unbearable pain, and the divine court realm cultivators were also forced to the ground. Personally mobilizing Yuan Qi to resist the Dharma seals, Ding Fangqi opened his mouth and called,
"Elephant King, rumble, rumble." From the forest, the Elephant King stepped heavily on the ground, running wildly. Although the speed wasn't fast, the impact force was extremely powerful, like a chariot rushing straight into the crowd. Some soldiers who couldn't avoid it died tragically on the spot, and some were pierced through the chest by the tusks and shot out forcefully. "Go!" Ding Fangqi turned his head and said a word. The 3 disciples nodded and quickly flew towards the Elephant King. The soldiers and cultivators didn't dare to approach his dharmic body. They could only stand there and watch the little girl come to his side. Ding Fangqi, slowly descended to the ground, and his dharmic body also lowered. Thud. The moment Ding Fangqi landed, the ground collapsed, which had a very good deterrent effect. The besieging soldiers and cultivators didn't dare to approach at all. Ding Fangqi raised his head and looked into the distance. The number of cultivators rushing over was increasing. People from the palace are coming. Ding Fangqi turned his head and looked behind him. Why isn't the little girl by his side? He thought the little girl would be scared and immediately run over, but, unexpectedly, Zhao Yanhair wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was happily watching the show. Watching the show is fine, but the expression on her face even has a bit of disdain in it, Lu Zhao said indifferently. The Elephant King can't escape. The Elephant King can withstand blows. Its fighting power is strong, but it can't fly. Ding Fangqi looked at Zhao Yanhair with regret and persuaded her again. "Girl, if you don't leave, it'll be too late." Ding Fangqi had never seen a young cultivator with as much talent as Zhao Yanhair. Her talent was many times higher than his female disciple. If this little girl was willing to be his disciple, she would be an extremely powerful assistant. What a pity. Ding Fangqi looked at Zhao Yanhair with regret. His hands slightly lifted. The 5 zang tall 4-leaf golden lotus dharmic body immediately disappeared, and the pressure on the soldiers and cultivators was eliminated. Ding Fangqi tapped his toes, his whole body as light as a swallow, flying like lightning towards the Elephant King. Those 3 disciples were levitating near the carriage on the Elephant King's back, constantly on guard against the surrounding cultivators. Nascent soul stage cultivation. Ding Fanqi sat upright on the carriage, and even without making a move, his aura alone was enough to keep the surrounding soldiers at bay. Lu Xiao shook his head, not bothering to pay attention to the situation before him. If he wanted to leave, Bai Zhang could appear at any moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Elephant King's feet shook the earth with every step. Ding Fanqiwi waved his hand once, and another person died. But just as Ding Fanqiwi thought they could escape, faint purple circles suddenly appeared under the feet of the soldiers, eerie and mysterious. Those faint purple circles gradually expanded, emitting a haze of green smoke like mist. A witchcraft grand formation? A cultivator shouted. Capture these intruders and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Among the cultivators, a commander revealed himself. The witchcraft grand formation was working. The commander, wielding a great sword, slowly flew into the air. The Elephant King was just an animal. Even if it absorbed the spiritual energy of the cultivation world, becoming frighteningly strong and ferocious, its intelligence was far inferior to that of humans. When it saw the faint purple circles, it instinctively retreated. Ding Fanqi's expression darkened. He waved his hand, forcibly controlling the Elephant King. Ole Tiamo. The Elephant King emitted a sonic wave that reverberated across the riverbank. It still refused to move forward, continuing to retreat. Beast! Ding Fanqi cursed loudly, leaping into the air, his Q erupting. 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body. 100 Tribulation Illumination was a major move that consumed a huge amount of Qi. Lu Xiao didn't get it. Ding Fanqi wasting Q like this was unwise. After all, he was only facing small fries right now. What if the palace experts arrived? Where would he get the strength to deal with them? Ding Fanqi wasn't in peak condition and couldn't afford to squander his Q. When the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body appeared, the cultivators preparing to approach them retreated, as if they had been trained to do so. To be precise, the smoke rising wasn't mist, but part of the witchcraft. Witchcraft converted spiritual energy into a seamless trap, with no gaps. The soldiers and cultivators who came to besiege them weren't affected by the witchcraft at all. Heavenly Constellation Seal. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body unleashed countless Dharma Seals. Just like before, under the effect of the Dharma Seals, the purple witchcraft circles only slowed down slightly, showing no signs of dissipating. The circles had enveloped the entire dock. As they grew larger, they intertwined, forming a chain. The light emitted grew stronger and stronger. The witchcraft grand formation was finally complete. The Elephant King retreated again. Who would believe that the epic-level overlord of the mountains, the Elephant King, would be so terrified? No matter how its master forced it forward, the Elephant King refused to budge, only shuffling backward. The witchcraft circles continued to expand. Under the weak influence of the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body, the expansion speed of the witchcraft didn't slow down much. Ding Fanqi's 3 disciples looked worried. This witchcraft grand formation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator like Ding Fanqi couldn't do anything about it. A powerful figure from the palace had set up this witchcraft grand formation. Who exactly was it? Ding Fanqi's eyebrows furrowed. He watched the circles of witchcraft expanding under the ground, while the soldiers and cultivators stepped on them, slowly surrounding them without being affected. Into the water! Ding Fanqi waved his hand. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body was withdrawn. Maintaining such a powerful Dharma Body consumed an enormous amount of Qi. He had to conserve his strength. Now only the Crossing Heaven River was relatively safe. Maybe he'd have a chance to escape. The 4 of them turned to leave, abandoning the Elephant King. As they turned, they saw Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanshare watching them as if they were watching a play. Lu Zhao said calmly. Witchcraft circles have long since formed on the river. Ding Fanqi frowned, flying up to observe the nearby river surface. Sure enough, the river surface was completely covered by faint purple witchcraft circles, expanding more and more. These witchcraft circles were untouchable, or you'd be bound instantly. Then, your cultivation would gradually weaken and disappear completely, turning you into a fish on a chopping board. The Elephant King's body was too huge to cross. The buildings were instantly devoured by the witchcraft circles. The witchcraft seemed to have eyes, binding the Elephant King tightly. The purple smoke, like tangled vines, wrapped around it, looking extremely terrifying. The Elephant King struggled for a moment, then lost its resistance. Clearly, this witchcraft circle was similar to the witchcraft that attacked Ming Xiyin, a type of binding witchcraft.
Lu Kezhou remained calm as ever.
He was waiting for a chance, waiting for the person who activated the witchcraft grand formation to appear. There were no findings in the warehouse, so he could only target the people from the palace.
Now that Ding Fangqiu couldn't continue to act recklessly using the Demon Heaven Pavilion's name, he frowned, lost in thought. The old geezer is so calm, does he have a brilliant plan? Ding Fangqiu suddenly felt that this old guy had a backup plan. Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "I don't have any brilliant plans."
"Oh well." Ding Fangqiu put his hands behind his back, turning away, his gaze fixed on the spreading witchcraft circles. The cultivators didn't leave the witchcraft circles, but slowly gathered around them.
Before long, the witchcraft circle had expanded to dozens of meters.
Isn't this the world-renowned Demon Path ancestor? Where did all that bluster from before go? The commanding cultivator flew into the air. He surveyed his surroundings, then slowly approached. Just now, when Ding Fangqiu unleashed the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body, he hid very well, not showing his face at all. Now that the witchcraft grand formation has formed, he's showing off and flaunting himself.
"We received a tip-off that you'd appear. The palace set up the witchcraft grand formation, just waiting for you to take the bait," the commander said.
"The witchcraft grand formation has been set up here for many years. This is the first time we've used such a magnificent formation. What do you think? How does it compare to your Golden Court Mountains barrier?"
Hearing the middle-aged man's taunts, Ding Fangqiu said in a deep voice, "Ridiculous. 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body 4 leaves." The 5 zang tall 100 Tribulation Illumination suddenly expanded, opening another leaf, becoming 5 leaves. Rumble. The ki surrounding the Dharma body was incredibly fierce, shaking the surroundings. The soldiers and cultivators, who thought they had victory in their grasp, were instantly blasted away.
The 3 disciples looked at him with awe. "This is my master's true strength!" Lu Zhu's eyebrows twitched slightly, then returned to their normal calm. It was within expectations that Ding Fangqiu was hiding his cultivation. As far as Lu Zhu was concerned, it didn't matter if the nascent soul stage had 1 more leaf. When Ding Fangqiu revealed his 5-leaf cultivation, the witchcraft circles clearly stagnated.
The fierce ki, with the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body as its center,
began to spread out forcefully, turning into waves. "Rumble! I've finally waited for this moment!" Hundreds of soldiers were blown away by the ki. The others were shaken by the aftermath of the 100 Tribulation Illumination, to the point that they retreated one after another, not daring to approach. Ding Fangqiu's figure was as fast as lightning. The ki of the 5-leaf Dharma body had a much larger range of effect than before. The cultivators who were blasted away only had time to cry out before dying in mid-air. The soldiers who didn't dodge in time were knocked to the ground by the ki. The soldiers' corpses were scattered messily beneath the 5-leaf Dharma body. This time, Ding Fangqiu had killed hundreds of people. The soldiers and cultivators retreated to the opposite side at the same time. Someone shouted loudly, "Don't worry, they're trapped inside the witchcraft grand formation. They won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Calmly wait until they lose their resistance."
The soldiers and cultivators had retreated hundreds of meters, staring at the 5-leaf Dharma body. They weren't stupid. There was no need to fight Ding Fangqiu head-on at this moment. They all chose to retreat.
"The witchcraft grand formation is getting stronger and stronger. Disgusting!" One of Ding Fangqiu's disciples cursed angrily. One move killed so many people, but Ding Fangqiu didn't dare to relax. He landed on the ground, retracting the Dharma body. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body consumed an enormous amount of kika. He needed to conserve his strength. The witchcraft grand formation continued to spread. Although the speed had slowed down a lot, it would bind them completely sooner or later. Xiao Yan'er looked at the witchcraft grand formation, gradually enveloping everything. She also felt a little anxious and uneasy, and said in a low voice, "Master, what should we do now, Master?"
Ding Fangqiu turned around. He was sure he didn't mishear.
His original plan was to take advantage of the chaos to capture this little girl. At that time, It wouldn't matter to him whether the old guy lived or died. "The old geezer is your master?" Ding Fengqi asked. Zhao Yankai glared at him. "You're so annoying. What's it to you whether he is or not? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell my master to beat you to death." For some reason, Ding Fengqi didn't find this little girl's angry face irritating at all. Enduring her fierce scolding, Ding Fengqi swallowed the words he wanted to say. It would be a real shame if he couldn't recruit this little girl as a disciple under his wing. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, his face indifferent. As long as Ding Fengqi makes a move, the item card will instantly take his life. Killing a nascent soul expert will reward a lot of merit points, can't go wrong with that. Ding Fengqi's eyes turned towards Lu Zhao. Seeing him remain so calm, suspicion filled Ding Fengqi's heart. He immediately probed Lu Zhao's aura and cultivation base. Weak. Very weak. At most he's just a phantasm sea realm, opening 3 meridians cultivator. He doesn't seem to be concealing his cultivation base. Once the witchcraft formation is complete, everyone has to mobilize their primal chi to resist it. Under these circumstances, who can hide their cultivation? Who the heck is this old geezer, that he can be this little brat's master? At that moment, the witchcraft circle suddenly surged, and faint purple witchcraft enveloped the entire dock, as if a giant bowl was covering everyone. The great witchcraft formation had officially formed. Light, vision, and witchcraft primal chi continuously affected the judgment and consciousness of the targets, even lowering their cultivation bases. The world seemed to darken, and Ding Fengqi's expression changed. Before the witchcraft enters his 8 extraordinary meridians and covers his Dantian Chi Si, he must quickly leave this place. Turning his head, Ding Fengqi saw that his 3 disciples were sweating profusely. Only he was at the nascent soul realm, but he couldn't bring too many people to break through the witchcraft formation. His eyes turned to Lu Zhao again. "Old sir, I don't care who you are, but in the current situation, we must cooperate to leave this place, or the witchcraft formation will bind us both soon." Lu Zhao shook his head. His current cultivation base was only the Phantasm Sea Realm 8 Meridians, and he hadn't even truly become a genuine 8 Meridians powerhouse yet. His pitiful 4 quadrants traversing Dharma body was only slightly stronger than a monkey's strength. It had absolutely no effect on this battle. Whether his cultivation base was restricted or not was the same. Lu Zhao stroked his beard indifferently. "You're not qualified." Hearing this, Ding Fengqi immediately said arrogantly, "If I hadn't just unleashed the 100 Tribulations Illumination Dharma body, you'd probably be a wandering soul by now. The formation set up by the people in the palace has been completely activated. If you don't leave now, you definitely won't escape. Only I have the ability to escape. Little girl, I'll give you one last chance, come with me." He looked at Zhao Yan'er, who was slightly dizzy because of the formation. "Get lost," Zhao Yan'er said angrily. Ding Fengqi's face was full of regret, and he shook his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I must leave. You can live or die on your own." He moved suddenly, his entire body erupting with stellar energy. The witchcraft had already begun to invade his meridians. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. He was just hesitating whether to bring his 3 disciples with him, but now there was no time. Ding Fengqi's nascent soul realm cultivation was completely revealed, and his whole body flew into the air, wanting to forcefully break out of the purple-lighted witchcraft formation that filled the sky, surrounding his body like poisonous smoke, obstructing his vision. "Master, don't leave me behind! Master!" Ding Fengqi's 3 disciples saw that their master was about to break through the witchcraft trap and immediately shouted loudly. They only had divine court realm cultivation. After being hit by witchcraft, their cultivation decreased even more, making it impossible for them to escape from this formation. The state of the 3 of them combined wasn't as good as Zhao Yan'er alone. Zhao Yan'er was only slightly affected because the Great Purity Jade Edict cultivation method was much better than other ordinary cultivation methods. Lu Zhao looked around. No one approached him. Looking up, he saw Ding Fengqi constantly flying upwards. In his blurred vision, stellar energy erupted from Ding Fengqi's body once more. Lu Zhao shook his head slightly. What a pity. He doesn't know his own limitations. If he used the 100 Tribulations Illumination Dharma body, he would still have a chance. But without it, there's absolutely no chance. Is this witchcraft formation a common formation? When he captured Ye Tiangxin near Qingyang Mountain, The formation then was completely incomparable to this formation. Wanting to leave without opening the Dharma body in nascent soul realm, what a pipe dream! How could he underestimate this formation? Suddenly, whoosh! A completely different kind of energy than witchcraft appeared in the distant sky, flying straight over. It was an arrow carrying mighty power, piercing through the air.
Because its speed was too fast, it created intense friction with the air, forming streaks of electric sparks. The arrow flew at the speed of a meteor, passed through the blurred area of the witchcraft formation, and struck Ding Fang Qi.
Ding Fang Qi was caught off guard and quickly fell. The arrow pierced through his protective stellar energy, creating an explosion. All the primal chi shattered, sweeping the entire area like overturning mountains and seas, magnificent and dazzling.
Piff-peft, Ding Fang Qi looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bang! His whole body crashed into a building underground, and the stellar energy on his body dissipated instantly.
The attacker was an archer, and still a nascent soul realm archer. For experts to appear, it would only be a nascent soul realm archer who could hit Ding Fang Qi from a distance in this situation, and that person must have mastered superb archery skills. Who is this person?
In the world, the Great Yan Dynasty, someone who could shoot such an earth-shattering arrow, lightly breaking the protective nascent chi of a five-leaf expert, could only be the strongest among the three great divine archers of the divine capital. He's here. Everyone's attention was attracted by this arrow.
Master! Ding Fang Qi's three disciples exclaimed in disbelief at the scene before them. Their master was an expert with a five-leaf golden lotus dharma body, a person they greatly respected and feared, yet he was shot down by an arrow.
The archery was too strong.
Lu Zhao frowned. Have the experts from the palace appeared?
The crowd looked around, wanting to see the appearance of the person who had just arrived.
Lu Zhao looked towards where the arrow had flown from. Although the line of sight was blurred, Lu Zhao could still see through the dim gray smoke a flying chariot floating on the horizon. The square red-winged flying chariot didn't look big. It was more like a sedan, floating above the soldiers and the group of cultivators. At the four corners of the chariot were four red-clad women in gorgeous and glamorous attire, carrying the flying chariot, floating steadily in the air.
They finally arrived.
It seems there's more than one person. He only has one fatal strike card at the moment, not enough. What should he do? At the same time, standing in front of the flying chariot was a man holding a bow. He was a man wearing a cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, and was descending. He gently fell to the ground. The shocking arrow from just now was shot by him. At least he's a six-leaf nascent soul realm expert. This is the strongest of the three great divine archers of the divine capital. Chen Zhu. The soldiers all knelt down. Greetings, Lord Chen. The nascent soul realm archer stared straight ahead. He stepped forward step by step. Not quickly, not slowly.
Getting closer and closer, his figure also became clearer, until he was only more than 10 meters away from them before he stopped. The man took off his wide-brimmed hat and placed it aside. His whole body exuded a cold aura.
Named Chen Zhu, race Sun Zhuang, Realm 3 Zhuang, nascent soul realm. Lu Zhu's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained calm. Then, Lu Zhao looked towards the fiery red flying chariot floating in the sky. The four women standing at the four corners of the chariot, although the distance was too far, and he could only see their vague figures. But based on the aura of these four women, he guessed that at least two of them were nascent soul realm. However, their nascent soul was not leafed, so were not considered true nascent soul realm experts. Looks like I'm playing with fire. Should I use the damage immunity card and leave? Just as Lu Zhao was pondering, Chen Zhu's cold voice suddenly rang out. The master has ordered that the people of the Demon Sky Pavilion be captured and handed over to the people in the palace for disposal. Yes, sir. The soldiers all bowed. The faces of Ding Fang Qi's three disciples immediately turned pale. We are not disciples of the Demon Sky Pavilion. You have the wrong people. We're fake. However, Chen Zhu held the bow in his hand and said coldly, If you are fake, execute them immediately. If you are people of the Demon Sky Pavilion, the palace might carefully consider it, but fake goods? Who cares? The three men fell to the ground. That bow seemed to be an Earth-grade weapon, not inferior to the bow in Lian Qing's hand. The bow spun and fell into Chen Zhu's hand. But he didn't draw an arrow, just smiled. He held the bowstring with his right hand, using his bare hand to draw the bow, condensing qi into stellar energy.
A shocking sound resounded. Chen Zhu used his fingers as arrows, carrying sound waves like he wanted to snatch life, aiming precisely at one person. The target was a female disciple of Ding Fanhua. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air, barely giving her time to beg for mercy, or even a chance to fight back. It pierced right through her chest. Poofed! The female disciple's eyes went wide as she fell to the ground, lifeless. Shimai! Shimai! The remaining two disciples howled in despair. A divine court realm cultivator, bound by the witchcraft formation, how could she withstand Chen Zhu's arrow?
One of the three great divine archers of divine capital. Ding Fanhua's expression changed drastically.
You, Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu smiled calmly, raising his right hand again. Whoosh!
Another surge of energy transformed into an arrow, appearing on the bowstring. The crowd finally understood. He was going to shoot one by one, until everyone was dead. Chen Zhu coldly glanced at Ding Fanhua, who had been shot by him and fell down, and said indifferently, Ji Tiandao? He aimed directly at Ding Fanhua. Cough, 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 cough. Ding Fanhua stood up immediately. He raised his hand slightly, causing the arrow stuck in his body to break. You? You are Chen Zhu? One of the three great divine archers of divine capital? Ding Fanhua asked in disbelief.
Chen Zhu laughed.
Am I that famous? Yes, it is me, Chen Zhu slowly replied. You have stepped into a place you shouldn't have come.
Ding Fanhua brushed his white hair back.
Does Demon Heaven Pavilion always act like this? Chen Zhu shook his head.
Come on, you can pretend in front of others, but in front of my lord, take back some of your tricks. Your strength and cultivation are far behind. Ding Fanhua was slightly startled,
looked up at the fiery red flying chariot in the sky. The expression on his face was very unnatural. Chen Zhu said confidently, Don't mention you. Even if the real Demon Heaven Pavilion comes here, they will have to submit. The witchcraft formation here is for arrogant cultivators like you. He didn't continue to pull the bowstring, but looked back and forth at the people in front of him, looking relaxed and comfortable, as if considering which lamb to slaughter. A nascent soul realm divine archer could fire 3 strands of Quan energy arrows at the same time. No one could be sure who his next target would be. When a nascent soul realm divine archer shoots arrows, the speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot see it. The 3 great divine archers of divine capital.
Lu Zhao finally opened his mouth. His voice was old, low, and powerful.
Huh? Chen Zhu's eyes shifted from Ding Fanhua to Lu Zhu. He frowned. He didn't even notice the existence of this person. Lu Zhu's expression remained calm. His right hand behind his back, his left hand stroking his beard, as if he was not affected by the witchcraft formation at all. Chen Zhu was shocked and asked suspiciously, You are not affected by the Great Formation? Lu Zhu said indifferently, Are you asking this old man? Do you know who you are facing? Chen Zhu's left hand waved, and the bow and arrow floated in front of him. Lu Zhao shook his head.
How dare you, old man? Who are you anyway? Chen Zhu's voice was full of arrogance.
Without waiting for Lu Zhao to answer, Xiao Yanker finally couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her voice and said, Standing in front of you is the true master of Demon Heaven Pavilion. The primordial energy carrying sound waves spread in all directions. Ding Fanhua, the 2 disciples, Chen Zhu. Ding Fanhua's heart trembled.
Suddenly woke up. He figured it out in an instant. No wonder this girl is exactly like the 9th disciple of Demon Heaven Pavilion. His face stiffened. His mood was so hilarious, extremely uncomfortable, he repeatedly wanted to take her as his disciple. The old man who had been traveling with him all this way was the old demon he had always been impersonating. This time is over. Completely over. But Chen Zhu laughed, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. My master received news that Ji Tiandao appeared here as a fake, and ordered him to be killed on the spot. Chen Zhu's right hand lifted slightly, and the arrow condensed from energy suddenly disappeared. The more it was like this, the less he could relax his vigilance. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, Answer 3 questions from this old man, and this old man will let today's matter pass. Chen Zhu was about to get angry. A bell suddenly rang in the sky, as if giving an order.
Chenju frowned and said a little displeased. Speak. First, who is your master? Second, what is the purpose of fishing for corpses under the river? Third, who is the mastermind behind the massacre of Yulong village? Answer these 3 questions clearly, and you will not have to die. From Lu Zhao's tone, attitude and expression on his face, although he has not yet taken action,
Ding Fanhua was able to conclude that this was indeed the true master of Demon Heaven Pavilion, the old demon, Ji Tiandao, the patriarch of the demonic path. Under his command there are 9 great demons who dominate the world, currently in the cultivation world. You can stand comfortably in such a huge witchcraft formation? Who else could it be besides Ji Tiandao? Ding Fanhua's 2 disciples were speechless, looking at each other blankly. They were so frightened that their whole bodies trembled, not knowing what to do. When Chenju heard these 3 questions, he frowned, as if he was waiting for the order of the person sitting in the flying chariot. The whole place was silent. You could hear a pin drop. The witchcraft formation had been formed.
The soldiers standing outside the witchcraft formation held long spears in their hands, ready to charge, and the cultivators were like flies waiting to rush over. With such a guaranteed victory, what is his master still considering? Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling.
The bell rang. Chenju's eyebrows relaxed. He smiled calmly, as if it was full of meaning. I'm very sorry. It is meaningless for a dying person to know these things. The expression on Chenju's face became cold. He had never met anyone who used this attitude to talk to him. Death was the best end for that person. Arrows that have been fired cannot be turned back. Whoosh! The bow and arrow was pulled open, condensing Kuai into strength, and condensing strength into arrows. Before you die, do you have any last words? Several arrows made of energy appeared in Chenju's right hand. His eyes were sharp. The nascent Soul Realm Divine Archer is very proficient in the method of condensing Kuai into strength. This kind of Divine Archer can be completely called a strong person, worthy of the name of the 3 great Divine Archers of Divine Capital. This move alone shows that he is even stronger than Li Xing, one of the 4 great Black Knights. Seeing that Lu Zhao's expression was still indifferent and did not respond, the bow and arrow in his hand made a resonant sound again. The primordial energy became more and more powerful. At that moment, Lu Zhao shook his head slightly and snorted lightly. The foolish will pay a heavy price. 5 item cards suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Yes, 5 cards, not just 1. In the moment just now he used his mind to buy 4 more cards. Lu Zhao flicked his sleeves gently, and 5 vortices appeared in the palm of his hand, emitting a faint blue light, rotating counterclockwise. He flicked his sleeves slightly. The 5 vortices flashed and flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Chenju's energy arrow left the bowstring and shot over. Piffed, PFFT, PFFT. It was completely swallowed by the vortex. The counterclockwise vortex, aided by the light purple mist of the witchcraft formation, became extraordinarily dazzling, like 5 rings chasing after each other. This is... Chenju frowned. Golden light lingered, spinning rapidly. This is the Dao seal. As soon as the Dao seal appeared, all other colors became dim, and the danger was extreme, Chenju exclaimed, and couldn't help but retreat. He had never seen such a method. Just in the moment when he was stunned, the 5 vortexes suddenly expanded and became larger, and the golden light shone brightly, this planted on that. From small to large, looking like countless Tai Chi circles, the golden light formed a Taoist magic seal. How could this be? Chenju couldn't retreat in time. His eyes filled with shock. He drew his bow in response, firing 3 arrows of Gang Chi, whoosh, 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 3 times in a row, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Taiji golden light seal wasn't affected in the slightest, directly absorbing all the primordial energy arrows. Chenju's pupils widened. He was panicked and fearful, the bow and arrows in his hand shaking. Countless arrows fired out like a storm. But the Taiji golden light seal had enveloped his entire body. The unique symbols of golden light danced across the sky, covering the entire arena. Those arrows didn't have the slightest effect. Chenju was standing too close, unable to escape. How could there be such a huge Dharma seal? Are Taoist Dharma seals this big? Each layer of golden light piled up, forming a sphere with a diameter of 3 meters. Boom! The sphere shattered, and the golden light dissipated with the wind. Everything returned to silence. As if nothing had happened, it was completely empty, not a single trace remained. The remaining 4 Taiji golden light seals
flew towards the horizon. The four women carrying the flaming red flying chariot were stunned for a moment. Before realizing what was happening, they raised their eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "What nerve?" The four of them simultaneously formed hand seals to meet the four golden lights. Chen Zhu, who was closest to the golden rings, had now turned to ashes, with the spot where Chen Zhu once stood as the center, within a 10-meter radius, were all symbols of the Taiji golden light. The witchcraft trap array underfoot was also covered by the golden light, becoming dim and dull. Ding Fanqini's eyes were dull. In the cultivation world, to be able to use such profound Taoist Dharma seals, one must at least have a Yuan Shen realm, 7-leaf golden lotus cultivation. And here, there is also a witchcraft grand formation. They have to concentrate their strength to resist the erosion and restraint of the witchcraft. This shows how strong the legendary #1 expert who roams the world is, after all. Compared to this huge gang seal, the Taoist Dharma seal that Ding Fanqi just cast was as small as an ant, meaningless and completely incomparable. Ding Fanqi cultivated for a lifetime, and had never seen such an astonishing Taoist Dharma seal. To be able to utilize the Taoist Dharma seal to this extent can only be a Taoist grandmaster. Such exquisite Dharma seals, yet he dared to impersonate. How laughable. In the sky, the four female cultivators had firm eyes, and their faces still revealed calmness. They were full of confidence to break the Taiji golden light seal. Unfortunately, their gang chi, when hitting those vast and boundless Dharma seals, created a small ripple, and then disappeared, without the slightest effect. Taoist Grandmaster! One person only had time to exclaim before streams of bright Taiji golden light struck their faces. Boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The four Taiji golden light seals struck the four women, then bloomed like fireworks, shining brightly in the sky before disappearing. The dazzling rays of light faded into smoke and scattered with the wind. Everyone present witnessed this scene with expressions of disbelief. Successfully killed 3 Yuan Shen realm cultivators and 2 Shenting realm cultivators, gaining 3,700 merit points, thankfully not a loss. He secretly calculated Chen Zhu alone gave him 1,500 points. But just now he used his mind to buy item cards for 2,000 merit points, so he didn't earn much, after all. Lu Zhu shook his head slightly, stroked his beard, and looked into the distance. This old man didn't want to take action. But a Yuan Shen realm divine archer like Chen Zhu can usually fire 3 arrows at once. His critical block card can't block many times. Then he'll have to use the damage immunity card. What a waste. It's better to take action decisively. Moreover, how can the great Yan world allow foreign races to run rampant? The Bai people are different from the 3 Zhuang. The Bai people are gradually differentiated from the human race, and have survived with the human race for thousands of years, and are rooted in this land. They are typical indigenous races. But the 3 Zhuang have always been foreign races. Emperor, oh Emperor, what kind of job are you doing guarding the palace, that you let foreign races infiltrate like this? How great it would be if a few more foreign races could sprout up for him to kill. It's a pity. How can experts like that be found just when you want them? Don't know why. After Chen Zhu was killed, the surrounding witchcraft grand formation gradually weakened. In the sky, the flaming red flying chariot, without anyone carrying it, immediately fell down. The soldiers standing below were in chaos, hurriedly dodging. The soldiers were extremely confused. The experts from the palace were just killed like that. This was like a dream, unbelievable. Lu Zhu stared unblinking at the flying chariot. To be able to make the strongest of the 3 great divine archers willing to be a subordinate, how could his master be weak? Boom! The red flying chariot hit the ground, shattering into pieces, dust flying everywhere. After the witchcraft grand formation weakened, everyone's vision had been restored, their eyes all focused on the shattered flying chariot on the ground. The flaming red flying chariot was shattered. If there really was an expert inside, how could they let themselves fall to the ground so miserably? This shows that there was no one inside the flying chariot, not a single person. There was no so-called expert appearing. After waiting for a while, no one came out of the ruins. It was empty. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. Using 5 item cards was unexpected. But fortunately, the situation from beginning to end was under his control. If a bunch of Shenting realm cultivators rushed at him, he wouldn't know what to do. Xiao Yanhair revealed a happy expression. She took the lead in breaking the silence. laughing happily. Master is so amazing. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said indifferently,
How do you feel, child?
I'm fine, I was just a little dizzy just now, but I'm much better now.
Xiaoyan hair came to Lu Zhao's side. The Supreme Purity Jade Slip also has the effect of resisting the effects of witchcraft. The purple mist has dissipated by 70 to 80%. Outside, there are still many soldiers and cultivators waiting to attack. Zhu Zhao glanced at Ding Fangqi. These people no longer have the ability to stop him from leaving, no need to worry. He then began to pay attention to Ding Fangqi.
Cough, 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 cough. Ding Fangqi coughed violently. Lu Zhao's eyes looked at Ding Fangqi. Originally, he planned to buy another critical strike card, but seeing that Ding Fangqi was injured and was also affected by witchcraft, his cultivation had decreased greatly. He immediately changed his mind. Lu Zhu clasped his hands behind his back and walked to Ding Fangqi's side. Without Chen Zhu, he can only learn everything from this Ding Fangqi, even if he has to use torture, using force to suppress him. He must find out. But Ding Fangqi hurriedly endured the pain of the arrow in the middle of his chest and knelt down, saying, This junior has eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. Please forgive me, senior. After saying that, he coughed again. The majestic posture of impersonating the Devil Sky Pavilion was completely gone.
Senior.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded.
You call this old man senior. It's a bit laughable.
Lu Zhao still appeared very indifferent. Ding Fangqi appeared pitiful, saying, I have impersonated the Devil Sky Pavilion. This crime is hard to forgive, but senior killed Chen Zhu, which is revenge for my disciple. According to reason, I should still thank you. He gave a look to his two disciples. The two disciples heard this and hurriedly crawled over, constantly kowtowing. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Ding received bows from two people, gaining 2 merit points.
These petty people are deceitful, not sincere at all. Lu Zhu still shamelessly pretended to be normal, not revealing joy or anger. He stroked his beard and slowly said, This old man asks you. You must answer honestly. This junior will say whatever I know. Very good, Lu Zhao thought for a moment, then said, Speak out your true identity. Ding Fangqi didn't dare to continue pretending, and had to say, This junior is Ding Fangqi, from the Yun sect. These 3 people are really my disciples. Xiao Yaner snorted softly. With only a little bit of skill, you dare to impersonate the Devil Sky Pavilion. Shameless. Ding Fangqi was suffering in his heart but couldn't say it. The 5-leaf golden lotus dharma body isn't that bad. Why impersonate the Devil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhao stroked his beard and asked. Ding Fangqi hesitated slightly but still replied. Reporting to senior, the Yun Tian Luo 3 sects have many disciples who have died at the hands of the Devil Sky Pavilion. Hundreds of years ago, the Devil Sky Pavilion destroyed 1,000 weapons of the 3 sects, causing the 3 sects to be damaged at the foundation, and have not recovered to this day. This junior received the order. Speaking to here, he suddenly stopped. Lu Zhu said in a deep voice, This junior received the order to impersonate the Devil Sky Pavilion's reputation and spread evil everywhere. Ding Fangqi gritted his teeth and said. Lu Zhao shook his head and sighed softly. The Yun sect is the leading sect in the 3 sects, a dignified, famous sect, yet they use such despicable means. The Devil Sky Pavilion does countless evil deeds. This junior is just receiving orders to fight fire with fire. Whoosh! A stream of gang wind struck. Slap! The slap landed squarely on Ding Fangqi's face, leaving his cheek burning with the imprint of 5 fingers. Senior! Ding Fangqi staggered backward, unsure of what to do. Lu Zhao's slap was incredibly forceful, leaving him no room to even think about retaliating. I'll ask you again, Lu Zhao said. What's the secret of that bone? After that slap, Ding Fangqi was suddenly a lot more honest. Covering his cheek, he replied, Bai Min's bone can break the Millennium Tribulation. Ding Fangqi trailed off, muttering, It is said. Senior is knowledgeable and well-read, you must have heard of it. Bai Min has a piece of bone that can overcome the limit of human lifespan. Lu Zhu dug through the memories in his mind. Ji Tiandao had roamed the world for 1,000 years. Surely he would have remembered something so important? After a moment, Lu Zhu found nothing. He stopped searching and asked, Has this bone been found? Ding Fanqi shook his head. The palace has been searching for 10 years and still hasn't found it.
We definitely don't have a chance.
Xiao Yan'er scoffed. What a bunch of idiots. No one can overcome the lifespan tribulation, and the owner of that bone is already dead. You're relying on a bone to help overcome a great tribulation? You're gonna laugh me to death. Her words left Ding Fanqi speechless. This reminded Lu Zhujiao of Qin Shi Huang on Earth, who searched everywhere for the elixir of life in his quest for immortality, sparing no expense. Everyone in the cultivation world had to endure this tribulation, but there were always those who were unwilling to accept it and tried everything. Could the Emperor of Great Yan be just as unwilling to accept it? As Lu Zhao pondered, the soldiers near the docks and those low-level cultivators began to slowly approach.
Thousands of soldiers and a group of cultivators at the Qi condensation, Wan Hai, and Divine Tribunal realm levels swarmed like ants. They're under the Wu sorcery formation. They don't have the strength to resist. Don't be afraid. Those who invade the forbidden area must die. Lu Zhao calmly watched the approaching soldiers and cultivators. Xiao Yan'er cracked her knuckles and said, "Master, let me deal with them."
Lu Zhao waved his hand and said,
"No need." Sigh. One can't fight with 2 fists against 4 hands. No matter how strong Xiao Yan'er was, she couldn't possibly handle thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators. It would be too much work. Lu Zhao called out. From the forest behind the soldiers, Beyond Hands suddenly appeared. It let out a low roar, causing the soldiers and cultivators to turn around.
"What's that sound? A tiger?
How can there be a tiger here?" Just as everyone was wondering, Beyond's figure became clearer and clearer. Its large body and 2 exposed fangs suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes.
"Beyond, it's not affected by the Wu sorcery, it's a ferocious beast." Roar! Beyond roared, shaking the mountains and forests.
The soldiers were so frightened that their legs trembled. This was no ordinary ferocious beast, but an incredibly powerful one. Only powerful cultivators could tame this kind of beast and turn it into their mount.
Beyond pounced at the crowd. The contrast between the strong and the weak was starkly apparent. In an instant, severed limbs flew everywhere, and blood splattered across the sky. "Run! Retreat!" The Divine Tribunal realm cultivators gathered together. The Wan Hai realm cultivators and below had no choice but to retreat. The soldiers couldn't withstand a single blow, and they were all sent flying. Beyond's combat strength was extremely powerful, especially in front of these tiny humans. It looked even more ferocious. The Divine Tribunal realm cultivators cast all sorts of hand seals and launched flying swords.
Boom, boom, boom. Bian was not injured in the slightest. On the contrary, it was provoked. Roar! Bian became even more violent. It jumped up and dove headfirst into the crowd of cultivators. Don't forget, Bian can fly! It wasn't like the Elephant King. Oh my god, a flying ferocious beast! Slash, slash! The cultivators didn't even have a chance to escape. They were instantly crushed into dust by its claws.
Bian flew around, killing everything. The scene became incredibly chaotic.
The unorganized and undisciplined team was instantly torn into shreds. Thousands of terrified soldiers could only retreat. It's not affected by the Wu sorcery. How's that possible? Boom, boom, boom. One swat of Bian's paw immediately took a life. It was extremely fierce. If it were a human, they wouldn't be afraid. If they couldn't win, they could slowly exhaust its energy. But now they were facing a mindless beast that didn't seem to know what fatigue was.
Why involve ordinary people? Lu Zhao waved his hand, signaling Bian to attack the cultivators. I've always been merciful to ordinary people. Let them go and focus on the cultivators. Ding Fan, Qi Guan, 2 disciples. Something didn't sound right with those words, huh? Since old senior had said so, they couldn't say anything. They could only nod in agreement.
Xiao Yan'er cheered and applauded. Bian's combat ability exceeded everyone's imagination.
Quite a few ordinary soldiers stood below, shooting arrows.
But unfortunately, the power of those arrows was only enough to give Bian a tickle.
Following Lu Zhu's orders, Bian ignored the soldiers and just flew back and forth in the sky. This scene suddenly reminded him of the snake game.
Killing a Wan Hai realm cultivator earns 20 merit points. Killing a Qi condensation realm cultivator earns 5 merit points. Killing an early-stage Divine Tribunal realm cultivator earns 100 merit points. Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect Beyond's combat ability to be so powerful. With it helping him earn merit points, accumulating points would be much easier in the future.
Ding Fangqi stared wide-eyed at this scene. This is a legendary level mount. Compared to it, his Elephant King was just garbage among garbage. At this moment, the Elephant King was still lying on the ground, unharmed. It was still struggling to break free from the Wu sorcery formation and didn't have the combat strength of Beyond Gen. Ding Fangqi shook his head helplessly. After Beyond crushed the remaining low-level cultivators, a group of cultivators fled in all directions. Seeing that things were under control, Lu Zhao waved his hand and ordered Beyond to return. His merit points increased by 800. Not a lot, because these cultivators were too weak, so the reward points were pitifully small. Beyond obeyed the order and walked towards Lu Gazhao. As it passed the Elephant King, its eyes flashed with arrogance. The Elephant King shrank back. Its whole body trembled slightly. It was in awe, it was afraid. This was the difference between a legendary level mount and an epic level mount. It was fine if they weren't together, but once they were placed side by side, the difference was like heaven and earth. Beyond sat majestically next to Lu Zhao and Xiao Yanhe. Occasionally, it bared its fangs to scare the cultivators, preventing them from approaching. The effect of the Wu sorcery formation continued to weaken. Lu Zhao frowned slightly, unsure why these soldiers and cultivators hadn't left yet. Were they not afraid of death? Just as he was about to continue questioning Ding Fangqi, from the horizon, two people were flying through the air. Their speed was extremely fast, and the aura they released was extremely strong, causing people to widen their eyes. Did the palace send so many experts? Just as he was secretly feeling strange, the two figures flashed and appeared above the Wu sorcery formation. Xiao Yanhe clearly saw the faces of the two newcomers, and immediately jumped up and down with joy. Third senior brother, fourth senior brother, Lu Zhao, looked up and saw that it was indeed Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin. Duan Musheng held the Overlord spear in his hand, his prestige awe-inspiring. He was strong and sturdy, his eyes were sharp, and his aura was like a celestial being descending to earth. Ming Shiyin wore a gray robe. His appearance was calm and composed, and he was elegant and unpredictable. There was even a smile on his lips. "Master!" The two continued to descend. In an instant, as they landed, powerful gang Q spread in all directions. The remaining Wu sorcery in the formation was dispelled by Lu Zhao's two nascent Soul Realm disciples. The air returned to normal, and the visibility became clear. "Master?" The two strode forward and knelt on one knee to pay their respects to Lu Zhao. Seeing the aura of the two, Ding Fangqi was dumbfounded. He turned his head slightly to evaluate his two fake disciples. The difference was too great. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and asked, "Why are you two here?" Ming Shiyin bowed and said, "Master, this disciple obtained some information from Fan Xuan. He said that there was a Wu sorcery formation here, personally guarded by experts from the palace. Therefore, this disciple immediately sought third senior brother to provide assistance." Duan Musheng also said, "There are many experts in the palace. This disciple knows that Master is invincible and doesn't care about them, but those rotten fish and shrimp cannot sully Master's hands." This disciple acted on his own authority. "Please forgive me, Master." Lu Zhao glanced at Ming Shiyin. "This scoundrel has been head over heels ever since he saw Leaf Severan's hook. He's become so motivated and meticulous in everything. If he had known this earlier, he could have saved 5 property cards. But since things had come to this, there was no point in regretting it." Lu Zhuhao calmly stroked his beard and said, "It's fine." Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng stood up and looked at the surrounding scene. The effects of the Wu sorcery formation had almost completely disappeared. After the battle, the docks were a mess, with corpses lying scattered everywhere. Ming Shiyin was a little embarrassed. "It seems we're late." Xiao Yanhe ran over and joked, "Third senior brother, fourth senior brother, look over there, there are 2 fakes of you guys, fakes." Ming Shiyin was suspicious when he heard this. Ming Shiyin was a little unhappy. He strode to the front of the young man sitting on the ground, whose appearance resembled him by several points. Ming Shiyin said, "With your abilities, you dare to impersonate me." Whoosh! The 100 Tribulation Illumination body appeared. The guy stared blankly.
Duanmu Sheng also came forward.
He was just about to unleash his 100 tribulation illumination body when Ming Xiyin hurriedly stopped him. "Oog, senior brother, you have the Overlord spear, that's enough. Why would you use your already manifested illumination body? Where would that leave room for us unmanifested ones to show off?"
That disciple of Ding Fanqi trembled all over and hurriedly begged for mercy.
Duanmu Sheng, faking exhaustion, also begged for forgiveness, flopping to the ground and shaking uncontrollably. "All right," Lu Zhao said indifferently. Ming Xiyin obediently retracted his illumination body. Ding Fanqi was also shocked. This fake was far inferior to the real deal. With the talent of the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples, how could it take so long to break through to the nascent soul realm? "Please rest assured, Master,
when this disciple left Golden Court Mountain, I already gave Fan Xuan a good beating, ensuring he'll be obedient and won't cause any trouble. Golden Court Mountain also has a barrier protecting it, so outsiders can't intrude." This action was a bit excessive. Lu Zhao didn't seem to be blaming him. Without the Great Witchcraft Formation and no soldiers or cultivators to bother him, Lu Zhao once again walked towards Ding Fanqi. Ding Fanqi suddenly looked up and asked, "Is Fan Xuan at the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't," Ming Xiyin threatened in a deep voice. Ding Fanqi was choked, his old face turning red. Lu Zhao, with his hands clasped behind his back, asked,
"You're from the Yun sect. Who ordered you to do this?"
Ding Fanqi stammered, not daring to speak. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. "After an incident like this, if you still don't speak, you'll only bring disaster upon yourself and be silenced." Ding Fanqi pondered for a moment. He felt that Lu Zhao's words made sense. Having reached this point, he had no way back. Moreover, Lu Zhao had helped him avenge the murder of his female disciple, so he said, "Elder Hua Wudao of the Yun sect's law enforcement hall." "Hua Wudao?" Ming Xiyin widened his eyes and said, "That old geezer isn't dead yet?" Ding Fanqi replied, "Ever since Elder Hua suffered a great defeat at the hands of the old senior, he's been brooding over it. His state of mind is obstructed, so his mind cannot flow freely, leading to his cultivation not improving. Therefore, really doesn't care about saving face? Is it your own weakness that you blame on others?" Ming Xiyin cursed. Only the Evil Sky Pavilion was qualified to say that. Back in those days, Hua Wudao was also a top expert, with a 7-leaf golden lotus illumination body, proficient in both saber and sword. Even the 10 great experts of the righteous faction didn't dare to underestimate him. Hua Wudao was extremely arrogant because of that. 20 years ago, he even proclaimed himself the #1 under heaven. The Evil Sky Pavilion is declining, and Hua Wudao wants to step on the Evil Sky Pavilion to break through to the 8-leaf illumination body. But on Jing Province's plain, Ji Tiandao defeated Hua Wudao with a single move, turning him into a laughingstock. Since then, it has become a knot in Hua Wudao's heart for 20 years. His cultivation has not advanced an inch, Lu Zhao asked again. "Where is Hua Wudao now?" 3 days ago, Elder Hua went to Qingyu Alcatar. Ding Fanqi hesitated, stammering for a while before daring to say, It is said that they want to discuss how to deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the people in the palace know more about his bones than I do." Lu Zhao recalled the flying letter from Jiang Ai, the sect leader of the Masha sect. It seems that he is also heading to Qingyu Altar.
Are these people gathering to deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion?
Zuo Xinchan of the Masha sect died at Lu Zhao's hands, and Ren Buping was naturally furious. It was just that Ren Buping wanted revenge, so he planned to join forces with people from the Zheng Yi Dao, which was unexpected. Righteous and demonic paths have been irreconcilable enemies since the beginning, and the evil deeds committed by the Masha sect in recent years are not less than that of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zuo Xinchan himself had also been ranked 3rd on the blacklist in recent years. They seized many weak forces and are becoming increasingly formidable. The expert they nurtured for so many years suddenly died at the Evil Sky Pavilion, so naturally he could not accept it. They want to deal with this old man, so this old man can only make a trip to Qingyu Altar. Ming Xiyin was a little worried when he heard this. "Master, Qingyu Altar is the territory of the Zheng Yi Dao, and this disciple is afraid." Lu Zhao looked at him and suddenly called out, "Ming Xiyin!" "Yes, disciple." Ming Xinyan's heart pounded. He felt uneasy being called by his full name. Are you afraid? Before Ming Xinyan broke through to the nascent soul realm, he caused trouble everywhere. Once, he accidentally encountered Zhang Kuachi, an expert from the Zhengyi Dao, and was defeated by him.
So Ming Xinyan was a little apprehensive. It was just that he wasn't as exaggerated as Hua Wudao of the Yun sect, whose cultivation couldn't improve because of a knot in his heart.
How could this disciple be afraid of him? Ming Xinyan said. That's good. Lu Zhao nodded indifferently. Based on comprehension,
Ming Xinyan's talent was even higher than Duanwu Sheng's, but Duanwu Sheng had joined the sect for not much longer than Ming Xinyan, yet his strength was already a lot stronger than Ming Xinyan's. Obviously, Ming Xinyan's mind had too many distracting thoughts and wasn't pure, so after entering the nascent soul realm, he still hasn't manifested his leaves.
Even though he was also in the nascent soul realm, an unmanifested illumination body was only considered an uninitiated nascent soul realm cultivator. Each leaf opened would be a great leap in cultivation. Junior brother, this is a great opportunity for you. Your 2 zang tall illumination body is really embarrassing.
Duanwu Sheng patted his shoulder. Ming Xinyan sulked, muttering, It depends on who you're comparing it to. Xiao Yanhe waved her fist and said, Master, beat that Zhang Yuanshan to death. He's always causing trouble. Insulting Master, it's too much. Lu Zhao looked at Xiao Yanhe. He originally wanted to scold her, but when he thought about Zhang Yuanshan's face, he thought it was indeed annoying, so he stopped. Back then, when Zhitian Dao fought evenly with the 10 great experts and returned injured to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the one who led the army to besiege Golden Court Mountain the second time was Zhang Yuanshan. This person was extremely cunning. If it weren't for Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heaven Sword sect, being too impulsive, then while in his peak state, the one Lu Zhao would have killed wouldn't have been Luo Changfeng, but Zhang Yuanshan. As soon as Luo Changfeng died, Zhang Yuanshan was the first to run away. After things calmed down, he jumped out again and publicly insulted Jing Tiandao. This time, the secret meeting at Qingyu altar must be related to Zhang Yuanshan. Lu Zhao turned to look at Ding Fanqi. This old man asks you, do you know who the real mastermind behind the Yulong village massacre is? Ding Fanqi was puzzled and didn't understand. Wasn't the one who killed everyone in Yulong village that senior? The information that Ding Fanqi had was also internal information from the Yin sect. He even sent people to investigate in the palace to confirm that the murderer who massacred Yulong village on the shore of the Crossing Heaven River was none other than the old man in front of him. So Lu Zhao's question immediately made him stunned, not knowing how to answer. Lu Zhao said, Even you think this was this old man's doing? This junior doesn't dare to ask about. At this point, Lu Zhao understood that he couldn't get any more information from this person. Obviously, Ding Fanqi didn't know who the real mastermind was. To be able to cover this up for so many years, the methods were indeed clever. Definitely not something ordinary people could do. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao waved his hand. Take him away! Disciple obeys. Ming Xinyan responded. What about them? Xiao Yanyer pointed at the 2 imposters sitting on the ground, who were the 2 who impersonated Ming Xinyan and Duanwu Sheng. Her pointing scared them so much that they shrank back and retreated. Ming Xinyan grinned. Impersonating me is not important, but you ruined my master's reputation. Death is not enough to atone for your crimes. So we're killing them? Xiao Yanher asked. Yeah, I agree to kill them. It's best to chop them in half. Duanwu Sheng nodded in agreement. 2 halves aren't enough, they have to be cut into 8 pieces. Some cultivators and experts are very cunning. You have to chop them up to make sure they're dead. Ding Fanqi was completely stunned listening to their conversation. Holy crap, this is the real Evil Sky Pavilion. After impersonating them for so long, they only managed to imitate their appearance, completely failing to capture the essence of the Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as the Evil Sky Pavilion opens their mouths, every word makes people tremble. Ding Fanqi, with a pleading expression, mustered his courage and said, Impersonating the Evil Sky Pavilion is all my fault. Please spare them, senior. Ming Xinyan smiled and said, You're a responsible man. It's a pity that even if my master doesn't kill them, do you think they can continue to live? They are trapped by witchcraft, and their cultivation is bound. This witchcraft is extremely difficult to undo.
Do you still intend to ask my master to save them?
Ding Fangqi felt a heaviness in his heart about this matter.
How dare he ask for help from the demonic path patriarch?
Lu Zhao didn't care about these two small fries. His fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin, was right.
The two of them were probably doomed. Lu Zhao looked at the sky. There wasn't much time left. He was about to order Bian to come closer when he saw a messenger bird flying in from the horizon. Xiao Yanhe recognized it and immediately held out her hand to receive the letter. The messenger bird obediently dropped the letter into her palm. "Master, it's another letter from that shameless guy," Xiao Yanhe said.
Lu Zhao immediately understood who this shameless guy was.
"Read it." Xiao Yanhe opened the letter and read softly. "Old senior, you told me to investigate the truth about Yulong village, which will take some time, but I can provide you with the latest news, so it's best not to go to Qingyu altar. Evil King, who is also your 8th disciple, is lying in ambush outside Qingyu altar. In the end, that sword will definitely appear. Just how good is that sword anyway?"
After she finished reading, Ming Xinyin's and Duan Musheng's expressions darkened. That old 8th? I didn't teach him enough last time. And how dare he, with his cultivation, ambush master? What an ungrateful wretch! I'm going to skin him alive! Lu Zhao raised his hand to interrupt them. He said calmly, "Old 8th has always been a bully who is afraid of the strong. With his little skills, how could he dare to ambush me? Then why would he set up an ambush at Qingyu altar?"
Ming Xiyin said suspiciously. "The righteous sects have always claimed to be upright and honorable. Although Old 8th has left the Sky Demon sect, the righteous sects still don't think so. The Underworld sect, the Crouching Dragon Dark Web, and even Old 8th's Fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold are all targets of their attacks. I guess Old 8th is just trying to get revenge." Duan Musheng agreed with his master's point of view and offered a logical analysis. "But I still feel that Old 8th doesn't have the guts to do that. The one pulling the strings behind the scenes must be 7th senior brother." Lu Zhao stroked his beard. "What is the strength of Old 8th's forces?" Ming Xinyin nodded and said, "Reporting to master, Old 8th's own strength is nothing much, but the thing is he has a bunch of confidants who listen to him, always lurking in the streets and alleys. The scariest thing is not the cultivator with high cultivation, but the one who has the hearts of the people. In war, that is the truly terrifying thing. It has always been like this. The power of cultivators can be contained, although there are many casualties, but it is far less than the war of ordinary people," Xiao Yanyer suddenly interjected.
"Does 8th senior brother want to start a war?"
Lu Zhao shook his head and waved his sleeve. "You guys come with me to Qingyu altar." Disciple obeys. Duan Musheng, Ming Xiyin, and Xiao Yanhe replied in unison.
Lu Zhao waved his hand towards Bian. Bian, who was originally ferocious and terrifying, instantly became docile. It retracted its fangs and lay down on the ground.
Lu Zhao lightly jumped on its back. "Yanjie, come here." Xiao Yanjie thought she wouldn't be able to ride the mount. Hearing her master's call, she immediately jumped onto Bian's back.
Ming Xiyin remembered that last time master also had another legendary mount, Bai Zhe, so he said, "Master, what about us? Take him along and fly yourself." Lu Zhao's tone was indifferent, and he pointed to Ding Fangqi. While he was still stunned, Lu Zhao rode Bian into the air, as free as a cloud, and disappeared into the horizon. Ming Xiyin reacted half a beat later, bowed and said, "Disciple obeys. Disciple will try my best to fly." Duan Musheng shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I have to fly myself too." 3rd senior brother, I don't mean that. Your strength and cultivation are higher than mine, so you fly faster. So how about you carry this guy, lest I fly too slowly and delay master's work?" Ming Xiyin smiled sinisterly and said. Duan Musheng stroked his chin. "That makes sense. Then you hold my overlord spear for me." He threw the overlord spear into Ming Xinyin's hand and swaggered to Ding Fangqi, lifting him up with one hand like he was carrying a chicken, and then flew into the air.
"Qinwo, junior brother Qinwo, what are you still standing there in a daze for?" "No, nothing. I'm coming." Ming Xiyin mobilized his primal qi to step into the air and chase after him, muttering, "This trip is a loss." The original weight of the Overlord's spear was about 100 caddies. After recognizing its owner and activating its grade, its quality was improved, and its weight became several times heavier than before. Sigh, I knew I should have carried Ding Fanqiu instead.
The dock became quiet again after Bian left. The Elephant King reluctantly stood up and walked towards Ding Fanqi's two disciples. But after taking a few steps, the sorcery traps on the surface of the ferry crossing river erupted. The Elephant King immediately stopped, turned around, and ran towards the forest with a bang, running as fast as he could, gradually disappearing into the forest. The sorcery traps on the surface of the river quickly swept across the entire dock, including the two disciples who had lost their ability to resist. At the same time, Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhe, riding on Bian's back, flew quickly towards Qingyu al-Shatar.
Master, do we need to wait for the senior brothers? Zhao Yanhe asked. No need. With Bian's speed, it will only take 2 hours at most to fly to Qingyu altar. Lu Zhao also needed some quiet time to think about how to deal with unexpected situations. He opened the system interface. There were a total of 4,812 merit points. Items, he said silently in his heart as the item interface opened. Lu Zhu frowned slightly. The price of a lethal strike talisman has become 600 points? How is that possible? Lu Zhu couldn't help but shout, Master, what's wrong? Who dares to make you angry? I'll catch him and chop him into 8 pieces.
Zhao Yanhe quickly turned her head and looked at Lu Zhu's face, which was bulging and glaring. Lu Zhao regained his composure and waved his hand at her. Then he began to think. The price of the lethal strike talisman had increased, but the damage immunity talisman was still 500 points. So it could be seen that the price of the item talisman increased with the frequency of use. Or, the system felt that this talisman was too abnormal, so it increased the price to limit its use. He hadn't used it much before, so the price hadn't increased. Sure enough, such a powerful item talisman was not as simple as he had imagined. This had a huge loophole. If the price was always 500 merit points per talisman, then he could just rely on the lethal strike talisman to kill all the nascent divinity realm experts in the world, leaving only himself. Wouldn't that be the best? And he would earn twice the merit points spent. Sure enough, there would be no chance for him to exploit loopholes and do evil. Fortunately, the price didn't increase much, and he could still accept it. This was also urging him not to rely too much on the item talisman, and to quickly improve his own cultivation. Lu Bruzhu bought an additional lethal strike talisman for backup. In the future, he would have to be careful when using the lethal strike talisman. According to this calculation, there might be times when he would need to use those defensive talismans.
Lu Zhao continued to scroll down to see that the item list had a few new talismans. Desperate treatment. Using this talisman will heal 30% of the injury, worth 300 merit points. Thunder reinforcement. Using this talisman can activate the Thunder Reinforcement Primal Chi, with a 50% chance of hitting the target, a 30% chance of injuring the target, a 10% chance of seriously injuring the target, and a 1% chance of killing the target, worth 100 merit points. These are really useless talismans. With my current ability, who can injure me? What a useless talisman. And the second one is even more useless. Only a 1% chance of killing the target to receive merit points. No matter how you calculate it, it's not as good as the lethal strike talisman. Useless. According to the system's law of providing item talismans, it seems that the later the item talismans, the more useless they seem to be. After studying for a while, Lu Zhao was shocked to realize that, apart from buying dharmakayas to improve his cultivation, only drawing a lottery could help him earn money. But now is not the time to draw a lottery. Master is about to arrive at Qingyu altar.
Zhao Yanhe pointed to the huge architectural structure in front. The Qingyu altar is circular, looking like a huge incense burner lying in the middle of the terrain. Every time the righteous sects worship the heavens and the earth, or want to open the Zhangmu's disciples, or impart martial arts exercises are done on this Qingyu altar. The Qingyu altar is surrounded by dense forests. East, Lu Zhao ordered Bian. Master, why are we going east? Zhao Yanhe asked curiously.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, The evil disciple Zhu Honggong is ambushing here, so I'll just grab him back. Zhao Yanhe nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Disciple will teach the traitor a lesson from master. Bian's speed was extremely fast.
It soon flew to the forest east of Qingyu altar. Old Eighth's forces are mostly low-level cultivators and ordinary people.
If he wants to besiege Qingyu Alkihantar, he can only use tricks. With his brain, tricks is too much of an overestimation. So Si Wuyai must be pointing behind the scenes. The terrain of Qingyu Alkihantar is relatively high and isolated, so only arson is the best method.
The forest in the east is the place to set the fire.
Lu Zhao figured out the key point and controlled Beyond to fly over. Rumble, 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 rumble. Fierce fighting sounds came from the forest. HMPH. Lu Zhao stopped suspiciously. Master, there are people fighting below. Xiao Yanhe pointed to the cultivators in the forest. They are all low-level battles, with limited killing power. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, The evil disciple's plan. I'm afraid it has been seen through by others. Xiao Yanhe hurriedly said, Master, hurry down. I want to fight too. Presumptuous. Lu Zhao scolded loudly. Recently, I've been spoiling this little brat too much, making her more and more unruly. He scolded, his voice rising. Xiao Yanhe immediately shrank back, obediently saying, Disciple knows she was wrong. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Below, chaos reigned as more and more cultivators joined the fray.
Groups of Qingyu altar disciples occasionally appeared, clad in identical blue-black robes, but they were constantly being pushed back, their casualties mounting. Just as Lu Zhao decided to descend,
suddenly 2 figures zipped across the low sky with incredible speed, one chasing the other. Lu Zhuao recognized them instantly. The one running in front was the 8th disciple of the Dark Heaven Pavilion, Zhu Honggong. Talk about looking high and low. Finding him took no effort at all. That unfilial disciple, in Lu Zhuao's hand was a binding cage card.
From the center of his palm, a cube-shaped cage radiating golden light suddenly appeared and descended. Old 8th, Zhu Honggong, abruptly sensed an extremely dangerous and bizarre energy approaching him. He instinctively looked up, his mind instantly going blank. Oh my god, master, crap! There was also a bird flying in the sky, while below, this Zhu Honggong guy was running for his dear life. As he was flying, he was hit on the head by the bird above. Ouch! Talk about being cursed. This guy has zero luck. Zhang Honggong felt this was a perfect description of his day. Running into Master, even at the Qingyu altar, how could he not be terrified? Above, a cage flickered,
shrinking as it grew and flying toward Zhu Honggong. Looks like I'm not going to get caged. Lucky. Not bad. He knew he couldn't keep flying. Zhu Honggong had no choice but to descend to the ground, muttering to himself, gotta run fast. At the same time, the cultivators below looked up, curious about the giant golden net. What's that? Am I dreaming? Let's touch it to see if it hurts. This net covering the sky and earth is truly astonishing. The battling cultivators erupted in chaos. Lu Zhao muttered, Please. Looks like the probability's activated. Hopefully, I'll get lucky. Should have done the draw first. Xiao Yanhe vaguely heard this and asked, Master, what are you drawing? Lu Zhao ignored Xiao Yanhe, focusing on the binding cage. But when that cage grew to a size that made people marvel as it plunged downwards, it vanished. That's right, it suddenly disappeared. The cultivator who saw this was dumbfounded. Lu Zhao frowned. A 200 merit point card down the drain. Should I use another one? What if I fail again? Item cards only have a 30% success rate. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if they all fail? As Lu Zhao hesitated, Zhu Honggong happily muttered, The old master deliberately let me go. Time to scram. He dashed into the forest, his speed comparable to someone in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Drawing had given Lu Zhao psychological trauma. He'd catch him later. This unfilial disciple's luck wasn't bad. Next time, he'd draw first before trying to capture him. Luckily, catching Old 8th was easy. There would be plenty of opportunities later. There were more important things to deal with now. Just let him go. Master, hurry, he's running away. Xiao Yanhe shouted. It's fine. Lu Zhao waved his hand. This master has more important things to do. Okay. Xiao Yanhe looked slightly disappointed. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Honggong had disappeared into the forest. Just as Lu Zhao was about to fly toward Qingyu altar, a voice suddenly called out, Grandmaster! Lu Zhao looked toward the source of the voice. You! The speaker was the cultivator who had been chasing Zhu Honggong, standing not far away, his imposing figure unaffected by the battle. It was none other than Duan Heng, the third seat of the Devil Subjugation sect, whom he had met at the Righteous Altar. A member of the demonic path appearing at Qingyu altar? That was a little strange. A little out of place. Junior Duan Heng greets Grandmaster? When Duan Heng was chasing Old Eighth, he recognized the old man with Bian and the golden cage. A Buddhist Grandmaster had appeared, so he had no choice but to give up the chase. Lu Zhao stroked his beard indifferently. The Devil Subjugation sect and the Orthodox sects are like fire and water. Why are you here? Duan Heng respectfully replied. The sect leader ordered me to discuss with sect leader Zhang the matter of dealing with devils. After saying this, he looked around. Duan Heng continued, I didn't expect to meet Grandmaster in this place. Lu Zhao waved his hand, surveying the surroundings. The fighting seems to be waning. Quite a few people are retreating. What's going on? Lu Zhao asked. Duan Heng laughed heartily. The Devil Subjugation sect wanted to act secretly, without anyone knowing, and was extremely cautious on the way. I never thought our movements would be exposed. The things that Zhu Honggong did let everyone know everything. He bowed and said, the Devil Subjugation sect's movements were exposed because this evil king sowed discord from within, leading many righteous path cultivators to fight, causing such a sorry state with heavy casualties. Lu Zhu nodded. With Old Eighth's brain, he certainly couldn't have done this. No need to say, this must be Si Wuyai's work. Lu Zhao's gaze swept over the retreating cultivators. From their aura and cultivation techniques, it was clear that they were indeed righteous path cultivators, hunting down those from the demonic path. Duan Heng said again, Grandmaster, why didn't you capture that evil king earlier? If you had captured him, it would have cleared my name. Lu Zhao asked. Cleared your name? Duan Heng continued. My Devil Subjugation sect is, after all, a demonic path sect. Now we're in cahoots with the righteous path. Wouldn't people laugh at us if they knew? Capturing the evil king would be a great achievement, and the righteous path's attention would be focused on the evil king. Lu Zhao calmly showed no emotion, stroking his beard and saying, not a bad calculation. The demonic path, capturing the demonic path, both robbing and shouting, stop thief. Not bad. Duan Heng was embarrassed and said, Grandmaster, the Dark Heaven Pavilion once killed our Devil Subjugation sect's second seat. Capturing the evil king would be a draw, not to the point of both robbing and shouting, stop thief. Xiao Yanhair put her hands on her hips, pointing directly at Duan Heng and scolding, you're the thief. Normally, if any cultivator dared to insult Duan Heng, he would have been furious, but with the Grandmaster present, he didn't dare to explode, only forcing a smile and saying, you're right. You're right. Lu Zhao pondered, and Duan Heng was also a person who knew the times, unlike those hypocritical gentlemen whose actions made people hate them. So, what brings the Grandmaster to Qingyu platform? Duan Xing asked. Lu Zhao didn't answer, but asked Duan Xing's name instead. Where's Hua Wudao? Hua Wudao, the Cloud sect's top elder from the Yuntian Luo Ba sect? He came too? Didn't the Demon Slayer sect know? Duan Xing replied. This junior came here under the sect leader's orders and doesn't know about this. Lu Zhao then looked towards Qingyu platform and asked, are they all on Qingyu platform? Duan Xing shook his head and said, the evil king caused a ruckus, so the sect leader left. Lu Zhao shook his head. This wicked disciple is ruining my good plans. Lu Zhao waved his sleeve, and Bi An also flew towards Qingyu platform. At the same time, in a secluded forest far from Qingyu platform, Old Eighth was sitting on the ground, constantly wiping the sweat from his face, still panting with fear, barely managing to calm down. Zhu Honggong started crying like a dog whose house burned down. Old man master, why is he here? I'm not playing this game anymore. Seventh senior brother, come out. From within the dense forest, old seventh Si Wuyai slowly walked out. Si Wuyai shook his head and said, this happened too suddenly. I didn't expect Master to appear at Qingyu platform and just ignore all your plans, just for some compensation. Zhu Honggong waved his hand, ready to run. Si Wuyai smiled and patted his hand, saying, all right, it's senior brother's fault. Here's an extra spirit stone this year, that seemed to appease Zhu Honggong, who scratched his head and said, seventh senior brother,
We put so much effort into this. What was it all for? Si Wuyai slowly said. How could the Demon Slayer sect and the Righteous Unity sect possibly conspire successfully?
Ren Buping's strength in the Demon Slayer sect is unknown.
There aren't many in the world who can conquer him. Eldest senior brother is staying low-key and can't come down the mountain. Second senior brother's whereabouts are unpredictable, and other experts aren't coming.
Second senior brother likes challenging experts.
How about letting him try? Zhu Honggong cautiously said. I sent someone, but second senior brother scared them back in less than 3 days. Besides, second senior brother is still angry about the Fa Xuan incident.
Si Wuyai shook his head and said, second senior brother is usually gentle and humble. If even he's angry, then forget it. Zhu Honggong trembled and shook his head. Si Wuyai clasped his hands and walked to a place with a wide view on the hillside, looking up towards Qingyu platform. The old geezer master showed up here. What a surprise. Still, the basic plan is complete. Tell our people to withdraw, ASAP.
8 or 9 minutes felt fast, but little sis worked hard all day. But working day and night is really exhausting. But try hard to work night and day. The whole family watches the clip and see that it's good. One like,
donate this channel so that it is collapsed.
It is so joyful to watch clips after working tired all day. If you are happy, comment haha, so that little sis can add more.
Si Wuyai had a pensive look.
On the other hand, after a moment of hesitation, he leaned against a tree, looked up, and smiled again.
Judging from the situation, it seems old master is willing to let junior brother off the hook.
Zhu Honggong bowed his head, afraid to even think about it. He sighed. I think so too. That was too scary just now. It made my balls shrivel up, Si Wuyai added.
Given master's personality, how could he let you go so easily? I suspect there's a powerful expert helping master. Si Wuyai recalled that the evil sky pavilion had taken in a few people recently. Maybe there was someone clever among them.
Zhu Honggong said helplessly. There are no experts. There's just little sister being fierce, almost jumping down to bite me. That fierce little sister wanted to eat me alive. At this moment, a cultivator was hiding behind a tree,
eavesdropping on Si Wuyai and Zhu Honggong's conversation. Si Wuyai glared at Zhu Honggong and didn't bother talking to him anymore. Si Wuyai thought to himself. There's no point talking to this pig brain. He's hopelessly stupid, impossible to train, eating all the rice and still being dumb. Thinking this, Si Wuyai said, let's go. Suddenly, Si Wuyai raised his hand, and golden and red energy radiated from his body. Something shaped like a dragon bird appeared in his hand. Si Wuyai walked with Zhu Honggong, waving his hand behind him. A golden, sparkling aura of dark energy flew out behind him. In a flash, the cultivator looked back and saw that Si Wuyai and Zhu Honggong had disappeared. The golden dark energy flew towards the big tree where the cultivator was hiding. That golden dark energy was extremely dazzling. The sneaking cultivator widened his eyes as if he had discovered something, and before he could react, the dark energy pierced his chest. His whole body smoked, and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, all that was seen was blood splattering, and the sneaking cultivator looked up to the sky and fell down. Thus, he joined the ranks of the dead, down in the underworld. At the same time, Lu Jiao had controlled Bian to fly above Qingyu platform, looking down below. The large square of Qingyu platform was full of people. Although Qingyu platform belonged to the Righteous faction, it could be seen that only the Righteous Unity sect came there to discuss swordsmanship and cultivate. Xiao Yanhair saw the crowd and the huge Qingyu platform. She pointed and said, Master, over there. Bian followed Lu Jiao's command and flew down, diving toward the bottom. The group of cultivators below Qingyu platform were all shocked when they saw Bian flying over. They shouted out of curiosity. Some asked who it was. Some advised caution. And some blustered. Who's so bold as to dare to barge onto Qingyu platform? A dozen or so cultivators below looked up and prepared to draw their swords, while some other cultivators looked towards the sky with suspicion. From above, Lu Jiao raised his voice and said, Where is Hua Wu Dao? The group of cultivators below Qingyu platform looked at each other. One stroked his beard and muttered, Hua Wu Dao? Qingyu platform is the holy land of cultivation for the Righteous Unity sect.
This old friend is here uninvited. This doesn't seem right.
Xiao Yanhair couldn't help but laugh.
Lu Jiao glanced at her and she stopped laughing, becoming serious.
Xiao Yanhair pointed at the group of cultivators, her eyes wide as she shouted, "I'll come if I want to. Do I need your invitation? How boring."
Lu Jiao didn't fly down immediately, thinking to himself, "This is still the territory of the Zhengyi Dao. If those guys knew I was a big devil, they'd all swarm me. Gotta save the item cards where I can. Cultivation is a long road, and if I drive up the price of item cards too high but my cultivation doesn't keep up, I'm screwed. Then I'll lose everything." While Lu Zhu was still thinking, a foot appeared.
Duan Jing had already flown over and landed on the Azure Jade platform. He raised his hand and said to everyone, "Everyone, allow me to introduce a Grandmaster of Buddhism from the Holy Altar of Ernan. The Grandmaster killed Grandmaster Zhuo Kongshuan with one move." The monk was halfway through his introduction when he trailed off, his usually foul mouth strangely silent.
A Grandmaster? Is this a Grandmaster? Everyone was astonished. The Zhengyi Dao disciples also frowned in surprise, while the Ma Sha sect disciples respectfully greeted the Grandmaster, saying it was an honor.
The long-bearded guy added, "This humble one is Zhang Chu, the fifth elder of the Zhengyi Dao. It's an honor to meet the Grandmaster." He led the other disciples in bowing respectfully.
Lu Zhao controlled Binan to land below the Azure Jade platform. Lu Zhao stepped down, while Xiao Yanxie remained on Binan, standing to one side and occasionally baring its fangs. The Zhengyi Dao disciples swallowed hard, unsure whether they were intimidated or envious.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded calmly, asking, "Where is Zhang Yuanshan?" Fifth elder Zhang Chu of the Zhengyi Dao replied. The Azure Jade platform had distinguished guests visiting, but they left with the sect leader when the evil king of the Evil Sky Pavilion suddenly caused trouble. The Grandmaster is welcome to stay on the Azure Jade platform and wait for the sect leader to return. Duan Xing chimed in, "It's all because of that guy causing trouble. What a pity. If the Grandmaster had caught him earlier, the matter could have been resolved. Such a pity, so sad." Lu Zhu also felt it was a pity. If it weren't for the scandalous business of the 7th and 8th disciples, he might have met Zhang Yuanshan and Hua Wu Dao. It's even more of a pity that the binding cage didn't work well.
But the Azure Jade platform is, after all, Zhengyi Dao's territory. There are grand formations everywhere. Dealing with Zhang Yuanshan might require spending all his capital to buy item cards.
It's not worth using a bunch of item cards to deal with just one person. That's just inefficient. What luck. Not worth it, not worth it. Gotta use them carefully, or this old life won't be spared if I go too far. Not to mention investigating the truth of Yulong Village. Lu Jiao didn't have much time to waste with these people.
He glanced at the disciples on the Azure Jade platform. A small number were in the body tempering realm, but most were cultivators who had entered the profound connection realm. A few were in the chi condensation realm. There were only one or two leading figures in the myriad sea realm who were in the divine court realm.
Lu Jiao continued to stroke his beard and asked, "Has Hua Wu Dao returned to Yun's sect?" Someone replied immediately, "Elder Hua is always in seclusion at Yun's sect. It's rare for him to come out, so he probably won't return to the sect so quickly."
As soon as that person finished speaking, Duan Xing interjected. 20 years ago, Hua Wu Dao was defeated by Jitian Dao of the Evil Sky Pavilion. This has become his inner demon. If he doesn't eliminate his inner demon, he probably won't be able to improve his cultivation for the rest of his life. So Hua Wu Dao might have gone to the Evil Sky Pavilion to face his inner demon. Everyone was surprised. Some disciples who knew about this discussed it. He hasn't improved his cultivation in 20 years. Elder Hua is just courting disaster. Everyone has their own ambitions. Maybe Hua Wu Dao has new tricks after 20 years. I heard that the Dark Four Knights from Chengdu went to the Evil Sky Pavilion some time ago and haven't been seen since. With that old devil's methods, they're probably in more trouble than they're worth. The Dark Four Knights are the ones that the Elder mentioned who were at the top of the Black Roll 300 years ago. Fan Shuen. The more they discussed, the more wrong it felt. Even someone who used to be number one on the Black Roll, Fan Shuen, went to the Evil Sky Pavilion, and his fate is unknown. How could Hua Wu Dao, who has been standing still for 20 years, be a match? The fifth elder's ears itched listening to them. He shouted, "Quiet! Look at your useless appearances. You're already like this after just a few words. If that old devil were really in front of you, he'd scare your little souls away."
Zhao Yanir was standing very close, so she heard every word clearly. She tried hard to hold back her laughter. Lu Zhao also frowned, trying to tolerate this foolish elder for a while. After a while, Zhao Yan'er couldn't hold it in anymore. She giggled. And then her laughter grew louder and louder. She went to her master's side and whispered in his ear, "Master, they're so afraid of you." Lu Zhao stroked his beard while looking towards the Dutian River. Based on the estimated time, Ming Yin and Duanmu Sheng should be arriving soon. As for Hua Wudao, based on what they said, he'll probably come looking for him sooner or later. If that's the case, then he'll just wait for the rabbit by the tree. There's no need to go looking for him everywhere. If Hua Wudao really knows the mastermind behind the Yulong village incident, it would be better for him to come to the door himself. For now, he can only start with Hua Wudao. The shamanic expert inside the palace is extremely cunning. Not only could he set up a large formation on the Dutian River, but he could also use the red flying boats to observe the situation and give orders. It can be seen that his shamanic skills are extremely high. Moreover, this person can control Chen Zhu, one of the 3 great archers, proving that his status and power are definitely not small. After the battle at the Dutian River, this person will definitely be even more careful. Even Jiang Aijian in the palace couldn't find out, so it's even more difficult for Lu Zhu on the outside. Lu Zhao muttered. Hua Wudao, 5th Elder Zhang Chu, bowed and clasped his hands. Reporting to the Grandmaster, the sect leader really has urgent matters. We made the Grandmaster wait. We're really to blame. Lu Zhao just glanced at him indifferently, not bothering to pay attention to this person. Just a divine court realm cultivator can become an elder of a famous righteous sect. Zheng Yidao isn't as great as it used to be. Duan Jing came forward and added, "Everyone, the battle situation on the Azure Jade platform has calmed down. Since the plan has been disrupted, let's gather again another day. What do you all think?" Zhang Chu clapped his hands in agreement. "That's fine." Duan Xing didn't pay attention to the other disciples of the Azure Jade platform, but only looked towards Zhang Chu. Everyone took their leave. Duan Xing turned around and went in front of Lu Zhao. He said respectfully, "Grandmaster, this junior has some matters to attend to. Please allow me to leave first." Lu Zhao glanced at him again. Lu Zhao said indifferently, "Wait." Duan Xing didn't dare to be discourteous, and stopped honestly. "Does the Grandmaster have any instructions?" "What, does this old man have a word of advice to pass on to Diren Buping?" Duan Xing lowered his head, acting as if he was washing his ears to listen to the golden words of the Grandmaster. "This junior will definitely pass it on to the sect leader without missing a single word." Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "Keep a good eye on the manhwa sect. Manage yourself well, or you'll be in mortal danger." Duan Hang was slightly stunned, a huge question mark appearing above his head. He didn't bother trying to figure out what the master meant, or perhaps he just didn't dare to question him. He bowed and replied, "Thank you, master. This junior will take his leave." He waved his hand, and a long streak of light soared into the sky. With that, he led a group of disciples from the demonic fiend sect away from Clear Jade Altar. Lu Zhao checked the time, and also felt it was getting late. Even with the addition of one more person, Ming Yin and Duanmu Sheng would be too slow at their current speed. Those two had already entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Their speed should naturally have increased significantly. Just as Lu Zhu was about to leave, footsteps approached, accompanied by a voice from behind. "Which esteemed guest has graced Clear Jade Altar with their presence? Let me come." Xiao Yan'er gasped. Who could it be? The disciples of Clear Jade Altar stepped back, clearing a path for the newcomer, Zhang Chu Qi. Zhang Chu greeted the person, who was none other than Zhang Chu Qi of the Righteous One Path. Lu Zhao had a slight impression of this name. He had met him a few years ago, and he had even defeated Ming Yin, beating Ming Yin black and blue. This incident caused Ming Yin to brood for a long time, retreating to the mountains for bitter cultivation. It had been several years since then, and Zhang Qi's strength had improved considerably. Zhang Qi was also a perceptive person. When he saw Lu Zhao and beyond, he froze for a moment. Then, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, master." Zhang Qi mused. No wonder I felt like I had seen this master before. It's no wonder. It turns out that I am a person of respect and virtue in the eyes of the master. Lu Zhao paid him no attention. He simply waved at Xiao Yan'er and told her to leave. The name Zhang Chu Qi called out, "Master." Zhang Chu Qi felt strange.
Not understanding why the master ignored him, a disciple of Clear Jade Altar in the back shouted, "Someone's coming!" Everyone looked up at the sky. Zhang Chuqi also followed everyone's gaze. Someone yelled, "Ming Shi Yin, how dare you come to Clear Jade Altar?" The disciples of Clear Jade Altar were extremely surprised. It's Ming Shi Yin, the fourth devil of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Ming Shi Yin. But their cultivation was too low, they didn't dare to step forward and stop him. It was understandable that Zhang Chuqi didn't recognize Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu's appearance had changed quite a bit. But Ming Shi Yin, the fourth disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, he would recognize even if he turned to ash. Zhang Chuqi's reputation had spread far and wide in recent years, and the greatest contribution was due to defeating Ming Shi Yin. Now, seeing Ming Shi Yin flying through the sky, how could he not be happy? The elders of other sects couldn't beat him, but only Zhang Chuqi could stand against him. Moreover, Zhang Chuqi had once defeated Ming Shi Yin. This was a great opportunity. With the right timing, location, and people, Lu Zhu could see that Ming Shi Yin was calm on the surface, but suspicious in his heart. Duan Musheng was with him, so where was that other guy? At this moment, Zhang Chuqi jumped into the air, laughing loudly. Heaven is truly helping me. Today, I will capture this demonic cultivator alive, to see who dares to look down on the righteous one path from now on. The disciples below cheered. With Elder Zhang making a move, he will definitely capture this demonic cultivator. We are ready to cheer for the elder. Zhang Chuqi nodded, then turned to Lu Zhao and said, "Master, please offer some guidance." Lu Zhao waved his hand without saying anything. Many disciples of Clear Jade Altar also jumped into the air. Those with low cultivation could only stay at Clear Jade Altar and watch others leave, all expressing admiration. Zhang Chuqi's eyes lit up as he flew after Ming Shi Yin. Lu Zhao jumped onto Bian, stroking his beard calmly. Everything has its destiny. Xiaoyan Hair also ran over and asked, "What destiny, master?" "The destiny of Zhang Yuanshan and Hua Wudao, which is also your fourth senior brother's destiny." Bin An roared and leaped into the sky. At the same time, Ming Shi Yin was also riding the air. Seeing that he was about to reach Clear Jade Altar, he flew in another direction. This place is, after all, the territory of the Righteous One path. Ming Shi Yin scratched his head, looking around. Where's Shifu? He slowed down, preparing to land and wait, turning his head to look. Third senior brother should be coming soon too. Third senior brother isn't carrying the Overlord's spear, haha, and third senior brother isn't as fast as me. While he was still feeling pleased with himself, a stern voice came from Clear Jade Altar. "Ming Shi Yin." Ming Shi Yin turned his head, raising his eyebrows. Well, he recognized me. "So you're Zhang Chuqi?" Zhang Chuqi held the reins of his flying beast, his eyes burning as he stared at Ming Shi Yin like he was looking at prey. "Ming Shi Yin, it's true what they say. You didn't take the road to heaven, and you barged your way into hell instead." Ming Shi Yin gaped and retorted, "I'm not in the mood to fight you right now. Have you seen my Shifu anywhere?" Zhang Chuqi twitched slightly and said in a deep voice, "Stop trying to scare me with your master's name. Today, I, this elder, will act on behalf of heaven." "Wait," Ming Shi Yin asked again. "Tell the truth, you really haven't seen my Shifu?" Seeing him keep asking without letting up, Zhang Chuqi became annoyed and had no way to vent his anger. "Even if I saw the old guy, I would kill him too." The surrounding primordial chi gathered, ready for battle. Streams of Dharma seals swirled around Zhang Chuqi, the primordial chi agitated. Nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation. Zhang Chuqi's nascent divinity tribulation realm was as clear as day. The disciples of Clear Jade Altar below were also excited. Ming Shi Yin frowned again, looking at the increasingly numerous Taoist hand seals, shaking his head and saying, "I already said I didn't want to fight, but you just have to fight." Zhang Chuqi snorted coldly, then attacked Ming Shi Yin. "You can't blame me." Ming Shi Yin's Gang Qi erupted, his body protecting Gang Qi, blasting the hand seals away. "It's been a few years, and your hand seals have regressed." Zhang Chuqi directly attacked Ming Shi Yin. "You washed-up loser only knows how to run your mouth." Elder Zhang attacked Ming Shi Yin with lightning-fast strikes, the silhouettes of the two merging together. leaving only the afterimages of Gangxi and Dharma seals intersecting and colliding. Ming Shiyin retreated while fighting, constantly throwing out Gangxi to block the elder's hand seals.
So exquisite. This demonic cultivator is afraid he won't be able to hold on for long, and will fail soon.
However, I find it strange. I heard that the disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion are suppressed by the Old Master's heavenly Dapio, yet he can actually fight hand-to-hand with an elder of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Nothing strange about it. Elder Zhang hasn't gone all out yet. Let's just keep watching to see what happens.
Seeing Lu Zhu still leisurely grilling meat, one person comforted, "Don't be afraid, even if Elder Zhang can't do it, the master is still watching." The group reassured each other and calmly observed. Most of the disciples had cultivation below the Fanhai realm, and it was usually difficult for them to see nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators fighting. All of them expressed admiration. The hand seals of the Taoists are not much inferior to the hand seals of the Zen sect. Ming Shiyin knew how to deal with this kind of hand seal too, constantly using his Q to resist it. So Zhang Shutong was on the offensive, and Ming Shiyin was on the defensive. "Old man, don't push me." Ming Shiyin mobilized his Q to block, while constantly retreating. Zhang Shutong said in a deep voice, "Too weak." He didn't even put Ming Shiyin in his eyes, and his Q surged again. Seeing things weren't right, Ming Shiyin's eyes flickered.
This old guy is even stronger than before. He looked around, still a bit wary. After all, this place isn't too far from Qingyu altar. What if Zhang Yuanshan and those elders show up? That would be bad. Ming Shiyin saw Zhang Shutong open both hands, dozens of long seals crashing over like waves, and he retreated to dissipate some of the energy. Ming Shiyin was sent flying backward. Zhang Shutong, taking advantage, boasted, "You really are as weak as ever."
Ming Shiyin turned around and ran again, deliberately. Zhang Shutong was slightly taken aback, and a moment later, Ming Shiyin had run several hundred meters. He really did that on purpose. Ming Shiyin wanted to use Zhang Shutong's power. "If you have the guts, chase me. If my Shifu and senior brothers arrive later, you're done for," Zhang Shutong coldly said, ignoring him. "Want to run? Too late. 100 tribulations. Moving darkness."
A guy below gasped, "Elder is finally unleashing the stacked double ultimate moves of the 100 tribulations, moving darkness avatar." The figure flickered, and a second later he was beside Ming Shiyin, smashing down.
Next, Zhang Shutong would use the Great Divine Power technique.
"I already guessed you'd use this move, old man."
Ming Shiyin also opened his 100 tribulations, moving darkness Dharma body, to block Zhang Shutong's move.
But Zhang Shutong's Dharma body was 2 leaves, while Ming Shiyin hadn't even sprouted a leaf. Compared to 2 leaves, he was much weaker, like a child versus an adult. When the key of the 2 Dharma bodies collided, a deafening noise shook the sky, and Ming Shiyin fell to the ground. The Qingyu altar disciples who caught up saw this magnificent scene. Once Elder Zhang's 2 leaves Dharma body comes out, Ming Shiyin is sure to lose. But this Ming Shiyin isn't simple either. To be able to condense a Dharma body, he's a nascent spirit tribulation cultivator. Consider him unlucky.
To run into Elder Zhang when it's just him. Elder Zhang is Ming Shiyin's natural nemesis. The Qingyu altar disciples watched arrogantly.
At the same time, on the cliff, Lu Zhao and Zhao Yanhe were still sitting nearby, eating grilled meat. Lu Zhao stroked his beard, observing the battle. Zhao Yanhe asked, "Shifu, aren't we going to help 4th senior brother?"
Lu Zhao replied, "Ming Shiyin is usually suppressed in the divine court. His talent isn't any worse than Duanmu Sheng's. If I help him, how will he improve?"
Zhao Yanhe pointed at the Qingyu altar disciples. "Shifu is so thoughtful, I want to fight too. I want to beat them up." Lu Zhao scolded. "Watch the fight, don't cause trouble." "Yes, I understand, Shifu," Lu Zhao said to Zhao Yanhe. "Those Qingyu altar disciples are all weaklings. Fighting them is meaningless." At the same time, Ming Shiyin was slammed headfirst into the ground by Zhang Shutong, with a loud bang that shook the entire forest.
Zhang Shutong was very satisfied with the result of his move, looking down. Even if Ming Shiyin isn't dead, he'll be injured. He was still floating high in the air, his whole body ablaze. Around Ming Shiyin, who had fallen to the ground, dust filled the air, blocking his vision. When the dust cleared, a creaking sound came from below, and vines shot up like endless tentacles towards Zhang Shutong. Azure Wood Heart Sutra, Zhang Shutong. being an old opponent of Ming Shiyin, recognized the move at a glance. The great thing about the Azure Wood Heart Sutra is that it can mobilize energy to promote the growth of living things in the forest, amplifying Ming Shiyin's cultivation and strength. Could it be that he deliberately planned this? After all these years, am I still not familiar with how to deal with the Azure Wood Heart Sutra? Zhang Shutong retracted his 100 tribulations, moving darkness dharma body, and instead of retreating, advanced, flying toward the rising vines. Elder, the Qingyu altar disciples were shocked. At this moment, Qin intertwined with the vines, and flames began to burn fiercely, the vines immediately retreating. Ming Shiyin coughed a few times and turned to run. "Old man, it really is you, I'm not fighting you." As Ming Shiyin flew away, Zhang Shutong shouted loudly, "The devils of the evil sky pavilion are only this strong." The sound waves traveled far, and the Qingyu altar disciples laughed. So the devils of the evil sky pavilion aren't as scary as we thought. Even devils have days when they're scared into running. Lu Zhao's expression was calm, but inside he was speechless. Terrifying. Ming Shiyin's survival skills are even stronger than I thought. It's a pity he only thinks about running, and doesn't directly face and defeat the enemy, Zhang Shutong said in a deep voice. If I let this devil run with my 2 leaves dharma body, how will I, Zhang Shutong, have the face to live on? 100 tribulations, moving darkness. Great divine power technique. Zhang Shutong once again used the divine power, his figure flickering, as if redoing the same move, attacking Ming Shiyin. The powerful Kia rippled, centered on Zhang Shutong's dharma body. This time, before Ming Shiyin could even open his dharma body to resist, his whole body was like a kite adrift in a sea of Qi, blown away. Ming Shiyin spun around and fell to the ground, swallowing the blood in his throat, and smiled contemptuously. "Come on, with just a little bit of strength like that, how can you kill me?" Zhang Shutong flew in the sky, arrogantly saying, "You think I'll use the great divine power technique again? Dream on." Because next is your death day, Zhang Shutong raised his right hand, and a huge gray-red weapon appeared. It was a saber, half gray, half dark red. He gripped the weapon tightly in his palm, and the cultivators exclaimed, "The life-severing blade." It's Elder Zhang's life-severing blade. 3 years ago, Elder Zhang brought this heaven-grade weapon back from Rongbei. No wonder Elder Zhang was so confident, continuously unleashing 4 ultimate moves. Turns out he had a heaven-grade weapon. The life-severing blade vibrated. An extremely pure QI energy appeared around it, surrounding the blade like an afterimage. Ming Shiyin is definitely gonna bite the dust. When this blade appears, someone's gonna die. Lu Zhao was pondering something at this moment, his eyes deep in thought. Ming Shiyin didn't expect Zhang Zhuqi to have a heaven-grade weapon. Zhang Zhuqi isn't one of the Dark Knights, and he clearly understands the weaknesses of the Greenwood Heart method. Now that he has the life-severing blade, how could Ming Shiyin possibly be a match for him? That old geezer Zhang Zhuqi? His eyes burning with murderous intent, he shouted, "Ming Shiyin, go die!" Zhang Zhuqi raised the life-severing blade, but before it could strike, a voice came from afar. "Catch!" It was Lu Zhao, who flung a blue weapon hurtling over. It was the farewell hook. The farewell hook streaked across the sky, flying quickly toward Ming Shiyin. When it reached Ming Shiyin, it fell from above. Everyone was captivated by the blue object, with its strange shape that Lu Zhao had thrown. At the same time, everyone looked toward the voice. Old geezer Zhang Zhuqi immediately asked, "Grandmaster, what's the meaning of this? Why are you helping a devil?" The disciples of the Green Jade Altar were stunned, then exclaimed, "Grandmaster, what's going on?" The Grandmaster wanted to kill the devil, but accidentally had his weapon snatched by the opponent, attacking his weak spot, then planning an attack. Zhang Zhuqi raised the life-severing blade, not thinking too much, striking first and asking questions later. The key energy formed a blade shadow, combined with the power of the life-severing blade, slashing down. Sure enough, the farewell hook in the air flew in front of Zhang Zhuqi. This strike landed on the farewell hook, and with a loud bang, golden light flashed across the area. Upon colliding with the heaven-grade weapon, the farewell hook spun while continuing to fall. Zhang Zhuqi was shocked. This thing actually blocked a strike from the life-severing blade. He raised his eyebrows, staring unblinkingly at the bizarre object. Then,
He quickly approached Ming Xiyin's position near the cliff. Unfortunately, even though the weapon was knocked away by the key energy, it still flew toward Ming Xiyin, as if seeking its master. The system announced, "The farewell hook has successfully recognized its owner, activating heaven grade status, rewarding 1,000 merit points." The guy Ming Xiyin embraced the farewell hook with delight. He had struck gold. He held the farewell hook tightly in both hands and pointed a finger at the sky with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Having just successfully recognized its owner, Ming Xiyin's eyes lit up significantly, his expression extremely excited. Without even thanking his master, Ming Xiyin leaped into the air, his figure like lightning. A second later, Ming Xiyin drew out the farewell hook, pouncing toward Zhang Zhuqi like a tiger with wings. Zhang Zhuqi widened his eyes. Seeing the blue farewell hook rushing toward him, the old man immediately raised his blade to parry wildly. The farewell hook spun continuously, slamming into the life-severing blade in Zhang Zhuqi's hand. The key energy released was several times stronger than before. Both speed and agility were pushed to their limits. At the same time, the farewell hook bloomed like fireworks in the sky. Flashing light reflected as if the entire sky was under Ming Xiyin's control. Ming Xiyin's eyes burned with murderous intent. Ming Xiyin continuously retrieved and flung the farewell hook toward Zhang Zhuqi, while the old geezer Zhang Zhuqi had to parry wildly. Observing the situation from below, Lu Jiao stroked his beard and nodded. If it weren't for the farewell hook, Ming Xiyin wouldn't be able to defeat Zhang Zhuqi, since he has the life-severing blade. At first, I was planning to temper Ming Xiyin's character, since this kid is developing so quickly, but maybe this is a good opportunity. Zhang Zhuqi, you unleashed 4 divine powers in a row? If it weren't for the life-severing blade, you wouldn't be a match for me, Ming Xiyin's voice echoed continuously. At this moment, Zhang Zhuqi realized that the Grandmaster was the master of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. This made him feel tremendous pressure. The tables had turned, and Ming Xiyin had the upper hand. Zhang Zhuqi wanted to live, so he could only return to the green jade altar's formation. So, he lifted the life-severing blade, wanting to imitate Ming Xiyin, but Ming Xiyin said coldly, "100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body." A Tuzang figure appeared, and Ming Xiyin's speed increased several times. The farewell hook struck toward Zhang Zhuqi like a howling storm. Damn it! Zhang Zhuqi retreated continuously. The 2 heaven-grade weapons clashed, sparks flying everywhere. It was possible that Ming Xiyin was very confident that farewell hook could beat Zhang Zhuqi. Before Zhang Zhuqi could react, vines from below swarmed up, blocking his retreat. Ming Xiyin shouted, "100 Tribulation Illumination." This time it's not 2 Zhang, but 3 Zhang. 1 leaf of the golden lotus beneath the Dharma body is blooming. Ming Xiyin suddenly said, "Go die." Zhang Zhuqi widened his eyes. Unable to believe it, this is a leaf opening. Ming Xiyin pierced Zhang Zhuqi's neck with the farewell hook. Ever since Ming Xiyin got his hands on that heavenly grade weapon, he's been beating Zhang Zhuqi like a drum, non-stop. My bad, I bloomed early. The fight's over. The image freezes, and Zhang Zhuqi's remaining primordial spirit catches his body so he doesn't faceplant. Ming Xiyin stands tall in the air, wipes down Li Biegao with his sleeve, and sheathes it. Zhang Zhuqi's blade clatters to the ground. Ding. Kill the nascent soul tribulation realm dude. Got 1,000 merit points. Ding. Retracting heavenly grade weapon. Transcendence severing blade. Needs reforging before use. Ming Xiyin rushes down and heads towards the platform of the other shore. He kneels down a few dozen meters away, cupping his hands towards it. "Thank you, Master. This disciple will definitely not fail your expectations." Loyalty +2. The cultivators are sweating bullets. He's a big devil? Are you kidding me? The great master Duanjing mentioned is the owner of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Never thought Ming Xiyin was hiding his strength. He already bloomed when he fought the Dark Four Knights last time. Ming Xiyin, after getting up, immediately says to Xiaoyan Hair, "Junior sister, did my move that killed Zhang Zhuqi just now have second senior brother's vibe?" Xiaoyan Hair rolls her eyes at him. "Don't know. All doubts before were just that. But the dialogue earlier made that old geezer's identity clear. The nearby cultivators are scared. SHT less. Run. How could those low-level disciples dare to stay and watch? Compared to watching a fight, their lives are more important. In the blink of an eye, only one disciple from the entire Qingyu altar is left. Zhao Yanhe turns her head to look and says, "Oh, there's still someone who isn't afraid of Maester." Lu Zhu glances at the one person still standing straight, who is none other than Zhang Chu, the fifth elder of the Righteous Unite sect.
Lu Zhao nods in appreciation and says, "This old man thought the Righteous Unite sect was all scaredy cats." Seeing this, Lu Zhao asks, "Aren't you afraid of this old man?"
Zhang Chu remains silent.
Ming Xinyin grins and says, "Master, this disciple hasn't had enough. How about I just kill him off? Guarantee it'll be silent and quicker than Zhang Zhuqi's death."
Lu Zhao shakes his head, glances at Zhang Chu and says, "No need to kill. Zhang Chu can't do anything anyway. He's just a shrimp to the Righteous Unite sect. Doesn't affect the overall situation. This old man likes people with guts. I won't kill you." Lu Zhao flicks his sleeves and heads back to the Demon Sky Pavilion. The platform of the other shore flies back into the sky. Ming Shiyin says, "Farewell, Master. I'm gonna find third senior brother." Lu Zhao ignores him, riding the platform of the other shore and flying into the mountain hollow. Ming Shiyin darts forward 30 zang with one step, rushing into the forest. "Senior brother, what's taking you so long in the John?" After saying this, he bolts. As soon as he leaves, Zhang Chu waits a little longer before collapsing to the ground, a warm stream gushing out.
Right after Lu Zhao and the others left, a man in dusty, ordinary clothes comes out.
He looks in the direction the platform of the other shore flew off to and mutters, "Master, you've changed a lot." He slowly walks over to Zhang Chu. "Hello, hello." Still terrified, Zhang Chu nods. "I saw it. They probably didn't mean to scare you." Zhang Chu wants to cry. And that wasn't on purpose. How could it not be? The demon worship sect clearly wants to screw over my Righteous Unite sect. The blue-clothed guest smiles again and says, "I feel like he didn't do it on purpose." "You feel?" Zhang Chu realizes his image is too embarrassing right now and hurriedly stands up, tidying his clothes. The blue-clothed guest nods. "If you feel offended, then I'll apologize on his behalf." Zhang Chu raises an eyebrow, impatiently saying, "Who are you? You apologize on his behalf, what are you?" As soon as he finishes speaking, the sword behind the blue-clothed swordsman stirs, draws, and sheaths. Whoosh! Not even a shadow is seen, and Zhang Chu's thumb is sliced off. It was extremely fast, so fast he doesn't even feel the pain. The swordsman turns to leave. "This one is Yu Shengrong." Zhang Chu freezes, staring wide-eyed at Yu Shengrong, unable to utter a word. After saying his name, the blue-clothed swordsman reveals a faint smile. "Don't worry, I don't kill anyone without a reason. I've offended you. I take my leave."
Yu Shengrong turns to leave, his figure flashing, and in an instant he disappears from the forest.
Zhang Chu can only hug his hand and wail miserably. 2 hours later, in the main hall of the Demon Sky Pavilion, Ding Fanqiu tremblingly kneels on the ground, occasionally glancing around.
This main hall is very ordinary. Perhaps this is the real Demon Sky Pavilion. Ding Fanqiu is so nervous he doesn't dare to breathe loudly.
Everyone respectfully stands on the side. Lu Zhao's gaze falls on Ding Fanqiu. Although this guy impersonated him, he's still a member of the Yun sect, and a 5-leaf nascent soul tribulation realm cultivator. Hua Wu Dao. If it's really like Duanxing said, wanting to overcome the inner demon will appear at the Demon Sky Pavilion, then Ding Fanqiu also has the identity of someone from the Yun sect. He's still useful.
Lu Zhao waves his sleeves indifferently. "Take him down!" "Yes." Duan Musheng drags Ding Fanqiu out of the main hall. Lu Zhu continued to instruct. "Furthermore, if you see Hua Wu Dao, bring him to me." "Understood." His disciples obeyed. Lu Zhao looked towards the female cultivator from the moon-gazing sect, stroking his beard as he asked, "How has Ye Tiangxin been these past 2 days?" The female cultivator panicked upon hearing this, quickly kneeling down, her words jumbled. Seeing this, Pan Zhong clasped his fist and replied, "Reporting, Sect Master, other than her body being weak, she's fine."
Lu Zhu nodded. With the body of a commoner, a little illness was nothing. Before he understood the truth of the Fish Dragon Village, Lu Zhu didn't want to extract anything from her. At this moment, Lu Zhu could only say, "This old master is tired? I'll go rest. Farewell, Master." Lu Zhao got up and entered the secret chamber. After entering the secret chamber, Lu Zhao pondered. Not comprehending the celestial book for 2 days, my mental state has declined. Lu Zhao continued to check the system. Name: Lu Zhao. Race: human. Cultivation: 8 extraordinary meridians of the Vansi Dharma body. None. Merit points: 6,212. Remaining lifespan: 5,800 days. Items: 1 hit kill x1, damage immunity x2, critical block x7, passive binding cage x4, by Z Beyond. Weapon: nameless. The amorous ring's owner is Yi Tiangxin. Needs to be refined again before it can be used. Techniques: just made a bowl of noodles, and still have 4 strands hanging from my mouth. Lu Zhao frowned and continued to think. Only a little over 6,000 merit points. Still over 1,000 short. Dharma bodies are so expensive. Can't afford one for now. Gotta think of a way to accumulate merit points. Besides, the task of finding out the truth in Fish Dragon Village hasn't been completed yet, and I haven't gotten the big reward, so Lu Zhao had to try his luck by drawing a prize, the system reported. Prize draw. Consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the prize draw. Luck points +1. After 1 round landed on the luck tile, Lu Zhu hesitated slightly. If he drew again, he was afraid he wouldn't win. But Lu Zhao still decided to draw again to see if his luck would be better this time. Prize draw. Consumes 50 merit points. Luck points are 8. Obtained 5 Chi Convergence Dharma Body. Lu Zhao was extremely surprised, followed by immense joy. I actually got it, Lu Zhao thought. I needed 8,000 merit points to buy it originally, but now I only needed 50 points to draw it. A realistic system like this is better than the logic of knowing beforehand that I've already eaten the 7th piece of cake. No pain, no gain. Lu Zhu threw aside the bowl of noodles and immediately used the new Dharma body. The 4 symbols skyscraping Dharma body has been replaced by the 5 Chi Convergence Dharma body. Relying on cultivation to open up the Ren and Du meridians, the body's 5 energies converged at the Dantian Sea of Qi. Perhaps because Lu Zhao's 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened up early on, when condensing the 5 Chi Convergence Dharma body, the primal energy surged like a tidal wave, bathing his entire body, immensely comfortable. After a long while, Lu Zhao adapted to the new Dharma body, feeling a great leap in his cultivation. Lu Zhao let out a sigh, stretching his muscles and bones. Still need the reversal card. Compared to drawing prizes and a series of probabilities, thank you for participating, it's still worth it overall. Lu Zhao decided to draw a prize again. Prize draw. Consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the prize draw. Luck points +1. And immediately afterwards, Lu Zhao drew 5 times in a row, only to see the system respond. Thank you for participating. Just having obtained the 5 Chi Convergence Dharma body and then failing 5 draws in a row, Lu Zhao didn't feel distressed. After all, he could add luck points. As long as he didn't draw junk, he could accept anything. Lu Zhao didn't draw anymore and went to look at the item column. He wanted to see if any new items had appeared. As soon as he looked at the item column, Lu Zhao was extremely surprised. This was Lu Zhao discovered that at the bottom, it wasn't an item card, but a purple box, along with the notation, a mysterious yang chest. Lu Zhao wondered, mysterious yang? What's inside this chest? Price: 2,000 merit points. Duration: 1 day. Lu Zhao raised his eyebrows. There's even a purchase deadline? Recalling the operations of some games when Lu Zhu was on Earth, this was the style of a profiteer. But was the system so meaningless? So Lu Zhu decided to click buy. Instinct told Lu Zhu that there must be something good in this box. A light flashed in the secret chamber, and a square box appeared. The purple chest exactly the same as on the interface. After looking for a while, Lu Zhao couldn't find where to open it. It was a sealed box. Then Lu Zhao put the box down. Lu Zhao waved his hand and slammed down. Boom! Gang Chi struck the box, but it didn't react at all. Continuously waving his sleeves, Lu Zhao frantically smashed the box. The rumbling echoed throughout the Demon Sky Pavilion. Inside the secret chamber, Lu Zhao used Gang Chi and even knives to smash the mysterious box. After a long while, the chest was still the same, undamaged, not even a scratch. At the same time, outside the secret chamber, Xiao Yanhe and Ming Shiyin could also hear the rumbling sound coming from inside the secret chamber.
Ming Shiyin then said to Xiao Yanhe, "Don't go in. Master didn't gain anything from going to Fish Dragon Village this time, so he's throwing a tantrum." Xiao Yanhe only lightly replied, "Okay." Then Ming Shiyin continued to ask,
"Little junior sister, are you free? I'll go practice with you. Look at this separation hook that master gave me." "Little junior sister, why are you crying?" Ming Shiyin raised his hand, and the separation hook had fallen into his palm. Just as Ming Shiyin was feeling strange, Duanmu Sheng's voice came from outside.
"Fourth, I heard that master has rewarded you with a heavenly grade weapon. Hurry over here."
"I'm in a hurry. You just got a good weapon. You'll definitely be able to take a beating better than before. Hurry, hurry, hurry."
Duanmu Sheng carried the Overlord spear upside down and forcibly dragged Ming Shiyin out. Xiao Yanhe softly said, "Ming Shiyin deserves it. Who told him to bully me?" Continuing to the scene inside the secret chamber, Lu Zhao lowered his head to think. With the pile of knives, axes, and chisels underneath, the box was still intact, not even a mark. Can't open such a big yang? What's the meaning of this? Wasted 2,000 merit points for nothing? Lu Zhao crouched down and carefully observed. Apart from a small hole on the shell of the yang, there was nothing special about it.
Lu Zhao thought about his weapon, the unnamed. This thing is so tough, what would happen if I hit it with the unnamed? He slightly raised his right hand, and the exquisite unnamed sword appeared. With a flick of his wrist, boom! A loud clang echoed as the unnamed sword struck the box, sparks flying everywhere. Lu Zhao looked at the unnamed sword. No marks, undamaged. Then Lu Zhao looked at the box. It was just like the unnamed sword. It didn't have any damage at all, just a scratch appeared, but in the blink of an eye, the scratch on it disappeared, as if it was melted away. It can be seen that the unnamed is better, but the material of this box is very strange, and it can still restore its original shape. The unnamed sword can even cut off the top-grade Earth-level weapons of the Black Knights, proving that the material of this box is even better than the Heaven level. Lu Xiao got up and decided to give up researching the box. The system sold this box, so it must have a use. Being too hasty won't do any good. The boat will straighten when it reaches the pier. There will definitely be a method. Celestial Book of Balance. Lu Zhuzhu sat cross-legged and entered the state of comprehending the Celestial Book. After comprehending it, Lu Zhuzhou discovered that he could easily enter that state of immersion, and now he no longer needed to look at the content of the human scroll on the interface. He just needed to sit quietly in his mind. The text of the Celestial Book would automatically appear line by line, along with symbols like a movie playing continuously on TV. At the same time, in the main hall of the Pure Jade Altar, in the Righteous Path, Elder Yu Zhang Chu recounted everything to the sect leader Zhang Yuanshan. "Sect leader, Ren Bunting of the Devil Slaughter sect deliberately led you away. This is clearly a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Ji Tiandao took the opportunity to enter and kill. Elder Zhang, I told you, don't trust the demonic path." Zhang Yuanshan asked Zhang Chu in return, "Are you sure you met Ji Tiandao of the Sky Devil Pavilion, and even met the Sword Devil Yu Shangrong?" "It's exactly like that. If I'm lying, then there were many disciples of the Pure Jade Altar there at the time. Anyone can testify." Zhang Chu raised his hand. "Several of my fingers were cut off by the Sword Devil." Everyone was surprised. "The Sword Devil made a move? You're still alive and standing here?" Zhang Chu didn't know how to explain, and stammered. I was," Zhang Yuanshan shouted loudly. The entire hall completely quieted down, no one dared to speak, and all looked towards the sect leader. Zhang Yuanshan frowned, raised his voice and said, "There are still many suspicious points in this matter. Don't speculate wildly before clarifying. Zhang Xuan's matter should be put on hold for now." "Is Elder Zhang going to die in vain like that?"
Zhang Yuanshan glared and asked back, "Then are you planning to take revenge for him?" As soon as this question came out, the conference room became silent again. Who would dare to mess with the Sky Devil Pavilion? The Dark Four Knights of the Divine Capital went in, and there's still no news. Zuo Jinchen of the Devil Slaughter sect, the only one who became a nascent divinity expert relying on demonic meditation, even died in the Sky Devil Pavilion. Who else would dare to go? The only thing they could do was wait. Wait until the Sky Devil Pavilion no longer existed. At the same time, on the climbing ladder, dozens of miles away from Golden Court Mountain, an old man and a middle-aged man
were resting and drinking tea.
The middle-aged man said hesitantly, "Master, do you really want to go to the Sky Devil Pavilion? It's said that they are a bunch of devils with heinous crimes. If something happens to you—" The old man shook his head and sighed softly.
In the past 2 years, I have hesitated a lot. Sometimes I am afraid. Sometimes I feel that it will tarnish the reputation of Yun sect. And sometimes I think if I can't beat old Jian Tiandao, this inner demon will follow me to the grave. At that time I won't be able to close my eyes even when I die, the old man explained to the man. Maybe it's because the righteous and the evil are two opposing factions.
Then the old man raised his teacup and said in a deep voice,
"If it weren't for my identity as an elder of Yun sect, I wouldn't have waited until now."
Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak anymore,
the old man sighed and said, "You are young. Don't think too much about some things you can't figure out. Do whatever. When you reach my age, you will naturally understand."
After hearing what the old man said,
the man was still not reconciled. This disciple doesn't understand, and doesn't want to understand.
The old man angrily crushed the cup and shouted loudly, "You rebellious disciple, I have already decided, don't talk about this anymore." The middle-aged man didn't dare to offer any opinions, and the nearby cultivators were also very surprised, crushing a cup with bare hands. Then the waiter saw a lot of blood spurting from the old man's hand and said,
"Master, your hand is bleeding." The old man calmly replied, "It's okay. Do you have any medicine?"
"Master, the blood keeps flowing as if it can't be stopped."
"Don't worry too much. I just need to lie down and rest for 2 days and I'll be fine." 2 days passed quickly. Lu Xiao read the celestial book several times in the Sky Devil Pavilion, and that familiar state of mind returned. He slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the remaining merit points on the system interface. There were still 3,862 points. Relying on doing missions to accumulate merit points seems a bit slow. Lu Xiao remembered that if someone sincerely worshipped him, he would also gain merit points. His eyes lit up. It's time for his disciples to go to work.
Just as he was about to go find some merit points,
Xiao Yanhere's voice came from below. "Master, someone wants to see you." "Who wants to see me?" Reporting to Master, "It's Hua Wu Dao."
Lu Xiao felt a little surprised. He didn't expect Hua Wu Dao to come so quickly. Lu Xiao flew down from above.
If his inner demon is fear of the strong, yet he still dares to come to the evil sky pavilion, that's real guts right there. After landing, Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back and walked along with Xiao Yanyer. Xiao Yanyer smiled and said, "Master, you're getting younger again." Lu Zhou also retorted, "Instead of sucking up to your master, you should focus on cultivating, and stop learning from your fourth senior brother." Xiao Yanyer nodded and said, "Yes." The two then entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall.
Inside the main hall, Zhu Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and the female cultivator from the Moon Reflection Hall were present, while Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin stood to the side. A female cultivator bowed and said, "Pavilion Master Hua Wu Dao said he will arrive shortly." Lu Jijiao stroked his beard nonchalantly, remembering that Zhao Yue was still in the Reflecting Wall cave, and asked, "Has Zhao Yu woken up yet?" Ming Xinyin bowed and replied, "During this time, 5th junior sister has reflected on herself a lot. Any changes in her witchcraft?" Lu Ju seemed extremely concerned about this. "Not for the time being," Lu Ju nodded. "The power of witchcraft is very bizarre. For now, it only binds Zhao Yu's cultivation. Who knows if that expert from the Moon Reflection Hall left any hidden tricks behind. Keep a close eye on her." "Yes." At this moment, outside the main hall, a female cultivator led 2 elderly cultivators into the hall, and everyone looked towards them. On the left was a decrepit old geezer who looked like he was about to kick the bucket, but he was still full of energy. The person on the right was younger, a middle-aged man carrying a saber on his back. The middle-aged man looked a bit tense, looking left and right as he entered the hall, while the old geezer was more composed, his expression serious and unhurried. "This is Hua Wu Dao, the one who fought against Ji Tiandao." Arriving in the middle of the hall, the old geezer didn't kneel but just cupped his hands and said, "We meet again." Hearing this, Lu Zhao's disciples frowned, while Lu Zhao's gaze rested on the old man. Lu Zhao ordered, "Chairs." Hua Wu Dao didn't stand on ceremony and sat down, saying, "I should have come to see you sooner, but something more important came up, so I was delayed. Until today." Lu Zhao stroked his beard, holding the water that Zhao Yanher offered. Lu Zhao wasn't in a hurry,
and leisurely replied, Hua Wu Dao, you're from the Cloud sect, and from ancient times, righteousness and evil have been irreconcilable. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for brazenly coming to my evil sky pavilion? Hua Wu Dao calmly took off his hat and replied,
If it were a few years ago, perhaps I would be afraid. But today I am no longer the same person I was. I have seen through the mortal world.
If I was afraid, I wouldn't be standing here today. Zhao Yanhair giggled. Then your guts are indeed not small. After saying this, she looked at the man next to Hua Wu Dao and snorted lightly, scaring him back 2 steps. Hua Wu Dao didn't even glance at him and reprimanded the man. Good for nothing. You've made me lose all face. The middle-aged man blushed with shame. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said,
Very bold.
Hua Wu Dao clasped his hands in response. This old man's heart is set on the Dao, obsessed with cultivation. The conflicts between the righteous and demonic paths have nothing to do with me. Ming Xinyan smiled and said,
Sounds good. After all, you are an elder of the Cloud sect. Hua Wu Dao waved his hand and continued.
When I went north, I had already resigned from the position of elder. Everyone was shocked. People value reputation and power, and many people coveted the position of elder in the Cloud Heavenly Luo Cloud sect, which led the 3 great sects. But he gave up the position. Hua Wu Dao said very calmly, I'm already old, and I will eventually turn into dust. Today, I come to the evil sky pavilion, only hoping to resolve the inner demon of that year. Zhao Yanhair twisted a strand of hair and suspiciously asked, The inner demon of that year? Hua Wu Dao slowly said, 20 years ago, I was defeated by Brother Ji, and since then, my cultivation has not improved. This has become a laughingstock for the 3 great sects of Cloud Heavenly Luo, and even the entire cultivation world, and is the key knot in my heart. Ming Shiyin glanced at him and said, What does the knot in your heart have to do with my master? Hua Wu Dao explained. The cause is because of Brother Ji, so naturally, it must be resolved by Brother Ji. For the past 20 years, I have always been thinking about the moves Brother Ji used to defeat me. Ming Shiyin immediately cursed. Bullshit. You think you're worthy to call him Brother Ji? You couldn't win 20 years ago, so you came to the evil sky pavilion to take a beating after 20 years. Hua Wu Dao froze. This is the evil sky pavilion, a place that people fear upon hearing its name. He was facing the strongest demon ancestor in the world. Calling him Brother Ji was indeed inappropriate. Indeed, Hua Wu Dao frankly said, I have been rude. Lun Zhao stroked his beard. This disciple has always been unruly, but perhaps his words are also what this old one thinks. Ming Shiyin was secretly delighted upon hearing this. Even more revealing, a dog relying on his master's power look. Hua Wu Dao didn't even bother to pay attention to Ming Shiyin's attitude. I came to the evil sky pavilion with only one purpose, to resolve my inner demon. 20 years ago, I was not your opponent, and 20 years later, I am still not your opponent. Lu Zhao asked in a deep voice. Losing is losing. Your cultivation has stagnated. What does your problem have to do with this old one? Do you think the evil sky pavilion is a bodhisattva temple that relieves suffering? This question left Hua Wu Dao speechless. He just clasped his hands, bowed his head, and remained silent. Ming Shiyin continued. If you're not as good as others, you can't blame them. Even if you hate the evil sky pavilion, you can't do anything about it. At this moment, the middle-aged man retorted unwillingly. My master came here with sincerity, yet you insult my master like this. You are going too far. Ming Shiyin glanced at him. Going too far? What going too far? Ha ha. The man was furious. You, Hua Wu Dao shouted loudly. Middle-aged man, shut your mouth. You have made me lose all face. Step back. The middle-aged man was still unwilling, but scolded by Hua Wu Dao, he honestly stepped back and didn't dare to say anything. Hua Wu Dao clasped his hands. This wayward disciple is being impolite. I hope you all can forgive him. Ming Xinyin urged. Cut the crap and get to the point. Hua Wu Dao opened his mouth, still repeating that same line. I've come to the evil sky pavilion with only one goal. To resolve the 3-move heart demon. Just 3 moves will be enough. Honestly, even if Lu Zhao wasn't missing bits of his memory, he wouldn't remember every single opponent he'd beaten over the years, let alone what moves he used to defeat Hua Wu Dao. Lu Zhao totally got it, then nodded while stroking his beard.
3 moves from 20 years ago, Hua Wudao generously declared.
Back then, I created the strongest Q barrier in the Taoist world, but it still couldn't protect me. For the past 20 years, I've been studying diligently, constantly refining and improving it.
You can use any kind of move, and I will only defend, not attack.
If I can protect myself, then I can resolve my heart demon. If not, I will cripple my cultivation and disappear into obscurity from now on.
Hua Wudao saying this to Ming Xinyin had zero effect. Instead, it made him burst out laughing. Haha, you're such a shameless bastard. You hid like a turtle for 2 years, and now you're running here wanting my master to beat you up, and you keep talking about resolving some heart demon.
Honestly, you're the most shameless person I've ever met. That middle-aged guy got super angry, but Hua Wudao stopped him from speaking. Hua Wudao also realized that what he was saying sounded completely unreasonable. Who in the world would spend 20 years researching defensive techniques and then run to their opponent asking to be beaten?
Duanmu Sheng swung his overlord's spear. Hua Wudao, if you're really that shameless, then give me 5 years to study your defensive techniques. 5 years later, if I don't stab you to death, then you can spell my name backwards.
With the mobilization of primal ki, the overlord's spear trembled, revealing the power of a heaven-grade weapon. Hua Wudao raised an eyebrow. Speechless at that remark, Duanmu Sheng continued. You researched for 20 years. I'll only research for 10 years. No, 5 years. The middle-aged man turned to Hua Wudao and said, Master, let's go. There's no need for this. As your disciple has said, how could the evil sky pavilion possibly value us? Hua Wudao glared at his disciple.
Shut your mouth. He took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. I ask for nothing else. I know that I'm no match for Pavilion Master Ji, but if I can't resolve my heart demon, I will regret it.
I beg Senior Ji to give me a chance to end this heart demon.
The voice was loud and strong, stunning everyone. There were plenty of righteous sects coming to provoke, ganging up and ambushing, but this was the first guy who came begging to be beaten.
What a joke, a true oddity. The evil sky pavilion's great hall was completely silent. To make an elder of the Yun sect kneel down voluntarily was incredibly rare.
Who would have thought this would happen?
Hua Wudao raised his voice. I beseech the pavilion master for guidance.
Xiao Yanhair jumped down the steps and angrily kicked a random unlucky turtle. Get lost. Then she hurriedly went to pick the turtle up.
Luckily it's not dead. But right at that moment, Lu Zhao's voice echoed. Hua Wudao, do you really want to resolve your heart demon? Hua Wudao sincerely said. Of course. This is my lifelong wish, and I hope you can go all out. Lu Zhao coldly questioned. I am the one you oppose, yet you beg me. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Hua Wudao calmly replied. In this great Yan world, there is no righteousness or evil. It's only the chaos in people's hearts that divides them. Lu Zhao nodded slightly and stroked his beard. In that case, I will give you this opportunity. The two old men's voices echoed throughout the evil sky pavilion. Hua Wudao was overjoyed and respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you for your consent, Lu Zhao said gravely. But I'm telling you this beforehand, Hua Wudao respectfully said. Please, pavilion master. The middle-aged man felt uncomfortable. His master was groveling like this just to get a chance to fight. Back then, Hua Wudao was famous in the Yun sect, and many people respected him. Yet he had to endure such humiliation at the evil sky pavilion. What could he do? There were too many experts here, and the situation was oppressive. What could he do except bow his head?
Lu Zhao stood up, with one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. First, you are not yet qualified to fight me. Ming Xinyin and Duanmu Sheng will fight in my stead. Only if you defeat them will you be qualified. Second, my time is precious. If you lose, you must fulfill one condition for me. Lu Zhao's voice echoed again. Of course you can refuse. The middle-aged man's face turned red upon hearing these words, and he was about to explode. The middle-aged man grinded his teeth, his expression unresigned. He clearly looked middle-aged, but he had the aura of a true brat, a calf unafraid of a tiger. Bang! Hua Wudao suddenly kicked the middle-aged man to the ground and roared, I brought you here to learn new things, and this is how you behave. You even dare to interfere in your master's affairs? This disciple wouldn't dare. If you ever dare to interfere in my affairs again, I will sever our relationship. As soon as Hua Wudao said these words, the middle-aged man quickly knelt down and had to nod. Disciple?
Your disciple obeys?
Hua Wudao stepped forward, clasped his hands and walked away, radiating confidence, a golden aura enveloping him. His eyes swept over Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shiyin, and he uttered each word deliberately. I can agree to your requests. As long as it doesn't involve the Yun sect, I'll agree to everything else.
Lu Zhao nonchalantly stroked his beard. Very good. Ming Shiyin stepped out from the side, sizing up Hua Wudao with great enthusiasm. I'll see for master just how strong a turtle hiding in its shell like you can be. You spent 20 whole years researching just one move. Calling it a turtle technique is spot on. Hua Wudao wasn't angered, but slowly raised his right hand, gesturing, please.
As soon as the word left his mouth, identical Dao seals flew out from Hua Wudao's body. Decay, void, life, death, water, fire. These 6 seal script-like symbols circled Hua Wudao in sequence, forming a rotating circle of patterns.
Ming Shiyin glanced at it and immediately recognized it. The 6 Harmonies Seal. The 6 Harmonies Seal is an extremely complex move for Taoist cultivators. Very few can cultivate this Tao seal to its peak. The so-called 6 Harmonies is also a term of cultivation methods, using essence, ki, and spirit to form the inner 3 harmonies, and hands, eyes, and body to form the outer 3 harmonies. Lu Zhao also watched carefully from a distance. Hua Wudao's 6 Harmonies seal was particularly special. A circle with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared beneath his feet, extremely similar to a Tai Chi diagram. To condense his Gang Chi to such an extent, he must have put in a lot of effort over these 20 years. You can see his obsession with cultivation, Hua Wudao reminded him. If your level is only this much, then I suggest you both attack together. Ming Shiyin raised an eyebrow. Seeing the 6 Harmonies seal, Ming Shiyin retracted his contemptuous expression, his stance changing, condensing chi into gang, and numerous gang seals formed in the sky. He leaped up. Delivering a large gang seal, Ming Shiyin shouted loudly, arrogantly, 10,000 gang seals. They fell in an instant. The word death suddenly grew larger, and the light ring under Hua Wudao's feet doubled in size. Yuan Qi resonated with the Dao seal, emitting a rippling sound. Boom! Countless gang seals released by Ming Shiyin fell upon the 6 Harmonies seal. But unbelievably, Ming Shiyin couldn't break the 6 Harmonies seal, and was instead blown away by it. Everyone was shocked. Ming Shiyin somersaulted in the air, taking 3 steps back to steady himself, his hands slightly numb. No wonder Hua Wudao is so confident. He agreed to Lu Zhao's conditions without even putting Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng in his eyes. With that successful defense, Hua Wudao won. Ming Shiyin has always liked using tricks to defeat his opponents. The more casual the attack, the higher the effect. But the battle before his eyes isn't a test of his shamelessness. Separation hook. Ming Shiyin took out his heaven-grade weapon. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, the separation hook flickered in the air. Hua Wudao frowned, coldly saying, "How can he have a heaven-grade weapon?" Heaven-grade weapons are precious because they have a crucial ability, breaking gang. Breaking gang is of course the ability to break through gang chi, including body-protecting gang chi and dharmic bodies. The afterimages of the separation hook were dense and countless. Lu Zhao still had that indifferent look, but he was watching with extreme focus, while Xiao Yanhair widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "Attack 1 point with focus! 4th senior brother, kill him!" Boom, boom, boom. The 6 Harmonies seal seemed to have prepared a way to deal with the heaven-grade weapon. The 6 large symbols emitted light again, combining into one, blocking the point of attack. Boom! Gang Chi rebounded once again. The stronger Ming Shinyin's attack, the more force rebounded. This time, he spun and flew backwards, almost crashing into the main pillar in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Before he could recover, Ming Shinyin's voice deepened once more. Slightly unconvinced, Ming Shinyin turned and stepped into the air, separation hook in hand, intending to rush in for another attack. But at this moment the Overlord's spear spun horizontally, stopping Ming Shinyin. Duanmu Sheng's voice rang out. "Let senior brother go up. Junior brother will go down." Duanmu Sheng swung the Overlord's spear forcefully. 100 Tribulations Illumination. A 3 tall dharmic body stood tall in the main hall. Under Duanmu Sheng's control, the dharmic body was in energy form, without affecting the main hall. Lu Zhao mused, Ming Shi Yin isn't the type with bulging muscles but is somewhat slender and agile. The opponent is turtling up in the Six Harmonies seal. Ming Shi Yin can only suffer.
Duanmu Sheng's strength is much stronger than before. Duanmu Sheng unleashed his move. Overlapping waves of 1,000 weights. The Overlord Spear released hundreds of thousands of spear shadows. Seeing this scene, Hua Wudao sighed. As expected of the devils of the Evil Sky Pavilion, each of them has a heaven-grade weapon. As he spoke, the 6 large symbols of the Six Harmonies seal combined into one once again, forming a large Gang Chi shield. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of spear shadows struck the shield. The Six Harmonies seal churned like waves, dimming for a moment before quickly restoring to a dazzling Six Harmonies seal. Zhu Jifeng praised. The Taoist Six Harmonies seal is truly a creation of heaven and earth. It's the first time I've seen such a Six Harmonies seal. Pan Zhang commended him. Me too, I come from the Jingming Dao and also know the Six Harmonies seal. But everyone only focuses on learning attack, neglecting defense. Today's battle has opened my eyes.
Duanmu Sheng snorted lightly. Just defending like this won't accomplish anything. Once again, the Overlord Spear swung forcefully. Then the speed became even faster. Single spear moves with powerful might also appeared.
Lu Zhao nodded approvingly, holding his hands behind his back.
If you know to use one point to break through, keep using it to the end. If the attack range is close, no matter how strong the defense is, it won't be worth it. Duanmu Sheng nodded secretly. Thank you for your teachings, Master. On one side was the attacking power of the Overlord Spear. On the other was the defensive ability of Hua Wudao's Six Harmonies seal. They were evenly matched. Under the support of the 100 Tribulations Illumination Dharmic body, the spear shadows had become blurry and unclear. Heavenly Circle with a Flaw, the ultimate move, Heavenly Circle with a Flaw, erupted.
Duanmu Sheng unleashed his ultimate move, the Heavenly Mandate Strike. Hua Wudao was shocked.
I didn't expect a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion to be this strong. Too bad. It's still not enough. Hua Wudao stomped his foot hard on the ground. He didn't budge an inch. And the circle changed shape. The Taiji diagram expanded, surrounded by the 8 trigrams in Six Harmonies cycle.
Feng's jaw dropped.
Hua Wudao's utilization of the 8 trigrams and Six Harmonies seal, regardless of the power of his move, his courageous spirit to give it a try is admirable,
Pan Zhang exclaimed.
But since he dared to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion, how could he not have experienced the power of the Six Harmonies seal before? The Heavenly Mandate Strike is the strongest move of the Heavenly Unity technique, plus the 100 Tribulations Dark Nether, and a heaven-grade weapon, so everyone had great confidence in Duanmu Sheng's move. Countless spear shadows converged into one point, aimed to break through, and slammed into the Six Harmonies seal. The Six Harmonies seal, in the shape of the 8 trigrams, exuded a bizarre energy to protect itself. When the energies collided, a series of Tao ripples spread outwards from the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Six Harmonies seal is truly powerful.
Even San Tian Sheng's ultimate move couldn't move this Hua Wudao. He really has some skills. Hua Wudao also followed the rule set for attacking the Evil Sky Pavilion. If it were a true life-or-death battle, Hua Wudao might not be as reckless as Duanmu Sheng.
At this moment, Duanmu Sheng was still full of momentum, continuously attacking.
Duanmu Sheng suddenly shouted, "It's not over yet!" The tip of the Overlord Spear, after being bounced back by the Six Harmonies seal, rose again, spinning in the air. A spear is like a sword. Its greatest power lies in piercing, not slashing. A terrifying scene appeared. The tip of the Overlord Spear was enveloped in a majestic surge of energy, rotating as it advanced.
Hua Wudao said in a deep voice, "Still not enough." The 6 seal characters grew larger, merging together, and the 8 trigrams also rose higher, fusing with the 6 large seal characters. Obviously, when the Overlord Spear touched the Six Harmonies seal, a buzzing sound rang out. Everyone frowned at the impact. Chaotic primordial chi mixed with the sound, creating a bizarre shockwave, a type of extremely mixed sonic attack. Everyone hurriedly mobilized their primordial chi to resist this bizarre sound wave. Only Lu Zhao remained calm,
silent. He even leisurely observed the battle, seemingly unaffected by the sound wave. Boom!
The shock wave emitting the bizarre sound wave only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing.
Lu Xiao pondered. He had long anticipated that this move of his would be countered by repeated attacks on a single point. Duan Musheng also realized that a force was rebounding, so he somersaulted backward, taking 3 steps back before barely regaining his balance.
He looked at Hua Wudao in disbelief, not expecting Hua Wudao to withstand this move, only retreating 1 or 2 steps.
But Hua Wudao was even more shocked than Duan Musheng. This move of the Overlord's spear was actually dispersed by the 6 Harmonies seal. He thought that no one could break this move of his. Before coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had sought out many nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm experts to test it, but none had succeeded. He didn't expect to be pushed back by Duan Musheng. If it were a little stronger, that one move might have shattered the 6 Harmonies seal.
Lu Xiao carefully observed the situation. Taking 3 steps back meant that Duan Musheng had fallen into a disadvantageous position according to the rules. Hua Wudao praised from the bottom of his heart, "You are very strong." Duan Musheng wasn't in the mood to listen to his opponent's praise, and swept the Overlord's spear horizontally.
3 more moves. Duan Musheng was the type who became more bloodthirsty as he fought.
Hua Wudao calmly replied, "I admit you are very strong, but the 3 moves are over." According to the agreement, the Pavilion Master should make a move next.
Everyone looked towards Lu Xiao. This agreement was originally his intention. At this time, Duan Musheng was still resentful as he shook his head.
"I didn't use my full strength just now. Just one more move, and I can break your 6 Harmonies seal."
Hua Wudao indifferently looked at Duan Musheng. "If I hadn't been careless, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to retreat. I only used 5/10 of my power for this 6 Harmonies seal." Everyone was shocked by Hua Wudao's words. Unclear whether Hua Wudao was boasting or deliberately mocking Duan Musheng. Regardless of the intention, these words were arrogant. Pan Zhong was surprised. The Southern City's 6 Harmonies seal can withstand my senior's ultimate move. With only 5/10 of its power, I've truly never seen such a strong defensive Dao seal.
Hua Wudao's gaze was fixed on Lu Xiao from beginning to end. He was waiting for Lu Xiao to respond.
Finally, Lu Xiao slowly walked down the steps. "This 6 Harmonies seal is a Dao seal technique. Have you been cultivating it diligently for the past 20 years?
As soon as Lu Zhujiao asked, Hua Wudao immediately replied, "That's right," Lu Xiao said indifferently. "If this seat makes a move, it is very likely that you will die."
Hua Wudao was slightly startled. After he had proven the strength of the 6 Harmonies seal, Lu Kojiao could still say such words. Just how strong was Lu Kojiao's true power? Life is precious. Not many people can truly disregard life and death. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Wudao clasped his hands and said, "Please guide me, Pavilion Master. If I unfortunately perish, Hua Wudao will bear the responsibility himself." "Very good." Lu Xiao continued to walk, arriving at a wide space outside the main hall. "Come out here. Things that break should go there."
Hua Wudao and the others hurriedly followed. At this moment, Lu Xiao was already waiting, and a prop card appeared in the palm of his hand.
Hua Wudao didn't sense any aura from Lu Xiao. After observing carefully again, he didn't see any mobilization of Yuan Qi.
But Hua Wudao wasn't careless. He stepped out in a semicircle, lightly lifting one hand.
The bagua-shaped pattern beneath his feet and the 6 characters Qian, Kun, Sheng, Si, Shui, Huo flickered with golden light, spinning in a circle much more powerfully and imposingly than before. But that still wasn't enough. Hua Wudao struck out with both palms into the air, and suddenly, 2 more characters appeared, Yu and Wu.
All 8 talisman characters radiated golden light as they spun. The Yuanqi Baodong imprint also rotated with these 8 characters. Unexpectedly, he'd really been hiding his strength. This 6 Harmony seal had become an 8 Harmony seal, plus the Bagua diagram.
Hua Wudao wasn't bragging.
He'd only used 5/10 of his power just now. He wondered if that old fogey of a master could break this move.
Hua Wudao's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Xiao,
making a gesture of invitation. The 8 huge talisman characters circled in the air, sparkling brilliantly. Everyone's gaze turned to the Pavilion Master. Hua Wudao wasn't Zuo Shinchan. He was way stronger than Zuo Shinchan. Just this move alone, Hua Wudao's 6 Harmony seal was 1,000 times stronger than Zuo Shinchan's binding seal.
Today, Could Lu Zhao break Hua Wudao's technique?
Everyone was watching with bated breath.
Lu Zhao raised his right hand, and the golden prop card shattered in his palm.
This time, a huge vortex appeared above, followed immediately by a bolt of lightning. The lightning suddenly magnified, carrying Gang Qi and striking down from the sky. Thunderous Gang! How is this possible? Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong were speechless, staring blankly. Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yan'er were all astonished by this unfamiliar technique. They'd followed their master for many years but had never seen him use this move, and it was actually Thunderous Gang, boom! Before everyone's eyes, the lightning, carrying Gang Qi, slammed heavily into the Six Harmony Seal. Sparks flew everywhere, and dust and smoke filled the main hall.
Hua Wudao was forced back by the violent impact. What Six Harmony Seal? What Bagua diagram?
The 8 talisman characters, none of them had a chance to take shape. They only heard a loud bang, and all of them were instantly shattered. All of it vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Even more terrifying, Hua Wudao's great turtle shell defense seemed to have no effect when struck by the Thunderous Gang.
Hua Wudao retreated madly, his eyes wide, red, and bloodshot, desperately stomping his feet to stay upright.
At this point, everything was shrouded in dust.
Lu Zhao shook his head slightly.
The Thunderous Gang prop card only had a 10% chance of critically injuring the target, and Hua Wudao actually triggered it.
He didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky.
Still, Hua Wudao avoiding the brunt of a fatal blow could be considered lucky.
Being struck or critically injured was much better than being killed instantly. Hua Wudao lay flat on the ground.
Lu Zhao put on a stern face and said, "Let's talk inside."
Zhao Yan'er raged at the man. "Break my temple stuff. You either pay or I'll beat you to death."
Hua Wudao barely managed to steady himself. The battle was over, and the result was obvious. The main hall was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop.
Duan Musheng gripped the Overlord's spear tightly. He didn't feel avenged or relieved. Instead, his heart was filled with shock and frustration. Such a powerful Six Harmony Seal was completely helpless before his master. With the same technique, Duan Musheng hadn't been able to budge Hua Wudao even a little bit. Ming Xiyin's thoughts were much simpler. So Master's been hiding his skills all along. Ever since he drove back the 10 great experts, he knew Master had a lot of trump cards. But no one knows how many trump cards he has in total. Zhao Yan'er's face showed intense admiration. Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong were like clueless bumpkins. They swallowed hard, their eyes full of disbelief, as they looked at the heavily injured Hua Wudao. They weren't surprised that Hua Wudao was defeated, but they couldn't believe Lu Zhao had used Thunderous Gang. Thunderous Gang, as the name implies, is when Qi is condensed into Gang. When the Gang Qi is strong to a certain degree, it will have a powerful force like thunder and lightning. It's an extremely rare and terrifying technique. Thunderous Gang disappeared from the cultivation world long ago. Nowadays, it only exists in history books. No one has truly learned this technique, let alone seen what it looks like when used.
It was actually Thunderous Gang. Hua Wudao couldn't hold on any longer, and knelt on one knee, his hand supporting himself on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Master, Hua Wudao's disciple, rushed over, wanting to help him up, but Hua Wudao waved his hand, signaling him not to come over. Defeat at the hands of Thunderous Gang was something he'd never expected. If he'd known Jitiandao had such heaven-defying techniques, he wouldn't have sought out the evil Sky Pavilion to humiliate himself. How ironic. The weak losing isn't scary. What's scary is losing all dignity. After the defeat, you play, you pay. Lu Zhao helplessly shook his head. If you guys think it's Thunderous Descent, then so be it. Maybe because no one has ever seen the real Thunderous Descent, they believe even more that the move I just used was it. Cough. Cough. Hua Wudao coughed repeatedly, struggling to stand up straight. He shook his head and said, "I thought that after spending 20 years painstakingly researching this move, I could definitely withstand 3 strikes from you. Sadly, I was wrong, completely wrong." Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha ha. It was a self-deprecating laugh. He was utterly defeated with just 1 move, yet he was talking about 3. Cough, cough. Hua Wudao spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. "Master, I'm fine." How could he be fine? From his expression, it was clear that the injuries on his body and the wounds in his heart were getting worse. Hua Wudao cupped his hands and said, "I will bear the consequences of my actions. As long as it doesn't involve Yun sect, I will agree to anything."
Lu Zhao nodded, turned and walked up the steps, then slowly sat down. "You're a straightforward person," Lu Zhao continued. "I have a question. You just need to answer it honestly." Without any beating around the bush, Lu Zhao asked directly, "Who was the mastermind behind the Yulong village case?" Hearing this question, Hua Wudao was extremely shocked. His eyes widened, and he stammered, unable to speak. "This," Lu Zhao continued to press.
"What? Don't want to say." A look of embarrassment appeared on Hua Wudao's face. "It's not that I don't want to say, but once I do, it will have huge consequences."
Xiao Yunhair pointed at his face and scolded, "You old geezer, what do you want? If you've lost, then obediently pay up." Ming Xinyin also cursed incessantly. "Hua Wudao, you're an elder of Yun sect, at least your words should be as good as gold. How can a double-crosser like you be considered a righteous sect? I spit on you." Zhu Jifeng was more gentle, cupping his hands. "Senior Hua, I have a suggestion. According to you, the answer to this question is very important, so why don't you just tell the pavilion master alone?"
Right? Don't tell us that if the pavilion master knows, the world will be in chaos. Didn't you already know that? We don't see any chaos happen.
Hua Wudao was in a dilemma. This, Duanmu Sheng's overlord spear swept across his body, unleashing a chilling aura.
"Damn it, stop dragging your feet. If you don't want to talk, then leave your lives here." Duanmu Sheng was still extremely angry from his earlier defeat. Everyone in the hall was criticizing Hua Wudao. But he, Hua Wudao, took a step back. "Sincerely, I once promised that person that I wouldn't talk about this with anyone. If possible, please, Pavilion Master, change your request."
Everyone exchanged glances. Ming Xinyin sneered, "I spit on you! You didn't even keep your promise to my master, and now you have the gall to use keeping a promise to someone else as an excuse." Ming Xinyin's cursing was heroic. Hua Wudao didn't keep his promise to the #1 devil in the world. He really had no right to use keeping his promise to others as a reason. Hua Wudao's face was extremely ugly. Lu Zhao stroked his beard.
"It's fine." Everyone was startled, looking at Lu Zhao in surprise. "I'll give you two choices. 1. Reveal the mastermind behind the Yulong village case. 2. Join Golden Court Mountain as an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from you, no one else can defend against Duanmu Sheng and Ming Xiyin's attacks." This guy's mastery of the 6 Harmony Seal is extremely high. Although this move is a great way to turtle up, if used properly, it can be both offensive and defensive. From beginning to end, Hua Wudao hadn't even used his 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body. He wanted to preserve his strength to deal with Lu Zhao's second and third moves, but he was defeated in the first move and even heavily injured. And most importantly, this person's heart doesn't distinguish between good and evil. He only acts according to his own nature. Hearing these two choices, Hua Wudao's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled. He came from Yun sect. If he joined the demonic path now, his own reputation would be ruined, which was a minor matter. More importantly, Yun sect would be ridiculed by cultivators all over the world, but he couldn't reveal that secret either.
This difficult situation caused him unbearable pain, Lu Zhao said coldly.
"This is the biggest concession I'm willing to make." Hua Wudao frowned, and his face became even more unsightly. Ming Xinyin said, "You've already left Yun sect. What are you still hesitating about?" Hua Wudao stammered, unable to speak. This was even more painful than taking his life. Lu Zhao wasn't in a hurry either, silently waiting for his choice. No matter what his choice was, it would be beneficial to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although Duanmu Sheng and Ming Xiyin didn't like Hua Wudao's great turtling technique, if their master had spoken, they wouldn't dare to say anything more. Besides, the Evil Sky Pavilion was declining, and adding a new member might restore its former glory.
Ming Xiyin turned his head, secretly looking at his master. He didn't look like he was facing a major disaster at all. On the contrary, he looked even more energetic and healthy than before. Hua Wudao still couldn't make a decision.
Lu Zhao said in a deep voice, "There are only two choices. You have to pick one. You're the only one in the world who can receive such treatment from the Evil Sky Pavilion. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3, and I must hear your answer."
"And if there's still no answer?" Hua Wudao's heart thumped.
Without waiting for Lu Zhao to speak, Ming Xiyin spoke first. "Then you'll be like Fan Xuwen, imprisoned in the Evil Sky Pavilion, until you figure it out. Of course, you've seen through life and death, so you probably don't care about these things. Moreover, Our evil sky pavilion doesn't have much, but we have plenty of places to live. East Pavilion, South Pavilion, West Pavilion, North Pavilion, even the mountainside has many abandoned caves, including the freezing cold Abyss Cave in the back mountain. Don't even think about escaping. Even if the top 10 experts appeared at the same time, they couldn't break through the barrier of Golden Court Mountain, Ming Yin said with a smile. Even Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zheng felt nervous hearing his words. According to the four gentlemen, this was psychological warfare, even scarier than threatening to beat someone up. Hua Wudao is a big shot, not some coward afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. But guys like him care a lot about face. I'll tell everyone under the heavens that Hua Wudao from Yun's sect is a promise breaker, running to the evil sky pavilion, losing badly, and welching on his debt. Hua Wudao was utterly speechless. Plenty of people know he came to the evil sky pavilion. Otherwise, why would he give up his elder position at Yun's sect? Let's start where we began and finish here. Nothing to regret, little Yanner giggled, saying, I'm gonna start counting. Afraid Hua Wudao didn't hear, she repeated. I'm starting to count. 1, 98, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Quick. Make your decision. Who counts like that? Hua Wudao didn't even have time to think. She was already done counting. Lu Zhao and everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion's hall all stared at Hua Wudao. After a moment of silence, Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed wearily. Fine. Master. His disciple quickly knelt down. Seeing this disciple, Hua Wudao didn't scold him like he used to, but said gently, Go back to Yun's sect. Huh? From now on, you are no longer my disciple. There are many elders at Yun's sect who will be willing to teach you. After you return, tell them Hua Wudao is dead. The man knelt down, howling. Master. Hua Wudao immediately cursed. Get lost? The middle-aged man wanted to say more, but Hua Wudao shouted at him, I told you to get lost. The loud shout carried a sonic wave, pushing the middle-aged man back. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man stood up and respectfully bowed to Hua Wudao. Ming Yin chuckled. Let me escort you down the mountain. Actually, if you're willing to stay, I think my master would agree. Golden Court Mountain is big. One more person won't hurt. The middle-aged man trembled all over. I have to go down the mountain. I'll go down right now. Triskies. Trisk. Ming Yin clicked his tongue, looking at the middle-aged man, gesturing with his hand in an inviting manner. Hua Wudao cupped his fist and said, This disciple of mine is still ignorant. I hope Pavilion Master doesn't blame him and spares his life. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and sat down. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Please sit. For him to say please sit was almost unheard of at the Evil Sky Pavilion. This also showed that Lu Zhao valued Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao sat down. Lu Zhao looked at Hua Wudao with some curiosity, then sighed. You'd rather join the Evil Sky Pavilion than reveal the true mastermind behind the Yulong Village case? Please forgive me, Pavilion Master, Lu Zhao said coldly. Aren't you afraid that this old man will use harsh methods to interrogate you later? After all, this is the Evil Sky Pavilion, full of devils. It wouldn't be strange if they did something weird. Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed. If that really happens, then I can only beg for death. You're not like Fan Xuan. Fan Xuan was controlled by someone else, so he wasn't afraid of death. You're much luckier than him, Lu Zhu said. Hua Wudao remained silent, but he had already made a firm decision in his heart. Ding! Acquired a nascent soul realm subordinate, Hua Wudao. Loyalty, 5-minute cycle. Fang and Pan Zheng were also very discerning, and immediately clasped their hands and said to Hua Wudao, Greetings, Elder Hua. Hua Wudao's face turned red, unsure of how to respond. He still felt awkward inside. Just then, Ming Yin returned to the hall. Seeing Hua Wudao's furrowed face, Ming Yin said, Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by me, Yin? This is easy to fix. From now on, you'll change your name and consider the old Hua Wudao dead in the Evil Sky Pavilion. With our bad reputation, killing one more person doesn't matter much. Everyone nodded. Ming Yin said, Makes sense. How about you change your name to Hua wu hei wu hua,
Ming Xiyin teased. From the very beginning, the name Hua Wu Dao was already taboo to Ji Tiandao's name.
It's just a name, what you're called doesn't matter. Hua wu dao's mind was in chaos. Right now, he just wanted to find a corner to be alone. He didn't have the mood to talk about these things.
Just then, Xiao Yanhe walked to Lu Zhao's side and said, "Master, there's a flying letter from Jiang Aijian." Instantly, Lu Zhao had a hunch that this flying letter was very important and shouldn't be read aloud. Xiao Yanhe respectfully presented the letter with both hands.
Lu Zhao casually opened it. Inside, it read,
"The mastermind behind the Yulong village case is the current second prince. The one who carried out the massacre at the Duqian River was General Cheng Ning, Wei Zhuoyan. The person assisting was Fan Shiwen, the leader of the Black Knights."
Old Senior, I suffered a great loss in collecting these clues. If I don't get a good sword as compensation, I'll feel extremely pained.
Upon receiving this news, everything became clear. Lu Zhao remained calm. In fact, since both Fan Xuan and Hua Wudao were unwilling to tell the truth, Lu Zhao had already guessed more or less. Jiang Aijian's flying letter only served to confirm his guess. Lu Zhao waved his hand, and the letter immediately turned into fine powder, scattering to the ground.
Xiao Yanhe asked curiously, "Master, what did it say?" "The mastermind behind the massacre at the Dutian River," Lu Zhao said calmly. Hearing this, Hua Wudao staggered from his chair, his face pale, his eyes dull. Lu Zhao said coldly, "Help Elder Hua back to rest." "Yes." Xiao Yan'er was very puzzled. "Isn't it just a mastermind? Do you need to be so tense? So exaggerated?"
Lu Zhao nodded. "If that person was a normal person, or a great cultivator, then this matter would be much simpler, just follow the usual rules of the cultivation world. But unexpectedly, this matter even involves a prince. The struggle between princes should involve ordinary people," Lu Zhao said. "I can't underestimate the imperial family's power. After all, the stability of Great Yan depends on the imperial family. Whether it's the generals guarding the four directions, or the great cultivators working for the imperial family openly or secretly, all are the basic standards for Great Yan to be stable." No wonder Hua Wudao didn't want to say the name. The flying letter said that Jian Ai said, "This seat is ready, K is good, tell him to come and get it himself." Speaking of good swords, Xiao Yan'er felt aggrieved again, pouting and saying, "Just delivering some worthless news, and he gets such a good weapon from Master, but I don't have one yet." Lu Zhao deliberately raised his tone. He had told her about this matter more than once. Xiao Yan'er lowered her head and said, "Disciple knows her mistake," Lu Zhao said. "That entering weapon originally belonged to the royal family. It's useless for me to keep it." Xiao Yan'er nodded. Lu Zhao slowly stood up and walked into the secret chamber, respectfully seeing off Master. After Lu Zhao's figure completely disappeared, Ming Xinyin said, "Little junior sister, why are you in such a hurry? Master has always loved you the most. Even I have a weapon, so how could you not get one? Your departure hook is so good, the weapon for you will definitely be better than my overlord's spear." Lao Sina said, "That makes sense. Besides, with your talent, you'll soon advance to the nascent soul realm. At that time, Maester will definitely give you a weapon even better than my overlord's spear." HMPH. I don't want to bother with you guys anymore. Xiao Yan'er huffed angrily, turned around and left. Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng stared blankly at each other. Pan Zhong clasped his hands and said, "Ninth Mister, this is because they saw the departure hook and the overlord's spear. That's why they are even more angry." "Ah, no. Third Mister, fourth Mister, I suddenly remember that my 6 Yang skill hasn't even entered the gate yet. I'll go back and practice now, goodbye." Sensing the strange gazes of Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng, Pan Zhong casually found an excuse and hurriedly ran out of the main hall. Zhu Jifeng escorted Hua Wudao back to his resting place, thus escaping a calamity. Duanmu Sheng said to Ming Xiyin, "Lao Si, let's go practice." Lu Zhao had just stepped into the secret chamber when he looked towards the mysterious chest. Then he shook his head. Even the unnamed sword couldn't do anything to this thing, proving that heavenly-grade weapons are ineffective against it. It must be opened with a special key. Lao Xiao is smart. Perhaps he should handle this chest. Lu Zhao nodded calmly. This was a chest bought from the system's store, so he wasn't afraid of others coveting it. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao stopped paying attention to the chest and opened the system interface to check his remaining merit points. 4,762 points. The 5 Qi, towards the origin Dharmakaya that I luckily got from the draw. The selling price of the 6 harmony separation is 12,000 points. Can't afford it. With the usual method of accumulating merit points, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Several other methods appeared in Lu Zhao's mind. He nodded with satisfaction, then opened the Heavenly Book interface to view it, entering a state of comprehension of the Heavenly Book. 3 hours later, Xiao Yanhere's voice came from outside the secret chamber. "Master," Jiang Aijian replied. Lu Zhao woke up from his state of comprehension. Those incomprehensible words had been completely engraved in his mind. As long as he used his thoughts, they would appear in his mind. He didn't need to understand them, he just felt that it was right. Lu Zhao asked. "Xiao Yanyer, what is it?" Xiao Yanyer replied. "He said he can't come to the Devil Sky Pavilion. It's too dangerous. It's best to find someone to deliver the sword to him." Xiao Yanher continued. "What an ungrateful guy. Should I go to Runin City and catch him here?" Lu Zhao nodded indifferently. He had already thought of this. "No need." Lu Zhao stepped out of the secret chamber, hands behind his back. He is very afraid of death. "Of course he will not come in person, Master. He is overestimating himself. Jiang Aijian is no ordinary person." Hearing this, Xiao Yanher immediately showed curiosity. "Not an ordinary person?" Lu Zhao replied indifferently. "Able to obtain case files from the palace. How can he be an ordinary person?" Xiao Yancher continued to ask. "Then who is he?" "Your caution is not ordinary." Lu Zhao smiled lightly, and then flicked his sleeves. Leaving the main hall, Devil Sky Pavilion, the place he was going to was the North Pavilion, the area where prisoners were held. Seeing Master leave, Xiao Yanyer hurriedly followed. Not long after, Lu Zhao appeared at the place where Fan Xuan was held, with 2 female cultivators guarding outside. Although their cultivation base wasn't much, at least they looked very serious. "Pavilion Master." The 2 female cultivators bowed and opened the door. Yes, Xiao Yanher also tiptoed in behind Master. As soon as the door opened, Lu Zhao stepped into the dim room. The room was full of miscellaneous items, very messy. This was where the Devil Sky Pavilion stored miscellaneous items, which was requisitioned as a prison cell for prisoners. Fan Xuan was tied up in the middle of the room, his hair disheveled, completely without the demeanor of the former head of the Black Knights. When the door opened, the bright light shone on his face. Lu Zhu stood in the backlight. Fan Xuan could only see Lu Zhu's silhouette. He said with difficulty, "Ha! If the Devil Sky Pavilion only has this much ability, I'm afraid it's not enough for me to reveal the truth." Lu Zhao replied with his hands behind his back. "This seat already knows the truth." Fan Xuan was shocked. The expression of dejection completely disappeared. He widened his eyes and said, "Impossible, General Zhen Ning." Lu Zhao spoke these 5 words, without mentioning the second prince. Hearing his words, Fan Xuan's whole body shook. These 5 words were enough to prove that the powerful old man in front of him knew the whole truth. Fan Xuan was silent for a moment, then gradually calmed down. He said, "I submit." Lu Zhuao shook his head slightly. "Wei Zhuoyan isn't enough for you to be loyal. The second prince couldn't make you so steadfast either, so the person who can control the Black Knight's leader must be someone else entirely. You." Fan Xuan, who had calmed down, became agitated and trembled upon hearing Lu Zhu's words, his face turning red to his ears. How did you know?" His tone was extremely weak. Even as the leader of the Black Knights, he couldn't help but bow his head. "Does this old man need to report how I know things to a prisoner?" Lu Zhukao, with his hands behind his back, walked up to Fan Xuan. "This old man wants to know who you take orders from, don't know." Lu Zhao said, "Do you think this old man won't know if you don't tell me?" Lu Zhao stroked his beard calmly and continued, "Whoever can make you listen so obediently must be extremely close to the second prince." Lu Zhao slowly said, "It's a woman, isn't it?" Fan Xuan's eyes widened. Lu Zhu added, "A woman skilled in witchcraft." Enough. Fan Xuan's psychological defenses completely crumbled. His face became extremely ferocious. What was initially a hint of backbone instantly turned into complete weakness. He pleaded, "I beg you, spare her." Lu Zhao looked at Fan Xuan with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that the former top dog on the blacklist would now be the royal family's lapdog, unafraid of death or torture,
All just to protect a woman. Lu Zhu shook his head. Fan Xuan started to speak. She is. Fan Xuan shook his head violently, his face still ferocious. I can't say, I don't want to say, I won't say, even if I die. Lu Zhao felt extremely strange. In fact, Lu Zhao had almost spelled out her identity. Whether Fan Xuan revealed it or not wouldn't make much of a difference, so why was Fan Xuan so desperately trying to hide it now? Just as Lu Zhao was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw a red light flash in Fan Xuan's eyes. It disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and then he returned to his previous state. At this moment, a voice from a female cultivator of the moon-plucking sect suddenly came from outside, reporting, "Sect Master, 5th Senior Sister, is in trouble." Lu Zhao's eyes were fixed on Fan Xuan the entire time. Hearing the voice outside, Lu Zhao calmly uttered 2 words, "Too bad." Then, he turned and left. As soon as Lu Zhao exited the North Pavilion, he saw Xiaoyanhe standing outside anxiously. "Master, hurry, hurry! 5th Senior Sister has gone crazy!" The door closed again, and the room went pitch black. In the darkness, one couldn't see their fingers. The red light flashed in Fan Xuan's eyes again. Outside, Lu Zhu shook his head, his face calm. "Don't panic." The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, headed towards the Emerald Abyss cave on the back mountain. When they arrived at the cave entrance, Lu Zhao saw that many female cultivators from the moon-plucking sect had gathered outside, and even Elder Hua Wudao was standing nearby observing. Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng stood guard like fierce gods. Hua Wudao sighed. "I never thought there would still be such evil techniques in this world. It's witchcraft indeed. Leave it to the skillful hands of the moon-plucking sect's female cultivators." Ming Shiyin asked, "Elder Hua, do you have a way to save her?" Hua Wudao shook his head and said, "Could you save her? I'm afraid only the sect master can." As soon as he finished speaking, the female cultivators of the moon-plucking sect simultaneously bowed and paid their respects. "Sect master," Hua Wudao quickly turned around and cupped his fists. "Sect master, there's no need for formalities." Lu Zhao waved his sleeves and entered the Emerald Abyss cave. With his hands behind his back, Zhao Yue was running around inside the cave like a madwoman. Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng released soft astral energy to press against the cave walls to prevent her from harming herself. But before they arrived, Zhao Yu had already smashed her head against the cave walls until her face was bruised and her hair was disheveled. The red lotus flower between Zhao Yu's eyebrows became even more enchanting. Ming Shiyin then said, "Master, 5th Junior Sister is being controlled by witchcraft. Please, Master, take action quickly." Duanmu Sheng added, "Junior Sister Zhao Yue's crime does not deserve death. Please, Master, show mercy." Lu Zhao glanced around and said, "This situation today is a result of her own actions. If Zhao Yu had obediently stayed on Golden Court Mountain, how could she have encountered such a thing today?" Zhao Yue's mind was no longer clear. Her expression was ferocious, and she roared madly at anyone she saw. "I want to kill you! I want to kill you!" Ming Shiyin bowed and said, "5th Junior Sister's mind is no longer clear. She's spouting nonsense. Who knows what kind of bizarre witchcraft has made her like this?" This disciple asked Pan Zong. Pan Zong said that only the caster of the witchcraft can dispel it. Otherwise. But I refuse to believe it. Please, Master, take action. At this moment, Zhao Yu lunged at Lu Zhao. "Kill! Kill!" Although Zhao Yu's cultivation was sealed, how could Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng allow Zhao Yu to do this? The 2 immediately activated their vital essence to stop Zhao Yue. 2 vines appeared and tightly bound her. Lu Zhao then asked, "Where is Pan Zhong?" A female cultivator standing outside the cave replied, "He went to the West Pavilion to find books related to witchcraft." Hua Wudao said, "What Pan Zhong said is basically correct. This witchcraft is extremely evil. It can bewitch people's hearts and even control her as a puppet. Fortunately, Zhao Yue's will is strong, and her cultivation foundation is not bad, so she has managed to hold on until now." The red lotus flower between Zhao Yu's eyebrows was even more radiant, very obvious, and her eyes were bright, but lifeless. Lu Zhao frowned. He looked into Zhao Yu's lifeless eyes and saw that she had completely lost control, so he raised his hand and said boldly, and then unleashed a palm strike towards Zhao Yue's head.
Lu Zhu's current cultivation was only the 8 Meridian Sea of Vastness realm, but when the vital energy vibrated, no one doubted him, because everyone was worried about Zhao Yu. Lu Zhao guided his vital energy into Zhao Yu's meridians. Her 8 extraordinary meridians were completely controlled by the power of witchcraft. Unlike Ming Shi Yin, Zhao Yu's entire body was filled with the power of witchcraft.
Lu Zhao noticed that the power immediately attacked his vital energy. The 8 Meridian Sea of Vastness realm cultivation seemed incredibly weak at this moment. The vital energy that had just been mobilized was completely devoured by the power of witchcraft. Zhao Yue suddenly opened her eyes, a strange smile spreading across her face. "Finally found you, old man." Hua Wu Dao was drenched in sweat. Those witchcraft techniques even followed the meridians and entered the pavilion master's palm, desperately eroding.
Lu Zhao, his voice deep, unleashed a palm strike. The extraordinary power of the heavenly script rumbling, Zhao Yu was sent flying backward by the palm strike. Ming Shi Yin was startled to see that Zhao Yu might be in danger.
Immediately afterward, Ming Shi Yin rushed to support Zhao Yu. Ming Shi Yin's gang energy blocked behind her so that she would not hit the rock wall. Lu Zhao continued to unleash a palm strike, not knowing whether it was because of his idea or because he himself felt danger. The state when comprehending the heavenly script suddenly appeared. His mind was clear, his heart was calm, and the extraordinary power of the heavenly script quickly concentrated on his palm, as if following his command. His palm suddenly became as cold as holding a block of ice.
Zhao Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, the bright red lotus on her forehead gradually dissipated. She laboriously raised her head, a strange smile appearing at the corner of her lips, and said to Lu Zhao, "Old man, you're really ruthless."
The inside of the cave became extremely quiet. Ming Shi Yin and Duan Musheng didn't know whether to help Zhao Yue up or not. After all, her saying those 2 sentences just now was no different from insulting their master.
Thump. Zhao Yue completely fainted, falling face first to the ground. Ming Shi Yin had no choice but to support her. Even so, both Ming Shi Yin and Duan Musheng were very worried about their master, that the old man would be angry because of this. But, Lu Zhao said indifferently, "Take her to the South Pavilion to recuperate."
Yes. Ming Shi Yin hurriedly stepped forward to help Zhao Yue up. The lotus on Zhao Yue's forehead had completely disappeared, and at the same time, the vital energy on her body was automatically circulating. Ming Shi Yin was overjoyed and immediately said, "Master, the witchcraft on junior sister Zhao Yue has been dispelled." Outside, the cave became noisy and chaotic. The group of female cultivators revealed unbelievable expressions. Hua Wu Dao said in surprise, "The pavilion master can even dispel such evil witchcraft. It truly broadens my horizons." From afar, Pan Zhong ran over carrying a pile of books. He was panting as he searched. Found it, found it. All the classics related to witchcraft are here." Pan Zhong looked blank. "Oh, it's already over." Everyone rolled their eyes. "If we waited for you to arrive, the sun would have already set." Zhao Yu was taken back to the South Pavilion by 2 female cultivators. Ming Shi Yin and Duan Musheng stepped to Lu Zhu's side. "Master, was junior sister Zhao Yue controlled by someone just now?" Ming Shi Yin was still afraid. Lu Zhao replied, "Controlling people's minds through witchcraft." Hua Wu Dao slowly walked over, clasping his hands to Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao asked indifferently, "Elder Hua, do you have any suggestions? The witchcraft on Zhao Yu has been dispelled, so this person probably won't make any moves in the short term." When the pavilion master dispelled the witchcraft, the caster wanted to regain control, but was backlashed.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard. "Elder Hua, you understand this person well," Hua Wu Dao sighed. "I've only heard of them." Lu Zhao stared directly at Hua Wu Dao. "This old man wants to know, you'd rather stay here than reveal the second prince. Is it truly only for the stability of the great Yan Empire, or for some other reason?"
Hua Wu Dao's expression changed slightly. Then he shook his head and said, "These things, I'm afraid only the sect leader and the second prince know."
Lu Zhao looked at him. "So, the Yun sect is indeed secretly colluding with the royal family."
Hua Wu Dao's face turned red. Xiao Yange, Duan Musheng, and Ming Shi Yin all kept an eye on the strange expression of the bald old Hua Wu Dao.
Lu Zhao said to Xiao Yanye, "Send a letter to Jiang Aijian. This old man will give him a good sword so that he must come to receive it," Xiao Yanye said. "Disciple will send a letter to Jiang Aijian." Speaking of Jiang Aijian, Hua Wu Dao pondered. He had some impression of this person, Jiang Aijian, a swordsman but just a low-level cultivator. Why is he being valued so much by the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Shortly after Xiao Yue was brought back to the South Pavilion, she woke up.
A female cultivator exclaimed in surprise. Fifth Sea, you're awake.
Familiar surroundings and memories flooded her mind.
What happened to me? Wasn't I in the Jade Repentance Cave?
Xiao Yu struggled to sit up. She muttered.
Could it be? What exactly happened?
The female cultivators of the moon-watching sect recounted the whole story to her.
Hearing this, Xiao Yu couldn't believe it and asked again, You're saying that my master herself lifted the witchcraft seal for me?
The female cultivator quickly replied.
Yes, the pavilion master shattered the witchcraft with just one palm strike.
Another female cultivator from the moon-watching sect, while preparing hot water for her, added,
That witchcraft was extremely terrifying. It's fortunate that third senior brother and fourth senior brother arrived in time.
Xiao Yue sighed softly.
She tried to mobilize her vital energy in her dantian, but even a slight movement caused her immense pain.
Fifth seat.
The witchcraft seal has just been lifted. It's best if you rest for a while. There's no need to rush your cultivation and vital energy recovery. You'll recover eventually. I'll help you bathe and change clothes.
Xiao Yue nodded in agreement. Half a day later, within the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Lu Zhu heard 2 system notifications. Triggered. Lifting the witchcraft seal for Xiao Yu. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Triggered. Completed quest to investigate the truth of Fish Dragon Village. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Lu Zhao propped his chin with one hand, pondering, I need to find other ways to accumulate merit points in the future. Just as Lu Zhuhao was thinking, a female cultivator from the moon-watching sect slowly entered the main hall. Pavilion Master, Jiang Aijian, is seeking an audience at the foot of the mountain. Let him come up, yes. Zhao Yan'er, Ming Shiyin, and Duanmu Sheng rushed over upon hearing the news. A moment later, Jiang Aijian was led by a female cultivator of the moon-watching sect to the outside of the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. Along the way, Jiang Aijian curiously looked around, glancing left and then right. Jiang Aijian kept asking, Hey, when did you guys join the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Is this place scary?
He even had a blade of grass in his mouth. I heard this is a den of devils. Aren't you guys scared at all? Who knew the Demon Heaven Pavilion would have so many women? Trisk, Tusk. This tree root isn't bad. This bluestone table is pretty too.
It wasn't until he reached the entrance of the hall that Jiang Aijian regained his composure and slowly walked inside.
Ming Shiyin asked. This guy is Jiang Aijian. Without a word, Xiao Yan'er kicked Jiang Aijian hard. That's him. His skin is so thick, thicker than his butt. Jiang Aijian was equally quick-witted. I dodged. Whoosh! Almost got hit.
Duanmu Sheng remained silent, pondering. Master values him so much, he must have something special about him. Jiang Aijian walked up to everyone, feeling a little uneasy, and waved his hand, saying, Old senior, you've gathered such a large group, it makes me a little uncomfortable. Hurry, give me that good sword, so I can hurry down the mountain.
Lu Zhao stroked his beard calmly. Jiang Aijian.
At this moment, Jiang Aijian's face brightened like a flower. Old senior, what are your instructions? Lu Zhao slowly replied. Sit down. Let's talk slowly. Jiang Aijian grew increasingly uneasy. No need, we've known each other for a long time. Just give me the sword, I'll leave right away.
Lu Zhao casually waved his hand, and a female cultivator from the moon-watching sect presented a longsword to Jiang Aijian.
Jiang Aijian took the longsword in his hand, then held it up high to examine it carefully. Just as he raised it, before he could examine it for long, tang, the longsword snapped in two.
Jiang Aijian looked in shock at the broken sword in his hand. Then he howled. No way, old senior. This is the awesome sword you dragged me all the way here for.
Ming Shiyin chimed in. This sword is the best we have in the Evil Sky Pavilion, made from top quality, 1,000-year-old wood. The carvings, master craftsman stuff.
Jiang Aijian just froze for 3 seconds. Then Duanmu Sheng, all macho, added,
Every disciple in the Evil Sky Pavilion used this to learn and practice swordsmanship. Sword Devil Yu Shengrong used it to kill 1,000 enemies. Jiang Aijian was speechless. This was clearly a wooden mallet sword, and they were talking like it was the real deal. Who could he even complain to? Jiang Aijian's eyes pleaded with Lu Jiao. Old senior, my heart is freezing right now, so cold. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "This sword is indeed a good sword. You don't want it," Jiang Aijian said, feeling wronged. "Old senior, you said you hated people who go back on their word the most. This wooden sword, even if you praise it to the heavens, it's still not a treasure. I love swords, but I'm not stupid. I just can't accept this one." Lu Zhao, with his eyes closed, asked back, "Jiang Aijian, really? You don't want it?" He quickly replied, "Don't want it." "Then," Lu Zhao said coldly, "then you'll have to pay for it." Jiang Aijian's face froze. He didn't know how to respond. Lu Zhao stood up abruptly, casually saying, "This sword is an extremely precious treasure to our evil sky pavilion, yet you destroyed it. If you don't compensate us..." Lu Zhao didn't finish his sentence. Ming Xiyin's separation hook and Duan Musheng's overlord spear emitted a flickering light, while Xiao Yanhe held a huge spiked mace, all three putting on their most menacing faces, ready to end Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian swallowed hard, took a step back, and waved his hands. Don't, I'll compensate. I'll pay. How much?" Ming Xiyin chuckled. "How can you compare it to money? So tell me, what should we do? Or should I find a woodcarver to replicate another one for you to compensate?" Ming Xiyin added. "That wouldn't do. It must be the original wooden sword." Jiang Aijian casually tossed away the remaining half of the wooden sword and brushed his hands off. "I get it. Old senior's playing games with me. Just get to the point." Lu Zhao slowly rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked down the steps. He stopped in front of Jiang Aijian. "I prefer talking to smart people," Jiang Aijian thought to himself. "If I were smart, I wouldn't have been played by you so many times. Using me to get rid of obstacles in the palace? Jiang Aijian, you're the first person who dares to flaunt your power in front of me?" Hearing Lu Zhao say this, Jiang Aijian's expression changed. He immediately retreated 3 or 4 steps, his eyes widening, sweat beading on his face. Jiang Aijian's expression changed. He immediately retreated 3 or 4 steps, and then turned to run away. Outside the main hall, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly appeared. Walking in, Jiang Aijian, desperately trying to escape, bumped into Hua Wudao. He fell backward, crying out, "Ah, it hurts!" At this moment, the moon-gazing sect's female cultivators stood in a line, blocking the entrance to the evil sky pavilion's main hall. Beneath the old man Hua Wudao's feet was a rotating bagua diagram, and 6 glowing, golden seal characters flickered around him. Jiang Aijian looked up, startled and panicked. "Yun sect's Hua Wudao?" Jiang Aijian then changed the subject by pretending to cry, waving his hands repeatedly. "Old senior, you misunderstand. It's all a misunderstanding." Seeing this, Xiao Yanhe immediately pointed her spiked mace forward, her big eyes wide with excitement. Quick! Close the door! Let's see where he runs now. Senior brothers, catch him and beat him up." Jiang Aijian panicked. "Oh heavens, my grandma, I have no grudges with you people. Don't do this. No need for swords and blades," Lu Zhao said calmly. "Everyone, step back. Yes." The moon-gazing sect's female cultivators returned to their original positions, and Ming Xiyin and Duan Musheng also withdrew their weapons. The celestial halo around Hua Wudao disappeared in an instant, and he cupped his hands at Lu Zhao, saying, "This is Jiang Aijian, known as a sword fanatic to the bone. Famous in the cultivation world, one of the 3 great sword maniacs." Jiang Aijian felt embarrassed and wanted to hide, then raised an eyebrow. Lu Zhao said, "All empty names. Empty names." Lu Zhao shook his head. "The name Jiang Aijian is just to hide from other people's attention. Who would have thought that such a carefree and unconstrained person in the cultivation world is actually the 3rd prince of the Great Yan Empire?" The main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion fell completely silent. Lu Zhao's words shocked everyone. Ming Xinyin thought to himself, that kind of cowardly, smooth-talking, and eccentric person, how could he be the 3rd prince of Great Yan? Next, Duan Musheng thought, looking at him from top to bottom, where does he look like someone from the royal family? Xiao Yan'er's eyes were wide, her expression very cute, but she was still as reckless as ever, thinking, is Master's eyesight failing? The disciples didn't believe it, but no one dared to say it out loud. The female cultivators then asked, "Jiang Aijian, why are you blushing?" Jiang Aijian was stunned at first, then said, "Old senior is joking. How could I, looking like this,
be the third prince.
Lu Xiao didn't expect him to admit it directly, only saying casually, "My rebellious disciple Ye Tiangxin spent 5 years investigating the case files in the palace. The mastermind behind that case is me, but you're just a loose cultivator. How could you have found out?" Jiang Aijian replied. "I did say that I have friends in the palace. What kind of friends can mobilize forces to investigate such confidential matters?" This time, it wasn't Lu Zhao who spoke, but Hua Wudao, who had entered the main hall. Jiang Aijian was speechless, and simply lowered his head in silence. Hua Wudao cupped his hands in salute. "Hua Wudao pays respects to your highness." Facing Hua Wudao's salute, Jiang Aijian didn't know what wire he touched, but unconsciously put his hands in his pockets, and replied, as a habit, "You are excused." Lu Zhao thought Hua Wudao was originally from Yun sect, not used to the annoying etiquette of the orthodox path. Suddenly realizing he had said the wrong thing, he immediately slapped his thigh, then put his hands on his head, his mouth open, stammering, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding." "Very well." Hua Wudao stood up straight respectfully.
Lu Zhao nodded, saying, "I have plenty of time. I'm not afraid you won't admit it." Jiang Aijian sighed. "It's a waste that I worked so hard to send messages to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Old senior, you're doing this to me. I'm very wrong." Ming Shiyin spoke up. "Stop talking nonsense. You're already a prince, so the Evil Sky Pavilion eliminating obstacles is also eliminating your obstacles." This meant that he was taking advantage of the Evil Sky Pavilion. No one has ever had such audacity before. Even the underworld sect's leader, Yu Zhanghai, didn't dare to take advantage of the Evil Sky Pavilion when he wanted to expand his influence.
Yet Jiang Aijian dared to do it.
Jiang Aijian kept waving his hands like a madman. "Wronged, I tell you, utterly wronged. I told the old senior before. I loathe all that backstabbing and scheming in the palace. The whole, you trick me, I deceive you jazz. That's why I bounced from the royal court, ditched all that messy drama. Even if the old senior clears out all the obstacles, there's no way I can go back to being a prince." Hua Wudao asked, "Your Highness, then why do you still keep in touch with people in the palace?" At this, Jiang Aijian sighed again, this time with extra drama. "Sure, I'm a prince and all, but I've got a few close buddies. Don't laugh, but what I really crave is a normal dude's life. But in this great Yan world, trying to be yourself is like trying to catch smoke. I had no choice but to go by the alias Jiang Aijian and become a free and easy loose cultivator," Hua Wudao said respectfully. "The 3 great sword maniacs are all nascent soul realm experts. For a loose cultivator like your highness to have such cultivation, it truly commands respect."
Jiang Aijian plopped down and replied with a frown, "All just empty titles." Lu Zhao said coolly. "Well said," Lu Zhao continued. "If you're so selfless, why did you sell out your royal brother?" Jiang Aijian was so startled he broke out in a cold sweat. The mastermind behind the Yulong village incident was the second prince. You, as the third prince, didn't protect your own brother, and even stabbed him in the back. You say you're selfless. Who's gonna buy that? All eyes locked onto him. The scene was no different from a criminal being interrogated in court, and Jiang Aijian was the one in the hot seat. He sighed and said, "The most heartless and ungrateful people in this world are the princes in the royal family. Aside from all the formal etiquette, all that's left is power and status." "Where's the so-called brotherhood?" Lu Jiao stroked his beard, getting back to the main point. "Do you know why this Siat wants to investigate the Yulong village matter?" Jiang Aijian asked suspiciously. "Because of your 6th disciple," Lu Jiao shook his head. "It's not just that. Do you know Ding Fangqi?" Hearing the name Ding Fangqi, Hua Wudao frowned. "Ding Fangqi is one of our cloud sect people." No sooner had he spoken than Ming Shiyin cut him off. "Elder Hua, mind your current status and tone. Ding Fangqi impersonated a tutor and caused trouble everywhere, tarnishing the reputation of tutors and the Evil Sky Pavilion. According to our rules, he should have been chopped into 8 pieces and fed to the wild beasts long ago." Hua Wudao's face flushed red, and he didn't dare say another word. He had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion before the Cloud Sect elder who had left, Jiang Aijian, leaned back in his chair and said casually, "I heard Ding Fangqiu told this Sid that the real purpose of the Yulong village massacre was to find a special bone." Jiang Aijian scratched his head. "Is that so?" "Jiang Aijian, do you think this Siat is that easily fooled? Lu Zhao's eyes turned cloudy, staring intently at Jiang Aijian, making him feel utterly embarrassed. Old senior, you already know, so why bother asking? This statement was basically his confession. Lu Zhao asked again. Over the past 10 years, people in the palace have been dredging for sunken corpses in the Dutian River. In your opinion, is this feasible? What is that special bone? Jiang Aijian looked around, seemingly very concerned that there were many people listening. Lu Zhao said casually. You should be clear. Things have reached this point, so hiding anything is pointless. Jiang Aijian lowered his head towards Lu Zhao, dropping his nonchalant attitude, and said seriously, I have no reason to deceive the old senior. To be honest, I left the palace many years ago. I'm afraid many people have already forgotten about a prince like me. The few friends I have left in the palace aren't many, and give it a few more years. Perhaps the third prince will no longer exist in this world. To investigate the Dutian River incident, 2 people were hacked to death by random blades. Of course, that's because their skills weren't up to par, no one else is to blame. The main hall fell silent again. Jiang Aijian continued. My second royal brother is inherently cruel and not suitable to be the ruler of a country, Lu Zhao said. This seat believes you. Thank you, old senior. There are still many exciting and new stories in the channel's playlist, and this little sister will keep updating them. Everyone, please click on the playlist and show your support for little sister. If you want to watch individual stories, please click on the link in that story's description. It's already late at night, and little sister has been working her fingers to the bone. If you like any of them, a like and a comment will make everyone happy. Lu Zhao calmly asked. Jiang Aijian, in your opinion, is that special bone the bone of Bai Min? Jiang Aijian muttered, Bai Min? Immediately after, Jiang Aijian shook his head. There's a rumor in the palace that Bai Min's bones can break the great tribulation of lifespan. But I don't think so. If that were true, what would be the point of dredging for bones for the past 10 years? Over the past 10 years, they've dredged up so many of Bai Min's bones, and yet no one has succeeded. It's clear that the story about Bai Min's bones breaking the lifespan tribulation is just baseless talk. That's why, over the past 10 years, the focus has shifted from dredging Bai Min's bones to paying attention to other things. Old senior, I've said what needs to be said. Indeed, I do have some selfish motives, Jiang Aijian said frankly. That good sword, I don't need it either. Lu Zhao shook his head. This seat has said it before. This seat detests those who don't keep their promises the most. Having promised you, I must naturally fulfill it. Lu Zhao slowly raised his hand, gently manipulating a golden object wrapped in soft gang qi, which flew towards Jiang Aijian. Everyone's eyes were glued to the golden object, filled with curiosity. What treasure would the master of the evil sky pavilion bestow? The object landed in Jiang Aijian's palm. This wasn't a sword at all. It looked like a small golden token. But then, Jiang Aijian's eyes widened with excitement. Excellent! A royal token! Lu Zhao replied calmly. That's right. The good sword this Siet is giving you is this royal token. A token is a good sword? Everyone was completely bewildered. Jiang Aijian scratched his head. This thing would be very useful if given to someone in the palace, like, Old Senior is giving it to me? Isn't that a waste? Someone like me is terrified of death. How would I dare use this toy to command others? Lu Zhao replied. This item is nominally a royal token, but in reality, it's also the key to the palace's inner treasury. Otherwise, why would the royal family have maintained its value and had people search for it everywhere for so many years? Jiang Aijian fiddled with the token for a moment, then suddenly, snap, it can actually be broken. The token broke into 2 pieces, revealing a golden box and the key to the palace's inner treasury underneath. Jiang Aijian was instantly shocked upon hearing this, and not only him, everyone standing there was surprised that this token had another use. Jiang Aijian lamented, Old Senior, if that's the case, you're harming me. This innocent man is carrying a treasure that will bring him trouble. If the people in the palace know I have this, wouldn't I become their target? This item is most suitable for you. You are a prince, and you love swords. Only you can get close to the inner treasury. Don't rush to refuse. Let me tell you, I've got a real treasure hidden away. A sword called the Dragon's Roar. The name of the sword made Jiang Aijian's eyes pop wide open. Dragon
Dragon's Roar Sword.
Jiang Aijian's voice trembled, like he couldn't believe his ears. Hua Wudao was just as shocked, blurting out, "The Dragon's Roar Sword, that legendary heaven-rank weapon that shook the world centuries ago. Its sharpness surpasses even other swords of the same rank. Cultivators have been hunting for it forever, but it vanished from the cultivation world. To think it's been hiding in the palace this whole time? No wonder, no wonder." Little Yaner tilted her head, all curious.
Elder Hua. Is it really that good? Hua Wudao launched into an explanation. Of course, among heaven-rank weapons, it's considered a divine weapon. Heaven-rank weapons usually need to be claimed by a master to unleash their full power. But the Dragon's Roar Sword is different. To this day, it hasn't found a true master. Everyone who's ever wielded it has failed to claim it. Everyone gasped.
"So you're saying the Dragon's Roar Sword hasn't even reached its full potential yet?" Little Yanjur piped up with a hint of jealousy. "You mean it could be even stronger than heaven-rank weapons?" Hua Wudao replied. "There's never been a weapon that transcends the heaven rank, but it's safe to say it's just as good as other heaven-rank weapons." Hearing that, Little Yanker immediately pointed her mace at Jiang Aijian. "Master, we can't give him this weapon. It's too good for him."
Jiang Aijian hurriedly shoved the royal token into his chest, looking pathetic.
No, senior, I really like this thing. You can count on me. I'll work even harder from now on, I promise."
"Well then, I'm quite satisfied with this item. This trip was worthwhile. I'll take my leave now, girl. Stop glaring at me." With a wave, he quickly made his way out of the Demon Sky Pavilion's main hall. Lu Zhao's voice boomed.
"Jiang Aijian, old senior, no need to see me off, I know the way." Jiang Aijian retreated while tightly clutching the royal token. Afraid little Yangir might chase after him, Lu Jiu continued.
"Relay a message for me." Jiang Aijian stopped in his tracks.
"Please, old senior."
Lu Zhu's voice was calm and collected. "Wei Zhuoyan is a criminal in the massacre at Dutian River. I hope he will come and plead guilty." His words brought silence to the entire hall. You could hear a pin drop. Jiang Aijian responded, a bit shaken. "Oh, old senior, are you joking? Wei Zhuoyan controls a massive army. He's a high-ranking official. Asking him to plead guilty will cause chaos. Besides, his cultivation is incredibly high. Rumor has it he's comparable to the Black Knight commander Fan Xuan. He has too many supporters in the palace. Asking him to admit his crimes is harder than reaching the heavens." Lu Zhao leaned back in his chair. "Those in high places will never admit their mistakes. I understand that. Unfortunately, I don't like it."
Jiang Aijian turned to face Lu Zhao. "You aren't afraid of offending the second prince and creating more enemies for Golden Court Mountain?" he added. "I know the Demon Sky Pavilion is strong, but this land still belongs to the Emperor. The cultivation world wouldn't be as stable as it is today without the imperial family. They must have some tricks up their sleeves." Lu Zhao shook his head. "You're wrong." Jiang Aijian jumped. "Huh?" Lu Zhao dropped the bomb. "It's inevitable. Wei Zhuoyan will die. I'm simply giving him a choice in how he dies." Jiang Aijian hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Aijian said, "I will make sure he gets your message." Lu Zhao nodded. "See him out." "Yes." Jiang Aijian added. "Before I go, I must ask, how did you see through my identity, old senior? My information-gathering skills alone aren't enough." Lu Zihao indifferently waved his hand without a word, signaling the female cultivator from Moon Reflection Palace to escort him away. Jiang Aijian didn't get an answer and didn't dare push it. He sighed and said, "You must have been in the palace before, old senior. How else would you have gotten this royal token?" Jiang Aijian chuckled. "Oh well, it's not important. Farewell." He turned and left. Ming Xinyin bowed and asked, "Master, that man is so unrestrained and undisciplined. He doesn't seem like a prince. I think he has some talent. Should we try to keep him here?" Lu Zhao casually replied, "No need. He's meant for something else." Hua Wudao bowed. "Pavilion Master, may I say something?" Lu Zhao's tone turned serious. "Hua Wudao, remember your place. My tolerance has limits." Hua Wudao immediately lowered his head respectfully. "I wouldn't dare." Ming Shiyin, Duan Musheng, and Little Yanhir all stared at Hua Wudao. Ming Shiyin chuckled. "Elder Hua, you're no longer from the Cloud Sect. You're an elder of the Demon Sky Pavilion now. Many would kill for this position. But if you want to change your mind, you can always leave. Think carefully before you decide whether you want to be a friend or foe of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Duanmu Sheng lifted his overlord's spear and slammed it into the ground. Bang! Bang! The newly laid bluestone floor shattered from the impact. He roared, "You have ulterior motives! Death!" Hua Wudao's face fell.
After a long silence, he realized his attitude had been problematic. "I apologize for my abruptness." Lu Zhao coldly glanced at Hua Wudao. If he hadn't seen that Hua Wudao had 50% loyalty, he wouldn't have forgiven him for speaking up for Ding Fangqi earlier. Seeing his stiff expression, Lu Zhu casually said,
"The Six Harmony seal is strong, but it's not perfect yet." Hua Wudao was a cultivation fanatic. As soon as he heard that, he immediately straightened up and clasped his hands. "Pavilion Master, please enlighten me." Lu Zhao stood up and asked.
"Hua Wudao, how many leaves have you opened on your avatar? You haven't improved in 20 years. Still a 6-leaf mystic."
Xin Yin and Duanmu Sheng were astonished. No wonder they couldn't break Hua Wudao's defense, even with alternating attacks. A powerhouse of this caliber wouldn't even need the Six Harmony seal. Their protective ki alone was impenetrable to them. Lu Zhao stroked his beard calmly and said to Hua Wudao, "The Northern Pavilion has records of the Six Harmony seal and the Six-Leaf Avatar. Elder Hua is free to peruse them."
Everyone says that the Dark Sky sect hides countless treasures. Be it their manuals or weapons, they are all highly sought after by cultivators. Some time ago, the Righteous One sect and the Heavenly Sword sect took advantage of the shattered barrier to ransack the place. All for these treasures. Hua Wudao's eyes lit up as he respectfully thanked, "Sect leader!" Silence returned to the main hall. A female cultivator from the Moon Reflection Palace slowly approached and lowered herself. "Sect leader, palace master," Ming Shiyin roared.
"There is no palace master here. Ever since they entered the Dark Sky sect, these female cultivators have been as loud as thunder, following Ye Tiangxin's every command. Duanmu Sheng had wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time." The female cultivator flinched and quickly nodded. Ye Tiangxin requests an audience with the sect leader."
Lu Zhao then asked, "What is it? Ye Tiangxin is unconscious, and I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left."
Lu Zhao waved his sleeve. Ignoring the female cultivator, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight out of the hall. Xiao Yaner, Ming Shiyin, and Duanmu Sheng followed closely behind. Before long, Lu Zhao arrived at the Southern Pavilion. A few female cultivators waiting at the entrance of the Southern Pavilion saw Lu Zhao appear and all knelt down. "Greetings, sect leader." Lu Zhao ignored them and went directly to the place where Ye Tiangxin was being held. Reaching the door, he gently waved his sleeve, and the door was pushed open by his kie. Ye Tiangxin was lying on the bed, her face pale, her skin and hair completely white. The two female cultivators in the room hurriedly retreated and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, sect leader." Ye Tiangxin laboriously raised her head. Seeing that it was her master who had come, she quickly sat up, slid to the ground, knelt down, and said in a low voice, Master." Lu Zhu's expression was indifferent. "You know everything. This disciple knows she is laden with sins, and there is no way to redeem herself. See you, cough, cough." Ye Tiangxin suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The female cultivator beside her quickly helped her up. "This disciple has a request." Seeing that Lu Zhu said nothing, Ye Tiangxin had no choice but to bravely continue. "This disciple wishes to personally stab Wei Zhuoyan to death, to avenge the annihilation of my entire clan in Yulong village. And then, this disciple begs for death to atone to you." Hearing this, Lu Zhao indifferently looked at her, stroking his beard. "Your cultivation has been crippled. How do you plan to personally stab Wei Zhuoyan to death?" Ye Tiangxin's face was extremely ugly this matter, with her current condition, not to mention opposing Wei Zhuoyan, who has extremely high cultivation. She cannot even defeat an ordinary person. If she hadn't always been meticulously cared for by the female cultivators of the Moon Reflection Palace, who knows what she would have become. "Ye Tiangxin," Lu Zhao said indifferently, "patricide and matricide, betraying the Dark Sky sect, committing many evils, tarnishing my reputation. Do you have anything to say?" Ming Shiyin, standing beside him, reached into his master's head. "Old man, you care about your reputation now. It's not just Ye Tianxin who's been causing trouble and tarnishing the Dark Sky sect's reputation. Over the years, the actions of the Underworld Church, Dark Net, and even 8th Senior Brother's Fierce Tiger Gang have all been attributed to the Dark Sky sect.
Ye Tianxin respectfully said, "This disciple has nothing to say."
"Then, I sentence you to die once." "Ah!" Lu Zhao suddenly raised his hand, striking towards Ye Tianxin. This action was too sudden, catching everyone off guard. A gentle wave of qi struck towards Ye Tianxin. Bang! Duan Musheng, Ming Xiyin, and Zhao Yanhe were also too surprised, their mouths agape. The three of them shouted in unison, "Master, master, you can't!" Zhao Yanhe, Ming Xiyin, and Duan Musheng didn't expect their master to suddenly strike.
They cried out in shock instinctively, but it was too late.
If she still had cultivation in her body,
that little bit of qi wouldn't be able to hurt her, but now that her cultivation has been crippled, this palm is enough to take her life. Ye Tianxin was blown away by that surge of qi, and then fell heavily to the ground. Her mouth was full of fresh blood, her eyes wide open. Lu Zhu said calmly, "Help her up." The two female cultivators, scared stiff, replied, "Yes." After regaining their senses, they hurriedly helped Ye Tianxin onto the bed. Lu Zhao waved his hand, walked to the bedside, and looked at Ye Tianxin. There was no trace of primordial qi left in her dantian. Lu Zhao raised his palm, aiming it towards Ye Tianxin's brow. Master, Ming Xiyin, and Duan Musheng knelt down at the same time, but Lu Zhao's palm still descended, but not to punish Ye Tianxin. Instead, that hand slowly rested on her forehead. His primal qi faintly enveloped Ye Tianxin's entire body. A bizarre scene unfolded. Ye Tianxin's skin underwent a transformation, turning jade green, emitting a faint glow, while her hair, arms, and entire body began to turn transparent, then floated in the air. "This is..." Duan Musheng was utterly astonished. Ming Xinyin nodded and said, "That's right, it's the jade body."
Zhao Yanhe, still confused, asked, "Why is Master doing this?" Ming Xiyin glanced around the room, then pulled Duan Musheng and Zhao Yanhe outside. "Let's go out first." Only then did Ming Xiyin let out a sigh, and the three of them sat down outside. Tianxin Shime is truly someone with a hard life. Back then she joined the Devil Sky Pavilion without hesitation. Her talent and cultivation improved at a rapid pace. The massacre of Yulong village became her motivation to cultivate diligently. Tianxin Shime is cold and detached, yet she doesn't hold any resentment toward Master's temperament. Master bestowed upon her the multi-affection pill. The multi-affection pill doesn't symbolize love, but rather hatred, Zhao Yanhe muttered. "I still don't understand." The reason Tianxin Shime has such high cultivation is thanks to the talent of the jade body. The jade body has always had a talent for cultivation. Master's palm strike will likely leave her more dead than alive. More dead than alive is debatable. If Master truly wanted to kill her, he would have done so the moment he brought her back. Why wait until now? Duan Musheng and Zhao Yanquier were shocked. Ming Xiyin continued, "If Tianxin Shime truly dies, it's because she reaped what she sowed. The fate of someone who betrays the Devil Sky Pavilion is like that. If she doesn't die, then her fate hasn't run out." Duan Musheng asked suspiciously, "Are you saying that the jade body has some special life-saving ability?" Ming Xiyin replied, "Perhaps that's the case. I don't know much about the jade body either," Zhao Yanhe pouted. Listening to Shixiang, Tianxin Shiji really is someone with a hard life. Just then, Lu Zhao slowly walked out of the room, his expression utterly calm. The three disciples simultaneously bowed their heads. "Master?" Lu Zhao's gaze swept over them. "Life and death are predetermined. Wealth and status are granted by heaven." Having said those words, Lu Zhu turned and left. Ming Xiyin, uneasy, returned to the room and saw Ye Tianxin lying on the bed. He hurriedly rushed over to check. No aura, no pulse. Ming Xiyin's eyes widened, and he staggered backward. Is she dead? The two female cultivators from Dinyu Palace were crying incessantly, kneeling beside the bed. Ming Xiyin didn't believe it, and circulated his primal qi, pouring it into her 8 extraordinary meridians. Huh? What's going on? No matter how much primal qi he poured in, Ye Tianxin remained like a hard, unyielding rock, blocking all primal qi, preventing it from entering her body. All her 8 extraordinary meridians were sealed.
Jade body, Ming Xinyin hurriedly stopped, turned to the 2 female cultivators, and said in a deep voice, "Before leaving, did Master say anything, leader?" The leader said, "Life and death are predetermined, wealth and status are granted by heaven. Whether or not she can be revived depends on the princess's fortune," Ming Xinyin murmured. "So that's how it is."
At the same time, in the Changning Prefecture General's manor, a soldier presented a letter and reported,
"General, a letter from the palace, with strict instructions that you must open it yourself." Wei Zhuoyan received the letter and, after opening it, read it carefully. After reading the letter, Wei Zhuoyan suddenly slammed the letter onto the table. Bam! Both the letter and the table turned into dust. Wei Zhuoyan's eyes were blazing with anger. "How dare they?" The subordinate cautiously asked. "General, what has angered you so?" Wei Zhuoyan replied. "A small matter." Wei Zhuoyan waved his hand.
"Send a reply on behalf of this general, saying that this general is aware of the matter." "Yes." After the subordinate left, Wei Zhuoyan snorted. "A small sorcerer of a cultivator dares to order this general. How can this be? Men!" "Yes, sir. This general is feeling unwell. Decline all banquets and receptions for me," Wei Zhuoyan said. "And what about His Highness's place? Should I not go there either?"
"Yes, sir." After Lu Zhao returned to the Devil Sky Pavilion, he immediately entered the secret chamber to comprehend the heavenly book. After half a day of comprehension, his mental state became invigorated once more. When Lu Zhao opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon the mysterious box in the corner of the secret chamber. He slightly lifted his right hand, and a saber appeared in his hand. It was the nameless saber. Clang, clang, clang. He swung the nameless saber repeatedly at the box, but only a few small traces appeared on the body of the box, which then quickly returned to its original state.
The durability of the box had exceeded Lu Zhao's understanding.
Could it be that there's a special key of some sort? Lu Zhu noticed a strangely shaped groove on the top side of the box. He controlled the nameless saber, transforming it into the shape and the pattern, and then placed it into the groove. Suddenly, things changed. Whoosh! The nameless saber was shot away. Lu Zhao raised his hand, and the nameless saber flew back into his hand, then disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Several surges of gang qi struck that damnable box. Outside the secret chamber, Ming Xinyin and the others had just approached when they heard the sound of things being smashed from inside the secret chamber. Thump, thump, Xiao Yanxie muttered. "Master is angry again. With so many things happening these past few days, it's normal for Master to be angry."
Xiao Yanxie whispered. "Shixong, is Tiangxin Shiji really okay?" Ming Xinyin replied. "I can't be sure, but Master said it depends on her fate." The 3 of them simultaneously shook their heads. With a whir, the stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened. The 3 of them immediately held their breath, not daring to discuss further. They noticed the skinny old man, their master, casually waving his hand, and a surge of gang qi appeared, carrying a box that flew into the main hall of the Devil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhao hugged the pink box and slowly walked towards them. "Master!" The 3 of them spoke in unison to greet him. "Ming Xinyin," Lu Zhao slowly said. "You are usually considered the most scheming. This box is extremely mysterious. I will temporarily entrust it to you. Try to figure out how to open it." The corner of Ming Xinyin's mouth slightly twitched, looking towards the mysterious box. "Damn it, I like doing simple things like this the most." Disciple obeys. The 3 disciples immediately stood up straight, not daring to be disrespectful. Lu Zhao stepped onto the steps and slowly sat down on the master's seat. Lu Zhao didn't look at them. Instead, he took a sip of milk tea and gradually fell into contemplation. Currently, he has 8,762 merit points. It seems like a lot, but it's completely insufficient to buy the 6 Combine's rebirth dharmic body. He had originally wanted to rely on buying item cards to save his life, but now the item cards have all increased in price. He had no choice but to expend more effort on increasing his cultivation. These disciples of his, although their cultivation isn't bad, it would be too forced to rely on them to carry out the task of killing Wei Zhuoyan. Lu Zhao faintly opened his mouth. "How far has your cultivation progressed recently?" Duan Musheng quickly bowed,
beads of sweat rolling down his face, and replied, "This disciple's heavenly unification art has broken through. I hope to reach the two-leaf dharmic body stage within a month," Ming Xiyin chimed in. "This disciple has a one-leaf dharmic body cultivation."
Lu Zhou stared straight at Ming Xiyin, not hiding anything. After all, this guy clearly hid his cultivation when fighting Zhang Chu. Ming Xiyin quickly said,
"Master, every word this disciple says is the truth. I wouldn't dare hide anything from you." Lu Zhu nodded slightly, looking at Zhao Yanjie standing next to him. "Yanjie, what about you?" Zhao Yanjie's face turned red, and she stammered, "Peak Divine Court Realm." After saying that, Zhao Yanjie immediately knelt down. This disciple will definitely break through to the nascent divinity realm soon. Among the 9 disciples, only Zhao Yanjie was stuck at the divine court realm, and she felt very embarrassed. Lu Zhao didn't pay attention to that. He just felt that the overall strength of the Dark Hall was quite weak. To gain a foothold in the cultivation world, cultivators must at least reach the 5-leaf stage, or even the 6-leaf stage. Right now, the strongest one is Duanmu Sheng, who's about to reach 2-leaf.
The Dark Hall is indeed a bit weak. Ding Fanqiu has a 5-leaf cultivation,
Fan Zhuwen is an 8-leaf, Hua Wudao is a 6-leaf.
A quick comparison shows that his disciples aren't intimidating enough to scare anyone.
Thinking of this, Lu Zhao casually said, "You need to work harder at cultivation." This disciple obeys. The 3 replied in unison, inwardly surprised.
If it were the previous master, how could he care about these things? It would be lucky if he didn't deliberately belittle their cultivation. A female cultivator's voice came from outside the hall. "Zhao Yu requests an audience," Lu Zhao said indifferently. "Let her in." Outside the hall, Zhao Yu and 2 female cultivators slowly walked in. Zhao Yu respectfully knelt on the ground. "This sinner greets master," Lu Zhao calmly said. "Raise your head." Zhao Yue slowly raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Zhao. The golden lotus on her forehead had completely disappeared. Zhao Yue carefully said, "This disciple is grateful for master's grace. Has the witchcraft restriction completely dissipated?" "What's your cultivation level?" Zhao Yue honestly replied. "My cultivation has recovered to 2/10. It will take a month to fully recover." Saying this, Zhao Yu bowed again, kowtowing to the ground. "This disciple knows she was wrong, and begs master to give me a chance to redeem myself." Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng also knelt down at the same time. Zhao Yanhe reacted a beat late. She also knelt down with everyone, her face full of daze. Lu Zhao glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Zhao Yu, this disciple is here." Lu Zhao opened his mouth and said, "This master will give you a chance to redeem yourself." Zhao Yu was overjoyed. "Thank you, master. This disciple will definitely not fail your expectations." Lu Zhu also noticed that her loyalty increased by 15% in an instant. Currently, the Dark Hall's strength is still very weak. Not only must he increase their loyalty, but also their cultivation levels, and also harvest more merit points. The truth about Yu Village has been investigated, and Wei Zhuoyan's matter is not urgent. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou took a sip of milk tea and said, "In the next few days, you will transcribe the cultivation techniques you are currently practicing for this master." Transcribe the cultivation techniques? The group was dumbfounded. Lu Zhao ordered, "Do as I say, and don't have any objections." This disciple obeys. Lu Zhao did this because he couldn't determine whether the disciple's cultivation techniques were complete. That missing part of the memory is very likely related to the disciples. If the cultivation techniques he taught to his disciples are incomplete, it will cause great obstacles in improving their cultivation. Also, put less sugar in the milk tea. It's not good for the teeth. Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes!" Lu Zhu nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve and left. After Lu Zhu left, the 4 looked at each other. Duanmu Sheng scratched his head and asked, "Fourth, you're smart. What is master planning this time? I have no idea." Ming Xiyin hugged the box and studied it. Compared to transcribing the cultivation techniques, he preferred to study this box. Zhao Yue sighed and said, "No matter what, master has really changed a lot." Ming Xiyin continued Zhao Yue's words, "Fifth junior sister is much luckier than Tiangxin junior sister.
Now Tiangxin Jr.'s sister's life and death are unknown. I don't know if she can persevere.
Xiao Yue was surprised when she heard this and asked,
What happened to Tiangxin Jr.'s sister? Ming Shiyin sighed. She has fallen into a state of sleep. Forget it. Don't ask. It's better that Master is thinking about. I can't guess, Duan Musheng asked.
Didn't you say that Master's brain is simple? Even you can't guess. Ming Shiyin widened his eyes and said, Shh. Third senior brother, I didn't say that. Master is very smart. Zhao Yunhe seemed to have understood, and she said loudly,
I know. You dare to say Master is stupid. Ming Shiyin hugged the box and flickered before disappearing. I'm not afraid of opponents as strong as gods, but I'm afraid of teammates as stupid as pigs. Ming Shiyin ran to the quiet back mountain.
He placed the box on a stone and observed it carefully, stroking his chin. This box was completely different from the boxes he had seen before. There were no gaps, no holes, no lids. Completely square and tight. No matter what kind of thing you are, I'll deal with you with a heaven-grade weapons. Ming Shiyin raised his hand, and the separation hook immediately appeared in his palm.
He waved his hand. Clang. Blue magical rays shot out everywhere. Both the separation hook and the box were intact. Without any damage, Ming Shiyin opened his eyes wide, his hand holding the separation hook trembling. So magical. Am I really an idiot? How could something given by Master be simple? Ming Shiyin saw the inlaid holes on the surface of the box, and when the sunlight shone on it, a special pattern appeared on the inlaid hole before his eyes. This pattern kinda looks like my Lai Bi Gao. Under the sunlight, the pattern became extremely clear, and curiosity arose. Ming Shiyin took the Li Bi Gao and placed it on the pattern on the inlaid hole. As a result, the pattern suddenly rotated a bit, and gaps suddenly appeared at the four corners of the box. Then, with a click, the gaps disappeared again, and the box returned to its original appearance.
My Li Bi Gao.
Ming Shiyin was startled and hurried to grab the Li Bi Gao. It's stuck. How is that possible? The youth's scream echoed through the forest. For Ming Shiyin, the Li Bi Gao was the blood and flesh in his heart, and he couldn't allow any mistakes to happen to it. He tried his best to grab the Li Bi Gao, constantly striking out with his primal chi, shattering the rocks beside him. But the Li Bi Gao refused to come out from beginning to end, still stuck in the inlaid hole, not moving at all. No way, Ming Shiyin wanted to cry. Could it be that Master regretted giving me the weapon and deliberately thought of this method to take it back? That doesn't make sense. If Master wanted to take back the weapon, why would he beat around the bush like this? Duan Musheng came over with the Overlord's spear. Junior brother, what are you doing? I've been looking for you everywhere.
Senior brother, I'm afraid I can't practice with you. My Li Bi Gao is stuck. Ming Shiyin pointed painfully at the inlaid hole on the surface of the box. Duan Musheng said disdainfully, It's just a silly box. Step aside a bit. What do you want to do? Step back a little more. Boom! Duan Musheng thrust the spear into the mysterious box, and the tip of the spear vibrated, causing his hands to tremble. The box shattered the stone into pieces and fell to the ground.
Duan Musheng looked back at the undamaged Overlord spear, and then looked at the box, which had no marks on it. Duan Musheng exclaimed, Is it that sturdy?
Senior brother, look. Ming Shiyin pointed to another inlaid hole on the side of the box. Next to the Lai Bi Gao was a spear-shaped pattern. Duan Musheng asked, What is this? Why don't you try inserting the Overlord spear into it? Ming Shiyin had a feeling that this box was particularly fond of heaven-tier weapons. Duan Musheng was an honest person, so he picked up the Overlord spear and stabbed it into the gap next to the Li Bi Gao.
Scratch! Scratch! The pattern suddenly clamped down, and the spearhead of the Overlord's spear seemed to have touched some kind of mechanism, and a gap appeared on the surface of the box. Boom! My weapon. Ming Shinyin's expression changed drastically as the gap shot out two heaven-tier weapons.
Ming Shiyin mobilized his primal chi, and with a grab of his right hand, the Li Bi Gao immediately returned to his hand. The Overlord's spear shot into the air and then fell down, and Duan Musheng grabbed the spear shaft. Duan Musheng exclaimed, Look at this box, it's really weird. The box has 6 sides, and a gap has appeared on one side. Ming Shiyin suddenly realized and said, I understand. This box of masters needs all of our weapons.
We have to put the weapons into the patterns to open it. Under the bright sunlight, the patterns on each side of the box were extremely clear. This is the azure jade saber. This is the evergreen sword. This is the amorous ring. This is the peacock plume.
Ming Shiyin carefully examined each pattern on the box. Duanmu Sheng asked in surprise,
Such a magical box. I wonder which great expert designed it. How would I know? Ming Shiyin nodded slightly. Fortunately, we found a way to open the box. Finding it is useless, though. The peacock plume is in the hands of 7th junior brother, and the azure jade saber and evergreen sword are in the hands of eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother in this world. Who has the ability to make them offer their weapons? I'm afraid no one does. He originally wanted to say, even master can't, but he was afraid of causing trouble, so he swallowed it back.
the words Ming Shiyin wanted to say. Ming Shiyin nodded.
I really don't dare to go find eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother. I'll report back to Master later. Master is still resting. Why don't you practice a bit? Ming Xinyan's voice immediately became choked. 3rd senior brother, I recommended Elder Hua when he was still hiding his strength. You still couldn't break his turtle shell. Great magic, are you willing to admit defeat? Moreover, he is a 6-leaf expert, extremely suitable to be your training target. Duanmu Sheng's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Then I'll go find Elder Hua.
Ming Shiyin sat back in the back mountain, studying the box for a while longer. During this time, Elder Hua, who was lying down sleeping, kept sneezing. In the afternoon, Ming Shiyin carried the box back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Entering the main hall, he saw everyone playing chess. He found that Master, Xiao Yanhe, Zhao Yu, and Ji Feng were all present, and they were engrossed in playing chess. Lu Jiao was sitting with everyone at the chessboard. The pavilion master invented it. It's really fun. The pavilion master must be letting us win, Zhao Yanhe said cleverly. Master, why haven't you ascended yet? Seeing Ming Shiyin come in, he said indifferently. You've come at the right time. Ming Shiyin placed the box on the ground, and then bowed. Master, I have found a method to open this box. Oh, Lu Jiao's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. This disciple is a bit difficult to control, but at crucial moments he works very neatly and efficiently. This box needs 6 weapons to be inlaid into the patterns on each side of the box. Please have a look, Master. Ming Xinyan waved his hand, and the box immediately floated in the air. This is the azure jade saber pattern. This is the evergreen sword. This is the peacock plume. This is the amorous ring. The light in the main hall shone on the box. And as Ming Xinyan said, there were 6 weapon-shaped patterns on each side of the box. Ming Xinyan said with a bit of pride, Master, my weapon and 3rd senior brother's weapon have been attached, and the pattern should open this gap. It seems that 2 more such gaps are needed to open the box. Lu Zhu nodded. Well done. Being praised by Master, Ming Shiyin was overjoyed and said, Thanks for the encouragement, Master. Lu Jiao had thought of this, even trying to use the unnamed sword to transform into a different shape resembling the pattern. But it didn't work. Clearly, the system wouldn't allow Lu Jiao to exploit this loophole. To open the box, you need the jade green saber, the evergreen sword, and the peacock plume. But those bastards have all left the Evil Sky Pavilion, so relying on them is totally unrealistic. Zhao Yue bowed and said, Master, if you want to open this mysterious box, this disciple thinks 4th brother is the best choice. Ming Shiyin was like, Huh? What? Why me? With 3 question marks floating over his head, Lu Zhu asked, Why do you think so? The peacock plume is in 7th brother's hands, and 7th brother is close to 8th brother. With 4th brother's skills, it wouldn't be hard to find 8th brother. Once you find 8th brother, given 7th brother's personality, it'll be easy to contact eldest brother and 2nd brother. This disciple believes they'll also be curious about what's in the box, and they'll figure out a way to open it. Ming Xinyan was still rocking the triple question marks. Lu Jiao stroked his beard nonchalantly. Not bad, Ming Xinyan hurriedly said. Master, we need to discuss this more carefully. Eldest brother and 2nd brother's cultivation is unfathomable. What if they want to kill me and snatch the box? Everyone nodded, feeling that what Ming Xinyan said made sense. Lu Jiao shook his head again. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong may be treacherous disciples, but they're very generous to their junior brothers and sisters. Since the evil sky pavilion started accepting disciples,
There's never been any internal strife. I believe they won't hurt you.
Ming Xinyin wanted to cry. I don't believe it. Meanwhile, everyone around was cheering him on. Ming Xinyin, go for it. Ming Xinyin still wanted to cry.
I don't believe it. Lu Zhao looked straight into Ming Xinyan's eyes. This matter is not up for discussion. Don't disappoint me. Seeing that, Ming Xinyan's heart trembled. He had no choice but to hug the chest, his face full of grievance, and after a pause said, "This disciple obeys." After that, Lu Zhao ordered everyone to dismiss. The disciples shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!"
At this time, Lu Zhao opened the system interface. The task column showed the progress of the task. Open the mysterious chest. Lu Zhao was completely convinced that Ming Xinyin was the most suitable candidate for this action. Only he could maneuver between those treacherous disciples and successfully complete the task. If it were anyone else with a thinner skin, there would be no way to do it. Moreover, in his memory, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shengrong had indeed never done anything wrong to their junior brothers and sisters. Thinking about this, Lu Zhao frowned again.
What exactly made them betray the evil sky pavilion? So headache-inducing. Ming Xinyin left the main hall with the chest in his arms. The female cultivator came in from outside and bowed. "Pavilion master, Ye Tiangxin hasn't changed today." Lu Zhao replied indifferently, "I know." Ye Tiangxin had fallen into a deep sleep, her life or death uncertain.
Xiao Yanhair widened her eyes and asked in a low voice, "Master, is senior sister Tiangxin really not going to die?" "Right?" Lu Zhao truthfully replied.
"I don't know." Xiao Yanhair fed the 3 chickens and asked, "Then if she dies, will master be happy?" As soon as she said this, Lu Zhao reached out and tapped her head, scolding,
"I told you to copy the cultivation methods. How far have you gotten?" Xiao Yanchair touched her head and said with a pout, "I haven't done it yet," Lu Zhao urged. "Then hurry up and do it."
A flying letter? Xiao Yanyer noticed a bird carrying a flying letter in the sky. Xiao Yanyer darted out like lightning. Then she jumped up and caught the bird very neatly.
Not long after, Xiao Yanhair walked in with the flying letter. Lu Zhao didn't blame her anymore, just told her to read it.
"It's a flying letter from Jiang Aijian," Xiao Yanxue read to herself. "Senior, I've passed on your words to Wei Zhuoyan. As expected, Wei Zhuoyan doesn't take it seriously." Lu Zhao nodded, which was also within his expectations. Wei Zhuoyan had risen to his current position, becoming an important official of Great Yan, holding heavy troops in his hands. Suddenly, someone jumped out and told him to give up everything. Of course, that was impossible. Lu Zhao stroked his beard indifferently. The flying letter assumed Jiang Aijian said that this seat already knew about this.
Xiao Yanhair said a little angrily, "Master, this Wei Zhuoyan is so annoying. Should I go down the mountain and kill him?" Lu Zhu asked. "You're only in the divine court realm and you want to assassinate a 7-leaf expert, or even an 8-leaf one." Xiao Yanhair lowered her head, her 2 index fingers poking each other. Wei Zhuoyan commanded the 3 armies. He didn't just rely on his own cultivation. Moving him would have widespread consequences. He wasn't like Fan Xuen. Fan Xuen came from the Black Roll, was a pawn of the Dark Department. Even if Fan Xuen died, the Great Yan imperial family wouldn't care too much. But Wei Zhuoyan was different. Many people wanted him dead, but there were also many people who didn't want him to die.
Xiao Yanhair asked, "So what should we do?" Lu Zhao said calmly, "Don't worry, what I want isn't just Wei Zhuoyan's life."
Half a day later, Ming Xinyin left the evil sky pavilion with the chest in his arms, heading towards Old Eighth's den, Zhu Honggong. A subordinate rushed in hastily and reported, "Chief, it's not good. Someone has infiltrated the mountain stronghold." Zhu Honggong, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, sat up suddenly. Zhu Honggong was startled and hurriedly stood up, shouting in panic, "What's the panic? With this king here who dares to break into Tiger's Roar Mountain?"
At this moment, Ming Xinyin's voice came from outside. "Dad, long time no see. You've become much more imposing."
Ming Xinyin's figure appeared from afar, taking steps of 30 feet, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Zhu Honggong.
Zhu Honggong very cooperatively knelt on the ground. The kingly aura from just now completely gone, Zhu Honggong asked, "Senior brother, why? Why are you here?" Ming Xinyin quickly replied, Why can't I come?
Hearing this answer, Zhu Honggong continued, "Could it be that you've thought it through and want to join my Tiger's Roar Mountain?" Zhu Honggong flattered him. "That's great. From now on, you'll be the chief of Tiger's Roar Mountain, and I'll even give you the title of Madly Praised Evil King. I'll just be the second in command." Ming Xinyin replied, "Cut the crap. Stop it." Then Ming Xinyin put the chest in his hand on the table, sat down unceremoniously, and said, "There's no way I'd leave the Evil Sky Pavilion." I'm here on a mission." Zhu Honggong's heart trembled. "What mission? It's not to clean up the house, is it?" Remembering the encounter with Master near Qingyu Pond, Zhu Honggong was worried sick and broke out in a cold sweat. "I really don't get you. How dare you leave the Great Void Sect with such a small liver?" Ming Xinyin sneered. "You either don't have the cultivation of senior brother, or the courage of second senior brother, or the brains of seventh junior brother, just this pile of fatty meat," Zhu Honggong shamelessly replied. "Senior brother, don't hit me so hard, I'm actually quite smart." "You, old eight," Zhu Honggong grinned and said, "Of course. If it weren't for my smarts, I would have been caught by Master at Qingyu Pond that day." "Keep dreaming," Ming Xinyin rolled his eyes and said, "Master feels like catching you is as easy as flipping his hand, so he's not in a hurry. If it were seventh junior brother, see if he'd show mercy." Zhu Honggong was speechless for a moment. Seeing the chest on the table, he smiled and said, "Fourth senior brother, you're not here to catch me, so what's the matter?" "This little brother will definitely do my best. Please have some tea to warm your belly." Ming Xinyin pointed to the chest next to him. "Master has a mysterious chest that can only be opened with the weapons of seventh junior brother, senior brother, and second senior brother. Seventh junior brother is a dragon whose head you see but not its tail, so I can only come find you. Fourth senior brother, it's just a rotten chest. Just split it in half with a blade," Zhu Honggong said, pulling out a blade from a subordinate's waist. "Watch me. No need for heaven-grade weapons." Ming Xinyin didn't bother to stop him. He sat on the Grand Tutor's chair, gleefully watching the show. Old Eight swung the broadsword in his hand, hacking down on the chest. Sparks flew everywhere, and the blade snapped in two, clanging loudly as it fell, stabbing into the neck of the subordinate carrying tea. Watermelon-colored liquid splashed everywhere. Zhu Honggong stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "Mysterious chest? What kind of chest is this? How is it so hard?" Two other subordinates quickly dragged the corpse away. Watermelon-colored liquid staining the path, Ming Xinyin picked up a bunch of grapes from the table, eating and spitting out the seeds. "If I knew, why would I come looking for you? Fourth senior brother, this junior brother is really upset. The Great Void Sect is declining. The entire cultivation world is waiting for Master's Great Tribulation. The old man is coming. By then, all the treasures in the Great Void Sect will be snatched away. Why don't you take the opportunity?" Ming Xinyin's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Shut up, Thump!" Zhu Honggong knelt down again. Ming Xinyin reprimanded, "You treacherous, unfilial wretch! You left the Great Void Sect, fine, but you dare criticize Master behind his back? Has Master ever wronged you?" Zhu Honggong scratched his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. I've only been beaten and scolded a lot, but there's really no hatred. Do you know how your sixth senior sister is doing, Ye Tiangxin? Sixth senior sister's cultivation has been crippled, her life and death are unknown. Listen to my advice. Don't resist Master anymore." Ming Xinyin's voice turned cold. "I can understand you leaving the Great Void Sect, but if you dare to badmouth him behind his back..." The channel's playlist has a lot of good stories and new stories. Little Sister will update continuously. Everyone, please click on the playlist to watch and support Little Sister. If you want to watch the full story, please click on the link in the description of that story, or click on the channel's playlist and search for the title to watch the whole story you want to watch. Zhu Honggong held up 3 fingers, raising his hand high and swearing to the heavens. "Senior brother, I'm wronged. I'm really wronged. Wronged to death." Zhu Honggong nudged his knees forward half a step and continued. "Since I left the Great Void Sect, I haven't done anything to wrong Master. The last time you asked me to investigate the kidnapping case of the Xu family, I've also found out that it was really someone impersonating the fierce tiger gang to cause trouble, then framing me." Hearing this, Ming Xinyin said, "I never asked about the matter of junior sister's clan members. You volunteered to jump into it." Zhu Honggong looked like he was mourning. "I'm really wrong. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear my name." Ming Xinyin glared at him. "All right, I know the Shu family's matter wasn't done by you. You don't have the guts to do it. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed, his voice flattering. It's still fourth senior brother who understands the reasons. Did Master say anything about me? Master doesn't even bother to look at you. Don't think too highly of yourself,
Ming Shiyin said. Here, he suddenly became serious, returning to the main topic. You've seen the chest. Do you know where seventh junior brother is?
Zhu Honggong chuckled. Fourth senior brother? You're joking. How would I know where seventh senior brother is? However, fourth senior brother can go to Wolong to check. I heard the Darknet headquarters is located there. Ming Xinyin suddenly lowered his voice. Old 8, you weren't this clever before, you want to harm me.
As soon as he finished speaking, applause suddenly came from behind the screen. Si Wuyai gracefully and elegantly appeared before the two. Old 7? Ming Xinyin immediately glared at Old 8. You still dare to say you don't know? Si Wuyai slowly walked in front of Ming Xinyin, bowing in greeting. Greetings, fourth senior brother. Although Si Wuyai was Ming Xiyin's junior brother, his nonchalant demeanor made Ming Xiyin a little uncomfortable. In general, smart people are difficult to grasp. Ming Xiyin preferred to be around people like Zhu Honggong, but he was also a senior brother, doing his duty, so there was nothing to worry about. Old 7, you're really scheming, hiding behind and eavesdropping for so long. Has fourth senior brother said enough? Yes. I've always been at Fierce Tiger Gang. It's normal for senior and junior brothers to live together. I just didn't expect fourth senior brother to honor us with his presence.
Si Wuyai slowly stepped to the left, flicking his robe to the side. Ming Xinyin then said, Since you've heard, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Lend me your peacock plume for a moment. Si Wuyai's gaze fell on the mysterious chest, secretly scrutinizing it. His face showed no emotion, but inside he was surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a bizarre chest. Master has countless treasures. Another strange chest is nothing strange. Si Wuyai coldly said, I can lend you the peacock plume, but there are a few words I sincerely want to say to fourth senior brother. That's not needed. I'm not like you guys. If you've agreed to lend it, that's fantastic. Couldn't be better. Come here, come here. Place the peacock plume into this design. Ming Xinyin was extremely cautious, not wanting to listen to seventh junior brother's bewitching words. Si Wuyai's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained as calm as water. Long time no see. Fourth senior brother is much more careful than before. Having said that, he raised his right hand, and the peacock plume floated in the palm of his hand, spinning 360 degrees.
Old 8 Zhu Honggong was green with envy, muttering to himself, when will I ever get a heaven-grade weapon? Si Wuyai turned his hand and brought the peacock plume to the mysterious wooden chest. If inside the chest is a treasure that could control us, do you still want to open it, senior brother? Ming Xinyin was stunned. Si Wuyai noticed the change on his face, so he deliberately slowed down his movements. Ming Xinyin suddenly raised his hand.
Wait a moment.
What's the matter, fourth senior brother? Ming Xinyin asked. I've always been curious. Why did eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and you suddenly leave the Demon Heaven Pavilion back then? Hearing this question, Si Wuyai calmly retracted the peacock plume and cupped his hands, saying, Fourth senior brother, if someone held a knife to your throat and you had no ability to resist, only to flee, would you run or not? Ming Xinyin was startled, not answering him. Si Wuyai slowly returned to his seat, cheerfully chatting. The Demon Heaven Pavilion has made too many enemies. Ever since the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain, everyone has been waiting for Master's calamity to arrive. At that time, even if eldest senior brother and second senior brother didn't leave, they couldn't stop the countless disasters swarming like locusts. Ming Xinyin snorted. I'm afraid those people aren't even as good as locusts, Si Wuyai said calmly. Are you so confident in Master?
Shut up. Ming Xinyin's voice suddenly rose. He stared unblinkingly at Si Wuyai, rebuking. Seventh junior brother, don't forget your place. Old 8 is momentarily confused and blinded by you. I don't blame him, but you? Shouldn't you be able to distinguish right from wrong? It's very normal for a senior brother to instruct a junior brother.
But, Si Wuyai listened with an indifferent expression, without the slightest fluctuation. Fourth senior brother. If you know I can distinguish black from white, right from wrong, then on what basis do you think the place where I stand is wrong?
You, Ming Xinyin waved his hand, saying,
You're very argumentative, Si Wuyai immediately replied. Fourth senior brother is too kind.
Ming Xinyin continued. No matter what you say, Master has imparted a whole body of cultivation to you. This is a solid fact like iron. Si Wuyai smiled faintly, clapping his hands. It's hard to imagine. It's only been a while since he last saw him, and fourth senior brother is protecting Master so much. Ming Xinyin is too different now compared to before. This is beyond his imagination. Ming Xinyin sat down. I'm not like you. Si Wuyai turned to look at the mysterious wooden chest. Fourth senior brother, if you use the name of senior brother to tell me to open this chest, I will immediately open it without a second word. But if it's for another reason, forgive me for not obeying. Ming Xinyin, who had just calmed down, suddenly burst into anger again. Bam! He slammed his palm, and the table beside him shattered instantly. A swift palm strike carried Gang Qi and struck towards Si Wuyai. Bam, bam, bam. Si Wuyai lightly touched his toes. His whole body gracefully retreated, one hand behind his back, and the other skillfully deflecting Ming Xinyin's Gang Qi. In an instant, the entire mountain stronghold was shaken by the collision of Gang Qil. One person advanced, one person retreated, constantly fighting. Zhu Honggong was stunned, then hurriedly stood up, waving his hands and shouting loudly, Please stop fighting, you two senior brothers. If you continue fighting, my dilapidated camp will be finished. The people of Fierce Tiger Ridge kept retreating, only able to watch from afar. No one dared to intervene. Bam, 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 another 3 consecutive palm strikes. Ming Xiyin struck the Gang Qi protective barrier on Si Wuyai's body. Si Wuyai somersaulted backward, and then stood upright, his face carrying a smile. Fourth senior brother has actually broken through to the nascent soul realm. Congratulations! You are all heinous and rebellious. As your senior brother, I have the responsibility to clean up the sect on behalf of Master. Ming Xinyin stomped his foot hard. Bam! Uff! A footprint appeared. Ming Xinyin, like an arrow, shot straight towards Si Wuyai. Seeing this, Si Wuyai retreated into the air, his whole body as light as a swallow. He still only used one hand to block the palm strikes, preventing Ming Xinyin's Gang Qi from hitting his face. Bam, bam, bam. The collision of Gang Qi completely disregarded the architecture in the room. Seeing this, Zhu Honggong felt a pang of heartache. His heart didn't know how much it hurt, but Zhu Honggong was still devouring a steamed bun, with a tray in his arms below. While eating, Zhu Honggong kept advising, Senior brothers, don't fight anymore. We're all brothers. Why do you have to do this? Si Wuyai heard Old Eight's persuasion and transmitted his voice to Ming Xiyin. Fourth senior brother, you've been on the mountain for a long time. Although you've luckily broken through to the nascent soul realm, your cultivation has been suppressed for too long. You can't do anything to me. You're wrong. The Gang Qi on Ming Xinyin's body suddenly surged. The parting hook in his hand cut through with a bizarre angle. Bam! Almost at the same moment, the peacock plume spread its tail, and thousands of Gang Qi formed hidden weapons glittering with golden light, blocking in front of him. The parting hook, with one blade and one sheath, slammed into it, blasting away those Gang Qi. Although it had spread its tail, the distance was too close. The parting hook gained the advantage. Of course, this was also thanks to Ming Xinyin's sudden attack. The heaven-grade weapons of both sides, after colliding, retreated into the air, their four eyes meeting, not continuing to fight. The Gang Qi disappeared, and the surroundings returned to silence. One of Zhu Honggong's subordinates hurriedly reported, "Campmaster, there's only one cage left. Who knows what this guy is talking about? Never mind him." A look of surprise appeared on Si Wuyai's calm face, his eyes looking at the parting hook in Ming Xinyin's hand. Si Wuyai praised, "Fourth senior brother has not only broken through to the nascent soul realm but also possesses a heaven-grade weapon." Ming Xinyin said indifferently, "Not as good as seventh junior brother who already has the peacock plume." Si Wuyai cupped his hands in a salute. "It's only right for a senior brother to instruct a junior brother. This junior brother was impolite. Please accept my apology, fourth senior brother." Ming Xinyin continued. "No need to apologize." Ming Xiyin snatched back Zhu Honggong's tray of steamed buns. "To open Master's chest, your weapon is needed. Whether eldest senior brother and second senior brother have the keys to open it or not. Quote, opening it, the decision is up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Xinyin also grabbed a steamed bun and devoured it. Then Ming Xinyin also handed the remaining steamed bun to Si Wuyai. Reaching out to take the steamed bun, Si Wuyai asked with great curiosity, "What's inside the chest?" Ming Xinyin replied, "I don't know either, but since Master has valued this chest so much, it shouldn't be an ordinary item." Si Wuyai, while munching on the steamed bun, said, "Aren't you afraid that we'll open this chest and snatch the treasure?" Ming Xinyin replied indifferently. Master has long thought of this point. The last key is the sentiment-severing ring. Junior sister Tiang Xin has been imprisoned by Master. Zhu Honggong looked back at the tray, and there were no steamed buns left, muttering, "The sentiment-severing ring is in Master's hands. That will be the final step to open the chest." Si Wuyai sighed. "I heard second senior brother say before that Master has changed a lot. Whether it's his style of doing things or his way of treating people, his temperament and nature are completely different from before. Now it seems, it's really like that." After sighing, Si Wuyai picked up the peacock spirit and walked towards the mysterious coffer. He examined it for a moment, then said in surprise, "This is indeed a peculiar object, ingeniously designed." Zhu Honggong, relieved that the two had finally stopped fighting, stepped forward. "Finally stopped fighting thanks to my steamed buns. To be praised by the seventh senior brother, this thing must be worth a lot." Si Wuyai knocked on Lao Ba's pig head. "Money grubber, how can this thing be compared with mere money?" Then, Si Wuyai picked up the peacock spirit. He observed the patterns on the coffer's surface, and then found the peacock spirit pattern. Si Wuyai was very careful, not immediately putting the peacock spirit in. He observed for a while and then nodded. "Master is indeed full of wondrous things. The structure of this pattern and slot are linked. If you're not careful, it will get stuck." Having said that, he placed the peacock spirit onto the pattern on the coffer. Click. The coffer emitted a crisp sound. The peacock spirit was bounced back. Although the slot didn't appear, it could be seen that the peacock spirit pattern had disappeared. This shows that the peacock spirit key has worked. Si Wuyai lifted his hand, and the peacock spirit disappeared. Fourth senior brother, are you satisfied? Ming Xinyin didn't bother to be polite with him, just said, "This is what you should do. Besides, I know only you can contact eldest senior brother and second senior brother. I'm entrusting this coffer to you. I'll come back to Lao Ba's place in 7 days to retrieve it." Si Wuyai replied, "I can indeed contact eldest senior brother and second senior brother. There's no place in the world my dark web can't find. But the problem is, eldest senior brother and second senior brother aren't as insightful as I am. I'm afraid this coffer can't be opened." Ming Xinyin retorted, "Are you so afraid that what's inside the coffer is something that will counter your treasures?" "Afraid?" Si Wuyai laughed. "Not to deceive fourth senior brother. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have let the peacock spirit do that just now. That's for the best. I believe eldest senior brother and second senior brother will think clearly." Ming Xinyin casually pushed the coffer to Si Wuyai. "At least Maester is still healthy, which means Maester is still alive. Even if you're no longer in the Devil Sky Pavilion, the old man is still your master. If you really anger Master, even if disaster is about to strike, he'll still send you to the Yellow Springs to accompany him." Si Wuyai coldly pushed Zhu Honggong's face away. "Fourth senior brother, please rest assured I will relay this to eldest senior brother and second senior brother." Ming Xinyin nodded in satisfaction. Si Wuyai didn't resist strongly. Instead, he was very cooperative, which surprised Ming Xinyin a little. Just as he was about to leave, Ming Xinyin suddenly asked, "Lao Qi, were you involved in the kidnapping of the Shu family's people?" Si Wuyai shook his head. "I wasn't." Ming Xinyin, hearing this, said, "I believe you." Si Wuyai calmly replied, "Although we always pursue results in our work, we also have our principles and bottom lines. Since the Devil Sky Pavilion started accepting disciples, there has never been any internal strife. There wasn't before, and there won't be in the future either." Both Si Wuyai and Zhu Honggong cupped their fists and bowed to see Ming Xinyin off. Ming Xinyin waved his hand. "I can only hope so." Swoosh! Ming Xinyin flew away. Lao Ba Zhu Honggong plopped down onto the floor. He wiped the sweat from his face, looked around at the damaged room, and sighed, shaking his head. Si Wuyai remained indifferent, walked back to the Grandmaster chair, and slowly sat down. "Lao back. A shot arrow cannot be turned back. Things have come to this point. We only have one path left, and that is to continue forward." Saying these words, he turned his head to look at the mysterious coffer. "Master has roamed the world for many years. There are probably still many treasures he hasn't taken out. This coffer isn't simple.
Lao Ba got up and went to the coffer's side, examining it for a while. Could it be a weapon? That possibility can't be ruled out. Then why did you agree to open this coffer? Zhu Honggong couldn't understand. Then, Si Wuyai stood up, with his hands clasped behind his back. Si Wuyai said, "This coffer is extremely special. If it isn't opened, this treasure will forever collect dust inside the coffer. Master's great tribulation is approaching. How many years can this treasure still be used? It's better that I open the coffer to let the treasure reappear in the world. Just now, when I and fourth senior brother were fighting, did you see the weapon in his hand?" "I saw it. I'm also annoyed about it. Fourth senior brother has been in the Devil Sky Pavilion all year round. He hasn't comprehended the essence of the Greenwood Heart Sutra. His cultivation base is suppressed so much, yet he was able to exchange so many moves with seventh senior brother." Zhu Honggong asked, "Was that weapon a heaven-grade weapon?"
Si Wuyai replied, "That's right." Si Wuyai lifted his hand, and the mysterious coffer was weightless. Surrounded by a stream of gang qi and brought into his palm, Si Wuyai lifted his hand, and the mysterious coffer was weightless. Surrounded by a stream of gang qi and brought into his palm, Si Wuyai held up the coffer. This matter cannot be revealed to outsiders, to avoid people with ulterior motives coveting the Devil Sky Pavilion's items. Let's both go into the deep mountains.
Lao Ba quickly said, "Seventh senior brother, you covet the Devil Sky Pavilion's treasures a lot. One more or one less person doesn't make a difference."
"No, I mean the matter of this coffer." Zhu Honggong, hearing this, worriedly said, "If this is really a top-tier treasure, it will cause even greater competition." Si Wuyai brought the coffer to the back mountain, Fierce Tiger Ridge. Zhu Honggong followed closely behind. At a flat area in the back mountain, there was a flying chariot shaped like a boat lying there, surrounded by 4 cultivators wearing light-colored robes. When Si Wuyai appeared, more than 10 people simultaneously bowed.
Pavilion Master, Si Wuyai, waved his hand, and the mysterious coffer flew up and landed in the flying chariot. He also leaped and flew inside. "To Anyang! Yes!" More than 10 cultivators simultaneously poured primordial qi into the flying chariot.
Under the effect of the formation inscriptions and the power of primordial qi, the flying chariot slowly rose. When the flying chariot was hovering in the air, it paused for a moment. Si Wuyai calmly said, "Lao Ba, don't stick your head out during this period. The cooperation between the Devil Slaughter sect and the Righteous Unity sect has failed. They don't dare to cause trouble with the Devil Sky Pavilion, so they'll only vent it on you." Zhu Honggong trembled all over upon hearing this, whimpering, "Senior brother, this was your idea. Why are you blaming me?" Si Wuyai calmly glanced at Anyang. Although Zhang Yuanshan has openly provoked the Evil Sky Pavilion multiple times, in reality he's a coward, the kind of person who fears death. Otherwise, when you and Master appeared at Qingyu altar that day, with his nascent soul realm cultivation, why wouldn't he dare to show his face? Zhu Honggong quickly retorted, "Well, you can't blame me alone. No, I don't understand." Si Wuyai raised his hand, signaling him to stop.
"It's all about bullying those below and sucking up to those above." Whoosh! The flying chariot slowly ascended. Zhu Honggong frowned and said, "So does that mean Zhang Yuanshan thinks my fierce tiger gang is easy to bully? Farewell, senior brother." Old Eighth bowed slightly, watching the flying chariot depart, then straightened up, scoffed, and his eyes narrowed, pupils gleaming fiercely. "Old Eighth ain't so easy to bully." An hour later, the flying chariot slowly descended near Anyang. Si Wuyai stepped out and looked up at Anyang City. A subordinate approached and reported, "Pavilion Master, there are lookouts around. No one will know your whereabouts." Si Wuyai nodded. "You guys wait there. I'll take a little trip and return." Pavilion Master, Sword Devil Senior, has recently been hanging out in the city's taverns and shops. Your sudden visit, this subordinate worries that Sword Devil Senior will be angered. Si Wuyai glanced at him and said, "You have misunderstood second senior brother all along. I have my own judgment."
The subordinates immediately bowed and saluted. "Yes!"
Si Wuyai raised his hand, and the mysterious jade box in the flying chariot flew into his hand. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of a certain tavern in Anyang City, the green-robed swordsman was pouring wine. The entire tavern was empty, without a single customer. The waiter standing beside him was trembling, occasionally glancing furtively at the green-robed swordsman. From the 3rd floor of the tavern, one could see a panoramic view of Anyang City. The green-robed swordsman suddenly spoke. "How long?" The waiter said a few words and then swallowed a mouthful of saliva. From Qingyang to Anyang takes half an hour. By now they should have arrived. The green-robed swordsman said in a calm tone. "You don't need to be afraid. There's good wine and food. Sit down here and have a drink with me." No. This lowly one wouldn't dare. This lowly one will just stand here. Standing is fine. Cold sweat covered the waiter's back. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Footsteps came from outside, and several cultivators entered the tavern. 1 in the Divine Tribunal realm, 2 in the Ocean of Worlds realm, 6 in the Qi Condensation realm, and 3 in the Mystic Unlocking realm. Then they also went up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there was only 1 table, 1 chair, a plate of meat and wine, and 2 people. The green-robed swordsman and the waiter. The green-robed swordsman's gaze fell on the group of cultivators. As he appeared, he poured wine, while saying calmly, "The Qingyang mountain bandits stay. The others can leave." The waiter was relieved, and hurriedly bowed to thank him. "Thank you, great master. Thank you, great master." He dashed downstairs like a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The cultivators looked at the green-robed swordsman with suspicion. The leading middle-aged man sensed a strange aura emanating from the green-robed swordsman, and cupped his fist and said, "Who might you be, sir?" The green-robed swordsman did not answer him but asked, "Are you all Qingyang mountain bandits?" The middle-aged man then smirked and replied, "The word bandit is a little harsh. We're just trying to make a living. Running this tavern isn't easy. I hope you won't make things difficult." The green-robed swordsman slapped the table once, his sword next to it. "Oh really? Then it's easy to deal with." The green-robed swordsman picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. His tone was calm, but his words were shocking. "I'm sorry, kill yourselves. My sword doesn't particularly like being stained with the blood of low-level cultivators."